direction. Remember that.
Assalamu alaikum. So this is a quick mention about the Community Plaza in Borsley Green. We're doing a fundraiser because Brother Zaf is doing an absolutely phenomenal job with the youth and with the community. The specific project that I want to talk about is the IT development for the youth. Now, being an employer, I'm constantly recruiting admin staff, clerical staff, and what we're finding is that our youngsters, our youth, are lacking these basic skills. We're all very good at TikTok, we're very good at Instagram, we're very good at Facebook and all the social media, but when it comes to actual skills of admin and secretarial skills, our youth unfortunately are lacking. So I'm 100% behind this initiative. I think it's fantastic. Our youth need to go back to the basics, understand how to use a laptop, a keyboard, not your phone's keypad, but a laptop, a keyboard, because that's one skill that we are now lacking. So inshallah, please do donate, please do take part and support this fantastic organization.
Saturday, the 2nd of May, Takbeer TV will be having a live fundraising appeal from 2 p.m. all the way to midnight. So everyone must tune in. I will be in the studio fundraising along with other prominent figures all across from Birmingham. So please tune in Takbeer TV, 2 p.m. this Saturday, the 2nd of May. Remember that. So I'm just at Community Plaza. Alhamdulillah, they're doing great work and I support them in all their endeavors. And their endeavor in knife crime and combating knife crime is something that I endorse hugely, because I have seen the epidemic that is knife crime in Birmingham and beyond. Knife crime is becoming so bad that the youth are carrying knives around like they're normal. A quick message to the youth: before you pick up a knife and your intention is to go and stab somebody, lock yourself in your bathroom for 24 hours. If you think you can do that for 25 years of your life, then go ahead. But let me tell you something, you won't be able to hack it in there. And 40,000 kids have signed up here or shown interest at the Community Plaza, and more will continue to sign up. We're working along with the West Midlands Police to get our kids off the street and get them in to the right direction, point them towards the right direction. Remember that.
So Saturday, 2nd of May, Takbeer TV from 2 till 10 in the evening. We are doing a live appeal for the Community Plaza in Borsley Green. This is an initiative to support the local community, to empower the local youth and give them skills that maybe they're not learning in the academic system. So please do tune in, please do donate and please do support. So Saturday, 2nd of May.
Bismillah. My name is Zaf. I'm a global UK ambassador and we're at Community Plaza today. This is the hub we're at the moment.
Auzubillah minash shaitanir rajeem. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. First and foremost, I'd like to praise Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the creator and the sustainer of this dunya and the akhirah, and may the peace and blessings be upon our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. I'd like to welcome all our guests today and the viewers for this fundraising event for our Community Plaza in Borsley Green. And with me, I've got Alan from Crime Stoppers, I've got Zaf from UK Global Youth and Community, he's the ambassador, Brother Zafran, and we've got Tom, who's our Community Plaza director, and we've also got Brother Shazad, who's a professor from Aston University. So I'd like to welcome everybody, everybody's viewing from home. The concept behind our project in principle is to raise funds for the Community Plaza, for the youth, to take them off crime. So I'd like to start off with Brother Zafran and get a briefing of what they do and what this is all about.
So, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. So first of all, regarding this centre, it's coming up to 2 years now since we managed to get access to it. So it's during the mini riots we had. So I've been working at the college, Southern City College, for many years now. All activities used to be there until for the last 2 years. Unfortunately, after COVID, it was difficult to get our own premises. The amount of kids we've got on board over the years, we're touching the close to 49,000 mark now. And that's majority from handing in knives to us, working with organisations such as Crime Stoppers, West Midlands Police, the Birmingham City Council. On a probably weekly occurrence, we get more than 150 referrals. And that's from schools, colleges, basically parents phoning us and even school teachers that as soon as the kids are on the borderline of crime, they stopped attending classes or even coming at home 3, 4 in the morning, and they know that they're involved in the wrong crowd. They turn to us. So at Community Plaza, we keep them engaged. We've got some youth workers ourselves. They've been volunteers for many years. We want to get into a position where we can pay them. Even the facilities, majority of probably 95%, whether it's snooker, table tennis, whatever they come and do, we don't charge them for that. 2 days a week, we're using the premises as a church for the Romanian community, so that they come in. We've started the homeless feed, but in June, officially, that's going to grow now. So at the moment, we've only done 2 in a month. But our ideal situation is going to be, we're going to do that for 5 days. So we've got probably about 120 odd people on the list now. So we've managed to get some shoes and probably some jackets, coats from the local community. So one of the pledges we made was that it's not just going to be food. We're going to make sure that they're covered in certain sense in the winter. Even the stats were showing the amount of deaths, they're increasing with a lot of these homeless people outside traffic lights. So that's something we're going to work on. And gang culture, that's something else we're trying to focus, B8, B90, B10. The amount of people referring to us is gone crazy now with the rates. And finally, this hate crime centre, which we spoke to Richard Parker, the West Midlands Mayor, he's come to us twice now, and he said, if you can help us create this, and later on we'll support you. At the moment, if you can do this. So we want to make it into a 24/7 hate crime centre for any communities out there who feel threatened. So we're going to have staff there live on the phone lines. And again, we're going to provide them with accommodation.
So one of the small questions I've got, Brother Zafran, what got you into this individually? What was the idea behind it and the concept behind it?
So yeah, a lot of times there's a inspirational motivation which makes you go this way. Some people do out of passion. Unfortunately, in mine, I worked as a security guard, but then I lost a couple of people, siblings in the family. My brother-in-law is 24. He was murdered in a local park in Birmingham, stabbed in the head with a screwdriver. And a year before that, I lost my blind sister. She was young, to cancer. And I was very, very close to her. And she's someone who used to give me confidence. Because when I was at school, I used to get bullied. And last times I used to come back and I used to turn to her. And she always used to say to me that I'm thankful to God that He took my eyes. I don't want to see this cruel world. But she always said to me that your heart's clean. And wherever you go, you're going to get success. And you're going to win people's hearts. So
No, mashallah, I mean, since I've got to know you, Brother Zafran, we've clicked in a certain manner because I'm very community-based myself, although running an architectural practice. But one of the main focuses, I mean, the first question raised by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala when you meet Him one-to-one is that, did you prostrate to me? So the Creator asks you, did you actually do your prayers? But the second question was very, very astonishing because it actually woke me up. This is what got me into community work was, when Allah meets you, the second question He asks you, what did you do for my creation? Not what did you do for my fellow Muslim, but what did you do for my creation? So it was not about whether they were male, female, or what nation they were from, or what religion background it was, even to the extent of animals, birds, the whole spectrum is there. So that really woke me up, and that got me into the community work, and we started doing a lot of projects abroad and in the UK. One of the interesting ones, later on, I've got a good friend of mine coming in, Raja Nadeem. During COVID, he was feeding 500 people Monday, Wednesday and Friday. And he was feeding 200 students twice a day, delivered to their door. Got to a point, I think he did 500 tons of food within the period of time that he was working. So he's going to come on board with us for our soup kitchen. So we're definitely looking at that. And we want to push that forward to a 5-day week. We've got a lot of people who've come over from abroad who are struggling to finance themselves. They're going, Muslim people are going to the langars of the Sikh community and they're relying upon them. Yeah. So this is something that us as Muslims, we need to provide that service. I'd like to move on to Alan. I believe you're from Crime Stoppers. Give us a little bit more about Crime Stoppers and what do you actually do?
Yeah, good afternoon. So Crime Stoppers, for people that don't know, we're an independent charity. We're not part of the police, so like any other charity, we have to find our own funding. And what we provide is we provide a platform for people to report crimes. And the unique thing about us is that you will remain completely anonymous if you use our service. So to kind of reassure people how we do that, We will delete people's phone numbers, we will delete people's IP addresses. So if the police come to us and say who's made that report once we've passed it to them, we can't and we won't tell them. So as a charity, we look at different crime types, we look at different areas, we look at perhaps areas where people perhaps don't report so much crime to the police, perhaps high crime rate areas, low reporting, and we come in and we say, look, we're not the police, here's another option if you want to use us as a different option. If you don't want the police to knock on your door, if you don't want to have to go to court to give evidence, we're a great way to help and support your community. Give the information about the crime across to us, we pass that on, but we keep you completely out of that process.
Great. I mean, that's something you learn something new every day. And that I thought you were totally linked with the police department in itself, but you're saying you're an independent organisation, and obviously working with Zaf on a regular basis. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I've been working with Zaf and Tom now for, I think it's about four and a half years. Zaf actually found us. He came to us and look. Unfortunately, we've got a chair position available within Crime Stoppers. So Zaf came along, applied for that. Absolutely blew our socks off. And myself, and it was a guy called Greg at the time. We had a quick chat and an interview. And I think the kind of stuff that Zaf was talking around there about the work, about knife crime, gang crime, it all kind of links really well to Crime Stoppers. So Zaf and Tom have been absolutely instrumental for me in the last 4 years of being able to do my job by putting that message about who Crime Stoppers are into the community. And we've worked really closely with the community plaza. So I myself have gone and delivered sessions into that area. I've delivered sessions about Crime Stoppers so that people who are attending the community plaza can understand who we are, and if they don't feel comfortable talking to the police, then they can do so. And I think one of the things that's really highlighted to me, I didn't work in the charity sector for many years. I worked in the private sector in retail. One of the things that I see coming into this kind of world is that people need to work together. If people come together and they work together and you share ideas and you kind of you put things in place that mean that everybody can support each other, things go a lot better. More people get supported. From my point of view, it's great to work with people like this. You see all the good that they do, you see all the people that they've helped. I'm really fortunate enough that I get paid to work for Crime Stoppers, but without the volunteers that we've got who come along, which I think we've got about 25-30 volunteers now across the Midlands. All of those people do an absolutely fantastic job, and some people it could be just talking to people about Crime Stoppers and who we are, and then you've got other people like Zaf and Tom who are the chair and the assistant chair of our committee and run the whole show.
Great stuff. Thank you. Tom, if we can go on to yourself, talk a bit about the community role that you've got as the Plaza Director.
Yeah, so for many years, Afra and myself and our team were running community events, supporting young people locally. But unfortunately, we were always using or having to hire other people's facilities, and we couldn't ever kind of get our grip on a facility for ourselves. So kind of 18 months, 2 years ago, the opportunity was there with Brother Azim and Brother Riazat. They allowed us access to what was their building and allowed us to start a renovation process that took best part of 12 months. So we now have a facility that, one, we can grow into, two, we can base ourselves there. One of the strengths previously over the previous 10 years was that we were mobile. We would travel anywhere that we needed to, but we got to a point where the numbers were at such an amount that we needed our own venue. We needed somewhere that young people locally can come. They know similar faces will always be there. They know the reasons why we're there, and that consistency, which when you're supporting young people, the thread of themes that we find over the years is lack of kind of consistent support, lack of a trusting face that they turn up every day and they know that that face will be there, but also having good links.
Tom, if we could just take this call, we've got a caller.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, who's speaking, sorry?
Akhtar Hussain Shah.
Brother Akhtar, Jazakallah khair for coming on. How can we help?
There are an email, like it's about crime, about knife and all this, right?
Yes.
मैं दसी ना पाकिस्तानी जरा नाइफ किंसो लाइसेंस आ इट्स इस कंट्री कोई लाइसेंस नहीं जो ना 10 पाउंड 20 पाउंड जो नाइफ किंदे स्ट्रीट है फिरो
जी
इट्स जरा नहीं इन्हें जरा उमाफुज की पुलिस ने की करना चाहिए एक्ट जरा लाइसेंस होना चाहिए ना knife on is right.
Okay, I mean that's a concept that we could look into. So what the gentleman's saying, that if requirement of a knife is, say, for your job, you're using it, so you're a gardener or you're something in that format, that there should be a license applicable to carry that particular knife. So if somebody's got it in their car, there's a license for it and you don't just get arrested. So I mean, that is a concept that we could include and look into. So by akhtar koi idea jiri aaj na sa donation par karne pe kyunki charity hai. So
no, me pata main Paijan main tumhari izzat karna against you, brother. Why I'm going to be coming for
जी
ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸ਼ਾਪਕੀਪਰ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ
जी
ਉਹਨਾਂ ਸ਼ਾਪ ਉਹ ਮਤਲਬ ਮਾੜੀ ਸ਼ਾਪ ਹੋਈ ਸੁਣੀ ਹੋਈ ਉਸ ਸ਼ਾਪ ਵਾਲੇ ਕੀ ਉਹ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਦੀ ਤਰਫੋਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੋਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਜੇ ਇਹਨੇ ਨਿੱਕੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਕੀ ਕੋਈ ਨਾਈਫ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੇਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ 18 19 20 ਸਾਲਾਂ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਕੋਈ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨਾਈਫ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਸਟੈਪ ਕਰਨੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਰਾ ਟੈਲੀਵਿਜ਼ਨ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਤੱਕ
जी बिल्कुल सही गल है
ਉਹਨੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸ਼ਾਪਾਂ ਵਾਲੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਈਫ ਰੱਖੇ ਸਮ ਸਪਾਟ ਉਹ ਤੱਕ ਨਾ ਆਣੇ ਜਾਏ ਉੱਥੇ ਦੇ ਜਨੇ 5 ਪਾਉਂਡ ਹੈ ਨਾਈਫ ਕਿੰਦਾ कारखाने के कुछ करने
जी जी
Salamat Akhtar. Just a couple of things regarding, we've been working in B8, B9, B10 area for more than 23 years now. So we, even alongside the police, we used to do a lot of patrolling regarding a lot of shops when we used to get complaints. Try to talk to them, but also youngsters. Regarding this Community Plaza Centre, we've had 57 knives handed in since last November.
Yeah.
So we've already spoke. No, alhamdulillah, bhai. We spoke to Simon Foster and we're on the verge of getting a surrender bin as well now, which a lot of the masjids have them. But
no. But jithe mere na area, pajan kasam chada na crime, लोगों ने विंडो पर बट्टे मारे इस तरह सब के जे बिजली पापा जड़ा इथे मैं जिथा रहना
केड़ा एरिया तुसा ना
बिजली ब्रुकलाइन
बिल्सली
जड़ा ने जिथा रेसिस एरिया
तुसा अपना नंबर रिसेप्शन रखी हुए ना तुसा मैं आपको रब्ता करगी उनसा इंशाल्लाह तुसा ने एरिया विच नहीं असा उथे कर सने कम ठीक है
मैं तो थ्रू किताबा जड़ा ने मैं जाने थ्रू जड़ा टेलीविजन couple of weeks time
अच्छा
मैं जारे में इस ना जड़ा ने पुलिस ने की स्थितियां करसा नाल विचे जड़ा ने वेस्ट मिलन जड़ा काउंसिल वाले और जड़ी शबान काजमी उसकी भी जड़ी नहीं याकूब उसकी भी स्थितियां करने वाला
अच्छा सर वो ये जी पॉलिटिकल एस्पेक्ट है ना एक सेपरेट चीज़ है सारे बंदे ने अपना जहन है चीज़ा ना एक सेपरेट चीज़ है मेन चीज़ है जिहड़ा असां कम्यूनिटी हब जिहड़े बनते हैं ना इसने पर फोकस करने हैं कि बच्चियां नहीं असां मदद करा क्यों तुसा भी जानने असां बच्चे ज़्यादातर क्राइम विच न तुसा मना करो मैं जे स्टैटिस्टिक्स देसा ना तुसा
वगैरह चीज़ां च
जी तुसा सर नाल वॉलंटरी भी मदद करो
इत्थे लोग जेह्ड़े नहीं जेह्ड़े बच्चे जेह्ड़े साढ़े ਉਹ ਪ੍ਰਵਾਨੀ ਕਰਨੇ ਮੌਪੀ ਆਣੇ ਜੀ ਅਸਾਂ ਸਕੂਲੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ ਬੱਚੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ ਅਸਾਂ ਸਕੂਲੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ ਮੈਂ ਤੱਕੀ ਖੁਦ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਟੌਂਡ ਵਿੱਚ ਉੱਥੇ ਖਲਤੀ ਫੋਟੋ ਸ਼ੂਟ ਲਾਈ ਤੇ ਇਹ ਗਲਤ ਆ ਸਾਡੇ ਇਸਲਾਮੀ
ਨਹੀਂ ਸਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਸਰ ਅਸਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਨਾ ਅਦਾਰਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਸਰ
ਜੀ
the Islamic organizations the masjid the madrasa they should be the first aspect of course for ਨਾਲ the parents are most important as well so ਅਗਰ parents ਤਰਬੀਅਤ ਦੇਣ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਕੀ थोड़ा कंट्रोल रखन फिर असने इदारे इन्वॉल्व हवन तो मैं इदारे की पुश करना चाहना क्योंकि मैं तकरीबन 70 मस्जिदां डिज़ाइन की थी मैं उन्हें की पुश करना चाहना कि पाइजाफ टॉम नाल क्राइम स्टॉपर्स नाल इन्वॉल्व हवन कि असां किस अपने यूथ की लुक आफ्टर करा पाकिस्तान जज़ाकल्लाह खैर अल्लाह ताला खुश रखने please keep us in your du'as and put the efforts in if you can come and give voluntary time we'll be most grateful jazakallah Allah Hafiz. Okay, so that brother's main concern was, for the gentleman don't speak Mirpuri, his concerns were two really. First of all, that the knives are being sold by the retail shops, which is a genuine concern. There's no doubt. Somebody wants to create finance from it, and that is an understandable aspect. Then secondly, he was saying that he's concerned about certain individual and groups that are causing, like he's in Bills, it's causing issues. So Zafar has offered his services there. Okay, can we go to Brother Shazad, Professor of Aston University? So if you give us a briefing what you do for a living, sir. Sure. And also then how you are involved with ZAF and what your contribution, how you want to get involved and moving forward with us.
Sure, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. So I'm a professor at Aston University. I'm at the School of Optometry, so I research and teach in the area of eyes. But I've been involved in non-profit organisations for over 20 years, mainly internationally, so around the world in places like Palestine and Israel, Jordan, Lebanon, Pakistan, India, Colombia, lots of places, recently even in Ukraine as well. And my interest is to try and raise the standard of their training so that they can improve eye care. And on the back of that, our Deputy Vice-Chancellor asked me to get involved with the Order of St. John because, as you know, the Order of St. John runs the St. John Ambulance, the St. John Ambulance Service, which is a voluntary service, but they also run the eye hospitals in Israel. Sorry, yeah.
The caller.
Yeah, no worries, sorry.
Yes.
Hello.
Hi, who's speaking?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Muhammad Kiam.
I recognise that voice. It's my grandson. Salam Kian, how are you?
Alhamdulillah.
That's good. So,
Okay.
Alhamdulillah, I'm good. What we are trying to do, Kian, today is look after young children who are having issues in their life where we can help them and educate them and bring them into work. So, what would you like to contribute today?
I'd like to give £100 to
Takbeer.
donate.
MashaAllah, MashaAllah, well done. So £100 from you, that's a donation towards our community plaza.
And Abdullah and Abdul Rahman would like to give £150.
Oh, MashaAllah, well done. So that's my other two grandchildren who are they're at a function at the moment.
Yes, so proud you do all the work you're doing, Dad.
Jazakallah, we will come and see you especially tomorrow and we'll get you some gifts and look after you. So you look
May
after you.
Allah reward you.
Jazakallah khair. Thank you very much. Muhammad Kian, Allah Hafiz.
Allah Hafiz.
So that was my grandchildren. So look what I found in life, and I'm at that age now, and life is an experience, and it's very short-lived. I mean, I remember when I came to Birmingham, I was in Naseby Road with a brother called Yassine, Muhammad Yassine. He was from Telford. We were from Telford, and we did a lot of youth work. I did voluntary youth work for 2 years, and there was an enjoyment aspect of it, and you get to see what the community is up to. And there's no doubt at that time. I remember Morris Park. I don't know if Zaf, do you remember Morris Park?
I was born and bred in Morris Park.
Yeah,
100%.
yeah. So we,
You've seen was really close to us.
yeah. So what we did was we used to brush up because we used to break glass bottles there. We used to brush up and play football. So same with my grandchildren. What I'm trying to do is get them involved in small community projects, regular, where they're involved in giving something away and receiving something in terms of where it's just a dua. But alhamdulillah, we've just given £250 from both of my daughters. So that's a start at least, inshallah. And I'm confident we'll do well. So callers, if you ring 0155 0718 146, that is our landline here. And please contribute. This is a great cause. We are now fully involved. I'm going to set up a team for ourselves that will be involved with the organisation. And definitely what we want to do is put forward various options that we can look at. I mean, one is the financial aspect of it, Zaf, and I think a lot of people kind of give the finance and they walk away. Yeah. I don't like doing that. I spend my own personal time a lot with people and try to contribute. That time is very important. We drove 13 ambulances from Birmingham and Coventry, and we took them to Turkey, to Red Crescent, just during when the war started in Palestine, and we contributed those ambulances. So we bought them, got the money, and we sent them across there, and they were actually went into Gaza and some went into Syria. So we're pretty much hands-on. If we fundraise, we want to be part of the system to assist, basically, definitely. So sorry, Brother Shazad, if you just finish off what you were saying.
Sorry, can I just Brother Hassan Tayyab, his grandfather's just passed away.
So he just
wanted to give £100.
Jazakallah khair. May Allah make it easy for the family. May Allah give them Jannah.
That's £100 Hassan Tayyab.
Oh, okay. So, Brother Shazad, if you can speak in the mic.
Yeah, just to finish off my involvement with Brother Zaf is that we met in a function from the St. John Ambulance, and I was very impressed with the work that he's doing. And a lot of my work, like I say, was overseas, but it pulled a heartstring, I suppose, because we live in this community. We need to be embedded in this community and doing something for the people around us, our neighbours, and that's really what I saw happening at Community Plaza. So I was very honoured to be asked to come along today and to show my support for this project, which I think is a fantastic initiative. And we know when we're driving home today and we get cut up in the traffic by somebody and we look across, unfortunately, the face that's looking back at us, who's cut us up, is often a brown face, is often a Pakistani person, is often a Pakistani boy. And so it's a whole attitude that we want to change. And knives is the tip of the iceberg. The next thing we want to do is we want to improve the attitude. So when we're walking down the street to each other and we look at each other, we smile at each other. We don't look at each other with mistrust. And that's what we want to build. And this is the foundations for that.
MashaAllah, Brother Shazad said, hit the nail on the head really, I think there. The main aspect is integrating, which is the sunnah of the Prophet, peace be upon him, is to smile with each other. And you feel a comfort. You'll get people in your life that have got a different opinion to you. And it's how you adapt to that opinion and you accept that they've got their own opinion. And one of my mindsets is that when you know how somebody thinks, you don't expect anything out of the ordinary from them. You know that that's their character and that's what how they're going to be. So as Brother Zafar just said, Brother Hassan Tayyib, whose grandfather passed away, may Allah give him Jannah, has just donated £100. So brothers, the actual number has been changed. It's not the 0155 number anymore. It's the 0121 440 4096. So if you can call in, you can talk to any one of the guests or myself and contribute towards this beautiful cause for our local community.
What's the number again?
It's 0121 440 4096. Now, okay, so that is the donation number if you want to donate, and the 0155 07 285, yeah. Okay, so the studio number, if you want to call in and speak to anybody, is 0121 285 1845, and the donation line is 0121 440 4096, where we've got a lot of our community members who are on the calls, receiving your calls, and who are all voluntary. So one of the things that really hit me last year, to be honest with you, there's a brother called Haroon, who's the head chaplain. I don't know if you've met him at all, Brother Zaf. He's the head chaplain for the West Midlands prisons. And these are some statistics for you. So in Birmingham, there's a population of about 1.4 million. And out of that, or nationally, I should say, we're a 4.5% ethnic group. That includes every community from Kashmiri to Indian to Polish to, non-English or, white generation. From that 4.5%, 4% are Muslim. From that 4% in the national prisons, we are 30% of the 100% of the whole prisoners, basically. So if you look at 30%, from that 30%, 90% are Kashmiri. I'm Kashmiri. And from that 90% Kashmiri, 90% are for a particular village in Dadyal. This is frightening. So the idea about this community plaza is to get the local children involved, get the businesses involved. So what my biggest aspect is that I run a business, and we've got several businesses, and the idea behind it is that how can we integrate the youth into our businesses to benefit them, benefit us at the same time, and benefit the community. So one of the things that I run regular is that we do about 25 children that come to my office. They do a 2-week work experience. We look at doing in the architectural field. We've actually produced 7 architects in the last 5 years. So people have come to us for work experience and moved on, gone to do a degree in architecture. The main concern that for me was when I went to the prison that these youngsters who have done knife crime, they've done drugs, they've gone in for murder, I had 250 kids there. I say kids, from the age of 18 to 72 was the eldest. And it was during a Ramadan event. And I worked out their prison sentence, the minimum was 10 years, and the maximum was 27 years. So they, between them, have got 2,000 years of prison sentence. And believe me, some of the big macho guys came up to me, pulled me to one side, and they said, "Uncle, our parents never told us what was right and what was wrong. They never told us the difference between halal and haram." So what I would like to work with is that we try to go early in, because you know as well as anybody else have. I remember us playing football at the age of 15. We saw 13-year-old kids smoking on the side. They'd have a game of football with you, but they were in the bad crowd early on, and you could see them progressing in life, how they developed and where they got to. The lads who were with us, who were playing but also educating themselves, they all came out professionals. They all came out with good jobs, good salaries, good etiquette, and that was not just from their parents, but the community and the ethos that they had around them. So we would pull the kids out of that situation, and that's very rare now. You kind of, when you see somebody doing knife crime, somebody doing something bad, you don't get involved. You don't want to be part of it. You think it's not benefiting me, and it's going to create issues for me. I'd rather move away. How can we introduce those businesses from your perspective, and Tom, your perspective? From the university, I can understand there's various. If you get into university, you've got to a good league. There's no doubt with that. But early on, my concern is that 12, 13-year-old child, boy or girl, and believe me, I've gone to various schools and I've seen knife crime at the age of 12 and 13. I've had mothers come up to me and say to me, can you speak to my son, because we're concerned they're not going in the right direction, they're not listening to me. Where do we start? So Zaf, if you give me a briefing, how can we integrate the local businesses, especially with the elections now? Every councillor's coming up to me, Gorez, can you help me? Can you be involved? And I could only give you from the West Midlands, and I work with a lot of various aspects, from lawyers to barristers to police commissioners. I mean, Brother Mohammed Hanif is doing charity with me on the hospital in Chhakswari. He's part of our committee, to doctors. So there's a whole variation of people that we deal with. What is the best method to get those businesses involved with you, and how can we integrate?
See, we've been working with the business sector for many years. So we had the Overseas Business Forum UK.
Yeah.
So I'm part of the cabinet. So there's 8 of us, and then in that group there's about 385 now. That's the number, how many businesses we've got. So over the years, we've been getting them to come in. Whenever some of our students had issues, or youngsters, they wanted to get in certain trade, they used to come in and do workshops. And we used to put on a jobs fair or a freshers fair. And they come in, and they'll come into the college as well. And they'll offer their support. Sometimes we get a lot of youngsters coming in, and they decide not to take the route with education. So local businesses, that's where they come in. Rather than making a long process, they'll get them into the door, support them, and once they experience, they can move on to other businesses. But that's something we're working on with a lot of businesses, even like yourself, you know. And Crime Stoppers, again, we're going to do programs where it's going to obviously favour these youngsters, because everyone's talented in their own ways, and especially the digital marketing side. Alan, if you want to talk about that.
Yeah, so one of the ideas we've had, I think it's a great way to kind of prevent knife crime is to teach people when they're young about what's happening. So the idea we've had is with the Community Plaza, with Southern City College, with Crime Stoppers, it's to take a group of young people and actually to get them to run a knife crime campaign to educate their peers. I mean, looking around the table, I don't think there's anybody sitting at the table who's of college age from us guys, so perhaps are we the right people to be putting that message across to young people? But if a group of young people from a college, from that kind of age range, we're telling somebody a message about knife crime, telling them how to protect themselves, telling them how to report it, would they interact and understand that a lot more? Now, I think I would. I think I'd probably, when I was that age, thinking back, I'd probably interact a lot better with my peers than I say, there's someone like me coming in. So I think it's going to be a great initiative going forward. Again, it's why it's so important that the money's needed to run places like the Community Plaza, so that we've got a base to put that together, and that people can come together in a physical place. They can be together either digitally, or we can come together face to face, and we can continue that work and move it forward.
Okay. Tom, are we doing anything with the schools? So, like I said, the age groups 12, 13, as the kids, boys especially, starting to mature, you can see issues occurring. I mean, I sit in the office and I've got a digital screen in front of me where I've got cameras outside, inside, and you can see the kids that are causing the issue. Yeah. And you go out there, you kind of explain to them in a nice manner that they respect you and they feel respected. Are you involved with the local schools and the local community in any way or form?
Yeah, so over kind of the last 12 years, the local school clusters have our contact numbers. So for school clusters, we've become a bit of a one-stop shop, and that's kind of what we're putting ourselves out there as. So we don't differentiate in terms of anyone who walks in, but the main things we will offer is, firstly, it's counselling and support. So a lot of these young people, we've got a partnership with the NHS. Mental health is on the rise, but is it on the rise because it's now being audited and actually diagnosed? Yeah. Was it always there? But the fact is, we do have counsellors and mentors now at the Plaza, so the first point of call is just a conversation. The beauty of the Plaza is we've got a full range of sports equipment there. We've got snooker tables, pool tables, PlayStation, so we can integrate some of what we want to do with them young people to start to build them foundations in a positive way. They can come to us and play some free snooker for a few hours, but then we will get a 10-15 minute conversation where we can start to build a rapport, start to build some trust. It's completely free, and one of the biggest things that we offer alongside all of the support and the homework clubs and the maths and English workshops that we do is being open in the early hours of the morning. It's displacement theory. So the crime rates, especially in B8, B9, B10, in kind of the triangle that's closest to us, the crime rates spike from about 11 p.m. to about 2 a.m. That's where the crime rates are at the highest. So for that time zone, from 10:30 till 3 a.m, our Plaza is designed for anyone to walk in, play some free sports. We've got a very small cafe, but we can offer hot drinks and simple food for free. We don't charge anyone a penny, and the idea is if they're with us and they're doing something positive, it could be that we're helping them look for jobs, it could be we're writing CVs, or we could be doing the jobs club there on a couple of evenings a week. If they're with us, they can't be out committing other crimes or antisocial behaviour. So that displacement theory, it was proven years ago in Warsaw. There was a midnight basketball league that was run, and the crime rates massively dropped. What we've learnt in our first 6 months of delivering it is crime rates have started to drop, but there's actually a spike from kind of 2 till kind of 4 a.m. So effectively in the first few months, a lot of young people were coming to us and we were creating a safe space for them. When they leave, some individuals were then committing antisocial behaviour. Mm-hmm. So the link we then have with the West Midlands Police is the PCOs will also be with us. So by understanding that programme, we've now built up a rapport with the PCOs with some of these young people. So when they leave the Plaza, they're now not undertaking them activities. So it took a process to learn the behaviours, but effectively being that one-stop shop enables us to give as much value added as possible. It's easy for us just to be there and just say, yeah, come and use some of the facilities. That's not dealing with the root cause. The root cause normally comes down to 3 things. It's either finance, it could be anything to do with the personal home, and that could be issues with parents, with other siblings. And the third one is unfortunately employment. So our idea is get them in, support them, show them some care, show them some time. As a result of that process building, we can then look at, can we get them into the jobs club? Can we get them CV writing? Can we push them into some of the employers that Zaf's got on board? Can we look at housing? We've got housing officers who support us. Can we go out and have a look at a big thing with young people is if they're living in HMOs, they have access to lots of material and activities that aren't positive. So it's about ensuring that if we can ensure anyone who comes to us through the process can end up with a key to a front door. Having that ownership of a key to a door, not shared space, is critical to them feeling safe and valued in their private space, which will then build on their mental health. If we can get some gainful employment, at that point, we're starting to complete that circle of support. And that's where we're at.
I think, Tom, one of the things that you've stated, the HMO aspect is a major concern for me. I mean, with the architectural practice, we get people coming in regular for HMO drawings. And the biggest thing I tell them is that you might have a quick return right now, but your value of the property will drop. Now, the council themselves are not auditing. Mm-hmm. So what I'm seeing is that there's HMOs which are 20, 30 units at a time, and it's a drugs den, and it's easy for the drug supplier, rather than individually dropping it off, they drop it off in kilos, basically. I think one of the things that really needs to be done is our community centres in terms of our mosques and masjids and various adaras. So Zaf, if you tell me what you think, and Brother Shazad, like I said, I've done about 75 community centres, mosques throughout Birmingham, and I tell them the same thing again and again. it needs to be a community hub. And I would encourage yourselves, and I'll go with you, to actually speak to the leaders. So I did go to 3 of the localised facilities and said to them that we're going to be on TV, and I wanted them to come along. Now, we need to get that integration going, because what they're doing is they've got the facilities, they've got the finance, but yet they're not providing the service. So is it a possibility for your organisation, same with the Crime Stoppers, with the Community Plaza, to physically go from our location into individual setups and get the children involved early on to do small youth centre aspects? What's the concept behind that? What do you think?
We've worked with the Gangoh Sharif in the past. We're still working with them right now. So there's a youth centre they've opened literally across the road from the mosque, next to the NHS 24/7, which again myself and Tom were part of the committee. So the youth centre itself, they've got 88 students at the moment, the young kids.
Yeah.
So I know that me and Tom are putting all the activities on for them. And also regarding our own plaza, we've had Sultan Bow on board with the Goodbye for a while now.
Yeah.
So he's come to us not long ago that if you can help us with the pool table and some of the stuff we're doing. Obviously box fit with Sam.
With Sam.
Yeah, he's coming on board. So the plans are for him to get his boxing ring in Gangoh Sharif, the youth centre.
That'd be good.
So that'll be in partnership with the Community Plaza. And there's many other ventures. Even in the past, some friends from Green Lane, they gave us good plans as well regarding some of the way they were running the whole scenario within the community hub. We say to a lot of people, every mosque is different how it's run, but mosque should be a community hub. Communities need to they should be felt like we can actually go here. Where there's certain mosques, again, there's no activities for the youngsters. There's no activities for women.
Yeah.
And that's something else we want to address. Where we want a system where ladies can come in, and also they can have their own sessions where it's women's only.
Yeah.
Whether it's on a Wednesday, whether it's on a Friday, and then have a crash day as well system.
Well, this is something that I pushed with Gudu at Sultan Bow, and we've created that hub at the back, which during Ramadan the sisters came, they prayed there regular. I'll give you a prime example. There's a brother called Shah Nawaz, originally from Chakswari in Pakistan. So there's one guy on his own. Have you been to Nelson? I don't know if you know about Nelson at all. So Nelson has got 26,000 people. So that population is our Alam Rock and Small Heath equivalent. And in that 26,000 people, they've got about 4,500 Muslim community aspect. And there's a couple of masjids there, but there's one masjid that really stood out to me, Al Sunnah Centre. You could go in there, drop your child off as a mother into the school, which is a nursery, and do an hour session of sports. And they've got from badminton to table tennis to wrestling to full gym equipment. They've got a canteen and a cooking kitchen, so you've got a coffee shop included. Then they've got the male-female prayer facilities, wudu facilities, sports facilities. Then they've got 16 units about the size of the studio, which they've leased out. And then for the kids, they've got all the sports that you can think of, for PlayStation and all the little activities. So it's a complete hub. They've got a 300-seater seminar room. So they do a lot of activities for the locals, and the locals really utilise that facility. And that's the idea behind the hub, basically. But I think if we can get the community plaza integrated into all the various local community groups, and that's very, very important, I think, definitely. I don't know if you met, there's a sister, a Somalian sister, she looks after about 8,000 Somalian families, because what Somalian culture is quite common, that they live in Birmingham, the husband goes away other side of the world to work, and he's the fundraiser, but the Somalian mothers have to look after the kids. And I was told that the crime scene within the Somalian community was very high. So this sister started with one child, and she now looks after something like 8,000 people as part of the community aspect. So I think integration of various community organisations is important. And obviously the most important factor here now is funding. So Shahzad Bhai, how do we get funding on this? How can you help us from your university?
Well, I think just more generally, I think it's community responsibility. You know, a lot of us here are from a second generation. Our parents came over in the 60s and 70s, or maybe even sooner, earlier than that, and they came over here to build a better life for their children, for their families. We are now here, and we're part of that community, and it's up to us to give something back to that community, as you are, as Brother Zaf is doing as well, because we're part of this community, we're embedded in this, and we're raising our children in this community and grandchildren, etc. And so we want them to have a better future. We don't want them to be on the wrong side of the fence. We want them to be on the right side of the fence and be the success examples, because success perpetrates success, and we can then look up to those people. And I think all of us have that responsibility. It doesn't matter if you've been to university or not. I think we all have that responsibility that we are role models to the youngsters around us. And
Absolutely.
I was going to pick up on something that Alan mentioned, and also Tom mentioned, that we're the wrong age group to talk to the young kids. Yes, I appreciate that, but in fact we're not the people who should be talking to them, but they could be talking to us. And in fact, it's about, if somebody said to me, what would you say to the youth of today? So I wouldn't say anything. I would listen. So it's about listening. And then I think this is something that Tom's kind of alluded to as well in the community plaza, which is something that they're doing really nicely. They're giving the opportunity for those youth to come in and talk. Now, it might be that actually the child feels, or the youth feels he's going in just to play a game of pool, or he's going in with his mates. But while he's there, the opportunity exists for him to then say, actually, I do want to talk to one of these people because these guys are doing well, and I want to know how I can be like that. I want to know how I can be successful. And going back to the point about the madrasas and the masjids, I think you raised a really interesting point there, because, of course, we'll remember in our youth, the local mosque was often a terraced house, knocked, 2 rooms knocked into one, and that was the prayer room. Those days have gone now. We need to think of our masjids as those community centres. And I was born and raised in Nottingham, and similar to you, in the community that I was raised in, some of my friends didn't go the right way, and some of them did go the right way. And people I went to school with, and some of them, some of us went on, and we went to university and we were educated. And I look back and I think to myself, what was it that kind of made me go the right way? And part of it was parents, but also part of it was the local madrasa, the local masjid, because there was an opportunity that the local masjid had funding to have a community centre. And so suddenly they stuck a pool table in there. And suddenly that's where we would meet. So it took us off the streets. It put us with elders who were good examples, and it put us with other youth, other fellows like our age group who wanted to succeed. And it was building that community from grassroots.
I think one of the things, key words that you said there was trust. So at the community centre, at our community plaza itself, when the children come in and they get to see you on a regular basis, and this is what I found from Naseby schools, tell me if I'm right or wrong, but what I found with Brother Yassine at that point, I spent 2 years there, that the youth that were starting to play with you, football, table tennis, whatever, they began to trust you. And I remember when I set up the practice, and those kids have come on, and they were, they're only 13, 14, and now they're grown men, and they've come up to me at times and said, Uncle, we know you. And I'm thinking, when have I seen you? Because I was 13 then. I said, well, you're a man now. There's a difference in recognition. So I think that the trust factor is very important. There's no doubt with that. So once again, if I can ask people for donations, 0121 440 4096 is our donation line. So the idea of this this evening, we're here till 12 o'clock tonight, are we? So we've got Brother Abid coming after me, Brother Yaqub after that as well. So the idea today is to fundraise for our community plaza, where we can provide the facilities for our youth, take them off the streets, educate them, give them that opportunity that we've had in life, that we can do something for them to benefit them and long term to benefit the community. So if you want to speak to anybody in the studio, 0121 285 1845, ask any question, talk about the elections, very important as well. We need to understand that. One of the aspects, what I found the other day, I was helping out a local councillor who has worked with me for a period of about 15 years now. And when he was a councillor, he's put himself back in as to come in on as a councillor. In the period of 5 years that he became a councillor for Alan Brock, and he was deputy head, so there was 4 deputies underneath the head of the council that looked after from planning, regeneration, economics, bin cleaning, everything you could think of. So I'm not, can I mention his name on here? Is there an issue with that? Or
No, that's fine.
is that okay? So Brother Ansar Ali Khan I'm talking about. Between ourselves and him, he assisted in my planning applications. And we've done over £70 million worth of build, within my office, which is in Hodgill, of 1.5 mile radius from me. So that includes £50 million of regeneration, housing, apartment schemes, and £20 million of community projects, which, to be honest with you, if ANSA wasn't there, I would have not been able to get the planning through, because everybody knows right now the planning department are they're not enough staff there, and it's 3 months delay before you get your application registered. And even, I mean, I've done, like I said, 72 projects. 5 are live right now, which we're involved with, which we're physically building, which are community based. But it's people like ANSA and other colleagues. Miriam just helped us lately on the PlayStation. I don't know if you know the PlayStation at all. Yeah. So PlayStation was a organisation opened up by a Arab brother, and it provides play facilities for kids. So it's like a wacky warehouse format. And we put the application in, and one of the other local councillors said, no, I'm not going to get you planning on this, I'm going to go against it. And we're thinking, hang on, this keeps kids busy, this keeps mothers busy, it keeps crime rate down, it creates a cohesion between the community. And it starts, like you said, grassroots. If you've got 3-year-old kids playing in a space and they start understanding each other, and that communication skill, that bonding occurs early on, which will only help at a later date. So in the end, we got planning approval on it, but especially now, what I can say to all the councillors who are going there, whether they're independent or with a major party, my request is to get integrated with organisations like yourself, businesses like ourselves, so we can become part of the community and a part of the segment. No leader is any good without his team. So no general is going to win an army if his army doesn't know how to put the bullets in. Does that make sense? So it's an organisation where we all need to work hand in hand. And I think we need to encourage that. I mean, especially the aspect of education. As you know, Tom and Alan, I don't know if the first word revealed to our Prophet, may the peace and blessings be upon him, was the word Iqra, which means read. So education aspect is a major factor in our religion. And these are key aspects that we need to integrate into our children. There's no doubt with that. I mean, early on, I encouraged my daughters to get my grandchildren educated, both academically and Islamically. It's very important in that format. Alan, one of the questions I want to ask you is, how are you finding, in terms of Crime Stoppers, the aspect of the English community and the aspect of the Asian community? Is there similarities? Is there a big division? What is happening out there? Because although living in Hodgill, I'm involved with a couple of football local groups and other community groups, but I'm not heavily involved with the English community aspect of it. Give us a bit of a briefing.
Yeah, so at Crime Stoppers, because of the way we work, all of our information that comes into us, everybody remains completely anonymous. Yep. So we can't actually distinguish what community is reporting to us. We can have a rough idea of how many people in an area are reporting to us. But one of the things I'd say, you're talking about education of young people, we have got a part of the charity that's called Fearless. So Fearless is the part of the charity that looks at people who are 18 years and under. It's a great part of the website. If anybody's got young people in their lives and they want to kind of direct them to that part of the website, I really suggest them to kind of go and have a look. And that will educate them on things like knife crime, so they'll be able to do all the reading, all the format. It's a fantastic layout, and it's like we were talking, it's designed by young people. Young people have had an input. We've listened to those guys of what they've said. We've put that into a website, so it looks very, very different to the Crime Stoppers website. It's a little tab at the top, so you've literally just got to go through to Crime Stoppers and click on the right-hand side. And we can educate those young people about how to stay safe, how to report crime as well. And it's really key. I think from my point of view, we go and deliver those sessions, and I think you talk about differences, but we know that when you deliver those sessions and when you educate young people from whatever background they're from, if they're educated and they're taught well, they'll have better chances in life and they won't make the decisions perhaps that they could have. So, my suggestion with that, we work really closely with the Plaza. We've delivered Fearless sessions within those areas. And we're talking about working together and educating people. We need to keep doing that as a group of people, because that message, whatever community it's going to, I work all across. I've got 4 police forces that I cover. I've got West Mids, West Mercia, Warwick and Stafford. So you've got a whole massively different group of people from different backgrounds, etc. You know, people like Zaf will go in and talk in mosques. We've got another volunteer called Julian who'll go and talk to the Romanian community. Yeah. And it's about finding people who are engaged with those communities and being able to go and deliver those messages. But yeah, from our point of view, I really don't see it as a problem. I think when you've got a positive message and when you're trying to do a positive things, all communities will welcome you in because people want the right thing to happen and they want a positive outcome from it.
Thank you, Alan. Tom, you've got a minute because we're going to go into break after a minute and then we'll be back after 5 minutes with a new panel. So, Tom, what are you finding at your college? What are the aspects in terms of community infrastructure? What we talked about, the youth. Is there differences between them? Is there a similarity of aspect of that naughty kids are naughty kids irrelevant to the background?
No. Background does always influence where you've come from, and it influences your actions moving forward. Yep. Yes, there are similarities. In terms of the times of the day that antisocial behaviour occurs, that can differ between populations. So with a generally white British population, it tends to be an earlier occurrence, whereas with Pakistani, in particular, it tends to be a later. So we're talking kind of sub 12, midnight and post 12. But that being said, in terms of the reasons for that activity, they're generally very similar. It still filters back to the three kind of core processes of lack of employment, lack of finance, or issues, etc., from home that have been brought up, and whether that's mental health, whether it's parents who have suffered, whether it's siblings who have suffered, it tends to come from one of them spectrums. Obviously, I grew up locally. I grew up in Hodge Hill, lived on Bromford Road, went to Bromford Infants, which is now Hodge Hill Primary, lived on Curzon Road, so I know your practice. That was a very diverse area growing up. And that's obviously, that gained me, obviously, a position working alongside Zaf at the college. I was originally a lecturer and then progressed my way up to be an assistant head. And I'm now deputy head at another school. So education is always the first principle that we try, but that formal education route doesn't have to be university. It can be learning a vocation. Yeah. So there's always, it's horses for courses, depends on that individual youngster, depends on what support they need. And obviously with my education background, we're keen at the Plaza, and we have done for years, to ensure that we do offer a range of tree options so that everyone has something that they can excel at. It's just finding what that individual skill or talent is. Depends on what their interests are, and it also depends on, with the finance aspect, it depends what's local. Because a lot of young people now don't want that long commute to work, whether that's a time commitment, because they might have to leave early to pick up siblings from schools. It could also just be a financial thing. They can't afford the day saver rate on buses, which for me, 20 years ago, was 37p. Would take me from Hodge Hill all the way to Kingshurst, to where I studied, and then all the way back, 37p. So it's just being sure that we're aware that even things like a bus fare, to some families, is not appropriate. So they can only work and live within kind of a 3 or 4 mile radius, because that's walkable. So their whole world is within that. Yeah. You know, the amount of young people we speak to, and I say, have you ever been to the beach? No. Yeah. They've never put their feet in sand. You know, they don't understand the fresh air that comes off a breeze. You know, they're brought up in inner city Birmingham, and they haven't left. And a lot of that can be financial, a lot of it can be historical with family concerns. But opening up their eyes to them experiences, like some of the day trips that we've run, is crucial, because we had that opportunity, or I had that opportunity, but a lot of young people, similar ages, obviously we're all similar ages, but to me, did not have that opportunity and didn't have that little bit of support that I had from home that enabled opportunities. So without that support, the opportunities probably wouldn't have been there for me. Yeah. But I did have that backing from parents. I came from a stable household with 2 working parents, and that massively pushed me. You look on the value added scale, you look at people who come from 2-parent households where they're both working in gainful employment, the chance of success for that young person increases exponentially. And that's something we need to be aware of. You know, people getting married nowadays, marriages in the Catholic and Christian community are on the decline. So single parent families are on the incline. Yep. That will have an impact on the guidance of that young person to give them the right talk at the right time to push them down the right roads.
Thank you very much, Tom. And I think you're absolutely right. Key factors are there, and we need to consider how we are as a community. So once again, we're going to close in the next 20 seconds. If anybody would like to donate, it's 0121 440 4096. And anybody who'd like to call directly into the studio after the break, it's 0121 285 1845. So once again, anybody who's listening or watching, the idea today is to fundraise for this beautiful community plaza that we've got, and we're trying to get it even better, that we can run it 24 hours and have the soup kitchen 5 days a week. Is that correct, Zaf?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. So thank you to everybody who's here today, Brother Shazad, Tom, Alan, Zaf. I'm sure you'll be with us for another few hours yet. But I think one of the biggest things that you can give somebody is time. The value of time is unpriceable. There's no price to it at all, and I think that's very important. So we're about to take the break. After the break, who we got, Zaf, after the break?
We've got Mr. Ali, he's here.
Okay.
We've got Brother Adnan, he should be here.
Inshallah.
I think a couple of you.
Yeah, we've got 2 people coming as well. So I'm just going to hopefully go into the break, and we can get somebody on straight after. Thank you.
This day in, day out, we need to keep these places 7 days a week available. But to do these sessions, we need funding. And funding resources are for these sessions to go on, for these classes, for tutors, for mentors. And we need support from all the community.
Assalamu alaikum. So this is a quick mention about the community plaza in Borsley Green. We're doing a fundraiser because Brother Zaf is doing an absolutely phenomenal job with the youth and with the community. The specific project that I want to talk about is the IT development for the youth. Now, being an employer, I'm constantly recruiting admin staff, clerical staff, and what we're finding is that our youngsters, our youth, are lacking these basic skills. We're all very good at TikTok, we're very good at Instagram, we're very good at Facebook and all the social media, but when it comes to actual skills of admin and secretarial skills, our youth unfortunately are lacking. So I'm 100% behind this initiative. I think it's fantastic. Our youth need to go back to the basics, understand how to use a laptop, a keyboard, not your phone's keypad, but a laptop, a keyboard, because that's one skill that we are now lacking. So inshallah, please do donate, please do take part and support this fantastic organization.
Saturday, the 2nd of May, Takbeer TV.
So this Saturday, the 2nd of May, from 2 p.m. till midnight on Takbeer TV, Community Plaza will be fundraising not only to take off the homeless shelter, but to help with the work that they're doing with the youth and everybody within this community. So I hope to see you tune in and donate to help the youth of your community. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Welcome to Community Plaza, an initiative started by my brothers around here in the heart of B9. This is not only to help the youth within the community, but to help everybody, from working with youth, working with females and homeless people. Come and check out this initiative. So this will be the homeless room. As you can see, there's loads of jackets, trousers, footwear, a lot of stuff that's been donated. The initiative here by my brother Zafran is what? Not only to help the homeless, this will be a homeless shelter, but it's to help the homeless people, help them find accommodation and help them find jobs. This is not just a quick response, but it's actually an opportunity to get the homeless people and put them on their feet.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Today we are at Community Plaza. The reason why we are here is very simple. We are working on a project for domestic violence for those women and girls who are suffered by the domestic abuse. We already have 11,000 girls and women. We are already working with them for the betterment of their future, for the safety of their families. So please come join us under the banner of Community Plaza, because this will be 24/7 soon for everybody, for all the women all across the country, up and down the country. Any issue, any problem, please come to us and we will ready to help you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Julian Easter and I'm here with Community Plaza, where we started this project ago 1.5 years with Mr. Zafran and also Mr. Ahmed. We make this place more better for everyone. Like this place is like a church for Orthodox people. All of the Muslim people, they coming here and they're praying for own personality things. We make a lot of things in this place where children, young people, to avoid the night crime, to don't be there anymore, because we need them to be here and to start another project about life and young time. Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Welcome to Community Plaza, an initiative started by my brother Zafran here in the heart of B9. This is not only to help the youth within the community, but to help everybody, from working with youth, working with females and homeless people. Come and check out this initiative. So this will be the homeless room. As you can see, there's loads of jackets, trousers, footwear, a lot of stuff that's been donated. The initiative here by my brother Zafran is what? Not only to help the homeless, this will be a homeless shelter, but it's to help the homeless people, help them find accommodation and help them find jobs. This is not just a quick response, but it's actually an opportunity to get the homeless people and put them on their feet. So this Saturday, the 2nd of May, from 2 p.m. till midnight on Takbeer TV, Community Plaza will be fundraising, not only to take off the homeless shelter, but to help with the work that they're doing with the youth and everybody within this community. So I hope to see you tune in and donate to help the youth of your community.
So I'm just at Community Plaza. Alhamdulillah, they're doing great work and I support them in all their endeavors. And their endeavor in knife crime and combating knife crime is something that I endorse hugely, because I have seen the epidemic that is knife crime in Birmingham and beyond. Knife crime is becoming so bad that the youth are carrying knives around like they're normal. A quick message to the youth: before you pick up a knife and your intention is to go and stab somebody, lock yourself in your bathroom for 24 hours. If you think you can do that for 25 years of your life, then go ahead. But let me tell you something, you won't be able to hack it in there. And 40,000 kids have signed up here or shown interest at the Community Plaza, and more will continue to sign up. We're working along with the West Midlands Police to get our kids off the street and get them in to the right direction, point them towards the right direction. Remember that. Saturday, the 2nd of May, Takbeer TV will be having a live fundraising appeal from 2 p.m. all the way to midnight. So everyone must tune in. I will be in the studio fundraising along with other prominent figures all across from Birmingham. So please tune in Takbeer TV, 2 p.m. this Saturday, the 2nd of May. Remember that.
Assalamu alaikum. So this is a quick mention about the Community Plaza in Borsley Green. We're doing a fundraiser because Brother Zaf is doing an absolutely phenomenal job with the youth and with the community. The specific project that I want to talk about is the IT development for the youth. Now, being an employer, I'm constantly recruiting admin staff, clerical staff. And what we're finding is that our youngsters, our youth, are lacking these basic skills. We're all very good at TikTok, we're very good at Instagram, we're very good at Facebook and all the social media. But when it comes to actual skills of admin and secretarial skills, our youth unfortunately are lacking. So I'm 100% behind this initiative. I think it's fantastic. Our youth need to go back to the basics, understand how to use a laptop, a keyboard, not your phone's keypad, but a laptop, a keyboard, because that's one skill that we are now lacking. So inshallah, please do donate, please do take part and support this fantastic organization. So Saturday, 2nd of May, Takbeer TV from 2 till 10 in the evening. We are doing a live appeal for the Community Plaza in Borsley Green. This is an initiative to support the local community, to empower the local youth and give them skills that maybe they're not learning in the academic system. So please do tune in, please do donate and please do support.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. My name is Amir Shafiq. We are here in this Community Plaza. In this Community Plaza, we are doing big work about the young kids. They've been in the crimes, they've been...
Auzubillahi minash shaitanir rajeem. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Brothers and sisters, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome back to our Community Plaza, where we are trying to fundraise for this beautiful project in order to help our youth. So now on the panel I have Brother Tom with us again, who's the director of the Community Plaza, Brother Ali, and then we got Brother Adnan and Brother Shazad. So should I start with Brother Ali? Brother Ali, what brings you here today?
Today I was invited by the CEO of the Community Plaza.
So if you just pick the mic up, please.
Of course, yes. Brother of the CEO of Community Plaza to come in and fundraise and share some of the fantastic work that they are doing, which is much needed over on the east side of Birmingham, and share with the viewers and the listeners what's going on, and to also get involved in whatever capacity. But more importantly, we know that the funding for the third sector is almost nil now, and it is also incumbent on the local community, who are stakeholders and the beneficiaries of these sort of organizations, to make sure we play our part, both in terms of funding it, but also in terms of encouraging our young people, irrespective of your background, to come in and make sure this is a thriving, prospering hub, community center, where we all can ensure that they build bridges, that they are helping each other to address some of the issues that are being faced, some of the challenges, whether they are seen or unseen, and foster an environment where there's a real relationship in terms of moving forward and upwards.
Thank you, Brother Ali. I think one of the aspects is integration. Biggest thing I can think is how we integrate with the youth to take them out of that situation, what they're in. And as Tom said earlier, that there's a very similar format of children. The youth are the same. So whether it's prior to 12 or after 12, being the English or the Asian community, there's a phase where we all went through as young men, where I think our energy levels were high.
Yeah.
And I think one of the things, I mean, I've got 3 grandchildren, well, 4 grandchildren, but 3 are boys, grandsons, and 2 of them, you have to burn them out.
Yeah.
And what Tom said earlier was that when they were doing the youth groups from 11 till 2 in the morning, the crime dropped. But after 2 o'clock, from 2 to 4, they'd still go out there and do something. So during that time, we still need to give them that form of activity, whether their mind or their physical aspect is utilised to burn that energy out, is what they need. There's no doubt. That's the aspect of the youth. Another thing that Brother Zaf said to me when I came last week to the Community Plaza and we walked through it, that they're doing a small prayer facility at the back, and we'd like to fund that as a organisation where myself and Brother Naveem, we're quite heavily involved with local communities where we fund those projects. So that is something I'm looking forward to. And already they said there's like a multi-faith room that they use for the Christian community, Romanian community especially. And these are important aspects where we've got both communities integrating with each other, because they live in side to side within the areas of Borsley Green, Small Heath, Alum Rock. And if they're not integrated and there's that aspect of not understanding each other, there's always going to be conflict. Okay, so Brother Adnan, what do you do and what brings you here, sir?
Okay, so Gulrez bhai, I'm already from the service industry, and I'm a donor for Community Plaza since a bit long now.
MashaAllah.
Attached with Mr. Brother Zaf and Tom himself. And because I'm attached to vulnerable adults industry, the HMO, so I'm very much aware of being integrated with the community and helping those vulnerable kids and adults to join the community and get back to life. That's very important, because I'm a father of a son as well. And sometimes I feel insecure sending my kids alone on the streets.
Absolutely.
Because of street crime.
Yeah.
And that's how I got encouraged to make sure that I've been a part of that community plaza and bring all those kids and who are like here and there, clutter all over the place. They don't know what to do. There's no vision. And so yeah, I'm just helping them out in terms of getting those vulnerable adults and vulnerable kids towards community plaza and encourage them more to be back to the life again. That's what my motive is, basically, to be a part of community plaza right now.
Perfect.
Yeah.
How are you actually helping? Is it part of like more finance, or are you finding you're spending more time? Is it related with some of the kids that are there coming to yourself in terms of your organisation? What is the integration aspect of it?
Okay, so I'm attached to multiple organizations where they have kids who have gone through certain homelessness, broken families, and that basically encouraged them to go and do the street crime all day. So I'm attached with multiple organizations, and I'm talking to these people, helping them, supporting them to join these kind of community plazas and community groups to make sure that they listen and they understand the fact of life, what exactly this is all about. And I've brought a lot of people by supporting them mentally and supporting them, bringing to these community centers, and now they're happy, they're having their life. Because the only thing is, the most cruel part of this world and this country at the moment is broken families and mental health issues, which is unbearable right now. So yeah, I'm there now. I've got a few people attached with me. I'm going to the communities, to these people, and supporting them and encouraging them to come down to the community plaza and help them out.
I think one of the aspects, I went to a site visit this week in Lowe's Health. There's a housing association that have just built a brand new £7.5 million building, housing independent people over 55s. And there's a Jamaican brother that we met, and we just spoke with him. He's a resident of that housing association, one of the apartments. And we asked him, we said, how do you feel? And he said, I'm warm, I'm protected, and I'm safe.
Yeah.
Those are three key words he said to me, and he goes, I absolutely love it here. There was about 5-6 people from the Jamaican community. There was 5-6 ladies from the Bangladeshi community. There was some Kashmiri, Pakistani community there. So there was an integration of some people from the Punjab side of India. So there's about 22 people that we met, and we did a little group analysis with them. And they all had their own apartments, but they had a communal room. And in that communal room, the sisters would cook together, the brothers would do various activities, and it was very well integrated. And that is the kind of feel that is needed for our youth. There's no doubt with that. I mean, we're aiming at the 16 to 18-year-olds.
Yeah.
We really want everybody to call in, because it is a fundraiser today. So 0121 440 4096 is the donation line. And the studio line, if you want to call us in directly, speak to any 4 of the brothers here on the panel, or even myself, is 0121 285 1845. Right, Brother Shazad, what are you finding in terms of your aspect at university that... I remember when I was at university, and to be honest with you, it was football club, rugby club, and that was about it. Whereas when my daughters went, one went to De Montfort, one was at Coventry and Leicester. They both got involved into like Islamic Relief, various Islamic organisations that they were heavily involved with, and there was a lot of integration with the community aspect of it there. What are you finding at this moment in time in terms of the educated youth that are there? Is there an integration between the communities? Are you seeing segregation? Are you seeing a format of understanding each other? Because obviously, when you're doing the various course, there are, as architects, we were working with the QSs, we were working with the project managers, the urban designer, it was a whole collation. And they mixed the groups up, and everybody had to pull together. So what are you finding at the university campuses? How is that integration being pushed forward?
It's a bit of both, actually. I mean, certainly when I was at university, when you were at university, there wasn't a majority of people from an ethnic background. But now, certainly in my university, there in a lot of courses, the courses like optometry and pharmacy and medicine, there is a heavy bias towards students who are from the ethnic communities. But also, not just that, there are also more and more students who are home students. And I think Tom raised his point about travelling to work and bus fares and things like that. But I think it's the same with students because, of course, the cost of living is so much higher these days. A lot of students don't go away to university. They will stay in their local city, their local town, and try and get a local course. Even if it isn't the course that they really, really want to do, they might just go for their second level of course because they can stay local and keep the cost down. So there is an element of that. There is an increase in local students. There's an increase in students from ethnic backgrounds, especially on some courses. In terms of integration, I would say it's mixed because certainly one of my roles is I'm senior tutor for our program, and that means I deliver the first lecture as a welcoming lecture towards the end of September when the students enrol. And I always find it interesting to see where they sit when they walk in. Now, you've got to remember, these are students, 140 students, who don't know each other. They don't know each other at all. And they walk in, and what do? They look around the room to see who looks like them. And they go and sit next to them. And suddenly that becomes their friend for the next 4 years. So there is a little bit of bias there. But we do mix up the groups, of course. We do have practicals where they have to talk to everybody. Of course, their patients will be of different backgrounds as well. So when they're third and fourth years, when they're seeing real patients, they need to be able to talk to anybody and integrate. So they have to integrate, yes. They have to show professionalism, but I think there's almost a rooted sort of bias towards somebody who they feel familiar with and they feel safe with, maybe. And maybe that's because, as a community, we haven't given them that basis to trust people who don't look like them.
I mean, I remember when we lived in Telford, so I was a year old, we moved to Telford. So we were the guinea pigs for the GCSEs, I don't know if anybody else was. So we were the first year of the GCSEs. And the school I went to, there was about 8 Asians, and it was 800 schools, 800 students in the school. So everybody's predominantly white. So my colleagues at school were English. My colleagues at college, because I did BTEC construction, BTEC National in Construction, they're all Irish. And my mates at uni was a mix, to be honest with you. There was a lot of English, Irish, because architectural construction base was formatted in that manner. But my experience of life in principle, in both as a Muslim and as a academic, professional in my trade, I have found that people are hesitant by the colour of your skin. There's no doubt with that. And I've had occasions where I've had planning officers or senior planning officers turn around and say to me, "You've got 10 minutes of my time." So this happened in Tewkesbury, where we're doing a grade 1 listed building, and the planner goes, "Oh, you've got 10 minutes and that's all you've got." And I said, "Oh, thank you very much." And the conservation officer sat with me, and my colleague was a Mr. Singh. We're both business partners at that point. And we spent an hour and a half with the conservation officer, and the planning officer sat in the corner. He didn't have a clue what we were talking about. So the next day, he rang me on my personal number, my mobile number, and he goes, "Could you tell me what you actually spoke about, because I didn't understand it." So I think communication, education is a big thing for anybody. When people feel, and we've had this in the family, you've got a certain number of kids who you can see are going to be educated, they're going to get to a professional job, and they're going to have a good career in life. Then you've seen the odd black sheep who's not going to do education. You can see that. But if they learn a life skill, what you were saying before, Tom, that if they learn a hand skill, whether it's carpentry, electrician, anything to give them that survival, the aspect is important. I mean, every Asian parent wants their kid to be a doctor.
Exactly.
Be a doctor, but now that's it. This is common for us. So I said, "Dad, I want to be an architect." He goes, "Okay, that sounds interesting." And alhamdulillah, it was a career that did well. Father's very proud, and everywhere we'd go, this is my son, he's an architect, by the way, So, it's not until I met people who are doctorates in concrete, and my accountant, Kamran Sheikh Saab, is a doctorate in accountancy, that you realise that you can be a doctor in anything, So it's quite a strange one. But I think, Tom, what's the future hold? Where are we? What are we in over the next 4 or 5 years? Obviously, the elections are around the corner for the local councillors. I'm already seeing statistics which are saying that reform is going to be more than likely taking over certain places. I feel personally a lot of racism against the Muslim community. You switch the TV on, you switch the radio on, podcasting, you name it, everything is principally against Islam. Bali, is that what you're seeing? Tom, what are you seeing yourself? Because my concerns are, should the elections occur on the 7th, things in terms of the main party's power is going to be diminished. The new people are coming, they've never run a chip shop, let alone a whole party. Do you understand? And you can see how the dilemma is going to occur. It's like in my office, if somebody was to come up to me and say, right, Gurez, you need to step down and we're going to give your junior the keys. And I'm thinking, okay, I might as well lock up and go home. It doesn't make real sense. But come the main elections in 4 years' time, if Reform perform the way we think they're going to perform, and if there's a coalition, I think it's going to be very difficult. Me as an individual, I mean, I'm well-spoken, I can communicate with every community, I've integrated well. I remember when 9/11 occurred, I was doing Russell's Hall Hospital. It was a £550 million project. We spent 2.5 years designing it. We spent 18 months on site. And downstairs, we were sitting in a porta cabin upstairs, there's 12 of us. And the director, a very close friend of mine, came upstairs and goes, oh, Gurez, you Muslim people are really bad. He just read the Sun paper downstairs. So I just said to him, I said, Dave, I didn't expect that from you. But fine, that's your opinion. You got your right to your opinion. So I then sat back for 21 days, and part of the RBA format, there's a architect's journal that comes out every month. So a Palestinian professor in architecture who taught in Palestine, who was a Jewish rabbi himself, he wrote the 21-day article after 9/11 of his diary of how he felt as a Jewish person living in Palestine. So in it, he kind of put it in a date order. He goes, one night, the Israeli army came in. They killed the guy living upstairs, who was a professor. They killed the professor downstairs. And I can pull this article out, and I can give you a copy of it. And he goes that I was treated, although I was a rabbi, fully practicing with my attire, he goes, I was treated so badly that I could only imagine how the Palestinian Muslims were treated. And they were colleagues of mine. So he goes, the whole block got murdered. There's a few of us Jewish people left there. And all I did was I photocopied the article and I put it up on our notice board. The same Dave came up to me and he apologized 21 days later. And when I left, he cried on my shoulder. This is the beauty, not of me, this is the beauty of my deen of Islam, how I've been taught by my father, my mother, of how I should be integrated with every community and every person. And when I left, he cried. And every time we meet up every 6 months, we go for a balti, sometimes in Lozells. And every time he meets me and he meets a brother called Ahmed, because we're all together, and he hugs me and he kisses me on my cheek. And he goes, Gurez, and I love him to bits. And he's like a father figure to us. And I said, Dave, we love you, and we can see that you love us as well. And he goes, look, Gurez, I spent 4 years with you guys, and what I learned from you guys is that you're very humble, and you're very caring about other people. And that's what we should be about. Everybody should look at us as if we care. And I mean, I live in Hodgill. When I go to Morrison's in Castle Bromwich, and I've got this beard, honestly, I'm not joking, I get people looking at me as if like, is he a terrorist? What's this guy doing in this area? And I don't wear, sort of Archimedes. Yeah. I understand that people would feel a bit uncomfortable if I was wearing, long jubbah and had a turban wrapped on me. But you wear the right occasion, the right dress code aspect of it. But I found, because of the Islamophobia that's occurring there, and my worry is that, and Tom, tell me if I'm wrong, that a lot of people who are, especially the Asian youth, who are trying to get a job out there, when they apply, they struggle even harder. One, because of the ethnic skin colour. Two, now because of the religious or ethos that you've got. What are you finding, Tom, at your college and campus and your university as well, Shazad? Tom first, if you...
Obviously, schools, colleges being centralised in terms of the interview process, etc. Items of information such as ethnicity are generally blanked out of applications. So the initial interview phase of shortlisting a group of people for that post is generally done purely on experience, qualifications, and the personal statements that are submitted. Obviously, there is always going to be unconscious bias. We spoke about conscious and unconscious bias. Once you're in that room and you're in the interview phase, so you've completed the shortlist, at that point then it's on the integrity of the people that are there. And no one person can speak for everyone, but for the senior leaders I've worked for in the past and do at the moment, I have no concern with there being any jeopardy in terms of bias. Effectively, from my perspective and the colleges I've worked at and the school, we want ultimately the best person to that job. And in my role, I want the staff beneath me to be the most professional academic staff I can have to give the best outcomes for the young people, which, to be blunt about it, is effectively why we're there. My job is to ensure that the school gets the best outcomes possible and we can move up the league tables. And with moving up the league tables comes access to greater grants, comes access to other people coming to the school, to potential developments at the school, to academies opening up as a branch off from us, extracurricular activities being increased and funding for that from the local council. So everything ultimately gets linked to our achievement rate. So for me, and obviously the colleges I have worked at and school, we only want the best people, and it wouldn't bother me whether it's male or female. It wouldn't bother me what ethnicity that person comes from.
No, of course.
Ultimately, there are people that would make a difference for, and that's where the integrity of us as a community, whether that be educationalists, whether it be directors of companies, we have to look in the mirror ourselves and say, ultimately, we need the best results. Everything is becoming more competitive. If you're putting in a funding bid, years ago you might be one of 50 or 60 applications. Now, recently submitted one to a national lottery, and supposedly we were one of 3,000. So everything is becoming tighter, and the race to excellence is becoming harder. So the best opportunity I can get to excellence is to essentially get the best people.
Yeah.
But I can't say in many industries. Obviously, I grew up grew up in Hodge Hill, as you're aware. But to a white Irish family that were an immigrant family, grandparents were all from Digbeth, Small Heath. My dad was one of the chief housing surveyors for Birmingham City Council for 30 years before he went into lecturing. So working in the local community and working for schools and colleges in the local community was where obviously I met Zaf. And in terms of our relationship, Zaf is a godparent to two of my children. So in terms of relationship, but it comes down to what's being said within my home. My home was a very open home. My parents, grandparents faced many challenges, obviously being Irish, coming into the area, couldn't rent, etc., going back kind of 60 years. But effectively, we were brought up. My mum was teaching SEN at Hodge Hill Primary, which back then was Bromford Infants and Juniors. So I grew up in a diverse area, and as a result of that, but having parents who understood that, worked in the communities, and alongside, me and my brother were brought up to kind of accept and go on character, not so much ethnicity or skin colour.
I think, Tom, the question is not about yourself. I know that you've integrated with us and we've integrated with you. The aspect is what I'm finding now is when you go forward with the English community, the propaganda that they're being thrown on a regular basis is if somebody like Ali turned up with a turban on, with his salwar kameez, his Asian dress or attire, how would he be looked at mentally? Because it is an automated format. I remember my young brother going back about 10 years ago, and he used to go on little 3 days or a week trip for Islamic education. And he goes, he met this English guy sat next to him, blonde hair, built like anything, with tattoos, national NF flags, and NF tattooed all over him, in the ablution area of a mosque, doing ablution. And he goes, after he did the ablution, my brother goes, what kind of, how did you become Muslim? You know, what was it that made you, you know, if I look at you, you look like, you know, hell basically, that I'd be shit scared if I saw you on the, excuse the expression, sorry, I'd be so scared that on the street. And this English revert brother, and he turned around and he goes, basically, going back in the 80s, he goes, when everybody went out clubbing, I'd go out bashing Asian people. That is what I did, and I enjoyed doing it. Because what happened, a neighbour moved in next door to me. He was a Bangladeshi Muslim guy. And he goes, I started to fix my fence. And he goes, this Bengali brother helped me for the 7 days of that fence. Every day he'd help me. And he goes, every day I'd swear at him, racist. And he goes, after the 7th day, he goes, I got sick of it. And I grabbed him and I said, look, you've been listening to me, you haven't said a word, you haven't got angry, you haven't broken into a sweat. Why is it that you've been so humble and nice with me? And all he said was, he goes, as a Muslim, you as my neighbour have got more rights on me than my blood brother. He goes, at that point, I decided to become Muslim. So what I'm asking is that as the Asian community, we're trying to get our children into education, off the streets, get them out of knife crime, get them into some form of normality. But on the other equation, I think, does our organisation as a team here sitting on the panel of part of the community plaza, do we need to go into English-based schools where there's no ethnic community to put forward to them, to give them an understanding of who we are and what our aspect of life is, how we analyse people, and it works both ways.
It does.
Are we doing anything like that at the moment?
Yes, it depends on the areas. So if we talk about, you know, East Birmingham, the schools are very mixed, naturally by selection of where people live. If you move to, what I will say is that things like racism, conscious and unconscious bias, it's not affected by what area you live in. So you can live in one of the most low economic areas, and if we use a local area of Borsley Green, for example, that level of racism can be there. You can also move into Four Oaks, for example, or Solihull, which is very affluent, and that level of racism can still be there. So it's not divided by wealth, it's purely divided by ignorance. And that's the difference. You can be wealthy and racist, unconscious bias. You can be poor and have unconscious bias and racism. But it's purely about ignorance. Some of that does come from home, but ultimately that's the educator's job. Parents first, but in a lot of these homes and a lot of ignorance that comes with racism does tend to come from multiple areas of deprivation within that family unit. So it then falls on the schools. There is a lack of funding in schools, etc. If we talk about funding locally, the IBEM for Borsley Green, Small Heath, Ward End, all the local wards is less per head than it is, for example, in Sutton Coldfield. Now, Sutton Coldfield is a more affluent area. Parents are living in greater value properties, generally two-parent families with both incomes. So why is the spend per young person lower in areas of need than it is for another local area, just 20 minutes away, where that need is less?
I think that's where politics comes into place, isn't it? Absolutely.
And that's where, with the change in elections that you mentioned, as a community, it's our job to effectively stand up to whichever party come in, and be sure that we're the stakeholders in these areas. So although they may sit on that position, effectively we do vote them in, which we do take some responsibility for, but we also have to hold them to account. And that's where people like Mr. Ali next to me, I know, has been very active for the last kind of 4, 5, 6 years, which is needed. Everyone needs to be held to account, especially in a public office, whether that's schools, colleges, politicians, police, ambulance service. We're all public funded. We need to be held accountable. And I'll support that.
Thank you very much, Tom. We've had Hadib Hussain, who's donated £100. May Allah bless them and bring them forward, inshallah. So can we get other people as well who are locally who are watching now? The whole idea and the whole purpose of this community plaza and this event today is to fundraise. So our fundraise donation aspect, if you want to call in, is 0121 440 4096. And if you want to talk to us in the studio, and please, I mean, talk about any topic you want. It doesn't have to be about community infrastructure. It could be about the elections. It could be about anything. Because everything at the end of the day becomes community related, whether it's finance, whether it's the NHS, whether it's the public sector or the private sector. So if you want to call in, directly to the studio, it's 0121 285 1845. Ali, Tom just mentioned about yourself, the aspect of accountability. Now, I'm very frustrated at the moment, and this is one of the aspects I brought up with Mariam. I brought it with all the councils locally and throughout the West Midlands. I deal with the planning department. What we are finding that and this is coming from the planning department themselves to me, that the public sector, because there's no accountability, they do not pull their socks up and do their work. I mean, there's a few planning officers that I know that are senior planning officers, and they do perform because we see the dialogue on a daily basis with them. But I've had a senior planning officer tell me that she took a holiday day off, went to Drayton Manor, took her kids out, and 2 of the staff members were off sick, and she saw them at Drayton Manor Park. Right? So she goes, every month, she's got 10 planning officers below her. So those 10 officers report back to her on a monthly basis. She gives out the task for a month. She goes, 1 hits their targets, the other 9 are nowhere near their targets. So this is across the board in any public sector is what I'm saying. If somebody in my office sat there for a month and did not perform and did not pull their socks up, I'd give them a verbal warning, a written warning, then I'd say pack your bags and go. It's very simple. How are we going to get this? I mean, especially now, I remember you were at the event and you actually you chaired the event for Richard Parker that came to the event there, and you called in various local councillors that are on board with us and are working hard. How do you see the aspect of the integration with the people of power and finance within the public sector? How can we keep them accountable?
Thank you, Gurres, for a multi-layered question and a multi-layered answer as well. And I think we are now on the cusp of, I think, a pivotal election that's taking place on Thursday, the 7th of May. I think everyone who is able to vote should be voting. They should carry out their due diligence, look at the pros and the cons of each individual and each party. And I think for far too long, we've had people of a certain party, certainly in inner city areas, irrespective of the abilities of the candidate, would ensure that they would come in again with a thumping majority. And this is irrespective of what they had delivered previously for the last term. And I think when you have that sort of environment that you're working in and you're rewarding failure, Gurres, whereby they know if they deliver little, they will still, because of the our historical voting for that party and the way our structure is, then they will come in. Then there is a race to the bottom. And naturally, you could even argue on a human instinct that if you can get away with it, then you will. And there's little or no competition. And then those individuals, I think sometimes they are the most ill-placed people to be given these positions of responsibility, where they are, you want them to be delivering on the ground, doing various community work. But at the same time now, more so than ever, when we've just coming out of Birmingham City Council no longer declared bankrupt, but they've been undergoing some of these projects that have been completely mismanaged. You've got 100 billions worth of finance that's coming into City Council, and some of these individuals that we've put in those positions that have no experience, no qualifications, and the most ill-suited to make some of those decisions.
Absolutely.
And then if you're expecting there to be some outstanding results or outcomes, then more fool us for expecting something different. So I think, let's park the first bit first. Let's get the right people into these positions. And then when they are in those positions, we have to hold them to account. You talked about on a wider level, but I think even on a per ward level, when we have a small amount of funding coming through for each ward, I think it's about 70,000-80,000 pound per ward will be allocated as a result of this new investment that's coming from central government. That needs to be carefully managed. That needs to be, you know, I know a lot of the times, just to give you an example, Gurrez, a lot of our inner city councils, because they were not able to articulate, they weren't able to put a business case forward for funding for their wards, and it would stay as surplus. Other more active and confident councils would then take some of the funding and take it into areas like Sutton Coldfield and maybe Harborne and these, and hence why I think you see some of the inner city parts of Birmingham, they haven't evolved, they haven't progressed for the last decade, if not 2 decades as well. The population is growing, but the investment is declining, and at some point you will see a discord, you will see a breakdown of the fabric of society. Hence why we need more so than ever a setup like Community Plaza coming up, and which is by the people, for the people.
Absolutely. Yep. Ali, I think words of wisdom really there more than anything, because we are at a breaking point now. There's no doubt with that. We're at a breaking point in society where I'm feeling the pressure on a day-to-day basis. I mean, I visit all the mosques on a regular basis. I visit the prisons every 3 months, and I can see how the system is failing. A lot of the way the infrastructure works is, for example, the HMO format. Money released by government funds to local councils, from the local councils to the housing associations, from the housing associations to the individual landlords that are providing the service. And there's a breakup when I've been into HMOs where I have seen nothing on the floor. There's a mattress without a bed, without pillows, without any infrastructure, yet that person is being claimed for by the landlord on a weekly basis. CIC is not stepping in on a system to be allocated, to be vetted. What I put forward to the planning department, I said there's 100 practices in Birmingham. All 100 of us will put £1,000 each together. That £100,000 will pay for 2 people to just sit in the planning department, who are private, independent people, to analyse performance. That's all they'll do. It's not paid for by government bodies, it's not paid by the planning department or the council. We will independently fund it, but they weren't willing to do that. There was, if you recall, I used to go to the planning department, which was the old townhouse next to the library. And I remember going in there, and they used to have a performance of how many applications put in this month, how many approved, what the percentage was. They've stopped doing that. They don't do it on their website no more. Now, there is talk, and I spoke to a couple of councillors, that they are going to take out the planning department full stop. It's going to become a private funded format where us 5 will be able to sit on the panel and decide whether this planning application goes through or not.
Sure.
Does that make sense? Because it don't make sense to me. We're not professionals. Okay, maybe I'm in the field. Yes. We've got a brother who does HMO, got a brother who does business, we've got someone who looks at our community, got a university, but we decide whether the planning goes through or not. It's bonkers, basically, isn't it? Same with the NHS, it's annoying. I've worked with the NHS, and I was told that there's £1 billion worth of extra pencils ordered every year. These are statistics of the public sector. And then we go to, parents go to Heartlands Hospital and there for 18 hours before they're seen because they're that busy. I was speaking to the CEO, I think you've met her as well, I'm trying to think the doctor's name. She's a young lady from Glasgow, and she was saying that Heartlands Hospital was designed to see 65 patients a night. She goes, we actually see 565 patients a night. So I think we are at a breaking point, whether it's politics, whether it's the NHS, whether it's education, crime, everything is in that state in Britain at the moment where I can just see that it's not going to pull back until, community organisations like us are not at the forefront, and we want to make a change for our community because of our children and our offspring.
Just want to come in there, Gurez. You mentioned earlier about social cohesion, and then we touched on reform and the dissatisfaction from the, should we say, the working class white people in this country of ours, when the whole infrastructure is at a breaking point. And, you know, when the person who's working, 50, 60 hours per week is unable to just provide for their families, there's a real frustration, dissatisfaction. And as you know, the common denominator is, you're looking for someone to shelve some of that responsibility on. And we know over the last few years there has been a real, especially with the media involvement as well, there has been a blame of asylum seekers and the amount of immigration that's coming in, and the investment hasn't been in. We've had increase in numbers, and all of a sudden it's an easy escape route for a lot of people to then pivot that responsibility onto a community that's coming in new. And hence why we've now seen the rise of reform. At the same time, I do feel, as Tom alluded to earlier, that at the same time, I think it is up to us. When I say us, I feel as though as a Muslim community, as someone from the Southeast Asian community as well, to work even harder to talk about the enormous contribution that we make to today's UK society. You talked about your roots and your philanthropy work, Gurez. As a Muslim community, we are the #1 community that provides huge amounts of money and resources to charitable and good causes in the UK per year, per head, per capita. And that is something to be proud of, the amount of investment that we also give in terms of our people power, manpower, to donate our time in terms of voluntary to the voluntary sector is immeasurable. These are positive things that we need to celebrate, and we need to shout out a bit more. And I think because at the moment it seems to me that it's just one way. Unless we are able to go out our way, and you talked about earlier about Tom, in terms of our opportunities within the education sector, within the employment sector as well. When I was younger, I felt conscious as someone from a Pakistani background who is going into a majority white. I had to work harder to get that promotion, to get that salary rise. It's not something that I talked about, but unconsciously I knew. And for example, I knew I had to work harder, I had to put more effort in. That's something that I just accepted. And it's not right. It's not something that we should tolerate. But if that's a structure, it is something that I grew up. And at some point, we have to, break down some of these glass, walls that, the system, the infrastructure, the institutional have built up. But, talking about cohesion, and in terms of integration, it is a two-way streak. We've done more than enough, but at the moment, because the amount of pressure that is on the Asian community, on the Muslim community, I feel as though that we need to step up. We cannot just be victims. We cannot just be passerbys on this. This is our future. This is our country as well. We need to fully make sure that we are able to, on mainstream media, on the social media as well, put down a counter narrative, simply because the majority of the white people, the indigenous community of this country, are good, welcoming, hardworking people. And just because of the culture and the environment that's been fostering, they have now, whether it's they believe in that policies of the reform and some of the other right-wing parties that have now been sort of flourishing or not, or whether they just use it as a bit of a objection or a protest vote, we still have to step up. And I think at the moment, because there is a void there, Gulrez, it's the wrong elements that are filling that void. And I think we've made a huge, enormous contribution. Our parents have, but I think now more so than ever, we need to ensure that our young people feel that this is our country, and we need to be fully participating in every aspect, whether it's voluntary, whether it's apprenticeships, whether it's public, private sector, every aspect we need to own that and really move 100% forward.
Jazakallah, Brother Ali. Just to give you a bit of briefing, like I said, it is a fundraiser. I've just had one brother, who's a brother called Waji Shaukat from Silver Oak Housing Limited, has donated £1,000. Takbeer.
Allah.
May Allah bless him and his family. Always helps us in our community projects that we do regular. He did the development in Hodghill, the Beaufort development, and the football academy at the back. So he sponsors that on a yearly basis, basically. So he's involved with the community. And I'll tell you one great thing about this man. So this is me as an architect. He came to me as a developer and he goes, right, Grace, we did one project, 14 houses on Cottrell's Lane. He goes, give me another project to do. So we looked at, that was an old social club, Beaufort Social Club. We purchased that, or he purchased that, and we did the development. And he goes to me, Grace, there's a section 106, I don't know if you're familiar with it. So when you do a development over more than 10 houses, you have to give back to the community. So he goes to me and he turns around and he goes, Grace, I want to donate. So we employed a specialist to reduce the amount that he needed to pay. And believe it or not, I got it to zero. Right? He turned around, he goes, no, I want to donate £500,000 to the local community infrastructure, so which will spend the local schools, the local parks, and if you look at Coleshill Road, there's some green edging that's created so people don't park on the grass verge. So he contributed £500,000. I've never heard of a developer come to me, and the reason was, he said, I'm going to live in this community, and therefore I want to donate back. Any developer would say, I want the £500,000 in my pocket, because it's a profit. Does that make sense? So this brother just donated £1,000, may Allah bless his family, which is, it's amazing. There's people out there who have got the aspect of what Ali's saying is to be integrated because they see their future here. We've second generation, now I'm in third, fourth generation of my children, grandchildren. They're not going anywhere back to Pakistan. Yes, we're doing infrastructure projects there, we're doing various aspects there. But at this moment of time, Ali, if you to ask me, I'm actually uncomfortable. As a British citizen, although I'm not afraid, but I'm uncomfortable, not for myself. I've lived my life. Alhamdulillah, God provided me with whatever I needed, financially, stability, Islamically, family, friends, in everything. But the future of the grandchildren and beyond that, I see a lot of uncertainty. And I don't know, Ali, if you see the same format.
I agree. Gurez, I don't know if you recall back in the 80s when our parents were here and they used to talk about, making sure that you have a home back in Pakistan or Azad Kashmir, where I originate from. And I was thinking, Dad, what are you talking about? We're British born, this is where our future is. And I was thinking, it's just Dad and their generation, just they're reminiscing about their good old days and back home. Move forward now, 30 years, and I'm like yourself, and I'm trying to put it to one side, cast it to one side, thinking that it won't ever come to that. I'm hoping, and I'm being positive, that the sensible, the mature people of this country will rise and speak up about some of the racist and the anti-Muslim rhetoric that is taking place regularly, more so on social media, but now it's becoming more brazen and openly. People are now attributing without aliases, on their proper names about racism and particularly around Islamophobia comments, and I think and hence why I'm now saying, Gulrez, I think we need to step up now. Definitely. We cannot just sit idly by and let things escalate in this position, because then, as you said, we're now at that juncture now where we're sort of slightly now in our 50s and 60s. Yeah. But our children need the support and the guidance of us. But they are the ones in the position with the education to be able to then get into positions where they are able to influence decisions, but also at the same time to win hearts and minds. And I think when people realize that the Muslims, the Pakistani community are here, they're investing, as you mentioned with Vijay Shokat, and also that they are contributing positively with the interest of the United Kingdom at the heart of everything they're doing, and there is no split loyalty, then they will certainly, like, you know, the Indian community, the Sikh community, the Jamaican community, there is no talks necessarily at this stage, anything about them. There's one community that's being targeted. Yeah. And I'm also firmly believer of that, you know, whenever something is targeted, maybe, you know, take yourself to one side and self-evaluate and reflect in terms of, you know, is there something that I could have done differently, better, or how can I change the perception, or what difference can I make to have a different outcome? So there's a bit of sort of inward reflection that we have to make, but also, you know, own the future of this country. And I certainly believe with the help of Community Plaza, with the young generation coming through, that hopefully some of our fears for our children will be misplaced. Yes. Yes. And I'm always someone who's always looking on a positive and a more hopeful outlook, that it won't be, and this may be just a passing phase. And, you know, when I was growing up in the 80s and 90s and in the zeros, that was a more calmer sort of place. But now in the last 2-3 years, one reason or another, inwardly I am worried, and I sometimes say to my brothers, it's a good thing that our late father, may Allah bless them, that they did a huge blessing for us by having a home. Hopefully it won't come to that. And I'm positive, but we at the same time need to play our role here in this country where we are British citizens. We have every right to be called English British, and we need to play our part, and that's for us to play. You know, we can't just, you know, keep on looking for other people to bail us out.
I think that's one of the aspects why everybody here who's on the panel is because we're concerned. Yeah. We know we have to step up to the mark and do something about it. I think, Adnan, if you can explain to me the aspect of the career that you're in, how are you finding the HMO format? Is it getting worse? Is there some kind of credibility to it? Because a lot of clients who are, for example, living in Hodge Hill or Solihull or Sutton Coldfield or Hall Green, you're not nice areas, yeah, and you've got a neighbouring property that goes onto a HMO. Everybody starts getting worried. I mean, I remember living on Southbourne Avenue in Hodge Hill, and a children's home was opened, and there was concerns. Obviously, there's concerns for everybody. There's no planning permission required at that time. It was under your permitted development rights. And I used to have little stones on my drive. So the kids used to come to my house, pick up the stones, and they'd hit every other window, yeah. Which sometimes I find a bit fascinating, but obviously I had to do something about it. What are you finding in the industry of multi-occupancy and all this kind of thing? That how is it pushing the society? Because the integration is not there. For if you look at the areas of Erdington, you look at the areas of Solihull, a lot of students, a lot of various aspects there, that we're not able to get that integration because of the number of units of HMOs there, that the families feel threatened. How are we going to overcome this aspect of it?
Okay, so obviously the market's been very much saturated now. Yeah. There's been a lot of HMOs in Birmingham across a different part of the areas of Birmingham. Like especially if I talk about Handsworth, if I talk about Addington, if I talk about Solihull, yep, they've stopped onboarding any sort of properties on HMOs now. Yeah. And if you go to Solihull, the council asks you to get an indemnity form or kind of authorization form or kind of acceptance form from your neighbors, 3 doors this way and 3 doors that way, wow, to make sure they are comfortable to opening a HMO right between them. Mm-hmm. And if one of them don't sign the paper, they won't allow you to open a HMO in Solihull. So that's how it works, because I mean, Handsworth been closed because of the safeguarding issue. There's so many vulnerable adults lying on the floor. The street crime increased a lot since last 3.5 years, and the acceptance in the community is very low now for the HMO. Even though I'm scared of I'm finding a house for myself, and I'm making sure that at least 6 houses this side and 6 houses this side, I don't have a HMO, because I want to make sure that my family is safe. So even though I'm working in a HMO, I know for the fact, but we're creating a gap, which is the basic needs of vulnerable adults and the people who are just walking in to be a vulnerable adult. It's a different. So we're not doing a proper risk assessment for these individuals who are exactly in a need of a supported accommodation living. And we need an entry and exit barrier for these community, obviously, in Birmingham City Council, and us as well as a landlord, as a housing officer or whatsoever, to make sure that this individual is a vulnerable adult and needs a supported living in this accommodation. But we're not doing it properly. Yeah. So anyone who is on probation, who is on drugs, who was junkie, who just walk into the house, and that creates a first in the community.
I think this comes back to Ali's aspect of accountability.
Yeah.
So if there's an accountability or a system in place, it would help. And obviously Solihull have implemented this form. But I mean, clients come up to me and say, "Great, we want to do HMO," and I'm saying, "Okay, are you doing it yourself, or are you going to get a provider? Or going to get a provider?" Well, you don't need planning. You can have 5 people in there without planning consent. There's no requirement. So there's a lot of loopholes that are there which are not helping. Okay, Brother Shazad, in terms of the infrastructure of the universities, when I was a young lad, going back a few decades, I remember my university was, at that point, the first year, there was grants, but the second year onwards, it was a loan. So they flipped the whole aspect of it. So now what we're finding, my daughters have gone through it, university, my son's gone through it. I tried my level best making sure that we didn't take any loans out, but as a format, the student goes in to university, spends 3 to 5 years. During that period, takes on £50,000–60,000 loan, overeducates himself, doesn't get a job, is in a poorly paid job, and I've seen well-educated people go downhill and land up in a HMO.
Yeah.
Where is the support from the universities? Because what I'm finding, universities are number crunching. They're there for a set business to make a profit. The thing comes back to earlier again, accountability. So education, healthcare, councils, because that accountability is not there, how are we ensuring that the aspect of we're not overproducing architects, we're not overproducing lawyers, and we're not overproducing doctors? I mean, for you it's a financial game, there's no doubt with that, and I fully understand that because we run businesses. But as an aspect of, from yourself, where are we? Where do we stand as a university campus?
I mean, you're right. You're right. Universities are businesses as well, and our customers are our students, and so we want to offer the products, the courses that are more likely to sell. So that if you put it into business terms, a lot of the courses that you're talking about, medicine, dentistry, pharmacy, optometry, law, architecture, these courses will have professional bodies, and often the course needs to be accredited by those professional bodies. So the professional bodies do have a responsibility, and they will sometimes do this and look at the profession and say, actually, do we need this many optometry schools? And we had an incident maybe 3 years ago where one of the optometry schools closed down and didn't actually graduate any students. So it was a new optometry school, and the regulating body said, actually, your standards don't meet what they should be, therefore we're going to close this down. And that was a bad move for that university. So, yes, there is accountability within the sector, not necessarily at the university level, but at the next level up as well from the professional bodies to make sure that the right courses are being offered. From the university point of view, of course, we have responsibilities as well to make sure that we are trying to support the community. The Aston University Medical School, for example, tries to recruit people from backgrounds where they may not otherwise get into medical schools, and try to serve that community, in particular in the poorer parts of Birmingham, for example. Now, having said that, if there were empty spaces on that course, of course we're going to fill them. So we're not going to leave empty spaces on a course. And so then it comes down to who we can fill. And going back to something Tom said earlier on, you need to fill it with the people who have the right qualifications. You know, we're not just going to give away places on a course. So and that comes down to success. At the end of that course, it's not beneficial for a student to enter a course that they're not going to complete. You know, that's not good for the student. It's not good for the institution.
Thank you. Thank you, Brother Shazad. So before we go to the break, we'll be having a new panel. And once again, we request everybody, all the listeners, all the viewers who are live watching us now, to give us a call in. For our donation line is 0121 440 4096, or our studio call in 0121 285 1845. You want to discuss anything, any personal matters, not a problem. We're here. We've got professionals on board with us. And that's the purpose of the Community Plaza, providing a service for our community. Brother Zafar gave me some statistics before about sisters that have been raped. I mean, I know, and I've had reports back. There's a good friend of mine, Mr. Nadeem, will come on after the break, and he was telling me the amount of sisters and daughters that are being raped in our communities across the board is phenomenal. And you know, they don't come forward because they're uncomfortable. So that aspect of Crime Stoppers, where Alan was here before, I think we need to encourage that into our community, to bring that forward, even if it's voluntary. And you know, a lot of times we see issues occurring and we give it the blind eye and we don't kind of care. But we should be part of it. We should be part of that, to put it at forefront, to make sure something happens about it. And it's that aspect of education again. Your basics in your deen. Yeah. You know, these are basic things in our deen that we take it for granted. We don't push it into our youngsters. We don't push it into our community. And that's hence why, I mean, like when I met these two brothers, they were in for 17 years, they've done 10 years. And they sold drugs. They said, Uncle, we sold drugs. We didn't make a penny. Every penny that came to us didn't stick with us. It just went. Yes, we spent it on rubbish. We blew it away. It just did not stick with us. We didn't make a penny. And they got another 7 years of service. And they both cried to me and they said, our parents never told us what was haram and what was halal. Exactly. And that was frightening to me. My father used to, you know, if you did something naughty, he'd grab you by the ears and you got clouted. I mean, nowadays it's, you know, I'm going to call social services if you say anything.
Yeah, I can go one step further. I mean, when we grew up in that community, if you did something naughty, then somebody down the street would grab you and you know, and you were more worried about what they were going to tell your parents.
Bobby. Nowadays, they're not bothered about the consequences at all. Like I'm a victim myself. My daughter was attacked and she lost her vision, left eye for 3 months. Allah. Yeah, and she was in a 9th grade. I took her out of school. Now she's doing a homeschooling, doing a GCSE by home. Like all means, there's less acceptance of us being on the road and being scared. So my daughter, she has lost her confidence. She's shattered now. So she's isolated herself. She's very much less social right now. And what I'm thinking is to do is, like, okay, obviously when I came to this country was less acceptance for me as an individual who was professional before, came in and done the odd jobs, and there was no acceptance. Everyone was like, you're overqualified or you're not gelling into the community. This is what happened with my daughter. So yeah, back to you, sir.
Jazakallah, Brother Adnan, and it's a shame to see that situation. I remember when 11/11 occurred, and my daughter was at university, and one of her friends was coming back, and she wears a hijab, and she rang me up. She goes, Dad, can you come and pick me up? Because her friend who came on the train got attacked because of that racist aspect. I mean, I think, like Ali said before, and Tom have hit the nail on the head, that it's not understanding each other's aspects of community, that integration's not there. And I'm being hand on heart, a lot of our Pakistani community keep themselves to themselves. I mean, I've had family members who've been here for 30 years, they can't speak English. I've had counsellors that are in local who cannot string a full sentence, which is embarrassing. If you're in a place where you've burnt your bridges back from, you know, overseas, you've come here, you need to integrate, you need to educate yourself, you need to be part of the community. It's a must.
But do you think this is because people are separating religion from their daily life, and they're just sort of, religion is going to the mosque and praying and fasting in 1 month of the year, and that's it. I do that, and now I can go and do something else and sell drugs or, you know,
easy money.
Be a bad person in other aspects. But that's not part of the religion. And it's lack of understanding, and it's. I think you said it earlier as well. Is it down to the education?
Yeah, it is. There's two aspects. One is the academic education, which there's a lack of. You can see that. But the other format is the Islamic education, basics, what's right and what's wrong. There's a fine line there. You know not to cross it. Exactly. You know, I think there's a mixture of both. But I think a lot of the issue is integration. There needs to be a system in place where there needs to be integration of the communities, even to the extent, like who was here earlier on? Who was sitting next to me before? He was. It was Alan, and Alan was talking about that the integration. Sorry, no, actually. Oh, we've got a caller. Yes. Assalamu alaikum. Hello. Oh, it dropped. So once again, I was a brother Hussein from Birmingham. He said he dropped his caller. Hopefully, brother Hussein, if you can call us back in, 0121 285 1845. You can talk to us directly. We will be going to a short break in a minute, inshallah, and we'll be back after a 5-minute break. Just finish off. What Zaf was actually saying was that they've only started now pushing the sisters into the masjids to allow them to come in, which, be honest with you, I mean, I've done so many masjids, and the Salafi brothers were quite hands-on, got the sisters in, integrated. If you go to Green Lane Mosque, it's been going on for 20 years. Now the Brailwi brothers, the Sufi masjids, they're slowly understanding that this integration needs to occur. And I think it's very important because it's the mother that will educate the children up to the age of 7, 8 years old. We're rarely there, aren't we? Yeah. I mean, I remember that I used to come home and I used to work 9 to 5 for a practice. And when I used to come home, I used to either do my university course aspect of it, my postgraduate, or I was doing my own private jobs. And what happened, my daughters would sit there and do their homework. I never asked my daughters to do their homework. Whereas when it came to my son, I was like, do your homework, oh Dad, it's all right,
Yeah.
But even now on his GCSEs and his A-levels, I was complaining to him. I said, look, you don't revise. And he goes, Dad, I've got A double star. I don't need to revise. I said, well, if you revise, you got good results. He goes, Dad, there's nothing more achievable. So a bit of a smart ass. But alhamdulillah, look, the main aspect of what I found, I put my kids, because I had a third daughter, and I heard a hadith of the Prophet, peace be upon him, who said that if you have one daughter and 2 sons, educate your daughter. Because your ahl is from your daughter, the aspect of the education of the daughter will allow the grandchildren to be educated. Yeah. So I put them into an Islamic school, and alhamdulillah, today, even till my children automatically, they read their salah. I don't need to push them. I don't need to say nothing. And this is a blessing. But at the same time, I've got a chartered accountant, I've got a pharmacist, I've got an interior architect, and I've got a project manager quantity surveyor in the house. So academia was important, but so was Islamic ethos as well.
Very true.
Okay. Tom, you've been quiet for a bit. What would you like us to do as individuals or as a group in terms of time, money, efforts, or as business? Because my 2 hours was about how to integrate us businessmen in with the community plaza. What would you like us to physically and mentally be part of, and how to be part of your community plaza?
Yeah, just to confirm, officer, I am one of 4 directors at the plaza. Brother Riazim and Azat have had that building for the best part of 30 years prior. In terms of what we're looking for and the support we need, it is multifaceted. It includes all 3. There's always a level of finance. Like I said, we are also looking at bid writing opportunities, but as mentioned, they are kind of few and far between now with success rates. But the idea is we're all from the local communities in one form or another, and there's many new and emerging communities. Effectively, to put on worthwhile, value-added support, whether that's the cafe, whether it's the facilities there, whether it's the mentor, whether it's the counsellor, whether it's the NHS contract, anything we do requires a level of financial support. Without that, the plaza would have to close. The running costs per month alone bind us to a certain level of funding. Time is always something we're looking for. Obviously, Zafran puts in over 30 hours per week on top of a full-time post. Obviously, all of the volunteers there are obviously not paid, it's non-for-profit. So time is important, but time given in the right frame of mind. We don't want people there who are just there to tick a box, put it on the CV and say that I've spent 20 hours on the university application. Alternative, we'd rather have someone there for 3 hours a week that has a previous education, is a local peer. We don't want people driving in from faraway destinations. We want the local communities to support the community that's there. So if someone wants to come and give an hour because they're a school teacher and they want to help on the after-school clubs, fantastic. 1 hour a week is more than we need. If someone has got a background, for example, in chefing or cookery, then we're trying to develop our new kitchen for the homeless feed. So we would welcome their input. I do not come from that background personally, so for me to be one of the people deciding on how to lay out a kitchen, what facilities we need, it's foreign to me. I want to bring someone in who understands the kitchen process, understands working methods. So we need people in every kind of facet of what the plaza is, because although we're standing on top of that, we're not specialists in every aspect. When it comes to education, I'm there, I'll support, I'll put resources in, but many other aspects of what we do don't. And just to kind of revert back to something previous, the culture nowadays is very much a throwaway culture. You know, it's quick hits, it's a TikTok video, it's an Instagram story, instant gratification within, 10, 20 seconds. That's also there with young people. So to say to a young person, you need to study for your GCSEs, you then need 2 years of your A levels, you then need minimum 3 years of a degree, maybe a postgraduate, maybe you're studying for something that takes 6 or 7 years. That level of hard work, commitment, focus, determination is somewhat lacking across a lot of young people, and not to stereotype, because there's a lot of young people who are going down that road, but to be aware that if they're at family parties, weddings, and they see a couple of local people well known that have got the nice car, that have got the nice watch, that have got the jewellery, that are buying a bottle of champagne, for example, it's easy for them to see that scenario and think, I could achieve that maybe in 6 months. And I don't have to study, I don't have to go through all the trials and tribulations to become that professional person that you see and you use their service. So we just need to be aware that we're educating youngsters that it is a short-term fix. Yes, potentially you could make money from unsociable activities, but we need to educate them that that will end. The hard work, the hours spent reading, studying, that's what ultimately will pay off. And it doesn't mean you have to go to university going before. You can be vocational, be a plumber, a tiler, gas aircon engineer. All of the trades are there that just require a 2 or 3 year, whether it's an MVQ at the college or it's an apprenticeship framework. But we need to show people that that quick win or that quick fix isn't always the right choice, and you will pay for that at some point in the future. Education in one form or another will be the long-lasting virtue. And whether you're religious or not, doesn't matter which faith you follow, every religion will turn the nose up at that analogy. So we all need to support our communities to say, don't take the easy fix, because it will run out at some point.
I think one of the aspects of a nice lifestyle, as you said, nice car, nice watch. A lot of the kids get pulled into the aspect of drugs and so on. There's a format in Islam which God says there's 3 things that are written for you: the day you're born, your sustenance or rizq, and the day you die. So I remember when I went to the branch of Sultan Bell where we're sitting today, their branch in Allen Rock, there was a young scholar who came on, and there was a Bentley parked outside, and he goes, I don't know whose Bentley this is. Although he knew the whole situation. He goes to the kids and everybody, he goes, that Bentley was written for that individual who owns that Bentley. God had written that sustenance for him. It was purely up to him to make it halal or haram. So the aspect, it was make it legal or illegal as a income. So this is something that I think really needs to be put forward to the youth out there. So my request is that if we could have a break, if the TV station is listening, because I'd like to bring on 2 additional people. Yep. Sorry, Tom.
youngsters being murdered. But through our journey, at least we know that we try to support as many youngsters as we can. So if we've got this at the heart of the city, we need the support of the community, these business leaders, the community leaders, the council, the police. We need everyone to come on board and support these kind of projects, because this is where our future lies for the youngsters. Our youths are our future, and we need to work in hand. The police need to work with the community need to work with the police, but also the council, the government itself. If we're complaining about the crime rate going up, crime rates going up day by day, we're seeing all these stats with these machete bands and all these zombie knives bands coming in. But like I said, we can't just talk about these issues. A few sessions here and there outside, it's not going to make a difference. We need to do this day in, day out. We need to keep these places 7 days a week available. But to do these sessions, we need funding. And funding resources are for these sessions to go on, for these classes, for tutors, for mentors. And we need support from all the community.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Welcome to Community Plaza, an initiative started by my brother Zafran here in the heart of B9. This is not only to help the youth within the community, but to help everybody, from working with youth, working with females and homeless people. Come and check out this initiative. So this will be the homeless room. As you can see, there's loads of jackets, trousers, footwear, a lot of stuff that's been donated. The initiative here by my brother Zafran is what? Not only to help the homeless, this will be a homeless shelter, but it's to help the homeless people, help them find accommodation and help them find jobs. This is not just a quick response, but it's actually an opportunity to get the homeless people and put them on their feet. So this Saturday, the 2nd of May, from 2 p.m. till midnight on Takbeer TV, Community Plaza will be fundraising, not only to take off the homeless shelter, but to help with the work that they're doing with the youth and everybody within this community. So I hope to see you tune in and donate to help the youth of your community.
So I'm just at Community Plaza. Alhamdulillah, they're doing great work and I support them in all their endeavors. And their endeavor in knife crime and combating knife crime is something that I endorse hugely, because I have seen the epidemic that is knife crime in Birmingham and beyond. Knife crime is becoming so bad that the youth are carrying knives around like they're normal. A quick message to the youth: before you pick up a knife and your intention is to go and stab somebody, lock yourself in your bathroom for 24 hours. If you think you can do that for 25 years of your life, then go ahead. But let me tell you something, you won't be able to hack it in there. And 40,000 kids have signed up here or shown interest at the Community Plaza, and more will continue to sign up. We're working along with the West Midlands Police to get our kids off the street and get them in to the right direction, point them towards the right direction. Remember that. Saturday, the 2nd of May, Takbeer TV will be having a live fundraising appeal from 2 p.m. all the way to midnight. So everyone must tune in. I will be in the studio fundraising along with other prominent figures all across from Birmingham. So please tune in Takbeer TV, 2 p.m. this Saturday, the 2nd of May. Remember that.
Assalamu alaikum. So this is a quick mention about the Community Plaza in Borsley Green. We're doing a fundraiser because Brother Zaf is doing an absolutely phenomenal job with the youth and with the community. The specific project that I want to talk about is the IT development for the youth. Now, being an employer, I'm constantly recruiting admin staff, clerical staff. And what we're finding is that our youngsters, our youth, are lacking these basic skills. We're all very good at TikTok, we're very good at Instagram, we're very good at Facebook and all the social media. But when it comes to actual skills of admin and secretarial skills, our youth unfortunately are lacking. So I'm 100% behind this initiative. I think it's fantastic. Our youth need to go back to the basics, understand how to use a laptop, a keyboard, not your phone's keypad, but a laptop, a keyboard, because that's one skill that we are now lacking. So inshallah, please do donate, please do take part and support this fantastic organization. So Saturday, 2nd of May, Takbeer TV from 2 till evening. We are doing a live appeal for the Community Plaza in Bosley Green. This is an initiative to support the local community, to empower the local youth and give them skills that maybe they're not learning in the academic system. So please do tune in, please do donate and please do support.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. My name is Shafiq. We are here in this Community Plaza. In this Community Plaza, we are doing big work about the young kids. They've been in the crimes, they've been all over in the bad activities. In last 3 years, 48,000 kids, they've been taken out of the crimes, and now they've been put in the schools, colleges, and other social activities. On the top, from past 3 months, we got 57 kids. They walked in this plaza and they handed knives. They goes, we had enough with this kind of life. We don't want to be in that kind of life. So please, I urge to everyone, please, please, please keep running this plaza and support this plaza, because we definitely need these places for our youngsters. And there's many more things going on in this plaza about this domestic violence, about the kids, and this is a 24/7 access for everything about the homeless, about the domestic violence, and about the kids, so they can access 24/7. They are welcome in this plaza. So please, everyone, support this plaza, and we need these kind of places for the better community. Thank you very much.
2, 1, cue. Hi, this is Faraz Yunus. We're here at the Community Plaza today on one of their fundraising events, trying to fundraise for the project that are coming up. Main project that I'm here for today and I'm trying to promote for the Community Plaza is the Community Kitchen. This is a commercialized kitchen that will hopefully start operating from June this year, June 2026, for the homeless feeds. It's a very important project, and you can see the level of poverty throughout the whole of UK at the moment is increasing, and there's a massive need, and this impact is very important. So please support and help us fundraise for the commercial kitchen. Inshallah, on the 2nd of May, we'll be there live fundraising for this. I will be there myself and join the team. Come join us on the 2nd of May. I'll be on Takbeer TV, inshallah, fundraising for Community Plaza. Assalamu alaikum.
Auzu billahi minash shaitanir rajeem. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Brothers and sisters, Jazakallah khair for coming back and joining us live on Takbeer TV for our fundraiser event for our Community Plaza in Bosley Green. On my right, I've got Brother Zafran from the Community Plaza, who's the director there. With him is Raja Nadeem, who's Aspire Supported Living and does various Make a Well. He's the CEO of Make a Well charity as well. To my left, I've got Brother Aman, who's a nasheed artist. And then to the left of me, I've got Obaid Halik, who is the owner of You Want Beef. So I'd like to start with Brother Aman. Tell us what you do, and we'd like you to do a small nasheed for 1 minute, sir.
No problem. Basically, so I'm a nasheed artist.
MashaAllah.
And like I said, like Uncle Zafran here, obviously he's helping, the community. And even like myself, I'm an example.
MashaAllah.
When I needed the help, it was Uncle Zafran who gave me the help.
Allahu Akbar.
And
Beautiful.
the platform to where I am today, I'll say it's Uncle Zafran and his son, who's like a younger brother to me, Sahil Zafran.
MashaAllah.
Like,
MashaAllah.
they helped me grow, so.
Yeah. I think this is very important, that Allah gives various people as a zariya for them to thrive in life, to move forward as an assistance and guidance. This is very important. So what the prime example is here, Aman is here with us, and we've got Brother Zafran here, who assisted our younger brother here as an artist and gave him the opportunities and gave him that aspect of going forward in life. So, Bismillah.
So, पढ़िए सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि या रसूल अल्लाह वसल्लम अलैका या हबीब अल्लाह लजपाल नबी मेरे
नबी मेरे दर्दादी दवा देना लजपाल नबी मेरे दर्दादी दवा देना जद वक्त नज़ा आए दामन दी हवा देना मिन्नत तेरी पढ़ना में जिक्र तेरा करना ऐसे जिक्र दी बरकत नाल मेरी कब्र वसा देना लजपाल नबी मेरे दर्दादी दुआ देना
Subhanallah, mashallah. So, Brother Nan, Brother Rahman, how beautiful your naat was about the Prophet, peace be upon him, is the same aspect I see between yourself as a human being. Mashallah, obviously you came in, you said a few words. We could see immediately that you spoke from your heart, which is very important to see that as a community plaza. Our brother Zafran has involved himself with our community, and people are surprised when I tell them that, you know, the brother took 11,000 sisters off the road, educated them, got them back into infrastructure, got them back into jobs. These sisters have been, got married from abroad, they were settled with their husband here, and the husband, after getting his visa, had kicked them out of the house. So these are aspects where people like Zafran come in, people like Pai Nadeem come in, and ourselves as a team where we get involved to help our local community. But Zafran, how proud of you of this young man?
Alhamdulillah, Haman's one of our role models. Do dua for him, his health has been really bad recently.
Yeah, Allah give him shifa.
So his operations all, but Alhamdulillah, he's a good lad. We get lots of youngsters coming to our academy, ex-gang members, some are big teams. Some have like a contract, which a lot of people, especially the ones I work with, they know what exactly I'm talking about, that they've come to us and they want to get released from that contract.
Allah.
They're 16 to 18, some are younger. And once they get into this line and they want to turn back, they're not allowed because they know all the shortcuts, they know exactly where these gangs are, they know exactly where they deal. So a lot of times I get parents involved and they have to like make a pledge, take an oath, that they're not going to be a grassbag or a snitch, what they call them. So alhamdulillah, they've come to us. And we get a lot of rappers coming in and like, come on, they're coming to us and they want to change totally their line. And they come to us, and because my son's got his own academy and studio, and we teach him naats. So alhamdulillah, I've been writing naats for 12 years. So I've wrote over 1,000 naats, mashallah, which I started in Medina Sharif. So for people from Pakistan here, we don't charge anyone, like everyone knows.
Yeah.
Anyone they do sincerely, praising the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, mashallah, we're always with you.
Mashallah, you're not just a pretty face then, and do the 9 to 5 and do the 5 till 12 and then 12 till 4 in the morning. Look, from what I see, a lot of people that I've been involved with who do community infrastructure work, they spend a lot of time that people don't appreciate and people don't see and they don't recognise. And you know, like prime examples are some of the councils that I've been involved with. Today, this morning, I was hoovering, I was cleaning the place up for them, to give my thing back to them, that what they've done for the community. And the same thing here with yourself, Pai Zafran. We want to be part of your team. We'd be honoured to be part of the team because it's important for us to get involved, as Pai Ali said earlier on. If we do not stand up now, we are at that breaking point in the next 2 to 4 years where if we're not united, we've had it. As a Muslim community or a 4% of the national people, we're going to be targeted. And if we're not standing for ourselves now and we don't unify, and like you said, I know of a lot of kids that have been in the drug scene and they've slowly pulled out of it and what the difference it's made. I tell you what, I met a young lad from, he works with Brother Amjad from Provident Housing. And this kid sat with me in front of me and he goes, we started talking, we're doing the drawings for his house. And he goes, Uncle, I said, give me a bit of background. He goes, 4.5 years ago, my efficiency in drug selling was phenomenal. The money I was making was unbelievable. But he goes, Amjad came up to me the one day, sat me down, and he goes, Babu, the money you're making is haram. And you're going to see the bad end of it. You've got the opportunity, pull out, work with me, and I promise you within 4 or 5 years, you'll be in a total different format. This kid sat with me and he goes, Uncle, this is my personal house I'm buying, and I've got 3 houses already in 4.5 years. He looks after 700 units for Amjad's place, for Provident. So look at the aspect of where he was 4.5 years ago, heavily involved with drugs, high finance, not a property or a penny on his name. Within 4.5 years of honesty, integrity, you know, being a good Muslim, he goes, I read my 5 salah on a daily basis. He goes, I don't miss my salah. He goes, 4.5 years since Amjad grabbed me, I've not missed my salah. In 4.5 years, I own 4 houses. You understand the barakah of goodness, basically. Okay, Jazakallah. Aman, we'll go to Ubaid. So, Ubaid, what nasheed are you putting forward, sir?
If you want to lose viewers, I think definitely I will sing, but I think I'll leave that with brother over here.
Yeah, I think the reason I brought Ubaid forward is not just my son-in-law, he's a business partner, but more importantly, the reason I asked him to come today, by Zafran, was 2 things. One, obviously I wanted to get involved with your setup. Secondly, how old are you now?
I am 33.
33. So at the age of 33, his mindset is ideal to push forward to the youngsters between the 16 and 18 that we meet. So you won't be, how many branches is there now?
We have 17, and by the end of this year, we'll be 28, inshallah.
Okay, inshallah. And then how many employees as a national format have we got in those 17 branches?
I would say
full-time, part-time?
I would say we're touching, including head office, probably about 80 staff.
80 staff. So what the idea by Zafran was that Ubaid gets involved in terms of from You Want Beef, any donations, any format, because tell them about the concept of You Want Beef, how we set it up, what was the idea behind it, who our business partner is.
Yeah, definitely. I think the biggest thing before I get involved in that, I mean, I spoke with Brother Zaf just before, and it was the first time, to be honest with you, I met him. And obviously I know, my father-in-law, his uncle's been telling me about yourself before. You know, we wanted to open a You Want Beef Foundation before that, but I was always thinking, let's do something ourselves because we're not finding the right person with us. And when obviously I met yourself just now and the work that you're doing, mashallah, it's a big eye-opener. A big eye-opener because many people out there need this. The people that I know anyway, that we've helped, but we need a foundation. And obviously this foundation that Brother Zaf has and obviously his team has done is, mashallah, incredible. Going back to obviously your uncle's question, so we were, well, there was 2 of us, myself and obviously uncle, you know, we set this up around about 4.5 years ago. So we set this up 4.5 years ago. My actual background, I'm a chartered accountant. My father-in-law, I said to him, listen, we need to set up a business. And that's when You Want Beef came about. He actually said to me, Ubaid, I want to put my shareholding into Sadaqah work. So obviously we decided that 50% of our net profits from the franchise company would go to Sadaqah purpose. So our third partner is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and that's why we believe the barakah is coming from that. And not just that in regards to opening new stores, it's the people who are coming to join our team as well. You know, alhamdulillah, and this is all qadr of Allah, you know, whatever happens, obviously everybody's had these tests and challenges and the tribulations that come. But the most important thing is stay strong on your deen, which is incredibly important, and more importantly, have good surroundings, have a good network around you, good people around you. And, you know, mashallah, obviously, after speaking to Brother Zaf as well, and hearing, obviously, the work that Uncle's doing as well, mashallah, here, you know, and the people who came before that as well, mashallah, is really good work. And we want to be a part of that as well, a part of that journey. You know, I said to Uncle before that, you know, mashallah, the work that this organization is doing, we really want to be a part of it, and also get others involved, other business owners involved, that we all have a good network. You know, alhamdulillah, you know, Allah's put that network for us. You know, I know many other business owners, they are looking for something like this as well. They want to try and create their own foundation and whatever else, but we know the difficulty. Brother Zaf was telling me the difficulty, but the foundation's there. We just need to collaborate together. And, you know, from our side, from You Want Beef anyway, we really want to partner with yourself and really move forward, inshallah.
Inshallah. What the idea here, Zafran, was that I deliberately brought Ubaid on board here today to meet up with yourself, get an understanding what, because they sit on the sideline, they see me on TV, they see me on radio and so on, and involved with many aspects of it. You are aiming at the 16 to 18-year-old. They're not going to look at an old guy with a white beard. They're going to hesitate that this Baba's going to say something that's going to offend us. Whereas I'm going to see a young, you know, guy who's mentally fixed on with business, into his bodybuilding, that's a different factor from the communication aspect's a lot easier. They you know, and that's one of the key factors, what Ali, what Alan was saying before, that, and what you said, is that communication with the youth has to be there. And you did some youth work when you were young as well, didn't you?
Yeah, that's correct. So I was speaking to Brother Zaf before about that. When I was around about 16, 17, in obviously college, studying, but we had a charitable organisation over there called Reflection Project. It was obviously, I'm from Derby, so it was in Derby, and mashallah, they did some good work as well. They wanted someone like myself on, you know, to teach and coach football to the younger demographic of, they were about between 12 to 14. And the main reason behind that, similar to what Uncle's mentioned, that charity had predominantly older, I would say 40 plus. And the youngsters, you know, obviously they're not really, they won't get on or have that same chemistry. So I did get involved with them, start coaching, and the main thing behind that, from my side anyway, was to keep the kids off the street. You know, that was the biggest thing, because we know the environment, especially in the Asian community, you know, the fathers are probably busy with their work, or, you know, in regards to whether it's taxi or whether it's takeaway, whatever it might be, but they are busy with their own life, and they neglect their children, and what they're doing and who their surroundings are. So I was involved in that. Alhamdulillah, it went really well. The biggest thing, what I mentioned to Brother Zaf before as well, we need help also from the community, and I'm more talking about the masjids. That is the most important thing that I actually saw, which was they neglected us in you know, when we were having these football tournaments and keeping, you know, doing some events to keep the children off the streets, to have a good network around and to build that community. The biggest thing that one of the main masjids over there said was, you're not a part of us.
I think this is one of the aspects of infrastructure that, speaking to yourself, speaking to Payansar, I said to Payansar, I'm willing to pay for the meal on the evening, call 150 elders from the masjids, the main heads, sit down with them so we can integrate. Because the biggest thing is, they, mashallah, may Allah bless them all, they worked hard, they put the community centres, the masjids there for us, but the integration's not there. There should be a football club, there should be a homework club, there should be, you know, games club, there should be sisters club, there should be canteen, there should be coffee shop, there should be entrepreneurship. Hence why I want to bring you guys and buy this young man. What I'd like to do and offer this on the table is do an event for Unite, a part of Make a Well, a part of You Want Beef, and any of the businesses that want to be involved. Get this young man, your son, to do some nasheeds, call 500 people there, businessmen, and show them the integration that we're doing and how they can get involved and how they can contribute. Okay, so to my right, I've also got a gentleman that I have spent a good time of my life with, and I think he's a very, very great, special person in my life. May Allah bless him. We've gone on various field trips together from, Larkana and Dadu and doing 6,000 food parcels, to driving an ambulance for 4 days non-stop, all the way from Birmingham to Turkey. So we've spent time together, and we've seen the ups and downs and the hardships, and our hearts met when we both did the community work, and that was part of it. And one beautiful thing that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, that Allah will only meet good people with good people. So the people around you, as Ubaid said earlier, is very important, that the people around you are good people around you. So Point Nadeem, without me saying anything more, give us a bit of briefing, what you are doing, where you came about, what your infrastructure will be, and how we can work with Zaf in this project, basically, inshallah.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Raja Nadeem. I've been, as you know, CEO for many years now, and I work in health and care. It all started off with mental health, and a lot of the issues start with mental health, depression, mental health, anxiety, and it's about how you can help people. So I set up a company called Aspect Care and Aspire to look at helping our community. And alhamdulillah, now we employ almost 480 staff working for us, and it gives me great joy after looking after people. But what I've seen over the years was how our community has been sort of like being left by themselves, and some of the crimes, what's been happening over the period of time. And I remember me and Papai Gulrez, we went to one of the prison services to do Aftari, and there was 160 odd people, prisoners there, and there was all between the age of, like, I would say 19 to about 34. Made us really old being there, but what was heartbreaking was to see how many of our people were in prison. In that prison, we came to do Aftari. And quite a few of them approached me and said to me, we want to do things, but we don't get the opportunities. And earlier, something what Abaid said as well about, getting the mosque involved. It's everything, isn't it? It's about the mosque, it's about the police, it's about even the fire brigade, the ambulance services, the schools, the colleges, right, and the NHS as well. The biggest thing is integrating. And when you look at some of the youth that we have out there, they will say, "Uncle, we don't get an opportunity. Where am I gonna make this kind of money?" Right in here. And I remember doing a lot of charity work, because I've been in charity work for over about 27 years, and it was about having a start. The biggest thing is having an idea, and after you have an idea, is actually doing it. A lot of people have good ideas, but they never do it, right? And that's where their failure starts, right in here. Now, I always say, do it, and even if you fail, at least you could reflect back on it. And today, one of the reasons why I'm here is some of the work that these guys are doing is just amazing. You just have to have a look at it. You have to look at how many people that they saved from prisons. But it's the boys and girls, some of them are quite hard. So they said, I could take prison service, it's not a problem. But their mothers and fathers and their sisters and wives and children they're not as strong as they are, right? And then they get affected. And, they don't realize how much the knock-on effect it has. And even, I remember, there's an old lady not far from us, and she was on about, Ali always goes and gets me food. But now, what she never realized, Ali done something naughty, and then he got 3 years. Now, she started struggling at getting food at her house, right? Now, it was a simple thing, she gives him £20 on a Friday. He goes and buys some meat and stuff for the whole of the week. Now he's not there no more. After 3 months of her missing Ali, missing the communication she had, she passed it away. Right? Now, when you look at it and you say to yourself, hang on a minute, nobody really looked at. And what I realize, it's from the age of like 12, 13, some of the kids, and all the way to the adults as well. But sometimes you could be very lonely as well. So my message will be to people is that there's so much opportunities there, but you just don't access them, right in here. And I would say try to access them and go to knock on 100 doors. Doesn't matter, keep on knocking at doors. And I'm going to just share something personally, what was my life journey. When I was 17, 18, left school, father goes, if you don't want to go to college, start working. I didn't really want to work in some of the foundries that he was talking about in here. So I decided with a few friends we would go to London, and without asking our parents. And we disappeared to London, and 3 days the other two lads decided to go back home. I stayed in London. I slept on a park bench for 3 days, so it wasn't easy. It was quite hard, but when I look at it, it made me more stronger. And some of the youths, what they're going through, is that you don't realize unless you go through it, and unless you really actually physically feel it. And and I remember just a few days ago, I was with my mum, and we were parked at the traffic lights, and like the guys come and ask you for money and so on. And like, to me, I always my heart softens for these people as well. And I said, look, I couldn't stand out there for like 20 minutes, half an hour, and these guys have been there for hours. Trying to raise a couple of quid of everybody as well. So to me, it's, as a Muslim, it's our duty to help, right in here. Everything's written for us anyway. So like when we keep saying, I want to get this money, I want to do this, well, it's possible to do that. And if you like the nice things, then the nice things will come to you. But first, your intentions have to be clean. You have to work with people. You have to work with, from the old people to the young people, and the respect that you must have. And when we grew up, we had a lot of respect. And when I was in London for the 3 days, I knocked on quite a few doors. Commercial Road, if anybody knows, a lot of people should know Commercial Road. It's a big, massive road in London. A lot of textile companies were there. And I was still in my, I would say, blazer, knocking at these doors and asking for a job. Nobody would give me a job. They just look at me and say, no, 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 no. And I started in the morning, probably about 9 o'clock, and I gave up about 6 o'clock in the evening. And I got to a stage when I was hungry, and I went into a chip shop, and I said, look, I got no money, but I'm hungry. Can I get some food? And I said, look, let me clean your windows. So he gave me some chip paper and some vinegar, and he goes, clean the windows. I cleaned the windows so good, right? And he thought he never had a glass in there, right? And he wrapped up some chips, and he gave it to me. And I was sharing a park bench with a guy called Grizzly. Right, we call him Grizzly because he used to wear like Grizzly Adams clothes. And I got to him and I said, hey Grizzly, I got some chips, right, in here, so let's share these chips together. When I opened the bag, the guy put sausages in here, 2 sausages in here and chips. Now, I'm hungry, starving, and Grizzly goes, oh, I'll eat the sausage, you eat the chips. I said, no, you know what? The sausages are touching the chips and I can't do it. The point was that I kept my mind strong in it. That's the key part. We have to get a mind back in here. From our communities, from our people, from our friends, from the business side of it. That is the key part. Once we get that, everything becomes a bit more easier. Just a little bit more easier. I'm not saying it becomes easier and you say, you could do this. No. I refuse to eat that food. Grizzly the next day said to me, he goes, Raja, he goes, you have to eat. I said, well, we'll get some food. As soon as I walked down, I walked past this guy, and he looked at me and I said, I'm hungry. You haven't got any money, have you? And I'm a Muslim. The guy looked at me and said, you look too nice to be a homeless guy. Where are you from? And I said, I'm from Birmingham, and I'm hungry. I still want some, can you give me some food? I said, I don't want money. Just give me some food. The guy goes, come with me. He took me to this place, and it was an Asian shop. And he said, have some roti, have some curry. I ate that, and it was amazing. But they directed me to this one place to go and have a look and try to get a job there. I walked past this one place, and they had boxes and boxes outside. And I said, I seen one of the guys there. I said, can I have a job? And the guy goes, what? He goes, we got no jobs. I said, look how messy your boxes are at the back. So he goes to me, he goes, clean the boxes. And I said, don't give me some money, just give me some drinks and some biscuits, right? And because I was thinking about later on, I need some food. I cleaned the boxes that good. I tied them up so neatly. Alhamdulillah, right? And yeah, the guy gave me a job. From there, I became the box man in the yard. From there, the big boss, he said, who's that kid? And he goes, oh, some kid from Birmingham. And he goes, he's got he's good attitude. From that, I became, what you call it, he goes, I want you to work in the stores. When I was working in the stores, he seen me and I was angry. And he came to me and he goes, why are you angry, Raja? He goes, you can see it in your face. And I said, boss, uncle, let's call him uncle and boss. I said, uncle, boss, you know the guys that you got working in the store? He goes, yeah. I said, they're all thieves. He goes, what do you mean? I said, when we bring the stock in, they take a quarter of your stock out, right in here, and they put the rest into the store. And he goes, and I said, they probably would hate me for telling you this, but you know, like in here, but I can't work in an environment what is bad. And I'm going to leave today, so I need another job. He goes, no, what I want you to do, I want you to come and work inside the store. And when I went inside the store, I started working in the store, and what I've realized, everybody was stealing from this guy. From the guy who sold the cheese and the meat, from the guys who's in the wine department, the guys who's in the stores, the guys who's in the clothing department, right? Everybody stole, right in here. And I said, look, if we don't steal and we work properly, right in here, and the managers know that we're working properly, we will get rewarded for this, right? So I told everybody this, and nobody listened to me. I decided that in here that I'm gonna go back and tell the boss, and I did. He made me the manager of the store. Now, from a homeless guy to a manager of a store, from 3 months of me being the manager of the store, he made me the regional manager of 26 stores in London. Don't forget, I'm 19 now. That's where the journey started. And then what I realized was that we had food, we had waste that we had that you could give people. And I started giving food then. And I said to the boss, look, these things are going out of date, let's do this. Now, what that really boils down to was that it's Sadqa Jari work, what I never understood when I was 19, right in here. It was all about making money and being successful. And I was like, I wanted to make enough money so when I go back to Birmingham, right in here, and my family, and my father was a military person, very, very strict, and yeah, he's a strict Raja, you know what I mean? Like, this is how we do it, you know, you don't disrespect, right in here. What I realized was that in here, was it about money? And I started making a lot of money in London. And then from there, Coca-Cola headhunted me, right in here. And I know Coca-Cola is a bad sign because they do a lot of stuff that they shouldn't do, right in here. But I was the national manager, right in here, to promote Coca-Cola. And my job was, wherever Pepsi was, is to beat Pepsi.
We've got a caller online. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam, young man.
My name is Hussein.
Sorry, what's your name?
My name is Hussein. I'm calling from Birmingham.
Hussein from Birmingham.
Yes. Could I speak with Zafran Bhai, please?
Zafran Bhai is actually out of the studio live at the moment. He's not live.
Okay.
If you ring the other number, the donation line,
yeah,
and you can speak to him directly because he's in the back of the studio.
Okay, no problem.
Is there any message you'd like to give, sir?
Yeah, so I just wanted to say Zafran Bhai, I've known him all my life. He's an exceptional person. He goes above and beyond for what he loves to do. He's very passionate about serving the community, and you can trust him blindfoldedly. So I encourage all your viewers to pick up the phone and donate.
Jazakallah, Brother Hussein. May Allah bless you. Please get your family and friends as well to give us a call. As you know, the number is 0121 440 4096 for the donations. Jazakallah khair.
Inshallah, brother. I wish him all the very best of luck for his future project.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Jazakallah.
Jazakallah.
Sorry, Bhai Nazim. If you give me a briefing now, where are you now? There's a reason why I've brought you here, and a reason why I brought Ubaid, and then Allah's brought Oman. Sheikh, what's your name, sorry?
Hafiz Qasid.
Hafiz Qasid.
Qasid.
Qasid. Afasab, we will come on to yourself in a moment. There's a reason why I brought by Nadeem on. I know his life story because I've listened to it more than anybody. But there's certain stories, especially when my father used to tell me this one particular story all the time. It touched your heart in a certain manner every time, Afasab, because there was purity and integrity in it. But Nadeem, where are you now? How many people are you employing? And where are you in your life cycle now?
Just to fast track it very, very quickly, because I know we're live and it's trying to get the right message to the right people. Yeah. Alhamdulillah, I employ about 480 odd staff around the West Midlands and outside the West Midlands as well. We do care, we do autism, learning disabilities, physical disabilities, or dual diagnosis and forensic backgrounds. I started off with a small 2-bedroom house. So, you know, and I rented it, it wasn't even my house. And I just found somebody who was quite helpful, and he goes, Rajsab, he goes, I got a 2-bedroom house, I'll give you 3-4 months rent free, go and do something. And so what I'd done was I set the house up to do learning disabilities. And alhamdulillah, from that in here, we started employing a lot of people. And I started employing people with no qualifications. Because a lot of our own people, and I mean, when I say own people, I said the lads and girls in the West Midlands, well, didn't come up with a good education. So, you know, like the first job, they could probably work in like supermarkets or you know, car washes and so on. And I brought these people on into working in care. And I said, look, come into care, come on a level 2, that's your entry level, then you get onto a level 3. If you really like it in a year, go on to your level 4, then become a registered manager. Alhamdulillah, there's quite a few girls and boys in here that work for me were started off with no education. You know, even some of them had personal done offences and they come out, right? So when we done that, we actually developed people's skills. So I'm reaching out to the business people out there is to give people opportunities. And when I say opportunities as well, sometimes it's advice, you know what I mean? And that encouragement and sometimes that push. And when I look at Baid, I could tell that he trains and he's got big muscles. But sometimes when you're on a bench and you're doing your training, sometimes you just need somebody behind you just to use two fingers to lift that
support.
That's support.
Yeah.
So what I would encourage people is, one, to donate here, right in here. Second thing, get involved here, because you've got some amazing people coming into this place and the rest of it, right in here. Keep your deen strong, because the first person you need to ask is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You know what I mean? You know, if Allah knows everything and He knows your guidance, He knows everything, and people go, why is it happening? And I would say, move away from why, right in here, and look at in here, I'm going to make a difference, right in here. So I would encourage business people to help out, because when you help one person out, you know, you're helping a family out, and you don't realize what's the background of that family. It might be people directly in the UK, it might be family around the world, and I employ every different nationality.
What my idea of bringing yourself and bringing a baby here was 2 reasons. One, for a donation, which is what the purpose is, which I know you're going to donate because you donate every time, alhamdulillah. But the second thing is the aspect of integration of how you got from 1-2 people to 450 staff. You trained them. So Afzal, what I did was there was a single mother. She dropped her kid off. He sent them to a training school to get them into looking after elderly people and created rotas for them, got them into education, similar to what Zaf did with the single mothers format. So what my idea is, I want to bring by Nadeem in, I want to bring in Ubaid, Aman as well, because then Aman can now start training those kids up, because we look at Deen as if it's namaz and that's it. People don't think that there's aspect of nasheed, there's aspect of recitation, there's aspect of so much format, that getting your whole aspect correct. So what I'd like these gentlemen to do is get themselves involved, their teams involved, to get youths trained up for whether they're employed under the You Want Beef or whether they're employed under Aspire aspect of it, or whether they get the life skills that they're able to move forward in life. Second, with yourself, Afasab, what brings you here today? So give us a bit of briefing of your history. It's the first time we've met. And
well, my journey actually started right from here, because I completed my Quran Hifz here.
MashaAllah.
back in 2000, and it was 2002, which is the year I graduated. So I used to go to the college just down the road, Joseph Chamberlain College. I used to wear my salwar kameez to the college, used to get my burger meal straight to the mosque here, and that was my daily routine for about 2 years. And I then went to Aston University. I completed a degree in logistics, and last 15 years or so I've been working in transport management, working with companies which operate trucks and buses, etc. And on the religious side, there's a project that I run. It's called the Holy Lands. And I was from one of the first people to start taking tours to Masjid al-Aqsa in Palestine. That was back in 2013-14. And that's been my mission. And it's I get a huge buzz of taking our Muslims from the UK to these significant Islamic landmarks, and especially visiting the graves of the prophets and the companions, and to learn about the sacrifices that they've made. And I think it's something that we lack as Muslims. We don't travel. We're too much stuck in our working lives. Yep. It's a daily routine. We don't have a break like the non-Muslims do. And Allah tells us in the Quran to travel. He says قُلْ سِيرُوا فِي الْأَرْضِ فَانْظُرُوا كَيْفَ بَدَأَ الْخَلْقَ. He says to the Prophet ﷺ that say that travel, سِيرُوا فِي الْأَرْضِ فَانْظُرُوا كَيْفَ بَدَأَ الْخَلْقَ, to look and explore how Allah has originated the creation. The beautiful lakes, the mountains, the bridges. And when you see the beautiful creation, you praise Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. When you praise Allah, we pray, we say in our prayers, Sami Allahu liman hamida. This means that Allah listens to those who praise Him. That's why we say Rabbana lakal hamd. So traveling is a beautiful way of getting people out of their difficulties, getting them to explore different cultures, different traditions, meet new people, make new friends, and it makes your faith more stronger. Yes. By visiting different Islamic countries, the mosques, the architecture, and it's a way that I kind of, especially the youth, I try to encourage them to travel, to bring them closer to Islam. And by learning, educating, and both spiritually.
I think spiritually you're absolutely right, because when me, Nadeem, Mulana Fikhar Sahab, and brother Ziggy, what was Ziggy's full name here? I remember. What's the first name? Pelano again, eh? Trying to think now. I've got you there. When we travelled for 4 days together, and obviously it was an Islamic format that we travelled for that reason, to help our brothers and sisters in Syria and in Gaza. We took the ambulances. There was 13 crew, 13 ambulances, and there's about 40, 50 people. And the bond we created amongst ourselves, us four, and the whole team, was phenomenal. Islamically, we'd stop and read Salah together, all that kind of stuff. So you're right, absolutely, to travel together as a team is a blessing. It's spiritual. It opens your mind.
You make new relationships, and I realize that when I organize or deliver these tours, sometimes I have the same people traveling with me.
Yeah.
Because they have that understanding, they have that relationship with you.
That's it.
They enjoy traveling with you, and you just that's the way things work out.
No, beautiful. So, our next step. We were debating earlier on that the issue we've got is the elections are on Thursday. I can see a lot of issues occurring. I can see certain parties coming into power because of the unity of the Muslims is being split. And I can understand why it's being split, because of certain aspects. The leaders at the moment are not ideal for us. They're not Islamic ethos. They're actually against us in some way or format. But then we've got a situation, we've got so many independent parties standing that they were not going to create that momentum of power and integrity. How do you foresee us? I mean, like I said, I've done a lot of masjids. I'm involved with Sultan Abba, with Peace Sahib himself. I've done their branch in Ward End, Green Lane, Hartop Road, Tabligh Jamaat. What I found, and Nadeem has been with me on a couple of these journeys, because I get him involved in the masjid projects, because he's a keen donator and stuff like that. What I found is that the Tabligh brothers won't speak with the Ahl Hadith brothers, the Ahl Hadith won't speak with our Sufis. And I want an integration not just from our community plaza aspect of it, because what I want to do is base it around the community plaza, pull in the various leaders of our community, whether they be councillors, whether they be individuals, to pull them to one hub or one location there where we can think together and hopefully plan the future. Because, to be honest, by sitting here, I was thinking about getting out of here because I can see it going pear-shaped. The brother who sat Adnan with me here earlier on, he said his daughter got attacked. It was a racist attack. She lost her, she got blind in her one eye for 3 months. So she's being tutored from home, and she feels uncomfortable going back into a public school. So, as an imam, obviously in the transport industry, you travel, you understand the worldly goods and the Islamic goods. What can we do as a community plaza, a hub, to pull in the various Islamic ethos? The businessman I can pull in. That's not an issue because we think alike. It's about profitability, whether it's immediate finance here or the hereafter. That is a financial decision that we make. We know, and by knows, I'm a prime example of it. Every time I've given, it's returned back to me. As Allah stated, 70 in this dunya, 70 in the hereafter. But the aspect, how do we get the various organizations, Islamic organizations, on board, especially in a community project? Zafran has taken 45,000 children off knife crime. We've been to Oakwood Prison on a quarterly basis. We had kids, I say kids, 37-year-olds who've done 10 years of prison, got another 7 years left. Big lads, bodybuilders, and they cried on our shoulder. It was embarrassing for us. These are our children, 250 of them. They've got 2,000 years of imprisonment. It's more than the time that the Prophet, peace be upon him, was born. So how do we amalgamate as a Muslim? You're a scholar, may Allah bless you. We need your words of wisdom, we need your guidance. How do we pull our community together?
Yeah, it's a difficult question. Unfortunately, there's no a one-word answer. I think first of all we need to have that mutual respect amongst each other. You know, with these sects now, you see a lot of hatred being taught or kind of built within each other. And by having one platform, maybe we can get the various imams or leaders from the various sects, from the different mosques, and maybe we can work together on a certain project where there's a mutual understanding, a mutual respect amongst each other, and then see, and maybe that might open the doors, for other areas or for other projects where.
We've just got a caller. Hello. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
Who is this?
Muhammad Kian.
Muhammad Kian again. Who would you like to speak to?
My dad.
Okay. What would you like to say?
Baba, I'm so proud of what you're doing.
Oh, mashallah, mashallah.
Thank you, my baby. I know you're being good.
Allah, make me a good man like you.
Oh, mashallah.
And Dad.
Mashallah.
And what about granddad? No, mashallah, this is good. Like I said, Imam Sahib, that's my grandson, Ubaid's little one. And what I encourage for them to donate, be part of it, be part of the system.
I would like to donate. Okay, go on. I would like to donate a Jainamaz.
What would you like to donate?
A Jainamaz.
A Jainamaz. MashaAllah. Takbeer.
Allahu Akbar.
That's very kind of you, because we're in the community plaza. We're going to open a masjid room especially, and
I would like to do it for Dad, Baba, and Dadabu.
And everybody here. Oh, Dadabu, mashallah. Jazakallah khair, Muhammad Kian, may Allah make you pious, make you the coolness of your parents' eyes, and make you old enough and big enough to look after your granddad. Allah Hafiz. I think he's gone. So, Officer, what I'm saying, this is a prime project for us to integrate those different. I've gone to the masjids, I've sat them down, and I've said to them, look, I've got a £250,000 grant. It's given by the Sports Council for children to be picked up from the masjid by a coach, by a professional football coach, who will pick you up, take the 50 children, play football, and bring them back. All you need to do is fill out a form of what your organisation is called and give us your last year 3 accounts. And believe it or not, they do want to give the accounts. It is slowly changing. When I give you an example, Gudu from Sultan Bo in Alam Rock, he's got the accounts up every year. His accounts are given forward. I'm involved with that project. We've just spent, I think, £500,000 to do phase 1. We're going on to phase 2. So the youngsters now that are coming in have got a different mindset. Bismillah.
Yeah, I totally agree. This would be a really good platform for, to bring in different people from different groups. As you can see, we're currently struggling to celebrate Eid together on the 2 big days of the year, which is a shame. But it would be good to have such a platform and a project where we can bring in the leaders or the imams from the different mosques, from the different associations, and see if there's an opportunity to work together.
Jazakallah, sir. We just, is that a fair number? Okay, so Ubaid has just donated £500. This is from You Want Beef?
Yeah, that's correct. So from the You Want Beef head office, and obviously, like I mentioned earlier, inshallah, we want to do a collaboration and work together to bring in a lot more. And I would obviously ask everybody at home to call in and donate, because mashallah, the work that is being done by obviously Brother Zaf and his team, it's credit to them, and may Allah bring more barakah into it as well.
I'd also like to donate £500 off a sub. I don't like announcing normally. We do a lot of things that we put ourselves forward, me and Boy Nadeem, on a regular basis, and we do announce, and then we do a lot of stuff that nobody knows about, and we put the money together. We physically zoom off for 7 days to Pakistan and do something crazy there. We did some other thing quarterly. So there's a variation of projects that we've done, so we want to be part of the team, definitely. Anything from yourself, Boy Nadeem? Should I scribble you for something?
Yes, my name down. But what would the main thing is to get the community together, the leaders together, and I agree with Manasab as well. It's not easy, right in here, but you got to start somewhere. And I remember, when we was doing the foods, we started off with a little small pot of rice, and then we ended up giving 500 to 600 people every day food outside offices. So Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, there was probably about 600 people. In total, in about 2 years, we donated about 560 tons of food, which came out. So when you look at that, and it just takes one person to actually start off. Now, alhamdulillah, when you look at the projects that we're doing here, there's 2 sides of it. The one side of it that you could donate money, but the other side of it is coming out with ideas and speaking to Bhai Zafar as well, and looking at it. Now, you could directly speak to Bhai Zafar on 0121 285 1845, and donations, and everybody who knows me as well, right in here, and I do a lot of charity work, and I go to different countries around the world. It's not just Pakistan, a lot of African countries in here. And your heart opens up when you see that. So please, if you can, sometimes you go, oh, you got £5 or £2 or whatever you may have in here. It makes a difference in here, whatever you give. So donate to, the number is 0121 440 4096, and whatever you can give, right in here. And trust me, when even when you give that £1 or £2, and there's 30,000 people putting £1 or £2 in here, that keeps projects going on for 2 or 3 months. you don't realize how expensive this is. And, you know, for like having 40,000 people, you think about it, that's 40,000 people that would have been affect somebody. And it probably might be their own family, it probably be the local communities, and certainly definitely the prisons that we've seen, right in here. I don't really want to see our brothers and sisters in prisons, right in here. So what I would say to the business leaders, and you know, write out some checks and come out here and the rest of it, or donate something towards here. And it might be your time, it might be some of your advice. And the people what feel that they can't really sort of like put any business side of it, but they can donate some money. Please donate some money as well, right in here. And you know, like, and ask your family as well, because like sometimes people go, I didn't know about it. So you know, if one person asks 10 people, right in here, just to give us a little bit of money, right? We're not asking for big money, but what we're looking is for volume. Please get involved. Come down to the studios. Come down to here. See what they're doing. See what the difference that they're making in people's life in here, and together we can make a difference.
Jazakallah khair. Thank you very much, Ubaid, Aman, Afasab, Brother Nadeem. We're going to a short break. Next will be Brother Abid and his team. May Allah bless him. He's put his time and efforts part of the community plaza. So, brothers, when you're ready, we're ready for a break, and get our Brother Abid on. He's ready to go forward, inshallah. Jazakallah khair to everybody, all the viewers, all the people who give the donations. May Allah bless you and your families. Allah Hafiz.
He was murdered. He was only 24 years old. Till now, we don't know who's murdered him. We've had so many different TV channels, media come in, do the interviews. But unfortunately, till now, no one's come forward. But the work continues. And if it wasn't for his brutal murder, none of this would have carried on. So it's ongoing charity for him as well. But the main idea is we do want to... Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So welcome here to Community Plaza. My name is Mohammed Zafran. So I'm the founder and the director of Community Plaza, which is an initiative in Birmingham which was set up a couple of years ago. So this is a 24/7 hub which is going to be remaining open for every community which feels vulnerable and at threat. So in 2009, I lost my blind sister to cancer. Unfortunately, that really stayed with us as a family, and they really scarred us. And after that, I started working with a lot of vulnerable women, interacting with a lot of women organisation, just to make sure that they've got a voice in the community. So young 15-year-old girls who get forced into arranged marriages, and they say that education is forbidden. So we worked with them, and alhamdulillah, we've got 11,000 women in our academy now, and most of them have been empowered into further education and employment, who have become role models for the people. Now, a year later, in 2010, my young brother-in-law, 24, was murdered in a local park in Birmingham. He was stabbed in the head with a screwdriver. So since then, I used to be loitering around on the streets looking for gangs and see if I can change anyone. So we used to go park to park with the police, with the local council, until the Prime Minister, David Cameron, spotted my work, and I got honoured by the Queen for doing this outreach work. Alhamdulillah, steering 48,000 kids away from knife crime and drugs back into education and employment. We get more than 120 referrals every week. So youngsters who come in, they're referred by schools, universities, just local communities who are on the borderline of crime. So we get parents coming in, interacting. And now, inshallah, we're going to start our homeless feed as well. And we've had 57 knives handed in to us. So this initiative, especially in the UK, which is most needed. I know we do a lot of charity work everywhere, but alhamdulillah, we need something at our doorstep, especially with the community at a point where hate crime is at a rise, and our centre is going to be open 24/7 for any community who feels threatened, whether it's a mosque or whether it's a church. So inshallah, this coming Saturday, 2nd of May, we've got our fundraising appeal, which is going to be live on Takbeer TV from 2 p.m. till midnight. We want everyone, every community to add there to tune in and support us with your donations. Please share this link everywhere, wherever you go. We've done this work, we've laid the foundation for you in the community, but we can't do this without your support. Whether it's drugs awareness, whether it's knife crime, whether it's your community suffering from any issue, if you got problems with the youths, alhamdulillah, we got this base now. This is going to be open 24/7 for every community in Birmingham and in the heart of the city. But we can only do this with your support. So inshallah, 2nd of May, tune in on Takbeer TV from 2 p.m. till midnight, and please share with all your followers. My name's Zaf. Global UK Ambassador, and we're at Community Plaza today. This is the hub where at the moment everyone from Bosley Green, Smalley, Alam Rock, so-called deprived areas are coming to. They're using these facilities, and right now, especially with the crime rate, especially in these local areas, with the knife stabbings, drug activities, it's highlighted by the Crown Commissioner, the police. We're getting so many reports coming in, local residents, parents, they're reporting all these crimes.
The club is going through a state-of-the-art redevelopment to ensure there's community spaces, offices, private mentor rooms, as well as sports activities including snooker, darts, pool, multi-sports activity area, boxercise and many more. The Community Plaza has been set up in response to local crime rates, lack of opportunities for young people and a general increase in knife crime. Based in Borsey Green, on the triangle between Borsey Green, Small Heath and Alan Rock, three of the highest areas of deprivation, not just within Birmingham but in England, with crime rates now reaching national levels. Community Plaza CIC set up as a non-for-profit organisation designed to engage with young people, combat social anxiety, knife crime, lack of motivation, lack of opportunity, and provide young people with an exit route with positive outcomes into employment, training and/or access to physical activities and sports programs.
This is the venue where it all started back in 2010 when my brother-in-law unfortunately was murdered. He was only 24 years old. Till now we don't know who's murdered him. We've had so many different TV channels, media come in, do the interviews. But unfortunately till now no one's come forward. But the work continues, and if it wasn't for his brutal murder, none of this would have carried on. So it's ongoing charity for him as well. But the main idea is we didn't want others to suffer, other families, other youths. Fair enough, we hear there's still stabbings going on, there's still youngsters being murdered. But through our journey, at least we know that we try to support as many youngsters as we can. So if we've got this at the heart of the city, we need the support of the community, these business leaders, the community leaders, the council, the police. We need everyone to come on board and support these kind of projects, because this is where our future lies for the youngsters. Our youths are our future, and we need to work in hand. The police need to work with the community need to work with the police, but also the council, the government itself. If we're complaining about the crime rates going up day by day, we're seeing all these stats with these machete bands and all these zombie knives bands coming in. But like I said, we can't just talk about these issues. A few sessions here and there outside, it's not going to make a difference. We need to do this day in, day out. We need to keep these places 7 days a week available. But to do these sessions, we need funding. And funding resources are for these sessions to go on, for these classes, for tutors, for mentors. And we need support from all the community.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Welcome to Community Plaza, an initiative started by my brother Zafran here in the heart of B9. This is not only to help the youth within the community, but to help everybody, from working with youth, working with females and homeless people. Come and check out this initiative. So this will be the homeless room. As you can see, there's loads of jackets, trousers, footwear, a lot of stuff that's been donated. The initiative here by my brother Zafran is what? Not only to help the homeless, this will be a homeless shelter, but it's to help the homeless people, help them find accommodation and help them find jobs. This is not just a quick response, but it's actually an opportunity to get the homeless people and put them on their feet. So this Saturday, the 2nd of May, from 2 p.m. till midnight on Takbeer TV, Community Plaza will be fundraising not only to take off the homeless shelter, but to help with the work that they're doing with the youth and everybody within this community. So I hope to see you tune in and donate to help the youth of your community.
So I'm just at Community Plaza. Alhamdulillah, they're doing great work and I support them in all their endeavors. And their endeavor in knife crime and combating knife crime is something that I endorse hugely, because I have seen the epidemic that is knife crime in Birmingham and beyond. Knife crime is becoming so bad that the youth are carrying knives around like they're normal. A quick message to the youth: before you pick up a knife and your intention is to go and stab somebody, lock yourself in your bathroom for 24 hours. If you think you can do that for 25 years of your life, then go ahead. But let me tell you something, you won't be able to hack it in there. And 40,000 kids have signed up here or shown interest at the Community Plaza, and more will continue to sign up. We're working along with the West Midlands Police to get our kids off the street and get them in to the right direction, point them towards the right direction. Remember that. Saturday the 2nd of May, Takbeer TV will be having a live fundraising appeal from 2 p.m. all the way to midnight. So everyone must tune in. I will be in the studio fundraising along with other prominent figures all across from Birmingham. So please tune in Takbeer TV, 2 p.m. this Saturday, the 2nd of May. Remember that.
Assalamu alaikum. So this is a quick mention about the Community Plaza in Borsley Green. We're doing a fundraiser because Brother Zaf is doing an absolutely phenomenal job with the youth and with the community. The specific project that I want to talk about is the IT development for the youth. Now, being an employer, I'm constantly recruiting admin staff, clerical staff. And what we're finding is that our youngsters, our youth, are lacking these basic skills. We're all very good at TikTok, we're very good at Instagram, we're very good at Facebook and all the social media. But when it comes to actual skills of admin and secretarial skills, our youth unfortunately are lacking. So I'm 100% behind this initiative. I think it's fantastic. Our youth need to go back to the basics, understand how to use a laptop, a keyboard, not your phone's keypad, but a laptop, a keyboard, because that's one skill that we are now lacking. So inshallah, please do donate, please do take part and support this fantastic organization. So Saturday, 2nd of May, Takbeer TV from 2 till 10 in the evening. We are doing a live appeal for the Community Plaza in Borsley Green. This is an initiative to support the local community, to empower the local youth and give them skills that maybe they're not learning in the academic system. So please do tune in, please do donate and please do support.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. My name is Amir Shafiq. We are here in this Community Plaza. In this Community Plaza, we are doing big work about the young kids. They've been in the crimes, they've been all over in the bad activities. In last 3 years, 48,000 kids, they've been taken out of the crimes, and now they've been put in the schools, colleges, and other social activities. On the top, from past 3 months, we got 57 kids. They walked in this plaza and they handed knives. They goes, we had enough with this kind of life. We don't want to be in that kind of life. So please, I urge to everyone, please, please, please keep running this plaza and support this plaza, because we definitely need these places for our youngsters. And there's many more things going on in this plaza about this domestic violence, about the kids, and this is a 24/7 access for everything about the homeless, about the domestic violence, and about the kids, so they can access 24/7. They are welcome in this plaza. So please, everyone, support this plaza, and we need these kind of places for the better community. Thank you very much.
2, 1, cue. Hi, this is Faraz Yunus. We're here at the Community Plaza today on one of their fundraising events, trying to fundraise for the project that are coming up. Main project that I'm here for today and I'm trying to promote for the Community Plaza is the Community Kitchen. This is a
Assalamu alaikum and welcome back to Takbeer TV. This evening we are doing a live fundraiser for a community project in Birmingham. The project is run by our brother Zafran, and for those of you who know, brother Zafran has been helping the community for the last 10-15 years. I think there's a figure that he's helped over 45,000 youth, taking them out of street crime, gang crime, and giving them some sort of structure and some sort of facility. So this evening, I'm blessed. I have some fantastic, amazing individuals with me in the studio. To my right, I have, first of all, Mr. Brother Abdi Samad. Brother, Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for joining us today.
It's a pleasure.
It's a pleasure to have you here, sir. I must say I'm in awe of you, but thank you for joining us. We have Mr. Waleed from Lozaz Masjid. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for joining us. And on my left, we have Brother Hafiz Qasad. Janab, thank you for joining us. And a man who needs no introduction. A man should be sitting in my chair, and I'm actually, I feel a bit embarrassed sitting here with him there. But we have the one, the only Bilal Faraz. Janab.
Janab, Hamid bhai, thank you so much.
Theeko.
Alhamdulillah.
So this evening's project, I mean, the youth of today, and I think Brother Zafran, he's always been on this mission, tireless mission, to try and help and support our youth. And if there's one thing that our community is failing in today, in 2026, is our youth. It's probably one of our biggest weaknesses. Times have changed. Maybe we're getting old, but times have certainly changed. And there seems to be a massive disconnect between the youth and the elder generation. So Zafran's mission, Zafran's whole idea is to create this space where the youth can come in, enjoy sports, enjoy IT, have some education. There's a prayer room there. There's a food kitchen there. And I think from my time working in the community, what I noticed was that the youth were feeling left out. They weren't feeling part of anything. And I think this is a great way to encourage the youth to be part of something. Like if you're part of a football team or you're part of any team.
Engaged, yes, yeah.
You're engaged, aren't you? And when you're not engaged, that's when you get led astray.
Horribly wrong, yes.
And you start doing things that maybe you shouldn't be doing. So if I can start with you, Brother Samad.
Yep.
So you're from the Somalian community.
Yes.
So what sort of challenges, with the Pakistani community, we have our own challenges. What sort of challenges are you seeing in your community?
To be honest with you, the challenges are, as you rightly said, the amount of challenges that our youth face is tremendous. You know, you can see this from, less youth centres, more things for them to do.
But just on that point, and so
Yes.
we're in the election period at the moment.
Yes,
I
yes,
don't
we
want
are,
to
yes.
go into politics, but
It's not election pitch, by
everyone's
the way.
talking at the moment about youth centres.
Yes.
I'm 50 years old.
Yes.
I'm born and raised in this country.
Yes.
I never went to a
May Allah give you many more years, inshallah.
I never went to a youth centre.
Yeah.
My youth centre was my dad.
Wow.
Right. And that was it.
Well, that's a good reason,
we use this buzzword, youth centres.
Yeah.
But they're really effective. Is that what it really is? I mean, we keep on saying that youth centres are closed, but I think that's just a small element of the problem, isn't it? It's, the picture's a lot bigger.
Yeah, no, it's a lot bigger. There's a youth centre called Concord Youth Centre.
Yes.
And so my brothers used to go there. A lot of my family used to go there, and I've seen firsthand the help it creates with it helps young people stay off the road because they're there doing their PlayStation, doing their, going to football, and there's some great youth workers there. And there's so many other youth centres in Birmingham which really help young people. So,
I think more than that, I think they also make friends, don't they?
They do, yes.
When they make friends,
the connections.
You are a product of the 2-3 people around you.
Yes.
And if you've got the friends of the right, I mean, you could be a genius, you could be really clever, but if you've got the one wrong friend,
it takes one person.
That's it.
One person.
Right. Who could be the reason that you were in the wrong place at the wrong time or done something that maybe you wouldn't have done normally.
Yeah.
So I think the youth centre does certainly assist in that sort of way.
Absolutely. I think it does start from, there's a lot of elements. It starts from home, your upbringing, your values, obviously the parenting as well. Parents play such an important role when it comes to the youth. But, also youth centres, and there's a lot of other factors that come into play.
If I can just stop you there. So viewers, please, I do encourage you to call in if you want to participate in the conversation. Our number for live calls is 0121 440 4096. And if you want to donate toward this fantastic project, which we are all discussing, and I think is a responsibility for all of us because we're all parents, we all have children, we all see what's happening on our streets, particularly in our inner city areas. So if you want to donate, then the donation line is 0121 285 1845. Anybody watching the TikTok live, please do double tap and share. We need to get as many people on this live, on this view as we can, because we need to spread this message. Sorry, brother.
Yeah, so I think it's a great help. So youth centers really help youth stay off. So you've got gang crime, you've got youths are participating in drugs, in all this stuff, and I think youth centers are really good. And there's a challenge. I mean, the knife crime is on the rise.
But I mean, you mentioned parenting.
Yes.
How important is the parenting element in this?
I think it's very important. I think because your upbringing. Not every, if you have brothers and sisters from the same household, you won't all take the same path. You could have some bad, good. However, I think it's a lot of the time what your parents teach you, you become, you live to that expectation.
Do you maybe feel that the parent of today is passing the responsibility on blaming the authorities and the services rather than taking the responsibility on themselves and dealing with it?
I think parenting has changed over the years. It's changed big time. So you've got, I think that could be part of the problem, Abid, 100%, because parenting back in the days and parenting now is different.
Absolutely.
Now you give your children.
I could talk about some stories about parenting.
It's now GTA and it's now GTA, Grand Theft Auto, and tablet. I think now this day and age, I think it's the iPads that are doing the parenting.
Yeah,
not the actual
we
parenting.
laugh about our time.
Yeah,
and our parents with very limited resource, with very limited knowledge sometimes, they've done the best they could. Yes. And we look back now and you say, Subhanallah, you know what? They've done a fantastic job.
Subhanallah.
Yeah, when I look back now, and I mean, I've got a granddaughter now, and when I'm looking that way and I'm looking backwards, I'm thinking, Yard, you know what? They were messiahs the way they brought us up.
Yeah.
Because now the world, I mean, everything we are today is as a direct result of the way they brought us up. And maybe we didn't agree with a lot of things they said. Yeah. But as you grow older, you think, you know what? Yeah, there was some hikmah, some wisdom in what they say. Particularly when you become parents yourself and then you become grandparents. But the parenting of today, I completely, the way I see, I think is completely changed. I think we have a tendency to shift the responsibility from our hands and blame social media, blame the counsellors, blame authority, blame the police. But it's our children. And if we don't take the problem by the horns and deal with it, you can't expect anybody else to deal with it. And that's why I think centres like this are critical within the community. Because you're working as parents. I mean, we have a cost of living crisis. Everybody in the household is working. Nowadays it was different. Our fathers worked, our mothers were the ones that brought up the children and looked after the house. But in this day and age, everyone needs to be working. What are the children doing?
I think Community Plaza and what it brings to the youth is going to be great. You look at the amount of work Zaf is doing in the community. Youths are, instead of being on the road, instead of engaging in crime, instead of doing all the stuff that we talked about, they've now got a place to go, to actually work, to study, to engage with other youth as well. Yes. And I think that is what it's all about.
Jazakallah. Thank you. I'll come back to you shortly. Janab, our guest of honor. Honestly. So what's your take on this here? I mean, you're a man of the world. You spend very little time in the UK, right? Which is not a bad thing because you have a good perspective of what's happening in the rest of the world. How far behind is the UK or is Birmingham from the rest of the world? We have recently been compared to third world countries, unfortunately.
I'm actually shocked, to be honest with you, more than anything else, this whole situation and the way situation is running at the moment.
Yes.
I have been here for now 2.5 weeks. I think that's the longest period. And I was discussing it earlier that I just simply Ladypur Road, not far from here, driving down, and I've seen young youth there with their cars, and they have this new fashion trend, I should call it now, and is widespread. Balloons in their mouth while they are driving, no conscious of anybody else. And then you go down the road and you'll smell drugs throughout the whole area. Is just the whole area stinks of drugs, like everybody's smoking drugs, which is not the case because a lot of these grows happen in these areas. Now, Brother Zafran has recognized a major problem. Yes. And when you mentioned that the parents, and I honestly and truly do blame the parents. Why? And this might sound harsh to many people, but there's parents that have come across to me and say, can you explain to our child? And I'm like,
I've had the same problem.
Yeah.
You know,
No,
people
see-
ring me, say, Papa, mare murki samjhao.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right, it's your kid.
Thank you, Abid. Thank you. So I have
My
these conversations.
dad don't ask nobody else for any support. He
It's
deals
never
with
happened.
me.
It's
He
never
deals with me
happened.
himself.
They dealt with us very well.
I can't say on
themselves.
camera, but
Yeah,
he
very
deals with
well
himself.
themselves. Alhamdulillah. But this is what I'm saying. Now you have parents contacting us and saying, no, please, can you help us with our child? I'm thinking, this shouldn't be the case. You know, you can't even communicate with your own child. Yes, we have this issue. And I've got a bit of an issue going on with the whole teenage thing. They have a certain age where they don't want to know. They'll be up in their room. They'll spend a lot of time away, which is understandable. But you still have to bond as a friend even at that time.
Absolutely.
There's ways of doing things. And I have greatest problem, and I always go on about this. And I did it, and I practice it myself before I preach it. It's very important. Number one, my children are homeschooled, alhamdulillah. Yeah, my greatest asset, our greatest asset are our children. Yeah, so my children are homeschooled. And number two, and I'm not praising myself by here, but I'm just explaining something. That number two, my child was only given a mobile phone at the age of 15. Which was last year. He's turning 16 next week. Well, on the 7th. He was only given a mobile. We need to understand that we have a sense of responsibility. And I think that's what Brother Zafran, Crystal Plaza,
Mashallah.
has recognized.
He's very active in the
Yeah, and this is the reason we're here today, to raise money for this noble cause that's actually actively doing something on the ground and has proven to do so as well.
Yes.
And that's why we're here. And more than my talking and more than my voice, I want you guys to call in. I want you guys to donate today, because we've all taken time out. Everybody had
things to do.
They say.
Saturday.
But alhamdulillah, we took the time out here for the youth of today. There is a reason, because we understand that there's an issue.
Absolutely.
And we need to tackle this issue.
Absolutely.
And that's the reason we are
And
here
it's upon
today.
us to kind of deal with the situation,
100%.
isn't it?
It's on our doorstep.
Because
We see it every single day.
It's our next generation and the generation beyond that.
Yeah.
That's
I just
gonna
mentioned
suffer.
today, I think the way I feel like we've actually lost one generation,
Absolutely.
we can't lose many others.
Absolutely.
And your children are the greatest asset, and the youth are the greatest asset.
You mentioned about homeschooling.
Yeah.
Now, for me, and this is my personal view, I feel that academia is as important as the playground education.
100%. And
now, when you're homeschooling, do you get the best of both worlds?
So let me put now, my child is cricket coaching.
Yes.
My daughter's at gymnastics. They're both at swimming. They do horse riding.
Yes.
So I've put those activities into place as well, so they can socialize with other children. Yes. It's very important.
Because that's
to get
very
it right.
important.
The
because,
balance is very important.
Yeah,
to get right.
because whether you're in the corporate world or whether you're, you're going to meet people in life from all walks of life,
all parts of life.
And if you're not conditioned to deal with them, then
It's
that
very
can
important.
then that can present a
Very
problem.
important. And that's why I take Ibrahim out on project work as well, on the ground, and as well as that, there's a lot of other activities that both of them do, mashallah.
Jazakallah. So people, please do call in if you want to take part in the conversation. The live chat number is 440-4096 or 121-440-4096. And if you would like to donate to the cause, we are collecting for a commercial kitchen, we are collecting for a prayer room, and we are collecting for an IT suite which is being created. The location is on Borsley Green, a deprived part of Birmingham. Sometimes some people refer to it as a forgotten postcode, B8, B9, B10, unfortunately. But the brother is trying to do something there. So please do participate. The donation hotline is 0121 440 4096. Oh, did they give me that the wrong way around?
Yeah, the wrong
First
way
time
around.
around.
That's what we
Sorry.
Yeah.
So the donation hotline is 440 4096. And if you want to participate in this conversation, please do give us a call 0121 285 1845. If you're watching the live, please double tap and share share it with your friends, share it with your contacts, share it with your connections. If you're an uncle or an auntie or a granddad or a grandma and you've got nieces and nephews who are of this age, get them to watch, because we want to hear from them as well. What support do they want from us? What do they want us, being the elders? And I hate referring to us as elders. But what support? But what support do they want from us? So I'm all right. We have Brother Waleem Lazar's Mosque. How old are you, man?
21 years old.
MashaAllah. So we have
MashaAllah,
representation
MashaAllah.
from the youth. So I think we should start with a little nasheed first from yourself.
Sallallahu alayka ya Rasul Allah وسلم عليك يا حبيب الله تیرے ورگا نہ آیا نہ کوئی آوے گا تیرے ورگا نہ آیا نہ کوئی آوے گا تو اے خالق دا دلدار سارے نبیاں دا سردار تیرے ورگا نہ آیا نہ کوئی آوے گا دائی ہر جدوں آپ نو اٹھایا سی چین تے قرار دل اس دن پایا سی چین تے قرار دل اس دن پایا ویکھے مکھرا نال پیار جاوے صدقے سو سوار تیرے ورگا نہ آیا نہ کوئی آوے گا نال اشارے چن توڑ کے تے جوڑیا علی دی نماز لئی ڈے ڈوبا موڑیا نال اشارے چن توڑ کے تے جوڑیا علی دی نماز لئی ڈے ڈوبا موڑیا علی دی نماز لئی ڈے ڈوبا موڑیا تیرے معجزے میں شمار کیتا رب تینو مختار تیرے ورگا نہ آیا نہ کوئی آوے گا
So you are 21 years old. Let me present it to you. What would you like to see the elder generation do to make your life a bit easier or to give you some sort of direction?
I do think that the communication with the elder generation is very important.
Yeah.
A lot of times when you go to the masjids, the Baba, when you go in the first stop, they say, "Pucha."
Oh, let's not even go. Don't rattle my cage about that, please, because Plaza, we have to discuss this. We have to discuss this.
Yeah. So, for example, when you go to the masjid, they'll say, obviously, as elder, as they are older than us, we respect them. So, and this is the communication that we are lacking, especially within many communities.
Yes.
Not all, but many communities, that this is the problem that we're having, that they think,
yes.
But the truth, to be honest with you now, is that is the bacche that are going to take on the
Absolutely, absolutely. And mashallah, you know what? We need role models like yourself to inshallah lead. And you are very right. I mean, this whole gripe with the Baba in the front row. I've had this battle, and Hafiz Sahab bears witness to this. I've had a few straighteners with a few Baba, because at the end of the day, you know what I mean. No. The thing is, we need their wisdom. We cannot progress without the wisdom of the elders. We cannot. But sometimes they just need to let go of the rope a bit. And I mean, you know, kids running around at the back of Taraviyan. I think it's fantastic.
Beautiful.
I think it's fantastic, because you rather than run around at the back of the mosque than be running around on Lady Road. And listen, we played many Kung Fu games at the back of Taraviyan. Okay, we played many Kung Fu games and done many flying
We'll be
kicks.
victims of that.
Right. And yeah, you would draw everything. You name it, headlocks and everything. But the thing is, you know what? They were the best days. They were the best days.
No doubt.
And that kind of reinforced our connection with the masjid, right? And I feel that's lacking. Officer, Janab, very controversial connection, a very controversial question for you now, because you are, mashallah. The connection between the youth and the masajid of today. Is there a connect? And if not, what's lacking?
I think it varies from mosque to mosque. From there's some mosques that are more active in terms of carrying out different activities, whereas others are probably just more focused on doing the normal prayers and the classes. So it varies from mosque to mosque. I've just moved out the kind of Muslim community, and there's no kind of mosque around my house, and I really feel left out. That daily interaction of going to the mosque every day, giving salams to the people who come to the mosque, and just to meet people and see people. So I think every case is different. That there are unfortunately youth out there who are far away from the mosques. They only probably turn up on the Eid days. And
what do you feel the masajid could do to kind of try and engage with the youth a bit more, or get them involved? Because in our day, we didn't come by choice.
Yeah.
Okay, we were told get to the mosque, and then we all came. Some stayed, and some got away.
Yeah.
But in this day and age, where the youth have a choice, they have a voice, you can't really tell them what to do anymore. What could the masajid do to kind of change the perception, or kind of make it more inviting or welcoming for the youth to come in?
They can do various things, such as maybe deliver Islamic qualification courses. They can maybe help them improve their recitation, for example. Maybe they can do weekend walking activities, or so where you kind of sit together or go out together in certain groups. So there's various things that you can do, but unfortunately, the way we are living towards the end of times, and there's so much fitna out there. Unfortunately, the youth are going to be kind of strayed away in staying away from the mosques and doing other things which are not so important.
So viewers, we are having live discussion about the challenges of 2026, our youth. Brother Zafran, alhamdulillah, the Almighty has given him the tawfiq, the strength to create this facility in Bosley Green, which is probably where it's needed the most. His vision is to create a community centre, a youth centre, to empower, enable the youth. Amongst the youth centre, there's a food kitchen, there's an IT suite, there's a prayer facility, there's a snooker facility, and everything that he can do to kind of encourage the youth to come in and participate. We are collecting much needed funds for that today. The donation line is 0121 440 4096. Please call that line and donate. And if you want to participate in our conversation and give us your views and let us have your thoughts, then it's 0121 285 1845.
I was just adding on to this community plaza. I just called it Crystal Plaza earlier.
Yes.
So this community plaza,
Gigi.
it's actually catering for many, like even for multi-faith society. So
Absolutely.
it's not only any race as well as faith.
The youth need help, irrespective whether they're Muslim, Christian, whatever.
It doesn't
they
matter
need help.
what religion you come from, what race you come from. This centre is actually open to every single person, which is an amazing thing.
Absolutely,
Because it's a hub
absolutely.
for everyone to come and interact. They have a gaming room.
MashaAllah, yes.
Amazing gaming room with PlayStation 5, top gadgets, and their gaming room. Then they have a multi-faith room. They have the snooker, they have the pool. They have a private conversation rooms. They have you can have conversations like one-to-one conversations in private rooms. You have the Crime Stoppers there. Any of your crime issues, any issues that they have, you can directly speak to Crime Stoppers there. They have a women's coffee morning.
Oh wow! Okay.
Women's as
MashaAllah,
well.
MashaAllah.
Area where women can come and talk about their children and interact with what issues those children are having with other mothers. So there's a lot going on in this whole community plaza that needs supporting. But one of my favorite one is the kitchen.
Okay.
I'm all about feeding. I know I've got the stomach to go with Hafiz Saab, alhamdulillah.
I think we're getting hungry now. When you mentioned kitchen.
No, but I'm always about the kitchen because for me, there's nothing better in the world
There's no
than
bigger
serving
sadaqah than
humanity.
yes.
There is nothing. I've committed my life to it, and inshallah, I pray till my last breath I stay on it, that I haven't seen nothing better.
No.
When you feed a stomach, you can gain the stomach. I know you probably won't understand it that way, but when you feed the stomach, you can gain them, you can speak to them and interact with them, and they will follow you, they will understand you. Why? Because you fed their stomach.
Yes.
So it works.
It's also a good way to attract the youth, because I remember when I was growing up, when we had an event or a youth event, and we had free pizzas.
There you go. There you go. Abdi,
we had to be there.
We
had to be there.
Statistics suggest that in the school holidays, in the schools in that area, those children don't get fed.
Yeah.
And
the school meals, you have an issue. We've been tackling this issue for a few years as well.
So when they go to school, they're going to get fed. And if it's school holidays, bichara don't get fed.
If there's school holidays, then there's community plaza.
Yes,
this is where we're trying to work with you guys and your families and your children.
Absolutely. I mean, in 2026, in Birmingham, where we have families where they're struggling to feed their children, it's like,
Yeah, but I think it's an interesting point you guys are raising, because child poverty apparently is at a rise at the moment. The amount of children which are below the poverty line, not being fed, and the health is,
it makes your heart sink. It really does.
It really does. And it's
even simple beds. Children don't have beds to sleep on. There's a charity up north, Zoe.
Yeah.
She runs a charity just supplying beds.
Yes.
So school children that can't sleep.
I'm guilty. I was totally oblivious to the problems in certain areas until I started working in the charity sector in 2017-18, and it really rang home. Because we take things for granted.
100%.
And it really, particularly in B8 and B9, B10, when I actually engaged with the front line, on the front line with the youth, we tackled a young lad who had a knife, actually me and Zaf. And the funny thing was, the child didn't realise that having a knife was illegal. Can you believe that? And he said, it's for protection.
Yeah, protection.
And we said, what about the police? He said, what police?
How old was the child?
13, 14. Wow. And he wasn't acting. You genuinely, he did. And, you can say, oh, yes, of course you know that carrying a knife is wrong. He genuinely didn't. Because no one's taught him.
There is no awareness.
Because there's no peers around him.
Yes.
There's no one to educate him and teach him otherwise.
Even simple awareness programs that they will be doing in this community plaza, because they have a set up hall for this as well, to provide awareness to the community and the youth as well. So there's many aspects that they will cover.
So this hub, is it linked to the South Birmingham College, or is it a separate entity on its own?
Complete separate. This is a complete separate. But they have the interaction.
But they've got the resources.
They have the resources behind it. They have links with South Birmingham College is the main thing. And they can.
Yeah, I used to work with Zaf, because Zaf is heavily involved in the college, but I used to work with Zaf for many years, and I think this is a one-stop shop where you can have so many programs. So you mentioned the coffee, Sisters Coffee Morning, you got the snooker, you got the youth programs, you got the football, which is very heavily involved in, and they're playing leagues on there, leagues, and this is football, all these leagues,
boxing,
it's a whole one-stop shop. So once you enter that zone or that world of...
And this is in because that then becomes your contact base, your connect base, and that will inshallah keep you away from the undesirables where where you're going to get into mischief.
And not only those kind of youth activities, tomorrow they'll be able to find a job and then support them with even work.
Absolutely,
absolutely. It's a long way ahead.
Life skills.
Yeah. So if people understand, it's one of, I think is a very noble cause.
It's fantastic.
To donate, and that's one of the reasons why I'm here, because I wouldn't be here otherwise.
No.
Simple, very plain and simple.
And the thing is, you know what? We have to. We are answerable. Taken out. We will be questioned.
100%.
What did we do to empower the community? And our youth, if we being the ages we are, if we don't deal with this situation, like the brother said, we've lost a generation.
Yeah.
And if we lose the generation, then the next generation beyond that.
Yeah.
Subhanallah.
The circle will continue.
Yes. People, please do donate. The donation line is 0121 440 4096. And if you want to get involved, we would love your views, love your thoughts, love your experiences. Please do call in 0121 285 1845. I have some fantastic superstars in the studio with me. Some real knowledge here, some real experience here. Please do call in and please do get involved. So
call to discuss their ideas.
Yeah. Absolutely.
To discuss your ideas. What else needs improving? Obviously, we have knowledge, but there's other people that have better knowledge.
Absolutely, and it's about doing mashwara, isn't it? It's about having a discussion, and it's about everyone's ideas. So, Mr. Walid, being the youngest in the room, so you're from which area? Are you from?
I'm from Los
So, what's your experience been? Growing up in Los Angeles.
Growing up, what I've seen over the years, that it's not the laws are that it used to be before.
Yeah.
Knife crime, the amount of drug use is all rising.
So what's kept you out of it?
My parents, to be honest with you. My parents always said to me, this is not the way to go.
MashaAllah.
If you can go that direction, then you'll be stuck. And then that's where this problem
Has there been instances, obviously you've been to school, you've been to college, where your peers or your friends or your immediate circle, you look at them now and think, you know what, subhanAllah, I'm so glad that I didn't go that way.
Yeah, definitely. Bilkul. So there's many of my friends who I grew up with from a very young age, and now that some of them are on the news channels, for instance, that this person's been arrested on so and so allegation and so and so. So bad thing that they've done. And I say to myself, Alhamdulillah, although that we were friends, we went out together and everything, that Alhamdulillah, I didn't go onto that line as well with them. I didn't follow their footsteps. Because me pata si, je karane pata laga na fir kabul hava.
This is it, absolutely. And also, I mean, you're part of Lozal's Masjid, and mashallah, they do a fantastic job.
They're doing some great
How important has that facility been to keep you on, you know, or to make you where you are today? Because I know they're very proactive.
They're very, very important. Very important. The hard work that they put in for the
They've
youth.
got classes. They've got sports. They've got all kinds of stuff, haven't they?
Yeah. So when the kids got holidays from schools, is filled with young.
MashaAllah, yes, subhanAllah, it's brilliant. Yeah, absolutely brilliant.
Very active, mashallah.
Absolutely brilliant.
So obviously, when it's school holidays, you just want to stay at home and relax and all that. But no, alhamdulillah, the masjid is pushing children to come to the masjid during the holidays.
The thing is, in school holidays, parents still have to work.
Yes.
So then the kids are left on their own at home. So that then results in TikTok, Instagram, or mischief.
Mischief, yeah.
Right? And that's where the problem starts.
And consuming the wrong material.
Absolutely.
When you're on social media, a lot of the times, when you're, young like yourself or even younger than you, it's, you don't know what is right and wrong.
Yes.
Social media.
Awareness.
TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, and you don't really know what is right, what is wrong. But fair play to you.
Alhamdulillah.
MashaAllah.
Yeah.
MashaAllah.
But over the years, I have seen that knife crime and the amount of drug use is increasing. It's not coming down.
No.
And if you do, for example, let's compare the statistics from 2023 to now 2026 present.
Yes.
There's a big jump.
Absolutely.
And if we don't act now, if we don't get involved in institutes, for example, the community plaza, they're just going to rise and rise and rise. It's not going to come down.
He don't sound like he's 21, does he? MashaAllah, you know what? MashaAllah.
Very mature, eh?
These are the kind of role models we need in the community. MashaAllah. No, you do look it. Yeah, absolutely. MashaAllah. MashaAllah. Very well. So, Hafizab, your views, Janab. Where are we going? Which direction are we heading? And what is going to be our mustaqbil?
As our younger brother said, the crime is increasing. Just the general behavior within children, this kind of gangster vibes and onto drugs. And I mean, I remember I went to teach a class once, and I was just covering for a teacher at the mosque.
So you're a teacher, are you a teacher in the mosque?
No, I used to be. I've done my little fair share in the mosques.
He's the mother, isn't he?
And so I walked in the class, and the kid is probably about 8-9 years old, and he said, Staji, if you hit me, I'm going to call the police. So, and then I had to explain that I've only come here to teach and to develop, and but unfortunately sometimes the children pick up these things from school and they bring it into the mosques, and so there are a lot of issues out there. And
this whole sentence, this whole phrase, Ustaji, if you hit me.
Yeah.
Ustaji, if you hit me. Right. Now, things have changed over the years.
Oh, yes.
For the better. We've developed teaching skills. We've developed methods on how to educate and teach as opposed to, many moons ago. But the education system right now, so I was speaking somewhere a few months ago, and my view was that I'm born and raised here. I went nursery, infant school, secondary school, college, and university. And over that period, the mainstream schools have repurposed themselves time and time again to make it attractive for the next generation that's coming in. Okay? I've also simultaneously been involved in the masjid from the age of 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, done Trizami, and I've been involved in the whole. I even lived in Jamia for 5 years.
MashaAllah.
And when I look back now, and I look at the masajid of today,
I don't see any change. Yet, the generations have changed twice. So, we are lacking, aren't we, as a community?
Yeah, definitely. I think, especially with the introduction of the electronic gadgets, you know, the children are spending an awful lot of time on gadgets, scrolling through, you know, they spend a lot of time on devices. I remember when I did my HIFZ, you know, over 20 years ago, you know, we used to come...
20 years ago to now, the mosque system changed.
It has changed, and I've noticed in children and students that they're taking time off mosques, you know, saying we've got exams or we're preparing for exams. And we never ever said that. We never said anything.
Sabak, sabki, manzil, and exam revision all in the same day. Sabak and sabki.
We never said anything like that 20 years ago. It was unheard of. But now it's, you know, there's exams or there's an excuse, and if you flip it on the other side, these gadgets can actually help them.
Yes.
Learn the Quran.
Absolutely.
You know, whilst they're going to the schools, they can listen to the Quran. They can, you know, look at the devices. So, but I think, also, you know, the children, they have to learn or educate. It's got to be done with, you know, they have to have this shauq and a willingness to do it themselves. You know, it can't be forced. Yes. So, you know, you have a lot of parents.
And do you feel, as a community, we could do something a bit more to make Deen more attractive? Like, for example, like the school. I mean, like, if you speak to children now, they love going to school.
Yeah.
We used to hate going to school. The kids love today going to school. Why? Because the mainstream system has recognized that we need to make changes to make it attractive, right? Do you feel that maybe the masajid could do something like that? Or do we have to, you know, rely and look upon brothers like Zaf who are creating this project for that to happen?
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, you want to get in a situation where students or children, they also would want to go to the mosque. They would, you know, enjoy spending time in the mosque. And, you know, sometimes, you know, when I do cover or do teach on odd occasions, sometimes you feel like the children are just sitting there. You know, it feels like they're sitting in a prison. They don't want to be there. So it's a difficult one. I guess that there needs to be more engagement with the children and the students. Maybe if they can do things outside the classroom, maybe more activities, playing football weekends or going out, or there needs to be maybe more development of an understanding of the student to see if there's any, you know, they might have some issues.
So viewers, please do call in if you want to donate, 0121 440 4096. And if you want to take part in the live conversation, present us your ideas, give us your views, tell us your experiences. Are you facing challenges right now? Please do get involved, and the number for that is 0121 285 1845. Mr. Abdi.
Yes, Abid.
Your words of wisdom. How do you feel that your community or the youth of your community could be supported a bit further?
Well, they could be. I think the brothers have mentioned really really good stuff in terms of mosques. I think there's a lot of masajid that need to do a lot more youth activities, youth programs, conferences, youth centers. I think it gives you time to go to the mosque. It attracts, when you're young and you connect yourself to Allah and His Messenger, and you learn hadith, and we used to go to Green Lane Mosque when I was young with Abu Osama. Sunday,
very active mosque.
Very active mosque. Sunday morning, between 11 o'clock, we used to listen to the bayan, and then we used to go football. So these are kind of programs people need to see for mosque. You mentioned Lozals. I've never been to Lozals Mosque, but from what I'm hearing, it's a great mosque. Great programs, attracts the youth, and you know, these are the future generation, the upcoming generation. So we need to support them as much as possible. Somali community faces similar issues, really. You know, there's these balloons now, these balloons which are a problem, and they're not for party balloons. These are balloons where you actually, you know,
it's become a disease. Yeah,
you know,
it's a problem.
No, it's actually making our kids paralyzed.
It is.
Do you know the long-term effects of that? It paralyzes them, and in the NHS now, there's more and more reports of youth going in with complaints of
nerve damage.
Of nerve damage.
Oh wow!
And it's paralyzing the whole side.
how long after you take this does it have effects on you in terms of nerves? Is it just because you can take, and that's a massive...
I don't think it takes long.
Just the first one, it can be the first one, the last one, it's
Each human's
different.
Is it? Oh, wow.
Subhanallah.
But it's a big problem.
This is it. This is a huge problem.
It is, yeah.
This is, I mean, and it's a legal drug, so you can buy it over the counter. I mean, it's easily accessible.
Well, apparently shops are selling it.
Yeah.
It's so easy accessible.
It's very easily accessible.
No, it is 100%.
And there's no trace. So once you've taken it, there's no smell on you, there's no trace on you, right? As opposed to other intoxicants.
You can't tell.
Yeah, you can't tell.
That's why they get away with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a massive problem now. This wasn't, when I was growing up, it's just now that's happening. And I was in my area a couple of months ago, and there was this massive gas, it's this size. It's this size. And these are kind of things that would air up like 7-8 balloons.
Yes.
People are using this size canisters. And you've got the small metal ones as well. And this is the problem that we have. We've got all these issues that are happening to our youth, which are...
The worst thing is our own community that's actually serving these children this toxic as well. This is the worst thing about it, is our own community. And that's what puts you to shame.
It's accountability, isn't it?
It's accountability. These are your own people that are selling it over the counter to 15-year-olds, to 12-year-olds.
And that's a sad fact.
Yeah,
that is a sad fact.
It's recently on BBC and Channel 4.
Yeah, there was a documentary, I think 2 days ago, about the worst high streets in the UK.
Yes.
And unfortunately, Birmingham was at the top of the list. Birmingham was the worst, has the worst high streets in the UK.
Wow.
Now, do we blame the politicians? Do we blame ourselves? Who do we blame for that? But then again, the crux of the problem is that the youth have nowhere to go. And when they got nowhere to go, they will find things to occupy their time. Whether those things are, good or bad, they will find things. And that's why initiatives like the Community Project, it's very, very important. So, Brother Faraz, the IT facility that Zaf's trying to create. So I'm an employer. And I'm in the insurance industry. I'm not plugging my business, but I'm in the insurance industry. When I'm recruiting, right, obviously admin skills and IT skills are compulsory. It is shocking. Wallahi, it is shocking. Over the last 2 years, they haven't got the soft skills. They haven't got the skills. Like, they don't know the way around a keyboard. And when you ask them to send an email, it's like, the way you text.
Yes.
It's like that. Now
because they're so used to the text, they're so used to their mobile phones.
We're dealing with the insurers, we're dealing with clients, and it's like, wow, you have to layer it all back and start from the basics. So I was very impressed when Zaf mentioned this IT suite. I thought this is fantastic because this is something, I'm not sure what's happening in the schools and colleges right now, but if your degree doesn't, or your course doesn't involve you typing, and plus now you've got ChatGPT as well.
Basic IT understanding is very important.
But they haven't got that.
They haven't even done,
and it's shocking, right? So, I mean, what's your thoughts on this?
That's another
IT
gap
suite?
in the market that Brother Zafran has seen, alhamdulillah.
Yes.
And there's an IT suite. We need, at the moment, we're fundraising for 20 laptops, and I think there's other equipment as well. The budget is just over 20,000. Well, at the moment, we've got not many calls at all. Anything will help, really. But it's a very important one where they can come and learn IT skills and basic understanding of admin, HR.
It's so important.
In everyday life, HR is involved. And human resources, we don't see it, but it is involved in everyday life. And these are very important aspects to learn. And I think he's done a great job by trying to cover every single aspect that our youth need.
And you know what? Viewers may be thinking, oh, this is a huge project, but you've got to start somewhere.
You've got to start somewhere.
You've got to start somewhere and dive in.
And he just went straight in.
Yeah.
Like, he wasn't here first trying to fundraise a whole amount, a large amount, then to go out and implement the work. He went into the deep end, and now he's here trying to raise the money and trying to continue the work on a monthly basis. And it's open every day, and to open it 24/7.
Yes. Yes.
I don't know if you guys are aware, 24 hours and 7 days a week to provide a service. It's easily said, but not easily done.
So when it's 24 hours, will there be food available 24 hours a day?
So obviously there'll be timings of food. Yes. So there'll be food timings, there'll be class timings, there'll be complete itinerary for this. And then I think there's already much of an itinerary already done for the community plaza.
It's a big operation.
Yeah, a massive operation. And I just want to mention it in Urdu because some of Takbeer TV, a lot of our people, हम यहाँ पे जो आज बैठे हैं वो यूथ के लिए बैठे हैं, जवान लोगों के लिए बैठे हैं कि इनके लिए एक बेहतरीन कम्युनिटी प्लाजा के नाम से एक तंजीम है. कम्युनिटी प्लाजा जो बोजली ग्रीन में बनाया गया है. उर्दू में थोड़ा सा मैं बता दूं.
बता दे.
ये मैं ये चाह रहा हूँ कि लोग जो भी डोनेशन करना चाहते हैं, ये आपकी यूथ यानी कि हमारी नेक्स्ट जनरेशन के लिए हम यहाँ पे बैठे हैं कि इनके लिए बेहतरीन बंदोबस्त, खाने से लेकर खेलने से यानी कि एजुकेशन के हवाले से
पूरा निज़ाम है ना, एक
कंप्लीट निज़ाम माशाल्लाह हमारे ज़फ़रान भाई ने ये सेंट्रल कम्युनिटी प्लाजा के नाम से बोझ डिग्री में खोला है यहाँ पे. इसलिए हम यहाँ पे बैठे हैं कि इसके लिए आज हमने फंड रेजिंग की है. मेहरबानी करके आप फ़ोन कॉल करके कोई भी हिस्सा डाल दें. कुछ हिस्से हैं शेयर के हवाले से 150 पाउंड किचन का शेयर है और आई थिंक 400 पाउंड, हाँ 400 पाउंड तकरीबन ये शेयर है.
एक तो है ना प्रेयर रूम, ठीक है ना, वो एक
नमाज के लिए.
जी हाँ, एक जो मसला है वो 200 पाउंड का है.
हाँ, इसमें भी ये बेहतरीन बात,
बहुत बड़ी बात है. मसला
बड़ी बात है कि
200 पाउंड क्या चीज़
आ रही है सर.
वही बात है ना यार,
उनको कम्युनिटी प्लाजा लीव करने की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ेगी. वहाँ पे ही नमाज भी पढ़ाई जाएगी. तो इससे बेहतर क्या है. तो आई थिंक 200 पाउंड में मसला आ रहा है. 200 पाउंड में मसला है मस्जिद का. उस पर भी आप डोनेट करें प्लीज. डोनेशन लाइन को आज कॉल करें. ये बड़ा सुस्त लाइन चल रहा है आज, तो इस पे डोनेशन लाइन पे फ़ोन करके डोनेट दें कि ये काम और ये प्रोजेक्ट आगे चल सके. ये 24/7 प्रोजेक्ट है.
जो
24 आवर 7 डेज
का काम है, उसका जो एक हिस्सा है वो 150 पाउंड का है.
150 पाउंड का हिस्सा है.
जो IT की फैसिलिटी है उसके लिए भी हम करें कलेक्ट. और जो मसले हैं वो 200 पाउंड का मसला.
हाँ, 200 पाउंड का एक मसला है, कुछ भी नहीं आपके लिए. तो मेहरबानी फरमाएं कुछ ना कोई डोनेशन दें. हम अपना वक्त लेकर यहाँ पे आए हैं यूथ के लिए, नौजवानों के लिए, कि अल्लाह करीम इन नौजवानों के लिए जो अगली आने वाली नस्ल इसमें बेहतरी की जाए. ये भी नस्ल जो है इस पर भी हम कोशिश ज़ाहिर बात करेंगे, वो तो हमारी ही है, लेकिन कोशिश ये है कि इसको आगे बढ़ाएं कि ऐसे फैसिलिटी प्रोवाइड की जाए. देखिए इन्होंने वहाँ पे खाने के अलावा गेमिंग का सिस्टम, स्नूकर हॉल है, गेमिंग है, प्रे रूम है.
बहुत बड़ी बात है यार,
आजकल के दौर में उन्होंने मोटिवेट करके हर चीज़ को एकोमोडेट किया है. तो हमारा ये हक बनता है कि इसको इस पे डोनेट करें. और ये हमारे बच्चों के लिए है, हमारे बच्चों के मुस्तकबिल के लिए है.
और पता क्या, पैसों के अलावा आप लोग खुद अपने ख्यालात पेश करें, अपनी सोच पेश करें.
विजिट भी करें.
आपके पास कोई आइडिया है और जगह जो है वो 24 आवर्स अ डे खुली है, तो जो भी वहाँ पर आना चाहे, देखना चाहे कि क्या हो रहा है वहाँ पर, पैसे कहाँ पर लगे जा रहे हैं, या आपकी कोई तजवीज़ हो, आपका कोई आइडिया हो, तो वो भी आप पेश करें. इफ़ यू वांट टू वॉलंटियर, अगर आप अपना वक्त भी देना चाहते हैं तो ज़फ़रान भाई उसके लिए भी वो जो है ना
always available. Allah bless him. He's a soldier. He's always available. Always at back and call.
काम है ये करती कम्युनिटी है.
कम्युनिटी करती है. और दर्द वाले लोग करते हैं जिनको वाकई दर्द हो दिल में. और मैंने ये देखा, और ऊपर से मैं बात नहीं करता, मैंने वाकई ज़फ़रान भाई में इंसानियत का दर्द देखा है ना. और ये वही काम कर सकते हैं जिनको इंसानियत का दर्द है. अल्लाह इसको कबूल फरमाए. अब जी, I'm sorry, we will translate for you later. We can go back to English. चले.
I actually enjoyed that. It sounds amazing, mashallah.
Alhamdulillah. We will translate later.
I understood 20% of it, but it's much.
Alhamdulillah. Please, Hafid bhai, carry on. Sorry.
You caught the drift.
Yes, alhamdulillah. Very good, very good. But can I just say, honestly, the amount of stuff Zaf is doing, mashallah, I think you've highlighted quite a lot. And it's good to have different languages because people can then donate and call in. But I think the amount of skills, activities for the youth, people should definitely call and donate generously. Abid gave you the number, 0121 440 4096. Donate generously because it even £1, £10.
The thing is though, if you spend £1 here today, you can see it in front of your eyes being used. And also you can visit whenever you want to visit. And if you want to donate your time, your personal skill set, Zafran is even open to that.
Yeah.
Right. He's actually requesting people to get involved because these projects are not a one-man show.
Yeah.
They can never be a one-man show. No. It's a project for the community, and it needs to be run by the community.
Yeah.
Very, very important.
Absolutely. And I think you mentioned something about there's IT suites.
Yes. IT.
There is, I'm in supported housing, exempt accommodation, and a lot of our tenants that we house, some of them are young, in IT, not literate in terms of IT. We've got support workers going in every week helping them. They will benefit from these programs.
100%.
They will benefit from them because even though the support work they get, it's limited to hours, this is open 24 hours.
24/7.
24/7. There
impressive,
you go.
very impressive. He's
Very
covered
impressive.
every single aspect of it, alhamdulillah.
So the doors are open, so if anyone wants to come and use the services, use the facilities, outstanding and very crucial and much needed in the community, especially in this day and age when we have all these crime and all these other issues going on.
And he's in the hub of it as well, the hub of this community where it's actually needed. He's in the right place, mashallah.
Absolutely. You know what? B8, particularly where they are, where they're situated, it's right in the middle of Small Heath, Allen Rock, Bosley Green, City. It's right in the heart and the nucleus where it's most needed.
Yeah. It's in a prime location, great location. Great location. It caters for a lot of communities.
Absolutely. People, please do donate. The donation line is 0121 440 4096. And please do participate in the conversations. Get involved. Let us know your views, your thoughts, ideas, suggestions. The line for that is 0121 285 1845. So, Papa, I'm going to call you Papa Bilal.
Papa Fraz.
Papa Fraz.
Bilal bhi apna hi hai.
Bilal, yes. So, Papa, I've got your name back to front. It's my galti hai. So, Zafran, mashallah, he's been doing this work for many years now. Right? Okay, actually, we're going to have a break now. Inshallah, we will come back after the break.
Even while we're away on the break, we've
yes.
got to carry on donating in the donation.
Yes. We're going to have a quick break now, but please do donate. Don't forget to donate. 0121 440 4096. And if you want to contribute in the conversation, phone us, give us your thoughts, your views. 0121 285 1845. Inshallah. See you in about 5 minutes after the break.
Employment, training, and/or access to physical activities and sports programs.
This is the venue where it all started back in 2010 when my brother-in-law. My name's Zaf. I'm a global UK ambassador and we're at Community Plaza today. This is the hub where at the moment everyone from those degrees, Small Heath, Allen Rock, the so-called deprived areas are coming to. They're using these facilities and right now, especially with the crime rate, especially in these local areas, with the knife stabbings, drug activities, it's highlighted by the Crown Commissioner, the police. We're getting so many reports coming in, local residents, parents, they're reporting all these crimes.
The club is going through a state-of-the-art redevelopment to ensure there's community spaces, offices, private mentor rooms, as well as sports activities including snooker, darts, pool, multi-sport activity area, boxercise and many more. The Community Plaza has been set up in response to local crime rates, lack of opportunities for young people and a general increase in knife crime. Based in Borsey Green, on the triangle between Borsey Green, Small Heath and Allen Rock, three of the highest areas of deprivation, not just within Birmingham but in England, with crime rates now reaching national levels. Community Plaza CIC is set up as a not-for-profit organisation designed to engage with young people, combat social anxiety, knife crime, lack of motivation, lack of opportunity, and provide young people with an exit route with positive outcomes into employment, training, and/or access to physical activities and sports programs.
This is the venue where it all started back in 2010 when my brother-in-law unfortunately was murdered. He was only 24 years old. Till now we don't know who's murdered him. We've had so many different TV channels, media come in, do the interviews. But unfortunately till now no one's come forward. But the work continues, and if it wasn't for his brutal murder, none of this would have carried on. So it's ongoing charity for him as well. But the main idea is we didn't want others to suffer, other families, other youths. Fair enough, we hear there's still stabbings going on, there's still youngsters being murdered. But through our journey, at least we know that we try to support as many youngsters as we can.
So if we've got this at the heart of the city, we need the support of the community, these business leaders, the community leaders, the council, the police. We need everyone to come on board and support these kind of projects, because this is where our future lies for the youngsters. Our youths are our future, and we need to work in hand. The police need to work with the community need to work with the police, but also the council, the government itself. If we're complaining about the crime rates going up day by day, we're seeing all these stats with these machete bands and all these zombie knives bands coming in. But like I said, we can't just talk about these issues. A few sessions here and there outside, it's not going to make a difference. We need to do this day in, day out. We need to keep these places 7 days a week available. But to do these sessions, we need funding. And funding resources are for these sessions to go on, for these classes, for tutors, for mentors. And we need support from all the community.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Welcome to Community Plaza, an initiative started by my brother Zafran here in the heart of B9. This is not only to help the youth within the community, but to help everybody from working with youth, working with females and homeless people. Come and check out this initiative. So this will be the homeless room. As you can see, there's loads of jackets, trousers, footwear, a lot of stuff that's been donated. The initiative here by my brother Zafran is what? Not only to help the homeless, this will be a homeless shelter, but it's to help the homeless people, help them find accommodation and help them find jobs. This is not just a quick response, but it's actually an opportunity to get the homeless people and put them on their feet. So this Saturday, the 2nd of May, from 2 p.m. till midnight.
My name's Zaf. I'm a global UK ambassador, and we're at Community Plaza today. This is the hub where at the moment everyone from Bosley Green, Smallheath, Alum Rock, the so-called deprived areas are coming to. They're using these facilities, and right now, especially with the crime rate, especially in these local areas, with the knife stabbings, drug activities, it's highlighted by the Crown Commissioner, the police. We're getting so many reports coming in, local residents, parents, they're reporting all these crimes.
The club is going through a state-of-the-art redevelopment to ensure there's community spaces.
Assalamu alaikum and welcome to the Takbeer TV Community Plaza fundraiser. This evening we are fundraising for a fantastic project which is being launched by our brother Zafran. Zafran has been working very actively in the community for the last 15-20 years, has won many accolades and has supported many youngsters throughout his career. He set up a facility in the heart of Birmingham, in the heart of the deprived areas in B8, B9. And the facility is to accommodate the youth of today. As we know, we have a huge problem. Our youth, the sense of belonging, the sense of being part of something. Zaf has identified this and set up the Community Plaza based in Bosley Green. The facility includes snooker, pool, IT facilities, a place of recreation, a food kitchen, and many other facilities to accommodate the youth. So this evening we are fundraising for that. Please do get involved. The donation line is 440-0121 440-4096. And if you want to get involved in the conversation, the line is 0121-285-1845. With me in the studio, we have some fantastic guests. First and foremost, I feel very, I'm actually in awe, but we have 4-time world champion in kickboxing at 4 separate weights, Cash the Flash. Brother, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you. How can I forget your introduction, yeah? How can I forget your introduction? We also have with us.
I just prepped him for that.
He gave me a few roundhouses, a few roundhouses for that.
I did, yeah.
We have Hamish Pooney, who's in finance.
I am.
Thank you for joining us, sir.
Thank you very much.
We have Mr. Safraz Ali, who's involved in apprenticeships. Thank you, sir. And we have the main man himself, Mr. Zafran Khan Bim. So first of all, Zafran, yourself. Let's hear it from you.
What makes you, or what inspires you to take on this project? I mean, it's not easy. It's a huge responsibility. It's a huge financial burden. It's a huge burden when it comes to resources, getting everything in place, and the amount of projects you've launched as well. When I read through that, I thought, wow, how's he going to do this? And it takes a brave man to take such a brave step.
Thanks for the introduction. But I think backstage, talking about the Safras, just some of the stories, just in my life recently, now you know my past.
Yes.
But just in the last couple of years, but the Safras started crying. And, you know, people with passion, what he has for the community himself,
yes,
they actually feel it. So I've had arson attacks on my house. I've had my kids threatened. I've had my son stabbed. You know, just recently, just for the work I do, stopping youngsters going to crime, people selling drugs on the streets, businesses. So when I got my role with the Crime Stoppers as a chairman, people start seeing me more of a threat than before.
Yes.
And we got to 13,000 people, part of our Crime Stoppers, reporting crime.
Okay.
People who were suffering in silence, ladies in our local communities, B8, B9, B10, who were getting raped, 6-year-old and 9-year-olds.
Wow.
Month of Ramadan, 66-year-old lady. We had, I was telling Simon Foster, this 15-year-old kid came to outside the college and he says, Uncle, I don't want to get into drugs. Oh, you shouldn't be. Oh, they're going to pay me £600 to be a runner and I don't want to do it. I go, son, stay away from me. You're a good lad. Concentrate on your school.
Mashallah.
2 weeks later, comes back to me and they showed me a footage. They chopped his brother's fingers off outside Fox and Goose petrol station.
Wow.
All his fingers.
Wow.
Because he said no.
Wow.
Threatened his mum that we're going to rape you if you open your mouth.
And this is the challenges that our kids of today are facing.
Yeah, yeah.
This is the challenges.
And the thing is, as Crime Stoppers, man, we have to be honest because we work with Simon Foster and the West Midlands Police.
Yes.
That people, especially in the community, are scared to report crime to the police because they know there's comebacks.
Yes.
We've had instances locally where someone's phoned the police that someone's doing a drug raid across the road.
Yeah.
The police have arrested the guy and then they've knocked the door and said thank you to the other guy. And while the guy is actually in the car watching the scene. So he knows there's going to be comebacks. And unfortunately, this is how it works. So...
Well, that's not very clever, is it?
No, but that's exactly how the system works.
You're asking the community to give you information and then you're kind of... Well,
exposing them.
Yeah.
And, but this is day-to-day occurrence, unfortunately, especially working with the youngsters. Domestic violence, that's on the rise as well, especially within our community. Obviously, I can't reveal some of the information because of, obviously, Crime Stoppers take out. But it's very damaging, very damaging.
I'll come back to you, if I may. Cash, Baji, you have a little youth centre running at your place as well, don't you?
I do, yeah.
So your experiences coming from the part of Birmingham, I think Winston Green, Lozells, that area.
Handsworth.
Yeah. What challenges are you seeing in the community now with the youth?
I'm a fine example. I'm born and bred. This is my con. Are you ready to go?
That's
Round one.
Go for it.
Is
Go
it on?
for it. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm born and bred in Handsworth, which is the inner city area. And everyone knows Handsworth. It's known for the high crime rate.
Okay, I've just been told you have a mic on, so put that one down. Thank you.
I thought
You don't need it.
I thought that
See
for myself. Yeah. Anyway, so Handsworth is a rough area.
Yes.
We were brought up in that era in the 70s and 80s. We've seen all the, the BNP marches, National Front against us. The knife crime's been around years.
Yeah.
Been around years. You got Peaky Blinders.
Yeah.
There's good kids and bad kids. I'm a parent. I've got 3 kids. Amish parent, 4 kids. Parenting plays a big part in children. I always focus on these kids, and you can always tell parents who support kids and who don't. Some kids are just unfortunate. I'm a single parent family. My father would work all day. My mother died very young. Our sister was 15. She left school, brought us up. Inspirational story. How did we make it? I found something in 1980 walking through Handsworth Park, and that was my love of kickboxing. Now, if I didn't find that, I could have steered and went the other way. So that's why we try and pass on to the young generation of today. So listen, you need to find something. Get parents involved, get the kids involved, have youth clubs. The youth clubs have all closed down. We talk about all these cuts, community centres, schools, after-school clubs. Everything is shut down.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. We took everything away, the discipline. Even school teachers don't enjoy the jobs. A lot of the coaches don't enjoy because the discipline.
It's a different
That's
world
why
now,
martial arts plays a big part. It's the next best thing to the armed forces for the discipline side. Because parents bring their kids, they respect, listen, all the key things that you want from a child. And that's what my job is as a role model for these kids. I mean, I went the right way. I've never been in trouble with the police. Focus. never done drugs, never smoked. All them are the key things, what you need to hear. But sometimes the bad kid, the one who's been to prison for 20 years, they want him on the stage.
Yeah. So how important is, you know, the work that Zafran is doing and the initiative that he's trying to launch at the moment?
Fantastic, because I didn't know about it.
It's
so I come here today.
It's much needed in the community.
Yeah,
isn't it?
it's needed to be aired. Like you've got a TV channel, which is great.
I mean, it's a facility where it's 24 hours a day. There's a food kitchen. There's IT facilities where they can learn basic IT skills. They've got the recreation in snooker and pool, and I think there's some football going on as well.
Football, we've got cricket academy there.
Yeah, football and cricket academy. And then amongst all that, there's pockets of mentoring, there's pockets of education, there's pockets of skills which they can pick up amongst all the sports and the recreation. And it gives them a kind of a sense of belonging and a sense of being part of something. Because don't you feel that maybe the kids of today don't feel like they're part of something, and that's what causes the kind of things that they do?
I don't know. I think internet played a big part. Mobile phone was the worst thing that ever came. Because obviously it's good in some ways. It's bad in other ways. They want to ban it. Now in Australia they banned it in school kids, and I agree. 16 to 18-year-olds shouldn't have phones, because you know what? You could get a crowd of 100 people together like that.
Absolutely.
Back in the day,
Absolutely.
we couldn't do that.
Absolutely.
Things have become a lot easier in some ways and a lot more difficult in others.
That's it. Hamish, sir, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Your experiences, please.
Very similar to Cash, really. I grew up in Handsworth, single parent family.
Yeah.
Father passed away when mother was pregnant with me, so it was very difficult times. But yeah, I think there's difficult times all round, but I think one of the main things that kind of I latched onto is a bit like Cash, sport. You know, it was a great thing to get involved in, to kind of keep you focused. And really, I think when we wanted to kind of develop and go out there and learn and find things, we had to go out and find them.
Yes.
I think now, with what, like Cash said, with the internet, you're constantly bombarded. So you're getting things that you don't even want to know about constantly. So
Yes.
it is so confusing
Yes.
for kids. And especially our kind of ethnic kids, it's very difficult for, because, you know, they can feel conflicted.
Yes.
You know, so having places like what Zaf has now put together in the community is amazing.
Absolutely.
And it's, our politicians should be looking up to these kind of things and say, what are we doing? You know, and
that's a whole
not
new,
to be
that's a whole separate
absolutely
conversation.
Abid,
But yeah.
And you ask many questions, you rightly so ask these questions. But it takes individuals like Zaf
to
and
step
like
up
Cash
and kind of
as well.
Yeah.
You know what
Cash,
he
absolutely,
does.
yeah,
you know
yeah,
what
Cash
they've been
does,
doing in the community.
And the thing is, I mean, people like Cash are role models. So when they lead from the front, it's fantastic because the kids can relate, and I think Cash speaks a language that the kids understand, and that's really powerful.
Very powerful. But there's always a way. You know, there is always a way. There's always some hope.
Yeah.
And it's really good to support what Zaf is doing, and please donate. You know, please raise as much money as we possibly can.
Thank you. So the viewers, please, if you wish to donate, the donation line is 0121 440 4096. And if you wish to participate in our conversation, present your ideas, give us your thoughts, then the line number is 0121 285 1845. So, Mr. Safras, thank you for joining us, sir. So you are in the apprenticeship space, the skills and training space, working a lot with the youth and school leavers. What's your view on the current situation with the youth?
Firstly, thank you for the invitation. Much appreciated. We had a conversation, as you said earlier on, and we've known each other for about 20 years, and obviously seen the grassroots work, and a lot of love and respect as well for Cash as well. Very grassroots and connected to the community. My work, as you said, Abid, is apprenticeships and skills, upskilling and reskilling individuals. And the reason why I went into apprenticeship is because I was in the field of training, particularly for adult education, lifelong learning, and getting people into work, into employment. And apprenticeships was something that I saw which had a stigma, misunderstanding, wasn't really appreciated within the British Asian community in particular. What I saw was that there's many young individuals, particularly from British Asian communities, going into the university into university, getting degrees. These degrees, unfortunately, weren't, in my opinion, fit for purpose, because what was happening was that after graduation, those young individuals were finding that they couldn't get the work that they studied for. In some cases, obviously, parents made sacrifices, the individuals made sacrifices. In other cases, they've had loans as well, and then they've come out of the education, and then they're finding that they've got to restart their working life from the bottom rung, and get work which is not necessarily what they originally planned or envisaged, and that was happening time and time and again. Not just in terms of my own personal experience, seeing people and knowing people and understanding the community, but also the numbers. The numbers stated that, particularly with the British Asian community, we were overrepresented in terms of getting into higher education. We were underrepresented in terms of apprenticeships. We were overrepresented in terms of NEETs, not in education, employment and training, and something called RONI, which is risk of NEETs. So the stats, government stats, again from Birmingham as well, Birmingham Auditory, and also national statistics, actually said that this is the direction of travel. More and more people are not getting the advice from parents, from their teachers.
There's always been stigmas attached to apprenticeships, though, haven't there? Particularly with
misunderstanding of it in terms of what apprenticeships are, what they're about. People thought apprenticeships are for people who've got, who can't get into academic institutions, for people who've got no choice, really. Yeah, it's a plan B. Yes. And what we've tried to do is, over the period of 10 to 12 years, to say it's not a plan B, it's an alternative choice, it's a real choice, and it's often the best choice for people. That's the campaign we've been on for the last 10, 12 years, as you know well.
So, I mean, you're from the same vicinity of where this establishment has been created. How important is the work that ZAF is actually doing or trying to do for that specific area?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm from Mallam. I mean, ZAF is from the same region, B9, B8, B9. It's the same issues, Abid. I mean, you're again, from a similar same area as well. It reminds me of what David Cameron said back in 2010. I think he said, "Big society." He says government generally needs to scale back. We haven't got the facilities. Community organisations need to take responsibility. Community organisations need to be at the forefront. The problem with that is the funding needs to come from somewhere.
Yes.
So yes, it's a good rhetoric. It's great to say that, and it's the right thing to say. Take more control, but control comes from either the people around you, the people who are going to support you, or it's going to come from funding. And ZAF's in the third sector. You know how difficult funding is. You've set up a community interest company. You've got to have a track record. We were talking earlier on. People are saying, "Well, go and do the work, show us the results, and then we may bring some funding. We may, Nothing's guaranteed anymore.
Yes.
So somebody's got to take a chance. Somebody's got to go and fund that. Somebody's got to put the resources in. So what happens is that, people like ZAF and there's many others, Cash as well, individuals have to give their own time. My brother Muhammad Ali is another example. They've got to give their own time, their own resources, and have these side projects, these initiatives, and takes over their lives. Yeah,
absolutely.
And you've been involved with many other organisations as well, where effectively, you're doing this on your shoulders, and you're not getting the support, you're not getting the resources, and then you get to a position where, then the work attracts the funding, but it takes a long time. You've been doing this community plaza now for nearly 2 years. The track record is there. It's not going to get easier, but the opportunity, the visibility is going to be there. The credibility has always been there. The visibility is going to get there, and hopefully you'll be in a position where you can try and get some funding. But the funding pots are getting smaller and smaller and smaller. There's more people who are going for these funding pots, and this is where you need to differentiate. And what I would say is, to the community, we've got to forget about, for now, the larger organisations. We've got to support at a grassroots level.
Absolutely. Yeah, because that's where it starts from. Yeah. So, I mean, ZAF, you've obviously been doing this work for many years. I've read some stats somewhere where I think you've helped over 45,000 youth. That's a huge statement, and How does that come about? Just for the viewers who want to understand a bit about the person behind this operation, right? That's a huge number. And how do you quantify that?
See, when I first started, the aim was if I could get a couple of kids off the street, I think for me that my life is done. I've done what I set out to do after my 24-year-old brother-in-law was murdered. But Tom keeps all the stats.
Yeah.
He's the stat man.
Yeah.
And we're actually close to the 50,000 mark. We're not far off. We get 800 people coming in every week. We get more than 160, 170 new referrals every week now.
Is that into the community centre?
In the plaza.
In the plaza?
In the plaza.
Wow.
So we get new referrals. We got Beverly School on board now. Got Rockwood Academy.
So
we get
when
all
you say referrals, are these children that are going into school that are showing signs where the teachers are feeling that they need to be referred to you, and then they are referring them to you?
Yeah, they normally come, majority of them are year 10, year 11. So they're saying that these kids, we've got trouble. Basically, the parents are coming back to us. Either they're coming back home 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, or they're not coming home at all.
Okay.
And obviously the education suffers, but even time at home. So that's when they turn to us. That's, at the moment,
So,
after school
so
hours.
in that situation, what's your role? Are you counselling? What are you doing to kind of, if they're coming back home at 3 in the morning, obviously they're up to no good.
Of course.
So what's your role in there? How do you intervene?
So we've got members of staff in there now, right now. We've got 4 volunteers, 2 paid staff.
Okay.
Now, they're there. So professional mentors, they're ex-youth workers.
Okay.
Tom takes his time out to come in, and I'm there full time.
Okay.
So we were there, we're mentoring them. We look at whatever they're good at. Some of them, like boxing. So we've got boxing bags. We've got Box Fit Gym. A friend of mine, he's using it. So we do that in partnership now with them. And then at the same time, we got kids coming in and, I like to play pool. But there's some, they're totally away from education.
Yeah.
But slowly, our main aim is to keep in touch with them for 6 months. That's a project we do. 6 months, get them together. And we'll find in that 6 months, there's another group of 20 who are exactly the same. There's no way we're going to send them back to a school or in a college because they can't interact with the other kids. They'll make life misery for them. So we get them to work with the group they're comfortable with. Once 6 months we've grown them in, then we send them back.
Okay.
And that's at the moment. But like I said, we spoke to the mayor, Richard Parker. He goes, fantastic initiative. Hate crime, fantastic. You can have this 24/7 venture. But they go, we would love to fund it, but it's going to take time. Could take 6 months, could take 8 months. But at the same time...
Or it may never happen.
May never happen. So
or it may never happen.
Yeah. So we had an exhibition that day at Millennium Point.
Yeah.
So you had the National Lottery, basically all education ministers there present.
Yeah.
And out of all, again, once again, outstanding community initiative of the year. We got the honour.
Yeah.
So they got this fantastic, the way you're doing. Plus, there's a credibility as well. We got parents who come back to us. There's organisations who transfer. These are kids, we can't handle them. We send them to you. But at the same time, we don't get the resources. But there's so many organisations out there now, community groups, who probably just set up. So the competition is great.
Yes. So, Kash, sports, how important is it for the kids to be engaged? I mean, you've done a lot of your stuff through your sport and through your kickboxing, and I know you've helped many other youth and children and young adults through that route. How important is that for their upbringing and for their mental well-being?
Very, very important. I mean, for me, even now, to this day, if I'm without training, I'll struggle. So it does help you a lot for your mental health, plus helps you make friends. But you've got to make friends in the right circles. If you put all the bad kids together, they're going to be bad vibes.
Yes.
So you got to mix the kids up with all the different. So you got to make sure we section these kids the right way. There's more good kids than bad kids.
Yeah.
So we think every kid out there is carrying a knife and a gun. They're not. I teach a lot of good kids, and there's some really well-behaved, well-educated kids out there. So kids out there, they don't think we're picking on you, but there are a lot of good kids. But a small percentage, you might think, it gives everyone a bad name.
Yes.
So everyone comes to Hanses or Birmingham or Alum Rock thinks, oh, be careful here, everyone's carrying a knife. It doesn't work like that. You get that small percentage, but we have to do the best we can to try and stop it, and to encourage them to take part in sport is great because you got all communities coming together, and that's my job. Get black, white, Asian, Polish, Russian, they all come together.
Your faith or race has nothing to do with it. It's a problem across the board. I mean, I had a Somalian brother in the last hour, and their community got the same challenges.
Yeah.
Because I don't think race or faith comes into it. It is about that age and that time in your life where you're exposed, you're vulnerable, and if you jump onto the wrong path, then things can go south very, very quickly.
It's very easy to jump on the wrong path because everybody wants to be rich quick.
Yeah.
That's very dangerous.
And the role models, I mean, the role models obviously are lacking, and the ones that we do have are not the best role models. You know, we need more people like yourself who are representing from the front.
Well, I do the best I can, and I go to as many events as I can, and I support the communities as well. I've been doing that for 40 plus years.
Yeah.
Been coaching 42 years, you know, men,
And
women,
is
and
there
children as well.
any examples of recent of any youth that you could have that you can give example that kind of was going down the wrong path? And
Oh,
you've
we've had
kind of-
loads. We've had people on drugs. We've had people on alcohol. We've changed people's lives.
Yeah, I'm just trying to put the point across to the viewers, because viewers are probably thinking, oh, this is a fundraiser. What's the actual route behind this?
Yeah.
There's a bigger picture behind. It's not just about your £50, £100 donation. It's going to a cause which is going to help the next generation. And these are the stories that have actually happened and how we can support the next generation.
Exactly that, yeah. We need to support it and get behind the campaign, because if no one's doing anything, what's going to happen? So we need groups like Zaf's doing, the work I'm doing in the community. We need them people out there, otherwise we're going to all downhill.
Yeah, yeah. Hamish, in your view, I mean, you're from Handsworth as well?
I am, yes. Yeah, Birmingham born and bred.
And the youth of today and what you see on Soho Road and Handsworth Park and areas around there, what's gone wrong?
I'd hate to be a kid now.
Innit?
To be honest,
It's hard, isn't it?
I mean, it's very, very difficult.
It's very hard.
We thought we had it tough when we were growing
Yeah.
up, but you know, those are very blessed days.
Yes, there were days of innocence.
Absolutely, and you know, we could be human, for want of a better word. So you know, in terms of kids, I think families are very important. You know, in terms of trying to keep kids on the straight and narrow, because it is so easy to look the other way kind of scenario. And as Safra said, there's many people out there, kids that have got degrees. You know, they've gone to university, they've come out, they've got themselves a degree, but there aren't any jobs out there as well.
Yes.
There isn't any community work to do as well. So my feeling would be is that it's getting the community now to raise up, and the business people within the communities to try and support these initiatives. If the government's not going to do it, and they can't afford to do it, can we afford not to do it?
This is and this is the question we keep asking. As parents or as a community, it's sometimes too easy to blame the authorities, blame the council, blame the police, blame the government even. Yes, they have something to answer for, but as parents, the sole duty should lay with us. And if we don't fix the problem in our own house, then we're the ones that are going to suffer.
And the good thing is with what Zaf's doing is that parents do have a place to go.
Yes.
To kind of get that information and to get that support, and to get these. And I think kids are vulnerable now.
Very
You know,
vulnerable.
We use that word
As you say, yeah,
quite
absolutely.
loosely. They're very vulnerable
Yeah,
now.
yeah. There's so much available. There's so
yeah.
much content coming at them.
Yeah.
There's so many thoughts and ideas and perceptions coming at them that they don't know which way to or what to take on board.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do truly believe they do know what's right from wrong, but they just need a bit of help.
Yes, yes. So, Zaf, what kind of courses or classes are you going to be implementing, or what kind of work are you doing?
At the moment, the knife crime workshops we'll be doing. To be honest,
What does that? I mean, a knife crime workshop is a cliche.
Yeah.
What does that entail? Break that down.
So, okay. First I'll give you 57 knives we've been handed in since November.
Wow.
And that's without even having a surrender bin. We've asked Crime Commissioner Simon Foster, might be tuning in, I'll send him the link.
Okay.
But it's been 8 months, we've applied for one, and we couldn't get it. And there's surrender bins out there outside mosques, and you'll probably find shoes and socks inside,
Yeah.
but you won't find a knife.
Yes.
So the places where it's actually happening, people coming in, they're all looking. So we get kids coming in. A lot of the kids who are in the knife crime workshops, basically they're kids who come in and hand the knives over. And now we're talking to them. We've got scholars, and 2 days a week we use it as a church as well, one side of the building.
Okay.
So we get people coming in as a mixture.
So it's multi-faith.
Multi-faith.
It's multi-faith.
Yeah. So we come in and we deliver talks about the impact he has. And we get youngsters who have been involved in knife crime victims.
Yeah.
They've been stabbed, and now they're coming in and saying, look,
Fantastic.
I was a guy who used to do this.
Yeah.
I've slashed someone, and later on I used to see their family suffer.
Yeah.
Because I thought, and then until it happened to me, Then I came in, handed a knife in, and now he's delivering talks.
Wow.
And this evidence, we did a documentary on ITV recently.
Okay.
And we said, you're the true role models. People look at us because of accolades and all this. Well, you're the true one because you faced this and you're delivering.
Absolutely.
And to me, even one of the lads who just come in recently is talking. Again, these people are, at one time they used to fear them, now they respect them. There's a big difference.
Yeah.
Crossing the road over, that someone's going to attack me.
Yeah.
That's the same thing as you'll do that when the dog is on the other side, out of fear. But then you got another man who's out of respect, someone like Ash, or like yourself, or you respect that, you'll cross over just to shake his hand. And that's true respect. And that's why we try to tell youngsters that, when someone's good at there and humanitarian, and he's changed his life, he becomes a role model. That's how you want to be. And a lot of the youngsters come to us, we want to get respected in the community. We want to be famous for doing something good. And we tell youngsters, if you're on TikTok, if you're on social media, and people know you, it's not a negative thing if you're doing it for the right reasons.
As Kash said, listen, you can use it for positives.
Exactly.
But it's just educating them that, this TikTok platform actually does have a positive side to it
It's
as
like
well.
your podcasts, and people know you. Abid. Even like Abid will tell you, me as a public speaker, I do loads of talks. Spoke in Wembley Stadium in front of 80,000 people when I got the Sky Sports Award. I know I'm absolutely terrible when it comes down to it. Probably the worst when it comes down to public speaking. I've never been comfortable, but it's something I have to do. And Abid's someone I look up to when it comes down to that. You can actually teach people just like that. So, so hopefully within a plaza, when we set up this IT suite and entrepreneurs coming in, Abid and Safraz, they're going to be part of it, especially when it comes down to that. And obviously with the sports.
You're also running a food kitchen.
Yeah.
Okay. How does that work?
So the food kitchen, a lot of the Romanian communities, they've come forward to us and they said we got issues in our community. And obviously working with Julian Isto, we identified loads, especially at Bowes Green, Smalley, Thalmark, and altogether we've got 87 people lined up now.
Wow.
So
which are going to be users?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So we said at the moment, because outside the plaza we've got the bus stop.
Yeah.
So we're going to use that part. Sharon Thompson, we spoke to her previously.
Yeah.
So we're going to hopefully raise funds, but it's not just going to be food. We're going to supply. So we've got safety steel toe caps. So we've done a collection for that. We've got some jackets. We keep them at the plaza. We're going to try to put them on some kind of courses, and then it's not just the food. We're going to provide them shelter and then occupation jobs, so they can cater for themselves.
Okay, fantastic. And the one thing that really caught my attention was the IT workshop.
Yeah. See, that's something against working at the college, and
because I'm sure Safraz will agree.
Yeah.
I'm recruiting all the time, and the talent that's coming through right now, their IT skills and admin skills, and their ability to actually use a keyboard, are deteriorating.
Yeah.
When they type, they're typing like as if they're texting. They can't type.
Yeah.
And I just feel that with obviously with ChatGPT and all these all these things they have where they can speak and type, that they forgot the art or that that's not there. So I'm really I'm enthusiastic about that IT skills workshop.
See, we got 4,000 students at Bowes Green campus where I'm based.
Yeah.
So most of the interaction is with me whenever they come in. So we know exactly how everyone's nurturing, and especially in the area. And even sometimes their brothers come in, they work in universities and you'd be shocked. When it comes down to computers and typing, exactly what you mentioned.
Honestly, I was shocked.
It's like the texting.
I'm absolutely shocked. I cannot believe that in this day and age you wouldn't know how to use a PC or a PC is a thing of the past, a laptop or a keyboard even, because they're now on iPads with their little digital keyboards, and the way that they're typing and whatnot, you're thinking, wow, is this the way the world is going?
So we've done this program, Ignite program.
Yeah.
So 6 weeks we keep them on board. Started off at the college where they asked us if we can get about 20, 30 lads. So we reached out to the community and got more than 250 within the first week.
Okay.
So we got Apache Indian on board.
Yeah.
So 1 week we were teaching computer skills, and then self-confidence. It was a motivational kind of tour Apache Indian was doing.
Yeah.
And then even singing, but it has to be clean. So that was out to all the rappers out there who use it exactly. I stabbed someone last week. I was at this location, literally handing them sums in.
Yeah.
But they thought that's cool.
Yeah.
So we get Apache Indian to teach them speech, even singing, but it has to be clean.
Yeah.
So we've done that 6 week course and even national.
Fantastic.
And now we're going to implement that at the plaza now.
Fantastic. That's very powerful.
But with everything we do, Abid, we always say there has to be at the end there has to be a result. There has to be
an outcome.
Has to be outcome. We are a lot of times. I work with community groups. They come in. We set up a CIC. This is my plan. I'm going to work with the youngsters, deprived communities. Place to go, play pool, table tennis, but that's it, they go back.
Yeah.
We locate them, we work with them, We make sure they've got something in Twitter. We've got same contacts 13, 14 years ago.
Yeah.
Same contacts we worked with at the MIP, at the park,
Yeah.
Borden Park, Aston Park, and they're still in touch. Some of them are volunteers, but we don't let go. We work with them and make sure there's a route at the end, has to be employment. And now same guys, some of them started their own business. One of the guys who spat at me outside Lidl years ago. He used to be Netto at that time,
Yes.
in Bosley Green.
Yeah.
Same guy spat at me, and same guy is an entrepreneur now.
There we have it, viewers. We have Zafran Khan, the founder of the Community Plaza, in the studio, and mashallah, the stories he's coming out with is absolutely inspirational. We all acknowledge that we do have a problem with our youth at the moment, and it's upon us as a community to come together and kind of, sort the situation out. Zafran, alhamdulillah, the Almighty has given him tawfiq, the strength to create this facility where they are accommodating youth, children, empowering them, educating them, feeding them, and giving them a place where they can feel comfortable and feel that they're part of that establishment. We are collecting donations this evening. Please do contribute. The donation line is 0121 440 4096. And if you listen to our conversation and want to contribute or let us have your views and thoughts, we have Cash the Flash, who is a 4-time kickboxing world champion. Just ring to speak with Cash. Just ring to speak with Cash, and ring. Let us have your views. Let us have your thoughts. If you've got any experiences that you'd like to share, please do feel free to call in 0121 285 1845. So, Baji Cash, this whole pandemic or issue we have with this gas situation, this laughing gas problem that's kind of taken over all of our youth. Have you had any experiences with this or any users of this, and what's happening with them?
Thankfully, I haven't had any users of it, but I have seen it in the media.
Yes.
And I think it's a growing problem, and people think it's funny, but it's not funny.
It's paralysing them.
Yeah,
it's paralysing, and it's causing them long-term mental issues.
Yeah, and that's what we need to do. Look at the medical issues on it, and is it worth taking? It's just like drugs. Some people don't affect them, but long-term, in 10, 15 years.
Some of them affect them straight away.
I had a lot of friends growing up in Hamza. Some of them passed away.
Yeah.
I think it ain't going to affect them. Everyone gets affected in some way.
Yeah.
Especially memory loss as well.
Yeah. So how do we get the message across to the youth?
Well, we need to focus on our issues, like we're talking about knife crime, which has been around a year, like I said, but we just got to keep at it and just keep going and the best we can. You can't just stop it overnight. It's a long time.
But the knife crime argument now, we've spoken about it for years. You've spoken about it many times. I've spoken about it, but the problem is still there, and I do feel it's getting worse because now they don't think twice about stabbing you. They literally bang, done. Yeah. There's no consequence. There's no. Is the punishment too less, or they haven't got the understanding, or they don't realise the consequences. What's gone wrong?
If we had zero tolerance, like some countries, that would solve the problem. You give them a heavy punishment. Listen, if you said, right, you're going to get caught now, you're going down for 20 years or 10 years, I'm sure people would think twice about it. You stab someone, that's it, you're going inside. And we need to make an example. It's just too soft punishment. It's not hard enough.
Yeah.
If we've done zero tolerance, like some countries do, like we've got Middle East, stops the crime.
Yeah.
That's the only way we're going to do it. There are too many do-gooders here.
But that's why we have people like Zaf to kind of, we need to, the thing is, the youth are obviously stuck in this mess and they're looking at their peers and their friends and whatever. But as parents, obviously, we have a responsibility. But the authorities, in terms of the community facilities available, they've obviously vanished. The kids have nowhere to go. And when the parents are at work or the parents are out, the kids have nowhere to chill. So whatever they find, that's their best mate. And if that best mate is taking them down the wrong path, then unfortunately, that's another one gone. Yeah. And I think me and Zaf tackled somebody back in 2018-19. I'll never forget that kid. I think he didn't want to get involved in that particular gang. And they kept on forcing him. We interviewed him on the BBC, remember? Yeah. From the back of his head. And these peers they're finding on the streets, these gangs, it's because the parents are not present, broken families, right? And in the community, there's no facility for them. There's no community centres. There's kind of nowhere for them to go.
We come back to where we started when I said to you, the discipline, the community centres, we're just coming back to it and now again. And that's exactly what we started with. So until we push money into the youth like that, it's the only way we're going to do it. And sport is the way I've done it. The more sport they can do. And you've got to try different sports as well. Not everyone's going to be a footballer. Not everyone's going to be a fighter. Fitness as well comes into it as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're just taking a short break now, viewers. We'll be back in the next 5 minutes.
In response to local crime rates, lack of opportunities for young people, and a general increase in knife crime. Based in Bawdsey Green, on the triangle between Bawdsey Green, Small Heath and Allen Rock, three of the highest areas of deprivation, not just within Birmingham, but in England, with crime rates now reaching national levels. Community Plaza CIC set up a non-for-profit organisation designed to engage with young people, combat social anxiety, knife crime, lack of motivation, lack of opportunity, and provide young people with an exit route with positive outcomes into employment, training, and/or access to physical activities and sports programs.
This is the venue where it all started back in 2010 when my brother-in-law unfortunately was murdered. He was only 24 years old. Till now we don't know who's murdered him. We've had so many different TV channels, media come in, do the interviews. But unfortunately, till now, no one's come forward. But the work continues, and if it wasn't for his brutal murder, none of this would have carried on. So it's ongoing charity for him as well. But the main idea is we didn't want others to suffer, other families, other youths. Fair enough, we hear there's still stabbings going on, there's still youngsters being murdered. But through our journey, at least we know that we try to support as many youngsters as we can. So if we've got this at the heart of the city, we need the support of the community, these business leaders, the community leaders, the council, the police. We need everyone to come on board and support these kind of projects, because this is where our future lies for the youngsters. Our youths are our future, and we need to work in hand. The police need to work with the community need to work with the police, but also the council, the government itself. If we're complaining about the crime rate going up, crime rates going up day by day, we're seeing all these stats with these machete bands and all these zombie knives bands coming in. But like I said, we can't just talk about these issues. A few sessions here and there outside, it's not going to make a difference. We need to do this day in, day out. We need to keep these places 7 days a week available. But to do these sessions, we need funding. And funding resources are for these sessions to go on, for these classes, for tutors, for mentors. And we need support from all the community.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Welcome to Community Plaza, an initiative started by my brother Zafran here in the heart of B9. This is not only to help the youth within the community, but to help everybody, from working with youth, working with females and homeless people. Come and check out this initiative. So this will be the homeless room. As you can see, there's loads of jackets, trousers, footwear, a lot of stuff that's been donated. The initiative here by my brother Zafran is what? Not only to help the homeless, this will be a homeless shelter, but it's to help the homeless people, help them find accommodation and help them find jobs. This is not just a quick response, but it's actually an opportunity to get the homeless people and put them on their feet. So this Saturday, the 2nd of May, from 2 p.m. till midnight on Takbeer TV, Community Plaza will be fundraising not only to take off the homeless shelter, but to help with the work that they're doing with the youth and everybody within this community. So I hope to see you tune in and donate to help the youth of your community.
So I'm just at Community Plaza. Alhamdulillah, they're doing great work, and I support them in all their endeavors. And their endeavor in knife crime and combating knife crime is something that I endorse hugely, because I have seen the epidemic that is knife crime in Birmingham and beyond. Knife crime is becoming so bad that the youth are carrying knives around like they're normal. A quick message to the youth: before you pick up a knife and your intention is to go and stab somebody, lock yourself in your bathroom for 24 hours. If you think you can do that for 25 years of your life, then go ahead. But let me tell you something, you won't be able to hack it in there. And 40,000 kids have signed up here or shown interest at the Community Plaza, and more will continue to sign up. We're working along with the West Midlands Police to get our kids off the street and get them in to the right direction, point them towards the right direction. Remember that. Saturday the 2nd of May, Takbeer TV will be having a live fundraising appeal from 2 p.m. all the way to midnight. So everyone must tune in. I will be in the studio fundraising along with other prominent figures all across from Birmingham. So please tune in to Takbeer TV, 2 p.m. this Saturday, the 2nd of May. Remember that.
Assalamu alaikum. So this is a quick mention about the Community Plaza in Borsley Green. We're doing a fundraiser because Brother Zaf is doing an absolutely phenomenal job with the youth and with the community. The specific project that I want to talk about is the IT development for the youth. Now, being an employer, I'm constantly recruiting admin staff, clerical staff, and what we're finding is that our youngsters, our youth, are lacking these basic skills. We're all very good at TikTok, we're very good at Instagram, we're very good at Facebook and all the social media, but when it comes to actual skills of...
My name's Zaf. I'm a global UK ambassador and we're at Community Plaza today. This is the hub where at the moment everyone from Borsley Green, Smallheath, Alum Rock, the so-called deprived areas are coming to. We're using these facilities, and right now, especially with the crime rate, especially in these local areas, with the knife stabbings, drug activities, it's highlighted by the Crown Commissioner, the police. We're getting so many reports coming in, local residents, parents, they're reporting all these crimes.
The club is going through a state-of-the-art redevelopment to ensure there's community spaces, offices, private mentor rooms, as well as sports activities including snooker, darts, pool, multi-sports activity area, boxercise and many more. The Community Plaza has been set up in response to local crime rates, lack of opportunities for young people and a general increase in knife crime. Based in Borsley Green, on the triangle between Borsley Green, Smallheath and Alum Rock, three of the highest areas of deprivation, not just within Birmingham, in England, with crime rates now reaching national levels.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. You're tuned into Takbeer TV. Today, again, we are continuing collections for the Community Plaza, which was an amazing idea brought forward by our brother Zaf. So, Zaf, tell us a bit more.
So, Community Plaza initiative we had set up about 2 years ago. So, it's myself and Tom. During the riots at that time, where we had issues, especially in Borsley Green and Alum Rock. And we had a lot of young learners and students we were working with. They actually turned up when they thought there was going to be trouble for certain communities. And they were actually going there with the masks on. Our main aim was, you can come in for a silent protest, but you cannot carry a weapon and wear a mask. For us, that's you're portraying something else.
100%.
So we spoke to some business owners, and there's a place by Paradise Carpets. Upstairs, a snooker hall. So I said to them, if right now you've got customers, fair enough, but if we can work in collaboration with you, get these youngsters a hub, give them something, safe space, and they turn and they go, you know, for your sake, for what you guys do in the community, we'll get rid of all the tables and you can take over the space.
Wow.
And it's been our second year now, that's exactly what we've done. So we only left from 12 now, we've got 4 tables, and all the rest we've just changed. We've got table tennis in there now, we've got boxing equipment, we've got homeless shelter, homeless items, we've got multi-faith projects running there. We've got domestic violence, we've got our Crime Stoppers team working there, about 57 knives handed in, and 48,000 kids in the academy, away from knife crime, back into education, employment. We're working with businesses and the local community.
I think that's the most important thing. We know that obviously the youth, that's the next generation. That is the people who are going to take over for, well, I'm going to take over from you guys, and someone's going to take over from me eventually. That's just the circle of life. And I think we are losing a bit of touch with our youth. And I think that's why you saw people like myself step forward into politics and so on and so forth, because we need more focus on our youth. Obviously, Uncle Safraz, I know you just recently received an MBE, and I do believe you do a lot of youth services. So if you just want to tell everyone about what's that like? How does it feel to know that you're impacting children's futures?
First and foremost, thank you so much for, again, the wonderful introduction. And we had a fantastic conversation earlier on. I got a lot of respect for you. And I did say, you know, I was astounded by your communication skills, your language skills, and how you relate to people. And I have to say that again and again. MashaAllah, you are a role model for many, many people. And as you rightly have said, you know what, nobody can think about the future if the present isn't secure. If you're secure in terms of where you are currently, then you can start thinking about the future. You can start having hope. And a lot of our young people have given up hope. They can't think about getting on the property ladder. They can't they can't believe that they're going to get a full-time secure job. It's very, very difficult for them. When we were younger, I think we were from a deprived background, but our parents didn't make us feel like we were poor.
100%.
Yeah. So even though we were from a poor background, we didn't feel that. We had a lot of love, a lot of support, and to be frank with you, we had some hope. We had a lot of hope, a lot of ambition, and it starts with that. It starts with ambition. Starts with taking ownership, accountability, responsibility. 100%. You know, if you've got a mindset of blame, finger pointing, excuses, you're in denial, then it becomes harder. You know, when you take responsibility for yourself, when you've got people who are role models around you, people who are mentors, you know, they say that we are a combination of the 5 people that we hang around with, spend more time with, then you have higher aspirations. If you have aspirations, then you've got an element of a trajectory of travel. And I think, you know, if I go back to sort of my youth, when I was 15, 16, I failed all my GCSEs, and you know, our parents didn't speak English, both mother and father. They didn't really understand what we were doing at school. They didn't really understand, you know, the school system, about homework, checking in when they could say, you know, do your homework, but you couldn't relate with, you know, they couldn't relate to us, and it was difficult. So you were living a world, 2 worlds really. You were living one which was in terms of outside, and one in terms of the house, the home. As well, which again, you know, that's difficult when you've got that. You've got 2 personalities. You've got a personality outside. You've got a personality inside. 100%. And when I failed my GCSEs, it was only the shock of the fact that my life was going to be working at the time in a factory that I decided that I needed to really pull up my socks, start looking at education. And education is your first chance of getting up that social mobility ladder, first chance of actually progressing in life. It comes through predominantly education. Now you may have a chance with regard to, you know, self-employment and other opportunities. Initially it was harder, you know, working as self-employed or trying to set something up. I think it's probably slightly easier now, possibly, you know, doing business for younger people. But effectively, we only had one option, which was education. But what I did was I went down the route of short, sharp courses, became a professional in my field. My first field was financial services, and then progressed there. But in terms of the last 25 years, I've been working in skills, employability, getting people into apprenticeships, been promoting apprenticeships. My biggest work has been trying to get the brand apprenticeships to work for all of us. There was many British Asian community who didn't really understand what apprenticeships were. They were going down the route of university, and what they were finding was university wasn't for everybody. And they were coming out of university not being able to secure graduate positions. And this has probably been the biggest challenge in terms of actually trying to rebadge apprenticeships to say that they're not for people who have no choice. It's a real option for many people, and sometimes the best option we have.
Yeah, 100%. I think I couldn't disagree with anything you said. Education is the key. because knowledge is power, and that's the best way to see it. And it's the same, like you said, you were scared to work in a factory. My dad used to tell me he's going to send me back to Kashmir and I'll work on a tractor. He's saying you can spend the rest of your life working on a tractor, and that kind of, it puts a bit of fear in you, but it also teaches you, like my dad's a taxi driver, he said, I never want you to sit in this position because you're here for your education. That needs to come first. And I think when it comes down to it, with what you guys are doing, with things like the Community Plaza, you're helping these children so much in ways that you don't understand. It's the same way where your first role model would always be your parents. But when you step out of your house, you're always going to be looking for someone to look up to. And the thing that you guys are pushing forward is that they can have other people for them to look up to. There is different avenues. Even if education isn't for you, there's many different ways for you to scale up, progress in life, and ultimately help your family out, because that's what everyone's here for. So Tom, do you want to give us your introduction? How did you manage to get into all of this?
Ooh, we're going back nearly 20 years. Obviously, I was lecturing at the college, educational manager. Met Zaf at the time, who was running some community activities on the AstroTurf. I noticed that numbers were growing very rapidly, and Zaf was essentially out there on his own. So my background, lecturing in sports, I thought, well, I can assist Zaf, I can do some coaching for him, I can kind of get the paperwork, insurances in place, and from that point, we became colleagues, but we also became friends. And kind of 18 years later, 16 years later, we secured our first facility, which we've completed half of the renovation on, and we're active. But for years, we were begging, borrowing and stealing facilities off people so we were pivoting depending on where the need was. We were using the local parks, Henry Barber, Morris Park. But now we've got a facility where we can put roots down, we can invest in that facility, but we're no longer weather dependent. So before there was a limit on how much we could do. There's only so much mentoring, etc. you can do when you're on the side of a football pitch. 100%. So having classrooms there like we do, having the multi-use space, it means people can come in. We're open 24 hours a day. The big thing that we offer is essentially just a safe space. We don't charge anyone to come into the facility. So come in, play some snooker, some pool. We've got some hot drinks, use the facility, there's PlayStations, etc. And then when you're ready to talk and you're comfortable with us or the team that are there, come and talk to us. 100%. And at that point then, we can start to build a relationship. But it's not forced, it's a totally open environment. Once they're ready to start talking, then we can start to offer services. 100%. That's the jobs club, it's the homework club after school, it's the creche cafe in the day for mums or single mums. It's offering the homework club, it's the IT centre that we're looking to build at the moment. The mentoring, we've got a relationship with the NHS where we're offering counselling from the centre with mental health on the rise. We do displacement theory. So we noticed with the crime rates working with West Midlands Police, they were peaking between kind of 11 PM and 2 AM. So we decided to run some sports classes at that time slot, thinking if we can engage them young people, give them something positive to do, then hopefully the crime rate will drop. That was fantastic. Crime rates dropped about 9%, which was quite a big percentage. We then found out 3 months subsequently that crime rates were peaking after 2 AM. So they were coming to the plaza, taking part in activities, and then some of them were committing some antisocial behaviour after. So we just linked in with the PCOs. They come to the centre. The young people get to know them. It breaks down the barriers, and they know the PCOs are there after the end of that session. So it's just about a lot of these young people. It's very easy in the culture today to look at someone at a wedding who's got a nice car, nice watch, buying drinks from the bar, and think, I want that. And you may know what that individual does to earn that money. 100%. But it's very easy to think, quick money, I can join in them activities and potentially start earning, instead of thinking long-term success and respect means studying. Doesn't have to be A-levels and a degree. It could be that you're vocational, learn a trade, tiling, plumbing, all the trades are there, but that's hard work. It takes commitment, it takes daily effort, and sometimes we need to educate the young people that is the long-term aspiration. It doesn't have to be university, it can be a trade, but you can earn good money to raise a family on, depending which way you want to go, but the quick money isn't always the best money.
100%. I'd say, I have to say, it's very, very admirable hearing from you guys, and it's the truth is that these people are helping educate our kids further. They're helping making sure that the youth are home, the youth are being looked after, which is why I have to say, guys, please, donate as much as you can. Think about it this way. It could be your kid that needs help in the future. It could be your grandkid who needs help in the future. It could literally be your kid right now who you don't even know actually spends time at these community plazas, because these are safe places. These are things our children need. We know that mental health is on the rise, and we know that these people need somewhere where they can turn to, and you people are that. So from the bottom of my heart, I have to say thank you to you guys as well, although I'm probably too old to be coming to the centre now. But at the end of the day, my services will always be there and ever needed, of course. And how about yourself, Uncle? How about you tie us back in? Tell us a bit about yourself as well. We've heard from these amazing gentlemen. We saved the best for last. That's the best way to say it.
So my name's Arshad Basharat, for those that don't know me. And I've been a resident of Birmingham for the last 4 decades. I worked for the City Council for 19 years in education, IT. And in the last 3 years, I've moved over and worked at a solicitor's firm, Wilding Solicitors, for those of you that do know it. So it's an opportunity to plug it. So I've been there as head of operations for the last 3 years. We offer a variety of services in our law firm, including residential, commercial, private clients, wills and probate, and family law, employment law. So if you want to reach out to us, it's 0121 786 2555. It's an opportunity to plug the system. In terms of community, I've become an activist more in the last 4 or 5 years, especially when in 2004, when the genocide happened in Palestine. Every Saturday with Alabrook Friends of Palestine, I stood on the streets of Alabrook and basically raised our voice. I felt that was something I needed to do for the community.
Of course, but as much as we're loving to hear about everything, can we add more bit into the education side of things? Like you said, you work with the Birmingham City Council.
Yeah, so when
I'm quite curious how that worked, really.
So my job was to manage the computer systems in various schools up and down the country.
Okay.
And obviously I was an employee of Birmingham City Council.
Yeah.
And as you know, Birmingham City Council over the last few years went bankrupt.
Yeah.
So we noticed that in Birmingham there's been a massive change in the last 5 years plus, where opportunities for the youth have diminished. So community centres have closed down, and to see this project that Mohammed Zafran has put together with his team is fantastic, because it opens up the door now for the youth to come back, have something to do where this wasn't around. I mean, when I grew up a long time ago, we had the park and we had your swings. You played football, you played cricket, you spent days in the park. You know, phones and social media were around, so you weren't on TikTok, you weren't doing these things. So now times have changed, and I think it's down to us as a community, as the elders, as respectable people, to come out and make a difference, to support these kind of projects, to donate towards these projects, and make sure these projects are working. We also have to hold these projects accountable to make sure that they are doing what they say, they deliver what they state that they're going to do. There are places that open, people don't turn up and don't think, and then Birmingham City Council shut it down because they say it's not running. Prime example is close to where I live in Ward End, the library. It's been there for decades, but now it's in a position where it's going to close down. In the community where I grew up in, there's not a lot of activities for the youth to go to. So you don't blame them when they turn towards crime, because they've got no other options. So I think we need to stick together, work on this, make this project a success, and make sure that everyone donates. Look, whatever you can donate, whatever within your means that you can donate, whether it's £1, 100, but we have social media, which is so powerful these days. So if we could share the pages, share the donations, and hopefully get this project up and successful.
100%. If anyone would like to donate, the number is on the screen there in the red, 0121 440 4096. And if there is any questions any of you have for the gentleman sitting beside me, you can contact us on 0121 285 1845, and we will make sure, if it's appropriate, that your questions are answered by these gentlemen. Again, I'd have to ask a couple more questions, because I am pretty intrigued about this, you know, hearing how everything is working, so on and so forth. So how many would you say youth you get in coming weekly, and how much would you reckon in the 2 years you've been running, in the 2 years where you have had minimal funding, you obviously, because that's what we're here for, but how many lives would you think that you have impacted in the last couple of years?
So far we've got just under, I think it's 48,200, Tom, numbers in our academy.
Yeah.
That's since 2012, 2013 till now.
Yeah.
And that number exceeds. So we get 800 people, more than 800 now, using our facilities every week. And a lot of them are you got our local college users, But then on top of that, you've got the local schools who are sending us more referrals.
Yeah.
And then Birmingham City Council, although we don't get funding from the council, but they still send us referrals.
Yeah.
Then we got the local parents coming in, and also our own network through social media. We get lots of people, they're saying that they got problem with the kids, and they can't send them here or there, or they transfer them to us. So we've got, besides this community role, we've got the Crime Stoppers who we work with. So I'm the chairman for the West Midlands.
Wow.
And Thomas is the vice chairman. So that's another role we've got in the community. So we take more than 2,600 calls every week.
Oh, my bad.
And obviously it's not reported to the police, so they come to us.
Yeah.
But again, it's unfortunately 66, 67% all local from Allen Rock, Smallheath, Bosley Green. So the minute something happens, straight we're on there. And a lot of people come to our centre and tell us some of the stuff which is happening.
Okay.
And domestic violence is actually heavily on the rise.
It's heavily on the rise.
And it's something people don't see it. So again, in our local mosques, there's events going on, but there's certain topics we don't highlight. So it's not good enough. Just on Eid day, just talk about speeding and make sure that you behave yourself. However, all year long.
Yeah.
You know, and that's why we need safe space. So one of the some of the stuff we always mention is mosques. You need to be community hubs.
100%. I would have to say, obviously, as you're aware, I'm from Sparkbrook and so on and so forth. Like the mosque, very local to yourselves, they are very good at that. So they do have very a lot of things with the youth. They speak to the youth. I think it's important to hear what they have to say, because nobody's going to know more about what they need other than themselves. And the fact that people are feeling comfortable enough to come to you guys, report crimes to yourself. I don't know if you work with the police afterwards or work with the council, whatever it is. But it's good to know there's a bit of a mediator there as well. So
we get workshops with the police.
Yeah.
So they come in. Like I said, we had 57 knives handed in since November.
Wow.
And a lot of gang members who've left their gangs. But again, it's that pledge and oath thing. That they can't go back.
Of course.
And we make sure that they don't reveal the secrets. So it's that trust kind of factor. But we're working with a lot of communities within. So we've got the Romanian communities now. We've got a family of 15 from the Ukraine.
Wow.
Family. They've come back from the war, and obviously their houses got damaged, and they lost a lot of people in their families. So we've got accommodation for them, and we're actually finding jobs for them as well.
Wow.
So there's communities out there who actually reach out to us. We get loads of referrals. We've just got a new contract we're getting with NHS 24/7. So the serious mental health patients who are on the list, I think there's a list of 200, which Professor Sashi told us.
Yeah, so part of that support is effectively being proactive instead of reactive, which goes into youth work as well. But with the mental health, looking at supporting them, and the three key elements to that. One is giving them something to effectively get out of bed for, so keeping them busy, but something that's gainful, so not there to just kind of count the minutes. So we're providing a job club. We've got a couple of local employers on board to offer work experience with paid placements after. The second part is housing. So Birmingham City Council are looking to do additional inspections.
Wonderful. We have a call coming in at the minute. So, hello, assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
How you doing, brother? You okay?
Alhamdulillah, I'm all good. How are you?
Alhamdulillah, very, very, very well. For the question, which lucky man's going to be the one answering the question?
To be honest with you, the lucky man is obviously my uncle Zafran sitting there. Like, you know, I was there earlier. My name's Oman.
Okay.
So I just want to say the work that obviously Uncle's doing is amazing. But the one thing I just do want to say to anybody that's watching is, especially the parents that have children from the age of 12 to 18. These are those important years where, you know what, you got this community plaza now. And, you know, get in touch with Uncle Zafran or everybody that's obviously helping out, and inshallah, you know what, we could even help the children, but you have to give us support to us as well to, you know, put them on a better path.
100%. I couldn't have said it better myself. You're right. We have to make the first steps ourselves as well, whether it be via donations or whether it be at home with the home help. So, guys, would you like to add to that? Obviously, it's targeted at yourselves.
One thing that I'll say is that in the world that we're living in, nothing happens in isolation. It's a lot of it's about teamwork, it's about stakeholder partnerships, and it's about relationships that you build. So it's about organizations as well that can potentially support, because you're out there and as as I said earlier on to yourself, David Cameron came up with this fantastic concept. He couldn't execute it, but the concept was big society. Back in 2010, possibly a little bit before your time.
7 years old.
Slightly before your time, Rihanna. But in 2010, he came up with this concept about big society, which basically said, government is shrinking. We have, as a country, we haven't got enough money. There is austerity, and communities need to take responsibility for themselves as much as possible. Yeah.
No, 100%. I agree with that.
And you also said that as many as first sector organizations, PLCs, the FTSE organizations, the blue chip companies, they should be working with community organizations. The concept of ESG, concept of corporate social responsibility. So the larger organizations should be supporting the communities that they work with, the communities that they recruit from, and the communities that they operate in terms of supporting them. Fantastic concept, but in reality, it's been very, very difficult in terms of getting that executed. So organizations really need to start collaborating, start working together, start working in terms of sharing good practice, sharing best practice, peer support. We're living in a world where it's multidisciplinary. Not everybody's got all the skills that are needed. That's why you partner with people. You might have skills in a grassroots level. Your business partner Tom might have skills in terms of fundraising and finance. And because you're working together, that 1 + 1 is going to be more than the sum of the parts. And I think that's what I would encourage as well, is any community organization, any business that's out there, also get in touch with Community Plaza, get in touch with Zaf, get in touch with Tom in terms of collaboration. I've known yourself for 2 decades at least, and we've cooperated, we've worked with each other, we've done referrals, and that's the only way. That's the best way to collaborate and best way to work.
100%. Yeah. We must work together. That's the core message that's coming across, is that all of us must work together. It's you guys sitting at home whose donations come in, who get to help these brothers continue the work. It's a domino effect. You sitting at home, literally picking up the phone and making a small donation, however small it may be, at the end of the day, everyone has their own means at home. That domino effect could literally mean that you are changing someone's lives. And like I have to remind everybody, it tells us to save one life is as if you have saved all of mankind. That doesn't necessarily just mean saving their life physically. That's many, many different avenues. And charity will never, ever decrease your wealth. And if anything, it's going to increase your rizq. What you give away, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will always give back to you. You must remember that. Just give it with the intention of helping someone, not with the intention of it multiplying. But of course, guys, so Tom, to talk to us more about sports. So I kind of want to know what kind of sports are available, because the more we see nowadays, parks have less funding, less clubs are going on, so on and so forth. So I know it's very, very important to stay fit, especially for mental health, which you guys are looking at. So what sports do we have on offer here?
Yeah, so at the Plaza, we offer a full range depending on mobility levels.
Yeah.
So starting with the most vigorous, we offer football, cricket, and then toning down, we've got boxercise, circuit training, Pilates, yoga, and then we've got more kind of our contact sports, so snooker, pool, darts, board games, and then PlayStation, etc. So effectively, the sports are there simply as a hook. The sports are there to enable people to come into a safe, warm space that is open at hours when potentially they don't want to be at home, or home may not be a safe space for that person. So the Plaza is a safe space. It's always manned, it's always secured. So effectively, the sport is there to give them a hook to come to us. Once they're with us, it's just a slow process, and everyone's journey is different. It's not all a straight line moving forward. Sometimes we can have referrals, we see them week after week after week, and then we might not see them for a few weeks. I think one of the differences, or one of the strengths that we have in the team, is that person will get a phone call, they will get an email, but they'll also get a home visit. If we haven't seen them for 4 weeks, they go onto our at-risk list, and at that point then we need to make contact. Doesn't matter if they call us back, so long as there is contact verbally with that person. If not, then we do make a home visit, which for me is crucial. From that point, understanding once we've done a home visit on occasions, we then realise the level of deprivation that that person is dealing with.
Yeah.
It could be a single parent, it could be looking after multiple siblings, so their education comes second because they're helping mum with pickups and drop-offs, etc. It could be that they're working night shifts overnight, so in the daytime they're trying to catch up on sleep. So once we start to get under the skin of that individual, then we can start to offer potential solutions or support. Nothing is ever that straightforward, so sometimes it can simply be that we've got a link with a local employer that will offer 12 hours paid employment. They'll go there on a week's trial. As long as the week's trial goes successful, then they'll get gainful employment. So sometimes it can be massive. It can be full referrals for counselling services, which we'll offer at the Plaza. Sometimes it's simply just a helping hand and food from the food bank.
Yeah.
It depends on that individual, but the big thing is it's very easy to label a whole generation with laziness or not interested, too much telephone, etc., TikToks. But 9 times out of 10, there is a reason. But it's getting to that point where they feel comfortable enough to have that conversation, which can take months and months and months. But again, going back to us now having a physical space, is that they will see the same faces month after month after month. It's not a revolving carousel of a team that we have.
Yeah.
So that kind of personal relationship and rapport can be built up slowly, and it's only then when they start to divulge some personal information that we get to see the full level of the many areas of deprivation that they could be suffering from or that their close family are. So one example that we've dealt with Wednesday this week was we didn't understand that when me and Zaf looked at the crime rates, battery or spouse abuse increases tenfold after an England football match.
Yeah.
Now, that crime data, as you're probably aware, that doesn't change whether England win or lose.
Yeah.
So regardless of the result, if England play a match, a competitive match, there is a rise in domestic abuse, which, again, was quite enlightening when we saw the stats. But it's to be aware that we don't know what these young people are seeing and what they could have been seeing from a young age. It might not be physical or mental abuse to them specifically, but if they're seeing that in the family home, it does come out, and abuse starts from an early age, and early intervention needs to start. And that's part of that. Let's try and deal with the root cause, because dealing with the after effects costs way more funding and effectively increases the population then in the criminal justice system. Look at the fees that are attached to that. So early intervention is key. Young people at the age of 8, 9 need to have access to trusted people. That can be in the mosque, it can be in the church, it can be anywhere. Anyone can be a trusted person, but they need to know who that trusted person is, and it's not always that clear.
100%, 100%. Like you said, a lot of these people do come from deprived backgrounds, with a lot of inner city Birmingham wards being some of the most deprived. Like Sparkbrook, for example, is the #1 most deprived. And then we look at how there used to be 60, 70 youth centres around, and now there's 5 or 6 left that are that are funded by the government. So you guys stepping forward is offering support to these deprived areas. You're literally bordering Owsley Green, Alum Rock, Sparkbrook. Like you're right in the middle of the mess, is the best way to put it. And you guys being able to give these guys a safe haven, a safe place, is genuinely very, it's inspiring. It's inspiring to say the least. And I think a lot of you guys at home who are around, like we said before, it may be difficult that some of you can't, we understand that, but get the word across. You might have friends, family, relatives, anybody you know. Like we said, we need help. We need this for the next generation. We need this for children who need it more than we need it at this point. But yeah.
Just to jump in before Safraz, the other key element we want to get across is that there's no fees for our services.
Yeah.
So if there's anyone, and we keep saying young people, the Plaza is open for any age group. So if there's anyone locally who can make their way, and that can be financially, and some people can't afford to take a bus at the moment. So if you are local to the Plaza and you can make your way there, the facility is free. So don't let that be a barrier to you coming and saying hello, watching a game of football on the screen, playing a game of snooker. Please come and we'll start the process, however long that may take. But it is free on access.
Yeah.
Rihanna, I just wanted to add and reiterate what Thomas said. Sports is never about sports itself. It's predominantly an enabler. it's about mindset, it's about giving people hope and encouragement, and it's also about creating a support structure.
Yeah.
And that's what it is. I mean, I'm connected with a number of sports organisations, grassroots sports organisations. Jabs B8 is one of them, and BYSA, Birmingham Youth Sports Academy. And they've had individuals who haven't had the support structure, and they've created a community. And that's what we're talking about. It's trust, it's community. You're creating an environment where people can feel that they can thrive, they can grow, and it's that element of enabling them, giving them hope, giving them aspirations. So when you talk about sports, it's never about just the sports itself. It's a catalyst to growth. It's a catalyst for them to actually have higher hopes, higher aspirations. And you know, we used to talk about extracurricular activity. You know, if anybody who's gone into education and they've just done a qualification, they always talk about what else have you done? What else?
100%.
You know, have you volunteered? Have you been involved with anything else? And it's the same thing in terms of not just about the core, but it's also about all the other things, because that's what our makeup is. You know, what more have you done? And effectively, that extracurricular activity is what we're talking about here, because that's what you need to do to actually get you back into an element of, you know, progress. And what we're talking about is outcomes. You said earlier on. Ultimately, it's all about the end goal. Yeah, but you've got to have those element of stepping stones. You know, if you start looking at the end as it's achievable, then it's, you know, it becomes a bit difficult. So it's step by step, and it's raising aspirations, raising people's hopes. Yeah, 100%. So fantastic.
100%. I'd like to add to that as well. I think more things it teaches is also a bit more unity. It's of inclusion. It's things like that teamwork. I have knowing that, like football, for example, you got 11 players on a pitch. If one's missing, it changes the game drastically. So it's knowing to rely on the people around you, knowing you can turn to the people around you, and all of these sorts of things. Teamwork, I don't want to say makes the dream work, because it sounds a bit corny, but it's the truth. You do need people around you, and I think what these guys are trying to show people is you don't have to do life alone. You don't have to go through your struggles alone, because there will always be ears open to listen to you, shoulders there for you to speak to. And I think Uncle Zaf wants to add something onto there.
Yeah.
But
it's just regarding, Bilal was saying one thing we haven't mentioned much. So we got one part of the plaza where we used to get our youngsters coming in.
Yeah.
So I said one part we made because my friend Julian's just turned up.
Yeah.
He's from the Romanian community. So we tagged up like 2 years ago. So when he came in and said a lot of these Romanian communities, they're deprived and they've got nowhere to go. There's stigma attached that they're always coming in and they're pinching our stuff, or they'll stay metal, steel, they'll rob it. So I said, don't worry, we're going to get you something here, but at the same time, we're going to build you a church. So we gave them a space 2 days a week. They use it as a church. And at the same time, as soon as they're finished, we've got a mosque downstairs. So we interact together and we talk.
Exactly.
And they look at role models within religion and then say, you know, this is the reason why this is forbidden, this is forbidden. So straight away, prostitution was something we tagged in. And we said, look, this is why this is wrong. And this is why we were talking that women need to be respected. This is something we need to take away.
100%.
So we found out elements how we can provide that and give them a job. By traffic lights, putting fairy liquid, you know, creating a mess on the cars and trying to, and that, I said we're going to put a stop to that. 100%. So that's something else we've dealt with within the B8, B9, B10 area.
Wow.
And then after that, there's another portion. Now, obviously, we got the youngsters coming in. Because we got mosque downstairs in the plaza, we had nothing there at all. So we got one area we've knocked down and we're making extension to and building that as a prayer room in there. Wow. So that's where I think it's £200 for Musalla. So that's something else we're donating for. Okay. So that's what Abid earlier on, when he came in, that was one part. But the IT suite, separate collection, but the Musalla part. So we've got a prayer room we're building there. So we can get at least about 40 to 45 people to actually do a Jamaat. But we're going to extend that part to at least get... So when the youngsters come in, that's something else we teach them. Yeah. Because a lot of youngsters, we were surprised they were coming in. They didn't know how to perform ablution. And some of them were between 18 and 21.
And they're scared to ask normally.
They're scared to ask because they say it's embarrassing. So but we realised when they were actually coming in, they were copying or looking, you first. And then we realised, and we used to sit down there, nothing's embarrassing. And we also told them that when you go to the mosque, some of them used to go with ripped jeans, earring on. And we told the imams beforehand that you're not going to stereotype anyone. 100%. And that if there's 1,000 people there, the topic's not going to be because of that one kid person, by the earring. Because he's never going to come back to the mosque.
Exactly.
So everything to... Like I said, this discreet, but working with everyone, we give them time. And then later, when that's rectified, they actually show a lot of respect. Because one thing, you shouldn't expose anyone. And secondly, if there's someone with certain issues, if you make him out to be that he's special in certain aspects, he'll come up. I'm telling you, there's a good chance one day you'll see him as a leader.
100%. It's exactly like you're saying. It's about inclusion, like you say, inclusion. You have church there, you have a masjid there. It's anyone of any race, anyone of any gender, anyone of any religion. It doesn't matter. You can come in, and these are people who are willing to listen to you, willing to talk to you. I know Uncle Safraz is itching at the mic.
I just wanted to, honestly, you know, he's a very, very, very inspirational young man. Yeah, young man to me. Yeah, and got a lot of love and respect for him. And all I would say is, when you were saying something, a thought came in my mind that, you know, I want to change the narrative. This narrative of what's wrong with young people, you know, what's the issues and so forth, to say, what can I do? How do I invest in these young people? 100%. How can I support these organizations? What can we do? What can I control? What can I support? You know, if it's not financial, it's time. If it's not time, it's contacts. If it's not that, it's encouragement. It's social media. It's whatever it is. What are you able to do? And I think, you know, you're talking about responsibility, about humanity and mankind. One of our responsibilities for all of us is, what are we doing for humanity, for mankind as a whole? And, you know, rather, everybody can do something for themselves, but it's like, what are you doing for others? And I think that's important, that's imperative for all of us. And I just wanted to come in because, you know what, it's very inspirational. He made me cry earlier on, because some of the stories, forget the stats are the stats.
Yeah.
Tom knows the stats. But if you leave the stats, you just see the stories. They're just moving. You know, it moves you. You know, and I think that's why we're here. That's why we're all here.
Yeah, of course.
Because we believe these guys. They've not come here overnight. They've been grassroots for years. Tom doesn't need to be here. He lives a good life in Staffordshire. He's moved on, but because he's worked here, he's seen what the issues are. This is the reason why time and time again he's here. You know, he has no reason to be here apart from the fact that the issues that he's seen, and he can do something. So, you know what, hats off to him. Hats off to this young man, Zaf. You know, honestly, got nothing but respect for both of you.
100%. And I'm actually quite sad that this is a national coverage, like people around the country don't know about this. These days you get influencers who can start a new charity overnight, and they'll break the donations that you guys have probably got in 2-3 years, and it's sad to see. It's honestly so sad to see.
I'll tell you something on that as well. Obviously we don't pick it up, not even on the titles.
Yeah.
But even working with people, or knowing, we had a conference 4 years ago, where I was amongst the list of top 10 outstanding human beings in the world.
Mashallah,
alhamdulillah.
That's an achievement. That's a big achievement.
So, and talking about David Cameron, when he came to Birmingham in 2015, he looked at my work and he wrote back to the Queen to give me an honour, and that's where I got my British Empire Medal. So he called me a living legend. But unfortunately, we never seen him after that. But he promised a lot, and I'm going to deliver this. This is going to be my home. But after, like I said, but the work has been acknowledged worldwide. Where even myself became the UK Peace Ambassador for this country last year.
Yeah.
And the National Ambassador for Youth and Community Work. So alhamdulillah, the work's recognised. But we don't go about social media bragging that I'm this, I'm that. We put down the stories, the work. Every day you see us with the kids at the plaza doing this, and they see us around. But when we go to events with Anthony Joshua, with Tyson Fury, we had Amir Khan visit us, I think, about 5 months ago.
Wow.
So he's become one of our ambassadors. So from Dubai, next time he's here, we'll bring him in. So he's part of that. And I'm also part of the Liverpool Football Club as ambassador.
Oh, you had to ruin it. You had to ruin it. You had to ruin it.
So I'm a lifelong Liverpool fan.
United fan.
Yeah. So we had a lot of the United boys, Marcus Rashford working with us.
Yeah.
Sanchez back a few years ago.
Wow. Okay.
So even with that.
Yeah.
Wow. So with every field, alhamdulillah, we have been recognised. We had 50 national awards. But alhamdulillah, it's for the work. And for us, it's an inspiration because born in Al-Amrak, you know, that's our roots. So even now, if we're in Hajil or Stretchford, whatever, our roots start in Al-Amrak, our family is still there.
Yeah.
Parents, that's where the living house is. So alhamdulillah, for someone there in the area, one of the first ever Pride of Birmingham winner of the city in 2015, you know, alongside Stephen Sutton.
Yeah.
A young lad who died on his bedseat, collected I think £4 million when he was dying. So till that, now we get lots of kids coming in. So we want to become famous. So we always tell them, okay, there's nothing wrong with being famous.
Yeah.
But I'm there, do the work.
Yeah,
do the
that's
work,
it.
and make sure at the end of it, whatever you do, self-reflection is everything.
100%.
And that's something we tell them even when you go into sleep. Always look at how your day's been, how you are with your parents, and especially day to day with the students. Because unfortunately, sometimes we get parents coming in and they tell us that our kids call us a dog. And that's mothers and fathers. This is how they call us. Oh, you're a waste man. You're this, you're that. So but when they come to our academy, they look up to us because they know what we're going to offer them. So we always say, okay, we're going to take these luxuries off you until you show respect to your parents. Because for us, everything starts from your parents.
Yeah.
And then lifelong.
100%. I think having that enforcement on them as well,
No,
because as much as you guys are giving them that opportunity to be there and have you for support, you're also reminding them of they have to act right to make sure that they get these things. And I'm sure you guys will know more than anyone is that even if a child isn't acting right or isn't acting in the best ways, there's a reason behind. Like you said, there's always a core reason behind it. But instead of shutting them away and saying, you know, this one's going to be a headache, you'll sit there, you'll take the time to figure out what's wrong with this person, try and fix them. And it's genuine, it's very inspiring. It's like a doctor, when a doctor saves a person's lives, everyone's going to stand and clap, you're going to clap for the NHS, you're going to do all of this. But the doctor knows what the issue is. 9 times out of 10, if someone's coming with a gunshot wound or something, they know what they need to do to go and fix it. You guys are in an area where you have no idea what's going to come through your doors. Every single day, some new story, some new person, someone with a completely different background you've never seen before is going to walk through your doors. And every time they walk through those doors, no matter who it is, your arms are open and you say, come, let's sit down. And honestly, it's genuinely amazing work. Like, I'm in awe. Like, to be completely honest, I'm in awe, especially being here, learning a lot more about this. The only thing I can say is, guys, everyone, please, you can see on the screen where your money will go. Something as little as £10 will go a long way. Any little amount of money can go a long way. And you know in your heart it's going to the right places. A lot of times we give our money and we don't know where it's going to go. We don't know who's actually going to see this money. You're seeing results, you're seeing action, you're seeing things come about it. These are brothers we can trust, and they are showing us that charity is an amazing thing to do. You know that, guys. So everyone, however little you can give, even if it's a little bit, don't hesitate. No one's going to be able to see it. No one's going to judge you. We just want to know that you guys have got our support the way that we have your support, inshallah. So remember, if you want to donate, it's 0121 440 4096. And if you'd like to ask any more questions, it's 0121 285 1845. So, Pops, I know these guys have kind of had the table for a bit now. How are you feeling? Because how much did you know about the Community Plaza before? And listening to the work, how does it kind of make you feel as a father or uncle or however it be?
So it's very inspiring to hear what's happening, because I think this is an opportunity to share with people what's happened, because people probably don't even know that the plaza exists for a start. To hear the stories, what's happened, what's been achieved. And I know Zafran personally, you know, he's not a person who's going to go out there and make a TikTok and say, this is what we've achieved today. He does a lot of work, and he's been recognised for his work behind the scenes, and may that work long continue. You know, this opportunity is there for everyone. Like the brother said, you know, we need to donate, we need to share. These are the things that we should be sharing on social media and telling people about, not about our own fame and what we achieved or what we haven't achieved, because this is going to help everyone. We don't know who's suffering, who's going through a crisis. You could see a smile on a face and somebody might look fine,
100%.
but behind the scenes you don't know what they're going through. We don't know anybody's journey. It could be somebody who's quite old and quite ashamed and embarrassed to come forward. It might be somebody who's young and can't speak out because the parents won't allow him to. So we need to connect with everyone and get everyone to this community plaza, raise the awareness, make sure that everyone's aware of what's being offered. And I think it needs to be promoted a lot better out there so people know what's going on in the plaza, what work is being done, how the progress is going, so we're transparent and people can see what's going on, how their money is being spent, and hopefully it will be a success.
Inshallah. Well, obviously, guys, we've only got about 6 or 7 minutes left before we cut off for the next break. But I kind of wanted to ask a question in regards to, obviously, you got people coming from different ethnicities, different races, different countries. So how do you guys kind of deal with the language barrier at all, if you guys do get a language barrier? Because obviously, we're a beautifully diverse country, I want to say, beautifully. Because as much as people are pitted against each other, we all love each other as we are. So how do you deal with when you, let's say, for example, obviously you guys might speak your own language, but like you get a Romanian in there or a Ukrainian. How do you guys deal with that?
We'll take it together, jump in. So effectively, I'm the team of volunteers. It's easy to say Julian from the Romanian community, but we've got, Zaf speaks 5 languages. I only speak 2, so not that impressive in comparison. But no, effectively, we can only liaise with people once we understand their background and we know who we can get. So the Police Crime Commissioner's Office have been quite supportive at times. They've sent translators for us as and when's needed. But ultimately, the Zap's on the phone. And there's many times Zaf might not be there and I can't speak the language. So luckily, the apps will give me an opportunity to have a conversation. Might not be the clearest or the cleanest of conversations, but it will allow me to get an understanding of what they're trying to say, and then I can type it back into the translator and they can get a feel for what I'm trying to support with. Sometimes it can just be that we'll ring up Julian or we'll ring up Paolo and we'll say, can you translate? And they're just on loudspeaker and I'll just translate a conversation. Obviously, multi-faith, obviously Zafran and myself have very different backgrounds. So from day one, anyone coming in will see that all the volunteers, males, females, we've got some young, we've got some in the 60s, some in their early 70s. So, but everyone is here from the local community. So everyone should know someone to a certain degree, or there'll be a family link, or there'll be a friendship link. But effectively, everyone who's there lives within kind of 4 or 5 miles of the plaza, until me very, very recently. So that's the idea of the plaza. It's not there to just deliver a service. That friendly touch is what people need. It's easy to go and get a service. If you want to go and study a course, there's many local colleges and providers that will do that. If there's a reason why you don't want to get to that establishment, it could be through gang affiliations, it could be through social media issues that you've had with other young people. That's where the plaza is then designed to try and be a safety net, to provide a bit of a second opportunity that they might not be able to have. So a good example, we've got a young girl, Selena. She'd studied at a local college, at 2 local colleges. Through financial reasons, there was a heavy element of bullying that occurred. She left one college, she went to another college, she was studying her A-levels. She left that college again because of bullying that followed her from the previous college campus. And as a result, then, she actually couldn't afford to travel all the way to Sutton, which was going to be her next choice. She lives in Ward End. So the community plaza became that plug gap, one for financial reasons. She couldn't afford the day saver to go to Sutton and back every day. She's living in poverty with her mum and several siblings. So just through location, we were the next thing. And if we weren't there, she'd have become neat. She just would have gone into the field of neat and probably would have been overlooked until she was 18.
Wow.
So it's just been a bit of a safety net. There's other service providers such as Safraz, who I know does a fantastic job with apprenticeships and support programmes. But a lot of the young people only know schools and the big local colleges. They're not always aware of some of the other opportunities that are there for apprenticeships, etc. So it's also about educating them and letting them know it's not just big service providers like colleges. There are smaller independents, etc., that can offer a more bespoke service in some circumstances, which is us. And I know obviously he's part of the Pathway Group as well. They offer bespoke services. So it's just knowledge is power. And the more people you speak to, the more kind of views on society you can gather. And then you need to make an educated choice from what you've heard. But if your circle is very small, you don't have access to that information. And social media can be a minefield.
It can.
What one person says is the best piece of bread you can eat is totally different to the next person. So having a good circle of people around you with various educational backgrounds is a positive. The more options, the better. So we're not there to take any students off anyone. We're there if you need us. You know, we will happily and we always try and push on to other providers that if we think they can do a better job than us in that scenario, that's it. We just want the young person to have a chance. And if we're the last net, then that's great. We'll offer that opportunity. But if we can provide them on or push them onto another provider that can offer their bespoke services that they need at that time, that's great. We'll just service review them and pass them across to someone who can do a better job than us in that scenario.
Wow, okay. So knowing how you deal with things kind of opens it up for the viewers at home as well to kind of get a feel of how the place is run and what actually takes place, because I think it helps a bit to show the people their money is in good use, their money is going to the right places, and I think that's very, very, very key. And I think it's important, like you said, is that kind of teaching everyone that, like I said, one loaf of bread might be the best for you, it's going to be different for you. We're not all perfect. We're never going to be perfect for each other. We're not perfect for ourselves. We can't be perfect for anyone else. And I think that's something which we must remember. We must remember that other people do come from harder backgrounds. Some people come from amazing backgrounds. Some people come from awful backgrounds, which you wouldn't wish upon your worst enemies. But these are people around you, and more importantly, these are human beings that you guys take in as if they're your own. Because honestly, this is exactly what you would want someone to do for your kids. God forbid there was a day you weren't here and your missus may be struggling or so on and so forth. You want someone to always offer that lifeline out to your kids. And that's exactly what it is. So guys, everyone make sure to donate 0121 440 4096, and we will be short break, but we will be back in about 15 minutes or so. Thank you.
In Birmingham, which was set up a couple of years ago. So this is a 24/7 hub, which is going to be remaining open for every community which feels vulnerable and at threat. So in 2009, I lost my blind sister to cancer. Unfortunately, that really stayed with us as a family, and they really scarred us. And after that, I started working with a lot of vulnerable women, interacting with a lot of women organisation, just to make sure that they've got a voice in the community. So young 15-year-old girls who get forced into arranged marriages, and they say that education is forbidden. So we worked with them, and alhamdulillah, we've got 11,000 women in our academy now, and most of them are empowered into further education and employment, who have become role models for the people. Now, a year later, in 2010, my young brother-in-law, 24, was murdered in a local park in Birmingham. He was stabbed in the head with a screwdriver. So since then, I used to be loitering around on the streets looking for gangs and see if I can change anyone. So we used to go park to park with the police, with the local council, until the Prime Minister, David Cameron, spotted my work, and I got honoured by the Queen for doing this outreach work. Alhamdulillah, steering 48,000 kids away from knife crime and drugs back into education and employment. We get more than 120 referrals every week. So youngsters who come in, they're referred by schools, universities, just local communities who are on the borderline of crime. So we get parents coming in, interacting. And now, inshallah, we're going to start our homeless feed as well. And we've had 57 knives handed into us. So this initiative, especially in the UK, which is most needed. I know we do a lot of charity work everywhere, but alhamdulillah, we need something at our doorstep, especially with the community at a point where hate crime is at a rise. And our centre is going to be open 24/7 for any community who feels threatened, whether it's a mosque or whether it's a church. So inshallah, this coming Saturday, 2nd of May, we've got our fundraising appeal, which is going to be live on Takbeer TV from 2 p.m. till midnight. We want everyone, every community to add there to tune in and support us with your donations. Please share this link everywhere, wherever you go. We've done this work, laid the foundation for you in the community, but we can't do this without your support. Whether it's drugs awareness, whether it's knife crime, whether it's your community suffering from any issue. If you got problems with the youths, alhamdulillah, we got this base now. This is going to be open 24/7 for every community in Birmingham and in the heart of the city. But we can only do this with your support. So inshallah, 2nd of May, tune in on Takbeer TV from 2 p.m. till midnight, and please share with all your followers. My name's Zaf. I'm a global UK ambassador, and we're at Community Plaza today. This is the hub where at the moment everyone from Bosley Green, Smallheath, Alum Rock, the so-called deprived areas are coming to. We're using these facilities, and right now, especially with the crime rate, especially in these local areas, with the knife stabbings, drug activities, it's highlighted by the Crown Commissioner, the police. We're getting so many reports coming in, local residents, parents, they're reporting all these crimes.
The club is going through a state-of-the-art redevelopment to ensure there's community spaces, offices, private mentor rooms, as well as sports activities included. snooker, darts, pool, multi-sports activity area, boxercise and many more. The Community Plaza has been set up in response to local crime rates, lack of opportunities for young people and a general increase in knife crime. Based in Bawdsey Green, on the triangle between Bawdsey Green, Small Heath and Allen Rock, three of the highest areas of deprivation, not just within Birmingham but in England, with crime rates now reaching national levels. Community Plaza CIC set up as a non-for-profit organisation designed to engage with young people, combat social anxiety, knife crime, lack of motivation, lack of opportunity, and provide young people with an exit route with positive outcomes into employment, training and/or access to physical activities and sports programs.
This is the venue where it all started back in 2010 when my brother-in-law unfortunately was murdered. He was only 24 years old. Till now we don't know who's murdered him. We've had so many different TV channels, media come in, do the interviews. But unfortunately till now no one's come forward. But the work continues, and if it wasn't for his brutal murder, none of this would have carried on. So it's ongoing charity for him as well. But the main idea is we didn't want others to suffer, other families, other youths. Fair enough, we hear there's still stabbings going on, there's still youngsters being murdered. But through our journey, at least we know that we try to support as many youngsters as we can. So if we've got this at the heart of the city, we need the support of the community, these business leaders, the community leaders, the council, the police. We need everyone to come on board and support these kind of projects, because this is where our future lies for the youngsters. Our youths are our future, and we need to work in hand in hand. The police need to work with the community need to work with the police, but also the council, the government itself. If we're complaining about the crime rate going up, crime rates going up day by day, we're seeing all these stats with these machete bands and all these zombie knives bands coming in. But like I said, we can't just talk about these issues. A few sessions here and there outside, it's not going to make a difference. We need to do this day in, day out. We need to keep these places 7 days a week available. But to do these sessions, we need funding. And funding resources are for these sessions to go on, for these classes, for tutors, for mentors. And we need support from all the community.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Welcome to Community Plaza, an initiative started by my brother Zafran here in the heart of B9. This is not only to help the youth within the community, but to help everybody, from working with youth, working with females and homeless people. Come and check out this initiative. So this will be the homeless room. As you can see, there's loads of jackets, trousers, footwear, a lot of stuff that's been donated. The initiative here by my brother Zafran is what? Not only to help the homeless, this will be a homeless shelter, but it's to help the homeless people, help them find accommodation and help them find jobs. This is not just a quick response, but it's actually an opportunity to get the homeless people and put them on their feet. So this Saturday, the 2nd of May, from 2 p.m. till midnight on Takbeer TV, Community Plaza will be fundraising not only to take off the homeless shelter, but to help with the work that they're doing with the youth and everybody within this community. So I hope to see you tune in and donate to help the youth of your community.
So I'm just at Community Plaza. Alhamdulillah, they're doing great work, and I support them in all their endeavors. And their endeavor in knife crime and combating knife crime is something that I endorse.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So welcome here to Community Plaza. My name is Mohammed Zafran. I'm the founder and the director of Community Plaza, which is an initiative in Birmingham which was set up a couple of years ago. So this is a 24/7 hub which is going to be remaining open for every community which feels vulnerable and at threat. So in 2009 I lost my blind sister to cancer. Unfortunately, that really stayed with us as a family, and they really scarred us. And after that I started working with a lot of vulnerable women, interacting with a lot of women organisation, just to make sure that they've got a voice in the community. So young 15-year-old girls who get forced into arranged marriages and they say that education is forbidden. So we worked with them, and alhamdulillah we've got 11,000 women in our academy now, and most of them have been empowered into further education and employment, who have become role models for the people. Now, a year later, in 2010, my young brother-in-law, 24, was murdered in a local park in Birmingham. He was stabbed in the head with a screwdriver. So since then, I used to be loitering around on the streets looking for gangs and see if I can change anyone. So we used to go park to park with the police, with the local council, until the Prime Minister, David Cameron, spotted my work, and I got honoured by the Queen for doing this outreach work. Alhamdulillah, steering 48,000 kids away from knife crime and drugs back into education and employment. We get more than 120 referrals every week. So youngsters who come in, they're referred by schools, universities, just local communities who are on the borderline of crime. So we get parents coming in, interacting. And now, inshallah, we're going to start our homeless feed as well. And we've had 57 knives handed in to us. So this initiative, especially in the UK, which is most needed. I know we do a lot of charity work everywhere, but alhamdulillah, we need something at our doorstep, especially with the community at a point where hate crime is at a rise, and our centre is going to be open 24/7 for any community who feels threatened, whether it's a mosque or whether it's a church. So inshallah, this coming Saturday, 2nd of May, we've got our fundraising appeal, which is going to be live on Takbeer TV from 2 p.m. till midnight. We want everyone, every community to add there to tune in and support us with your donations. Please share this link everywhere, wherever you go. We've done this work, we've laid the foundation for you in the community, but we can't do this without your support. Whether it's drugs awareness, whether it's knife crime, whether it's your community suffering from any issue. If you got problems with the youths, alhamdulillah, we got this base now. This is going to be open 24/7 for every community in Birmingham and in the heart of the city. But we can only do this with your support. So inshallah, 2nd of May, tune in on Takbeer TV from 2 p.m. till midnight, and please share with all your followers. My name's Zaf. Global UK Ambassador, and we're at Community Plaza today. This is the hub where at the moment everyone from Bose Degrees, Moleith, Alam Rock, the so-called deprived areas are coming to. We're using these facilities, and right now, especially with the crime rate, especially in these local areas, with the knife stabbings, drug activities, it's highlighted by the Crown Commissioner, the police. We're getting so many reports coming in, local residents, parents, they're reporting all these crimes.
The club is going through a state-of-the-art redevelopment to ensure there's community spaces, offices, private mentor rooms, as well as sports activities including snooker, darts, pool, multi-sports activity area, boxercise and many more. The Community Plaza has been set up in response to local crime rates, lack of opportunities for young people, and a general increase in knife crime. Based in Bawdsey Green, on the triangle between Bawdsey Green, Small Heath and Alan Rock, three of the highest areas of deprivation, not just within Birmingham, in England, with crime rates now reaching national levels. Community Plaza CIC is set up as a non-for-profit organisation designed to engage with young people, combat social anxiety, knife crime, lack of motivation, lack of opportunity, and provide young people with an exit route with positive outcomes into employment, training, and/or access to physical activities and sports programs.
This is the venue where it all started back in 2010 when my brother-in-law unfortunately was murdered. He was only 24 years old. Till now we don't know who's murdered him. We've had so many different TV channels, media come in, do the interviews. But unfortunately, till now, no one's come forward. But the work continues, and if it wasn't for his brutal murder, none of this would have carried on. So it's ongoing charity for him as well. But the main idea is we didn't want others to suffer, other families, other youths. Fair enough, we hear there's still stabbings going on, there's still youngsters being murdered. But through our journey, at least we know that we try to support as many youngsters as we can.
So if we've got this at the heart of the city, we need the support of the community, these business leaders, the community leaders, the council, the police. We need everyone to come on board and support these kind of projects, because this is where our future lies for the youngsters. Our youth are our future, and we need to work in hand. The police need to work with the community need to work with the police, but also the council, the government itself. If we're complaining about the crime rates going up day by day, we're seeing all these stats with these machete bands and all these zombie knives bands coming in. But like I said, we can't just talk about these issues. A few sessions here and there outside, it's not going to make a difference. We need to do this day in, day out. We need to keep these places 7 days a week available. But to do these sessions, we need funding. And funding resources are for these sessions to go on, for these classes, for tutors, for mentors. And we need support from all the community.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Welcome to Community Plaza, an initiative started by my brother Zafran here in the heart of B9. This is not only to help the youth within the community, but to help everybody, from working with youth, working with females and homeless people. Come and check out this initiative. So this will be the homeless room. As you can see, there's lots of jackets, trousers, footwear, a lot of stuff that's been donated. The initiative here by my brother Zafran is what? Not only to help the homeless, this will be a homeless shelter, but it's to help the homeless people, help them find accommodation and help them find jobs. This is not just a quick response, but it's actually an opportunity to get the homeless people and put them on their feet. This Saturday, the 2nd of May, from 2 p.m. till midnight on Takbeer TV, Community Plaza will be fundraising not only to take off the homeless shelter, but to help with the work that they're doing with the youth and everybody within this community. So I hope to see you tune in and donate to help the youth of your community.
So I'm just at Community Plaza. Alhamdulillah, they're doing great work and I support them in all their endeavors. And their endeavor in knife crime and combating knife crime is something that I endorse hugely, because I have seen the epidemic that is knife crime in Birmingham and beyond. Knife crime is becoming so bad that the youth are carrying knives around like they're normal. A quick message to the youth: before you pick up a knife and your intention is to go and stab somebody, lock yourself in your bathroom for 24 hours. If you think you can do that for 25 years of your life, then go ahead. But let me tell you something, you won't be able to hack it in there. And 40,000 kids have signed up here or shown interest at the Community Plaza, and more will continue to sign up. We're working along with the West Midlands Police to get our kids off the street and get them in to the right direction, point them towards the right direction. Remember that. Saturday the 2nd of May, Takbeer TV will be having a live fundraising appeal from 2 p.m. all the way to midnight. So everyone must tune in. I will be in the studio fundraising along with other prominent figures all across from Birmingham. So please tune in Takbeer TV 2 p.m. this Saturday, the 2nd of May. Remember that.
Assalamu alaikum. So this is a quick mention about the Community Plaza in Borsley Green. We're doing a fundraiser because Brother Zaf is doing an absolutely phenomenal job with the youth and with the community. The specific project that I want to talk about is the IT development for the youth. Now, being an employer, I'm constantly recruiting admin staff, clerical staff, and what we're finding is that our youngsters, our youth, are lacking these basic skills. We're all very good at TikTok, we're very good at Instagram, we're very good at Facebook and all the social media, but when it comes to actual skills of admin and secretarial skills our youth, unfortunately, are lacking. So I'm 100% behind this initiative. I think it's fantastic. Our youth.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Thank you to all of those who are coming back in, tuning back in to ask more questions and to give more donations. And I did send a broadcast message out to a lot of you, so I'm hoping a lot of my own people are watching, donating and calling to ask any questions. We've got a bit of a change of a panel now. So added on, we have my brother over here, Said Wakar. Said, you want to tell them a bit about yourself?
Yeah, my name is Said
Mike.
Wakar, and my name is Said Wakar, and I'm working as a community leader in a local community. So I know him for a long time. So I really like him. His project basically is working for community, for all kind of people. So it's really a great opportunity for everyone to support this cause, and inshallah, working for humanity is main objective here. So I would really thankful to you who is watching and listening to us. And I think you can see on screen. So about if you ask to any question to us, there's a number mentioned. And either if you want to donate, there is a red color like on the bar. So I think we're going to go on then.
100%.
Thank you so much.
Like my brother Saeed said, if you would like to make a donation, all you need to do is call 0121 440 4096. And if you would like to ask any questions, 0121 285 1845. We have a caller coming in at present. Assalamu alaikum.
Hello. I've been following your campaign, and I just want to know what services are you offering for the youth?
Can I just catch your name, please, brother?
My name's Harpreet Singh, and I'm calling from Birmingham.
Harpreet Singh from Birmingham. So, my brother Tom over here, if you'd like to answer that question about the services that you guys offer at the Community Plaza?
Yeah, so we offer a full breadth of services, but to try and kind of sum it up succinctly, we're provisionally a sports centre, so snooker, darts, table tennis, boxercise, yoga, Pilates, etc. That's essentially just a hook. That's just to get people in, bums on seats essentially. Once them bums are on seats, then the community work, the mentoring, the counselling, the jobs club, the homework clubs, the displacement theory clubs to put people in positive activities throughout the early hours in the morning instead of being out committing antisocial behaviour. That's when all of the real community work can begin. But effectively, on the surface, we are a community centre that's free of charge. We don't charge anyone to come and just use our facilities, and hopefully over time the barriers are broken down, trust starts to gain and build, and once we get to that point we can then start to have open and honest conversations and try and get some type of support programmes in place for these young people. But everyone's different. Some people come to us and open up the first night. Some people come to us and it takes 3, 6, 8 months. It totally depends on the person, ultimately what they've been going through, which in some cases, you know, is pretty eye-opening. So, yeah, we are a version of a sports centre, but that's a very loose term. That's effectively just a hook that we use to get people into the building, and then we can start with the support programmes.
That sounds brilliant. So I just want to say best of luck to Mr. Abbas. Yeah, thank you for your help.
Thank you very much for your call there, Harpreet. And to everyone else who's watching, remember 0121 285 1845 to ask any questions to our wonderful panel here today. And if you would like to make a donation, a reminder that charity will act as a shade for you on the day of judgment, saving you from the hellfire. So I would like, if you'd like to make any donations, all you need to do is call 0121 440 4096. Next, I'd like to speak to my wonderful brother over here who will need no introduction, but I'll introduce him anyway, Julian Nister. So Julian, thank you for joining us today. I believe before Zaf was talking about the fact that you have used the youth centre to act as a church for your people. So if you'd like to add a bit into that and tell us a bit more about that, that would be wonderful.
Hello, my name is Mr. Julian. Yes, when I come on first time to see the place was very, very bad condition. We work very hard, not only me, not only Mr. Zaf, not only my sweet friend here. We work very, very hard, everyone. They come there, people Romanian, from another nationality, and they help us to grow up. Yes, in reality we need more because we want to change the area of the Borsley Green, also Ward End, and the people, they need to have a place where to stay and to chill out. In these days, the crime night is very dangerous everywhere, believe me. We need the youngers to come in the community plaza to understand what it means to be back to own family. Because we are there like families. We are not strange people, what we don't like to stay together, no. Everyone who is coming there, they will be like in own family because we like to make something for the children. And also, we make there first Romanian church for the people who don't have where to go to pray. Because the own community, Gypsy also, they need a place where to go to pray to their own God. Here we respect all the religions, we like them, they need to come and to have a good future for our own children, not only for us now in this moment. Because in the future, 1000%, my own children, I have 2 daughters, they will be the future kids which they will deserve own life only for this community plaza. Because we are here for this.
100%. And before I highlighted what charity means in Islam, being a Christian man yourself, can I ask what does charity do for you in Christianity? Like, how does it bring you closer to God, essentially?
It's a good question. I start from an idea like this. Christian and Muslim people, they are not very far.
Yeah, they're quite alike.
Yes, what they're writing in the Quran and in the Bible is like similar.
Yeah.
The percent is between 80 and 85%. Yeah, that means you are not only brothers like people, religion brothers.
100%.
And we respect everyone the own religion. But when you make something from your own soul, it's a church. You don't make like a club. It's a big difference.
Yeah.
When you bring people to pray in that place and to stay there with your with the children to stay and to pray unto God and to say pretty prayers, it's something very, very high level. No, I don't know. The people they're using another things to have the high level.
Yeah.
Here it's another things. Here is God. We're feeling in the real family.
100%. 100%. Exactly that, guys. So like I said, donations there is the red box 0121 440 4096. We have another caller coming in. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. How are you, brother? Are you okay?
Alhamdulillah, I'm okay. Can I just get your name and find out where you're calling from, please?
Yeah, my name is Ahmed. I'm calling from Sparkbrook.
Okay, and well, what's your question for our lovely panel here today?
I just want to, have a what youth services are there?
What youth services are there? I think it's a bit of a repetitive question, but we'll get down to it again. If you'd like to take over, Tom.
Yeah, so obviously council cuts over the last decade essentially has decimated a lot of youth service work in Birmingham, especially in inner city areas. The value per young person that's being paid in support levies across some of the highest areas of deprivation, including Sparkbrook, Borsley Green, Allen Rock, Small Heath, Ward End, is lower, for example, than the levy paid per young person in Sutton Coldfield, which in terms of social economic class, obviously there's much more need for that support, obviously, in some of the inner city areas than it is some of the leafy suburbs. So youth services have dwindled over the last 10 years, and that's for multiple reasons. But effectively, the community plaza is there to try and plug a bit of a gap and provide a second chance. Now, whether that second chance is mental health support or referrals, whether it's after-school clubs, whether it's the maths and English classes, whether it's the jobs club, the multiple range of activities that we run to support people alongside sports activities, etc. It's there as a net to just safeguard some of the young people that slip through the net for whatever reason, whether it's personal reasons from home, whether it's their own mental health, whether it's bullying at school or college. We're there to support them, possibly refer them on to other services depending on what their need is, and ultimately just be a safe ear that they can speak to and try and grow from a position of strength from that point forward.
100%. I hope that answers your question, Ahmed.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, brother. Thank you for the call in as well. I'll shift across to this side, guys. Back to yourselves. So, Saeed, how do you guys feel about the fact that such a thing exists for your children? I speak to yourself before you guys have kids. How does it feel knowing that your children or your nieces, nephews, so on and so forth, have a place like this where they can go and do such things?
I believe that the participation from the community, like helping to educating to the kids, is really important and really matter. So nowadays, especially, the situation is really worsened. So everyone is worried about their kids' future.
Yeah.
So I think this is the best place where we can learn and we can educate our kids how we live our life. So and we need to give them confidence so that they can choose right path. So in all religion, in all community, everyone believe the right thing is for longer life. So this is the best opportunity.
Yeah.
So I believe that we should educate our generation, for the kids, families. So we need to guide them. So especially we need to link with this plaza so they can come and they can learn from here. Thank you.
100%.
Like I said before, the plaza is a fantastic opportunity for everyone. We need to raise that awareness and make people aware what it offers. Because look, as time has gone on, social media has taken over. A lot of the youngsters are now addicted to PlayStations, iPhones, iPads, etc. Which there's no harm in that, but there should be other options out there. You know, some people don't make friends at school, so if they come to the community plaza, they make new friends, they learn new skills, they pick up new activities which they don't probably have available elsewhere. You know, some parents can't afford it, they can't send their children to these places. So just to remind you, this is a free service. So I would advise you to reach out, get in contact with the team on 0121 285 1845.
Just as you say that, we have another caller coming in. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. My name is Adam Rayan Abbas. Thank you. You are doing such amazing work. I hope you get elected.
Inshallah.
And you become our councillor. We need someone like you.
Inshallah, inshallah. Thank you very much, my brother. And I think one of the main things I have highlighted before is how much we need youth services, how much we need services like Tom and Zaf are putting out there. These are things which are fundamental. And the one thing on myself, and I'm sure you will know, education is where we are today. We are where we are today due to education. I'm pretty sure everyone here can say the same thing. Education is what...
Everyone backing you, my family, my friends, my office, everyone is backing you, Mr. Abbas. I hope you win.
Inshallah. Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very much, my
donate to
brother.
your cause. Please give me the donation number so I can donate to you, please. I want you to win. You have to win.
Inshallah, inshallah, my brother, inshallah. Thank you for your call. Thank you for your call. We've got another call coming in. Assalamu alaikum.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello, yes.
Hello, how are you doing? What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Birmingham, Smera Council.
Okay, okay. And what question do you have for our panel today about the community plaza and the services they offer?
What is youth services?
What are the youth services?
Yes.
Since I've been here, you've been our first lady caller of the day. So thank you very much for calling in. And do you have any children yourself?
Sorry?
I said, do you have any children yourself?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So, Tom, that's another question for you. What can you offer to their children?
Yeah. So, effectively, if you can make your way to the community plaza, there's a range of activities there. Initially, it's sports activities, so it's free access. There's no funds required on the day. It's a totally free service. Snooker, pool, table tennis, boxercise, yoga, Pilates. So there's a range of sporting activities as well as PlayStations. And effectively, that's the start of your relationship with the plaza. From that point, depending on the needs of potentially your children or nieces and nephews, etc., we'll start to build a programme of support around that person. So everyone's support programme is different. Some people, it's connecting them with Crime Stoppers and it's looking at anti-knife and gun violence, etc. Some people, it's talking about county lines. Some people, it's about supporting with maths and English, attainment at school. Some people it's mental health. So once they're in the plaza and they've been there for several weeks and they start to feel more comfortable and they're seeing the same faces, at that point then we'll try and start that level of support once that young person is ready to start openly talking with us.
Thank you very much for your call, Samira. So yeah, it looks like the people are really engaged in this. I think they're quite keen to hear about these things.
Actually, evening time, that's why the evening time, and now everyone is watching, so it's good things, community at least they're watching, and we encouraging, and also we request to everyone, please donate if you can find our number on the screen. So it's really matter for future. So I believe that a little help is really a lot. So it's mean a lot for us. It's mean a lot for Community Plaza. It's mean a lot for the community as well. So it doesn't matter which color you are, which religion you are. So the Community Plaza is just helping for all communities. So that's our main job, this main objective. So it's a good thing.
100%, 100%. Tom, I'd like to spin it around with you for just a minute. I have another question for you. But just before the question, guys, like I said, if you would like to donate, you need to call on 0121 440 4096. And bank details are also on the screen. If you'd like to ask any more questions to our lovely panel of guests, 0121 285 1845. My question for yourself, Tom, is working with a lot of the youth. I'm assuming you get a lot of people come in who have homework from school and stuff like that, stuff they're stuck on, or they can't afford to have technology, for example, to do an essay for university or an essay for school. How do you deal with something like that?
So, a couple of kind of scenarios. With kind of the homework, that's 4 till 5 p.m. So it's designed to be after school, but taking into account the age of young people. That support might be needed for people who have just entered secondary school. It could be needed for people who are just starting the GCSEs. So it's designed to fit around school in terms of not having young people out too late. Again, depends on their level of support from home. We don't want them travelling home in dark weather, in bad weather. So the idea is they can come to the plaza straight after school, 4 till 5, and at 5 then they're ready to make their way home before kind of the dark night setting. In terms of obviously support for the plaza, just to echo what's already been said, but the plaza is a free service, and with that free service comes a responsibility to all the volunteers, etc., who give up their time. It is led by Mohammed Zafran, and if anyone doesn't know him, meeting Zaf originally 18 years ago was the start of my youth work journey.
Tom, I'm just going to have to cut you off there. We've got another caller coming in. So, Assalamu alaikum.
Yes, Samir. Hello, Samir.
Hello, Samir. Where you calling from today?
I'm from Birmingham.
Okay, and what question would you like to ask today?
Like, you're running to be a counsellor, and like you're my age and my stuff.
Yeah.
You're kind of age. So I want to know what you can relate to us. How can you help us? Because we don't have much to do in Sparkbrook in the evenings, and how can you help the youth and stay off the streets and stuff? Because there's so much going on with us ourselves.
100%, Samir. I couldn't disagree with you more. Like I was saying before, when you have children or when you are a child, minimizing your free time is a big thing. In our time, we'd have school, we'd have mosque afterwards, and then after that, we'd be in places like the youth centre, we'd be in places like parks or clubs and so on and so forth. We see less of that now. So things like the Community Plaza, things like local masjids who are doing more youth services, these are vital to us. But the thing with these brothers at the Community Plaza is the issue they're having is the fact that they don't have enough funding. They are privately funded. They're funded by you people sitting at home, which is why we are doing things like this. Something like this is something I would love to see. And being so close to Sparkbrook, I'm sure me and Tom will be working together in the future, and I will be bringing bucket loads of kids to him. But thank you very much for your call, Samir.
That's good, because we are going to vote for you, simply because you're our age and you can understand what we're going through.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Samir, and thank you so much for your call. And we have another caller coming in. We've got a fair few lined up at the minute. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum, brother. How are you?
I'm okay, alhamdulillah. How about yourself?
Alhamdulillah. Brother, I have a question regarding someone I know, the child that's obviously fallen down the wrong path. But we're trying to get him involved in youth communities as well. As you
Okay.
said, you have one opened up right now. Where is it? Alam Rock, was it?
So, Tom, if you'd like to handle that.
It's in Borsley Green. It's above Paradise Carpets, which is just up from the traffic lights.
Beautiful. Is there any like age restriction that has to be for the certain child?
No, so there's no upper age limit. There is an underage, essentially, for safeguarding reasons. So we ask that anyone who's 12 or below is accompanied by an adult. If not, then we can do loco parentis, and as long as we meet the parent, then effectively we can have a form to show that you allow us that privilege to safeguard that young person in our facility.
Beautiful. So like the person I know, I'd say he's about 19, maybe 20. I couldn't tell you the exact age. How would that work about joining with you?
So there's two options for that individual. One is he can jump onto our website and either fill in a referral form, which is essentially just his name, his contact number, and just a brief idea of the level of questioning or what he wants to know about the plaza, just so when we reply, we're forearmed with the information. Or secondly, he can pop down to the plaza. Like I said, it's free of charge on entry, so you can come in, have a chat. Depending on what activities are on at that time, you might be able to see some of the activities, you might be able to join in. But first thing, once you're there, we'll just do a quick induction. So that's the first
Beautiful. Thank you, Tom. Thank you. I really needed that. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your call. We've got another caller coming in. Assalamu alaikum.
Okay.
This is a Romanian speaker, so Julian, I'll let you take over, my brother.
Alo. Hello?
Bună ziua!
Bună ziua!
Mă numesc Alina.
Da?
Aș dori în primul rând să felicit munca pe care o faceți toată echipa Community Plaza.
I said this one to congratulations full team of the Community Plaza. If you speak English, it's more better also.
Hello to everybody.
Hello.
I want to say congratulations for your work with Community Plaza.
Thank you.
And I want to tell to all the Romanians to support your amazing work and to support Mr. Zafran, Mr. Thomas, Mr. Julian, because you do beautiful work with this community. You help a lot of people. And I want to tell Mr. Julian one question.
Yes, please.
The Romanian community is with us in this wonderful mission that you are doing. And what is your plan for the Romanian community? Because I see you are a candidate.
My position in the Community Plaza is like ambassador. I try to help not only Romanian people, all the nationality. We're doing the few maximum two, starting the kitchen for the homeless people. Maybe early, God will bless everyone. Maybe don't forget, help us with a donation because it's very good. We give everything for the people, homeless. We have some people also here in the waiting us to give them some houses because the people, they are sleeping in the streets in these days. We need to open more projects from the Community Plaza with the people who is living in streets because it's very important. The people in 2026 UK, United Kingdom, West Midlands, they not have food in the fridge. This is not normal. And not only Romanians, not only another nationality, everyone. We have a big problems. This country will be in recession. After this, my candidate for the warden now is not very important. But of course, if I will win there, I will change a lot of things. Thank you for the question.
Hopefully. Thank you very much for your call, madam. I would like to just state again, what an amazing... Well, I should just say thank you. That's what I should say. I should just say thank you to Tom and Zaf for running such an amazing thing. Hello? Oh, sorry, I thought we had another call coming in, but I think it cut out. Oh, there they are again. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Is that Rehan Abba?
Speaking.
Assalamu alaikum, brother. How are you? You okay?
Alhamdulillah, I'm okay. Can I catch your name and just catch where you're calling from, please?
Hi, my name is Ikram, and I'm calling from the Sparkhill Ward, and Sparkbrook Ward, sorry, and I would just like to say a big thank you and well done for your efforts and work in my community.
Of course, thank you. It means a lot. You guys are the reason we are doing this, whether it be, like I said, Tom from the Community Plaza, whether it be Julian standing up in Ward End, whether it be myself standing as Barbara, whether it be these brothers who are community activists. We're all here on one simple thing, and that's to create a better future for all of those around us, no matter how old they are, no matter how young they are, is to create a better future for them.
MashaAllah, that's so good. What I like the most is that you're so young and you got into it. How did you get into it?
I'd have to say, obviously, I did get into politics. A large reason for that was Ahmed Yaqub and Shakil Afsa, who I believe Ahmed will be on the podcast on this just a bit later. But I would like to say that they have been very inspirational. And like I was speaking to you, Tom, I know he has been a fair bit of help at the Community Plaza as well.
MashaAllah, okay. And you are standing as a ICA candidate?
Yes, ICA independent.
Okay, MashaAllah. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for your call. Back to it, Tom.
Yeah, just to jump on the cluster of calls there. Obviously, the Plaza, we took a physical building kind of 2 years ago. And there's been many people who have supported us along the way. But there is a special notion that needs to be said for a handful of people. And one of them is the gentleman right next to me, Julian. To give praise where praise is due. We were struggling for some funding at the time. Julian came in, supported us, paid for some of the workers at the time. Obviously gave his own time. He was with us there 3 or 4 nights a week. So, give praise where praise is due, that he stepped up when many others haven't. But there was 2 people at that time. Julian was instrumental. He really was. Me and Zaf were really struggling. The bills were stacking up. We were obviously at that moment to get any funding in, and obviously the renovation cost was going out, and we'd committed to that, so we had no option but to try and get through it. So hats off to Julian at that moment, stepping in, supporting us, giving his time, his energy, finance. And there was another individual at the time who we met through Julian, which was Mr. Yaqub. He also supported us. So we have to give credit where credit's due. Everyone looks at Zafran and sometimes at myself and says, what a fantastic job. But we're just the tip of the iceberg, and that is the truth. We're just spearheads for what is a Plaza movement. But without individuals like Julian, it wouldn't have got off the ground. We'd have had the building for 6 months, and unfortunately we would have had to have closed. So let's make sure everyone is aware of that it's not just Zafran and myself. There is a team of volunteers that are effortless energy that goes in, and there's times when my commitment wavers and it's cold nights in the winter months and I'm driving an hour to get to the Plaza and Zafran's there, Julian's there, Ahmed Yaqub has been there. So if they can do it, and we've all got busy schedules, we've all got children, we've all got other things that we could put first. When I see people like Zaf, Julian, Ahmed putting their time in, then I feel obliged to put my time in. So it keeps me motivated, to be honest. But yeah, special thanks to Julian there, because he did step in at a time when we were really struggling and we were unsure of the future of the Plaza. So thank you.
100%. Look, these are people sitting here right now who are thankful for your donation. It's not just them who are thankful for your donations. You'll probably never hear thanks in your life for giving this money, but you can go to sleep knowing that you have helped a life out there. You have helped someone young. You have helped someone get better education. You have helped someone be able to put food in their mouths at the end of the day. You can see on the screen, donate is only calling 0121 440 4096, and there's so many different avenues for you to do. Literally on the screen is £300 to literally feed people, feed the homeless, feed people who have no other food. Do you understand how good of a deed you are doing, how good of a thing you are doing? Even if you are religious, even if you're not religious, helping someone is the least that anybody can do. It's the least that anybody can do. We're all here today, and we will all 100% agree with the fact that, like I said before, charity will never ever decrease your wealth in your life, and it will act as a shade for you on the Day of Judgment. These are things which we must remember in life. We're so busy in our day-to-day dunya, we forget we got akhirah to answer for too as well. So please call 0121 440 4096 and make a donation, as little as it may be. I promise you, we're not going to turn around and say, is that it? We need as much as we can get, and everybody needs as much help as they can get. I'll switch the panel around for a minute. So, Saeed, you said you were involved in a lot of community work.
Yeah.
Have you yourself personally been involved with the community plaza? If so, what have you done?
Yeah, in the beginning I visited when it was like empty place,
Yeah.
and I was a bit surprised because Zafba invited me there. So now I visited second time and I got shocked because it's totally changed and everything is changed, and because he's working very hard for community.
Yeah.
So that's amazing job what he's doing and what he done for the community. So I think we need this kind of courage in community. So one, we have opportunity, best opportunity, we have best place to get something from that place. So we should connect to everyone on that place. And I believe that if we work for community,
Yeah.
that's inner satisfaction, you're going to get it. So this is the best thing we need to give to the community. So I really appreciate the Fran Bhai and his team, especially whatever said that Julian is like a main character of this building community plaza. So I think is like when you work for the sake of Allah,
Yeah.
so you're going to find the people, they're going to come to you, whatever their color, whatever their religion, they're going to support you, your cause, but your intention is pure. So alhamdulillah, now Zafran Bhai is very nice, mashallah, hard worker and working for community. That's really matter for all of us. And that's why we hear on TV for that message that look what he's doing and what we need from you. So what we want from you, that local community, they should come up and they should move us, and they need to come to the community plaza and they need to talk about whatever they have problems
100%.
and whatever we have services, we can try to give them best the opportunity. And secondly, we are here for donation as well. So obviously we need a fund. So the funding is main thing. Whenever you run a system like for the community, for their social, either for like their sport, so we need a fund. So I think today is the best opportunity. They should support us. The guys who is watching on the TV, they should support us, and
100%.
that's a really good thing. Yeah,
100%.
thank
And
you.
if you'd like to just pass the mic on, I think the question I'd like to ask you is, there may be some youth listening here as well as a lot of parents. Can you just highlight for yourself how important education was and how something like these guys have created, if that was around for you, that might have helped you more, or even something like it's going to help, how much is going to actually help the next generation, being if they want to be a lawyer like myself and yourself, or engineer, architect, whatever it is, how will this be so exciting for them and helpful?
Yeah, education is critical. Look, nobody can take your education away from you. You know, I got my degree almost 2 decades ago, but I still hold my degree. You know, speaking English in this country is important as well. So education is key, but I don't think when I was younger the opportunities were available that are available here and now. You know, the parks used to be available. You used to go and play your football and cricket, play on the swing, you know, play out on the roads, and that was it. Because the environment at that time used to be safe, but now times have changed. You know, health and safety has become a big thing. GDPR has become a big thing.
I'm just going to have to cut you off for 2 minutes. Sorry, I've got another caller coming in. Hello, assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
How are you doing, sir? You okay? Can I just catch your name and where you're calling from, please?
Yes, I'm calling from Bosley Green East.
Yeah.
My name's Saqib. I'm also a GMB activist, and I'm the branch secretary for the West Midlands and the Black Country.
Well, good to hear.
I wanted to support you in this, so I will be sending an email out to Tom and Zaf at Halesowen, and I will be inviting them to our branch meeting, and I will see how I can support and fund this great community plaza that you are making, and how we can assist you and you can work with us as well for a better future. And in my area, Glebe Farm and Tilecross, please do support Amir Shafiq and Sheryar Kiani and all the independent candidates who are standing. We support you as well.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. I guess that must be nice to hear, Tom, that they are businesses or people working with other youth services that are hoping and happy to actually start collaborating with yourself?
Yeah, I mean, firstly, thank you for the phone call and the support moving forward. However, or whichever form that comes in, any support is greatly received. Effectively, we don't want this service to stop.
No, of course not.
And that would be devastating for on personal reasons, for ourselves, the volunteers there, but also for the young people. There's no greater kind of commendation for us that we've got young people who have been with us for a couple of years, they've moved on, whether it be A-levels, university, and 3 of our volunteers, well, 2 have been through university, and 1 got his A-levels and went into an apprenticeship in plumbing, actually. But those 3 now give 6 hours each a week. And there's such a satisfying feeling that they can vouch for the experiences they went through, and that the level of support was appropriate for them at that time, and it just helped move them slightly in the right direction.
No doubt.
So for us, anyone coming back to us after several years is fantastic. That it kind of gives you the motivation to think that was worth it. So them self-referrals that come back are fantastic. That's what we want. In terms of obviously moving a little bit further aside, you've got obviously the pump, which was an ex-council facility where you are or in that constituency. So yeah, if we can start to deliver anything kind of more on your patch, thinking about young people travelling, there is postcode wars, etc. So if we can deliver something closer to home, then yeah, we'd certainly be open to supporting with that.
Thank you very much. So I'll be in contact.
Thank you so much for your call, brother. Thank you so much.
Thank
Julian,
you. Take care.
I'd like to bring it back around to you now. So I know you're a man who has donated a fair bit to the Community Plaza, who has helped the Community Plaza. What's your message to those sitting at home right now to kind of get involved in this?
I have a big message. I have some friends. They want to be anonymous. They don't want to speak by phone.
Yeah.
Just they donate now £500.
Wow.
Yeah. And it's coming message by message.
Yeah.
It's coming with money, 100, 200, 300 pounds. I was very happy. I don't know. I want to give message and to say thank them, thank you very much.
Yeah.
And the people they want to be anonymous,
Yeah,
but they will. I don't want to. They don't want to speak here. But it's something normal. I received some message. Thank you very much for everyone who is want to help us to go to have a full success. With everyone. And we need to this donation because we have too many people in the streets. The Community Plaza, there are a lot of people. Don't forget, come every weekly to stay in the Community Plaza to see. If you only hear for us, it's good. But you need to see with your eyes. Come to Community Plaza and you'll see what's happening there every weekly, every day. Will change the future of the lot of kids from this country, 1000%.
Hopefully, that's a very, very, very good message. If you could just note down the donations as it's coming through, just so we could pass it to Tom and Zaf at the end. Yeah.
They give me message. My wife also from home, she's prepared the donation. And everything.
Wonderful. If you just write them all down as much as you can, and then we can give it to them at the end. And Tom, there's a question I wanted to ask you. Just slipped my mind. But I'll spin it back around to Arshad. And to Sunny Gal token Gacy, we didn't get to finish what you wanted to say. So I will let you finish now. So if you could just continue with the explanation, because I was very involved, I promise you, but the call came in.
No, so I just want to reiterate what everyone's been saying. Look, the Community Plaza is there for everybody. I'm assuming the vision of the team is basically to grow this nationally, city by city. So it doesn't mean we've just got one in Bosley Green. We want it east, west, north of Birmingham, up and down the country. But this is only going to happen if the community sticks together and pledges some votes to us and donations. So once again, the donation number is 0121 440 4096. And to get in contact with the office is 0121 285 1845. We can't do this alone. It'd be a shame for something like this to close down. It's going to change people's lives, but we have to donate. Whatever you could do, if you want to pledge on a monthly basis, a weekly basis, there's items on the screen that you could actually pledge towards. You know, share it with your family and friends. Let's get everybody involved, because we don't know whose life we're changing, and the reward and the blessings of changing somebody's life is immense in this world and in the hereafter as well. We believe that, and it's for all communities. It's not only just for the Muslim community as well. So everyone, please share this with your friends, family, and your social circle. Let's get together, and once again, let's donate. The lines are still open, 0121 440 4096. Thank you.
100%. Thank you so much. So, like you said, you mentioned the numbers. You can't forget them now. They should be drilled into your brain. 0121 440 4096 for a donation, and 0121 285 1845 just to call and have a chat with us, which you're all welcome to do. Tom, I want to take it back to yourself for a minute. I wanted to ask, so how do people actually get in touch in regards to volunteering? So say, for example, I want to come down and offer my services for an hour and teach English or teach maths or just help people out. How would I go about actually coming and volunteering with yourselves?
Two options.
Yeah.
First one is we've got a contact number and a contact page on the website. By all means, free to pick up the phone or drop us a contact form and we'll come back to you. Or alternatively, if you're local, just pop into the plaza. We can have that conversation. Depending on the time that you come will depend on what activities are being engaged at that moment. Same as always, I have to go back to my safeguarding. We'll have to get you signed in, etc. first. But once that occurs, then you can come around the plaza. We'll complete a tour. We'll show you what the range of projects are, see where your skills fit and where your possible hours of support are. And then effectively any support you can give is welcome. But we also want to ensure that anyone who comes to us and wants to offer time and services, it's worthwhile and justifiable. You know, we want people that as long as they're doing it with the best of hearts, then it doesn't matter what service you're coming to support with. It could just be to come and support and be around the sports activities. You might say, I've got no particular skills in support or any services that we offer, but I just want to be there. I want to support young people. I've got a history where I maybe got up to certain activities that I shouldn't have when I was young, but I want to make sure that, you know, I can pass on a little bit of knowledge. Fantastic. Fantastic. Come to the plaza. We'll have that conversation. We will complete a CRB form. And then once that's completed, you can come and support with some of the programmes. There's no specific skill set that we need, but there's any skill set there, we can turn it to a position that we'd like to think would engage you, obviously, and the young people ultimately. But the plaza's there initially to support, and secondly to refer. So we're always after people with more links into whether it be social services or to employment. Effectively, those are issues that we deal with on a daily basis, and we'll never be able to fill a position of employment for every person who comes to the plaza. And not every person who comes to the plaza is applicable for some of them roles. But if anyone's got any options in them areas, then we are more than happy to have that conversation and see if we can run. So, for example, for a local supermarket, we ran a day of interviews. So we completed all the prep with the young people, and then on that day, they had interviews with the manager and the store assistant manager, and effectively two of them were given a one-day interview process on site, and then both of them were offered full-time jobs. So we will happily go through that process with the young people. We'll try and prep them, get them ready, and also we'll make sure that they're employable. You know, not everyone is suited to every position. So we'll make sure that those that show an interest potentially in retail, for example, are there that day to have that interview process. So whether that be at your premises or at ours. But effectively, any level of support is appreciated, whether it's the simplest gesture of coming and just showing some support on the day, whether it's being a volunteer on some of the events, helping out with the organisations on the day, whether it's taking part and helping to complete audits and paperwork alongside us. There's so many roles that ultimately we all complete, but any support is greatly needed.
Of course. And what about food donation? Actually, so there's a lot of people, as you're aware, businesses and so on and so forth.
It's a food bank. It's running like a food bank. So how we gonna work on this project? Like nowadays, especially people they need a food, and we can see on that a shortage in the food bank as well. So that's really matter for the community.
Yeah, so there's two elements to that. We run a food bank, and we're upping, obviously, one of the donations we're looking for is to improve the kitchen space. It's not appropriate for the volume that we need to move into. So the need that we have outweighs the supply that we've got. So we have got someone who will be donating some more food, but we also, food and supplies in terms of jackets, etc. Julian has kindly supplied lots of clothing over the past 12 months, but we don't just want to be a service provider of food and warm clothing. We need to do the proactive work in understanding that young person, middle-aged person, elderly person who's struggling and is potentially no formal address, so they're on the street. They can't then apply for a position of employment because they don't have a fixed address. So there's multiple areas of support that need to go in and around that person. So that's getting them in for the free food bank is essentially a way of them coming in, sitting down, having a meal, but then engaging in a conversation. You know, obviously we take registers, etc., so we do get contact names, we start to recognise faces, but the idea is not just to provide food every day for the same people. The idea is provide food when it's needed. Yes, that's every day moving forward, but the idea is we need to offer that level of support. Otherwise, we're just giving them a soft space, and then the rest of the 23 hours of the day, they're back to being isolated, affected by issues on the street, etc. So, yes, the food bank is there, and it needs to grow, and the kitchen needs to be appropriate. The kitchen, for example, in the plans needs to be split, so half of the kitchen will be for halal food, half will be for non-halal food. So there are recommendations, etc., that we've got there ready to go. But obviously, to up the percentage of food that's going out, we need to have a more appropriate space that's safe and hygienic.
Yeah, that's really matter, you know, that when we engage all of the community in the one center, so like the vision of the plaza is totally different. Now the people can find now that it's not just for the food bank, it's matter for whole life. So when you are broke and you have no opportunity to go somewhere, you can come to the community plaza, you will get right direction, and then you can move on. So that's the support basically required for the community. So well done job. I believe that especially beautiful future politician here as well. So I think it's like that's a lovely opportunity to talk with the youngster and youth. And you know that's really big change in community now. The community just is not community plaza spreading the awareness. The youngster, they attracting these kind of activity. That's really matter. And this is the one of example for us. If he's gonna elected as a councillor, so I believe that all of the youth, they're gonna get inspired, and he's gonna bring down on the community plaza, which is amazing. 100%. So that's a great opportunity.
100%.
Just to add on, our gracious host has also committed today to offering free support at the plaza for young people. So
100%.
Again, we're not politically bound, of course not. We're supporting everyone locally. But again, to give credit where credit is due, our host has kindly offered support as and when we need it. We can pick up the phone and ring him and talk through scenarios that we don't have the specialist skills for. So obviously we can't advise young people if they've been involved in certain scenarios.
Of course.
But there's a gentleman here who's qualified and still training and moving forward with a bright career that has offered his time. So we appreciate that.
100%. To any of the youth watching, whether you do go to the community plaza or whether you don't, you have the chance to start going to the community plaza. Should you have any legal issues, they will make sure to get in contact with myself. Your future is the most important thing to us. It's the reason why someone like myself is standing. It's the reason why someone like Julian is standing. It's the reason why all of these brothers are sitting here today on a Sunday night when they could be with their families. They're here asking you, the people watching, for donations because they know that the future generations, their kids, their grandkids, mean a lot more than one evening at home with your family. They know that. So you've got to understand is that your donation could make a difference. They're already telling you how much difference they've made. You've made that donation as well. And you've made that addition. If you hadn't donated, they wouldn't be able to do these things. So you are a stepping stone. You are part of that domino effect. So please pick up the phone, call 0121 440 4096 to make a donation. And I would like to add that Ahmed Yaqub is unfortunately unable to come down. He's just dropped me a text and he will be donating £500 to the community plaza. So all those watching, there's many of you watching, try and match it, try and come under it, wherever you can, take some inspiration. There's a reason why why these people are where they are today. And a lot of it does come down to charity. Like I said, charity never ever will decrease your wealth. Charity is something that is needed. Going on to it, Julian, I'd like to ask, obviously, I know you're campaigning pretty hard in Ward End right now. You are probably speaking to a lot of parents as well as a lot of youth. What's the consensus like? What are they feeling towards the lack of youth services in Ward End? And how much are you going to be moving them to the Community Plaza should you be elected?
It's a big difference because the Community Plaza is the Bosley Green.
Yeah. I know there is a bit of a distance. There is a bit of a distance.
I want to be through and everything is fine. It's transparent here. But yes, we have in Warden plenty Romanians who give me the agreement and they ask me for the charge from the Bosley Green. That means it's a big help for them. Also, Crime Stoppers is with Community Plaza. Yeah. And we have the church, we have a bank, they will come the bank food. About the bank food, I want to say something very important. Yeah. The bank food, they will be separated because their nationality, they are Muslim and Orthodox people. We have safety place where to put the food because it's the difference little bit from between the foods. And we need to tell everyone the safety there will be 1000% because we care about this. 100%. We are not here only future councillors, we are human beings. This is the problem. And we try to help people who do not have luck. And now in this situation in the Great Britain, it's not about luck. It's about big confusion. There happen too many bad things and we need to bring the children back on the same path because we are in the big troubles. What you mean Warden, the people will be very happy because I will change everything in that area.
Inshallah.
God bless everyone.
Yeah, we're behind you, we're backing you all the way. But I would just like to point out, I'd like all of you to go back to a time where something bad was happening in your life when you were young, something which you may not have understood or may have been difficult for you mentally, physically, no matter what it may have been. And I want you to take a step back and imagine how hard that would have been if you didn't have your family with you, if you didn't have your friends with you, if you didn't have your teachers with you. And I want to bring you to 2026, where people are going through the same hardships, maybe even worse, and they don't have their family with them, or they may not have their teachers with them, they may not have their friends with them, and understand that the Community Plaza isn't just a place for the youth, it is genuinely a God-sent place for the youth. It's a safety net for them. It's a place for them to be able to go and know that they can put their shoulders down. We're going through a time now where everyone stresses about a lot of things. Our hairs are falling out early. We're in a place where there's a lot of stress. Yeah. And like I said before, we're in a country where at 4 o'clock it gets dark. The weather's bipolar. It's cold, it's windy, it's snowy one day, it's sunny the next. And it isn't the best thing for our mental health. And knowing that you have somewhere to go to, especially young, especially being someone who, we are naive when we're young. I'd say here I'm 22, I will still say I'm naive to the world because I haven't seen the extent of the world. There are going to be many children out there who won't have seen anything, and that first thing that's going to hit them could turn them towards a life of crime, could turn them towards a life of drugs. And you've got to understand is that these people and the Community Plaza, it's what is stopping your kids from falling down that line. And for the children who have fallen down that line, this is your safe haven. These are people who are going to protect you. They're going to protect your secrets. They understand these things. So again, 0121 440 4096. Make a donation. I promise you it won't hurt you. Make that donation. Give yourself a bit of proudness. Feel a bit of pride in yourself, knowing that you have changed someone's life, inshallah. And if you would like to ask any questions to our lovely panel of guests, it's 0121 285 1845. And I would like to just send us all to a break. Assalamu alaikum, and thank you very much for having me. I think it's my time's done. But please keep the donations coming all night. Thank you very much.
A live
You've done a good stint.
Yes.
all the way to midnight. So everyone must tune in. I will be in the studio fundraising along with other prominent figures all across from Birmingham. So please tune in Takbeer TV 2 p.m. this Saturday, the 2nd of May. Remember that.
Assalamu alaikum. So this is a quick mention about the Community Plaza in Bosley. We're doing a fundraiser because Brother Zaf is doing an absolutely phenomenal job with the youth and with the community. The specific project that I want to talk about is the IT development.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So welcome here to Community Plaza. My name is Hamid Zafran. I'm the founder and the director of Community, which is an initiative in Birmingham, which was set up a couple of years ago. So this is a 24/7 hub, which is going to be remaining open for every community which feels vulnerable and at threat. So in 2009, I lost my blind sister to cancer. Unfortunately, that really stayed with us as a family, and they really scarred us. And after that, I started working with a lot of vulnerable women, interacting with a lot of women organizations, just to make sure that they've got a voice in the community. So young 15-year-old girls who get forced into arranged marriages, and they say that education is forbidden. So we worked with them, and alhamdulillah, we got 11,000 women in our academy now, and most of them are empowered into further education and employment, who have become role models for the people. Now, a year later, in 2010, my young brother-in-law, 24, was murdered in a local park in Birmingham. He was stabbed in the head with a screwdriver. So since then, I used to be loitering around on the streets looking for gangs and see if I can change anyone. So we used to go park to park with the police, with the local council, until the Prime Minister, David Cameron, spotted my work, and I got honoured by the Queen for doing this outreach work. Alhamdulillah, steering 48,000 kids away from knife crime and drugs back into education and employment. We get more than 120 referrals every week. So youngsters who come in, they're referred by schools, universities, just local communities who are on the borderline of crime. So we get parents coming in, interacting. And now, inshallah, we're going to start our homeless feed as well. And we've had 57 knives handed in to us. So this initiative, especially in the UK, which is most needed. I know we do a lot of charity work everywhere, but alhamdulillah, we need something at our doorstep, especially with the community at a point where hate crime is at a rise. And our centre is going to be open 24/7 for any community who feels threatened, whether it's a mosque or whether it's a church. So inshallah, this coming Saturday, 2nd of May, we've got our fundraising appeal, which is going to be live on Takbeer TV from 2 p.m. till midnight. We want everyone, every community to add there to tune in and support us with your donations. Please share this link everywhere, wherever you go. We've done this work, we've laid the foundation for you in the community, but we can't do this without your support. Whether it's drugs awareness, whether it's knife crime, whether it's your community suffering from any issue. If you got problems with the youths, alhamdulillah, we got this base now. This is going to be open 24/7 for every community in Birmingham and in the heart of the city. But we can only do this with your support. So inshallah, 2nd of May, tune in on Takbeer TV from 2 p.m. till midnight, and please share with all your followers. My name's Zaf. I'm a global UK ambassador, and we're at Community Plaza today. This is the hub where at the moment everyone from Bosley Green, Smallheath, Alum Rock, the so-called deprived areas are coming to. They're using these facilities, and right now, especially with the crime rate, especially in these local areas, with the knife stabbings, drug activities, it's highlighted by the Crown Commissioner, the police. We're getting so many reports coming in, local residents, parents, they're reporting all these crimes.
The club is going through a state-of-the-art redevelopment to ensure there's community spaces, offices, private mentor rooms, as well as sports activities including snooker, darts, pool, multi-sports activity area, boxercise and many more. The Community Plaza has been set up in response to local crime rates, lack of opportunities for young people and a general increase in knife crime. Based in Borsey Green, on the triangle between Borsey Green, Smallheath and Alum Rock, three of the highest areas of deprivation, not just within Birmingham, but in England, with crime rates now reaching national levels. Community Plaza CIC set up as a non-for-profit organisation designed to engage with young people, combat social anxiety, knife crime, lack of motivation, lack of opportunity, and provide young people with an exit route with positive outcomes into employment, training and or access to physical activities and sports programs.
This is the venue where it all started back in 2010 when my brother-in-law unfortunately was murdered. He was only 24 years old. Till now we don't know who's murdered him. We've had so many different TV channels, media come in, do the interviews. But unfortunately, till now, no one's come forward. But the work continues, and if it wasn't for his brutal murder, none of this would have carried on. So it's ongoing charity for him as well. But the main idea is we didn't want others to suffer, other families, other youths. Fair enough, we hear there's still stabbings going on, there's still youngsters being murdered. But through our journey, at least we know that we try to support as many youngsters as we can. So if we've got this at the heart of the city, we need the support of the community, these business leaders, the community leaders, the council, the police. We need everyone to come on board and support these kind of projects, because this is where our future lies for the youngsters. Our youths are our future, and we need to work in hand. The police need to work with the community need to work with the police, but also the council, the government itself. If we're complaining about the crime rate going up day by day, we're seeing all these stats with these machete bands and all these zombie knives bands coming in. But like I said, we can't just talk about these issues. A few sessions here and there outside, it's not going to make a difference. We need to do this day in, day out. We need to keep these places 7 days a week available. But to do these sessions, we need funding. And funding resources are for these sessions to go on, for these classes, for tutors, for mentors. And we need support from all the community.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Welcome to Community Plaza, an initiative started by my brother Zafran here in the heart of B9. This is not only to help the youth within the community, but to help everybody, from working with youth, working with females and homeless people. Come and check out this initiative. So this will be the homeless room. As you can see, there's loads of jackets, trousers, footwear, a lot of stuff that's been donated. The initiative here by my brother Zafran is what? Not only to help the homeless, this will be a homeless shelter, but it's to help the homeless people, help them find accommodation and help them find jobs. This is not just a quick response, but it's actually an opportunity to get the homeless people and put them on their feet. So this Saturday, the 2nd of May, from 2 p.m. till midnight on Takbeer TV, Community Plaza will be fundraising not only to take off the homeless shelter, but to help with the work that they're doing with the youth and everybody within this community. So I hope to see you tune in and donate to help the youth of your community.
So I'm just at Community Plaza, alhamdulillah, doing great work, and I support them in all their endeavors, and their endeavor in knife crime and combating knife crime is something that I endorse hugely, because I have seen the epidemic that is knife crime in Birmingham and beyond. Knife crime is becoming so bad that the youth are carrying knives around like they're normal. A quick message to the youth: before you pick up a knife and your intention is to go and stab somebody, lock yourself in your bathroom for 24 hours. If you think you can do that for 25 years of your life, then go ahead. But let me tell you something, you won't be able to hack it in there. And 40,000 kids have signed up here or shown interest at the Community Plaza, and more will continue to sign up. We're working along with the West Midlands Police to get our kids off the street and get them in to the right direction, point them towards the right direction. Remember that. Saturday, the 2nd of May, Takbeer TV will be having a live fundraising appeal from 2 p.m. all the way to midnight. So everyone must tune in. I will be in the studio fundraising along with other prominent figures all across from Birmingham. So please tune in to Takbeer TV 2 p.m. this Saturday, the 2nd of May. Remember that.
Assalamu alaikum. So this is a quick mention about the Community Plaza in Borsley Green. We're doing a fundraiser because Brother Zaf is doing an absolutely phenomenal job with the youth and with the community. The specific project that I want to talk about is the IT development for the youth. Now, being an employer, I'm constantly recruiting admin staff, clerical staff, and what we're finding is that our youngsters, our youth, are lacking these basic skills. We're all very good at TikTok, we're very good at Instagram, we're very good at Facebook, and all the social media, but when it comes to actual skills of admin and secretarial skills, our youth, unfortunately, are lacking. So I'm 100% behind this initiative. I think it's fantastic. Our youth need to go back to the basics, understand how to use a laptop, a keyboard, not your phone's keypad, but a laptop, a keyboard, because that's one skill that we are now lacking. So inshallah, please do donate, please do take part and support this fantastic organization. So Saturday, 2nd of May, Takbeer TV from 2 till 10 in the evening. We are doing a live for the Community Plaza in Borsley Green. This is an initiative to support the local community, to empower the local youth and give them skills that maybe they're not learning in the academic system. So please do tune in, please do donate, and please do support.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. My name is Amir Shafiq. We are here in this community plaza. In this community plaza, we are doing big work about the young kids. They've been in the crimes, they've been all over in the bad activities. In last 3 years, 48,000 kids, they've been taken out of the crimes, and now they've been put in the schools, colleges, and other social activities. On the top, from past 3 months, we got 57 kids. They walked in this plaza and they handed knives. They goes, we had enough with
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। आज तकबीर टीवी के चैनल से हम आपके लिए एक बहुत ही मुख्तलिफ प्रोग्राम लेके आए हैं। इट्स अ वेरी यूनिक प्रोग्राम को एंड इट्स अबाउट द लोकल प्रोग्राम्स, इट इन्वॉल्व्स लोकल यूथ, और इसका नाम है कम्युनिटी प्लाजा। इट्स अ CIC कम्युनिटी इंटरेस्ट कंपनी। आपने मुझे कई बार इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे एज ए मेहमान देखा होगा, लेकिन आज मैं सिंबॉलिकली इस कम्युनिटी प्लाजा जो कम्युनिटी इंटरेस्ट कंपनी है, इनके प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं, इनको आज मैं सपोर्ट करने आया हूं, और इसीलिए यहाँ आज एज ए होस्ट तकबीर टीवी पे आपसे मुखातिब हूँ। मेरे साथ मेरे मेहमानान ने ग्रामी हैं। सबसे पहले मैं आपको तारुफ कराता चलूँ। द कम्युनिटी प्लाजा CIC co-director Mr. Thomas, who is sitting right here with me, और इनके साथ हमारे सियासी और समाजी रहनुमा गज़नफ़र महमूद साहब हैं, और मेरी दाईं तरफ हमारे बहुत ही प्यारे और इमाम मसाजिद हैं। काफ़ी मसाजिद में इन्होंने सर्व किया है, इमामत कराई है, बच्चे भी इनसे बहुत सारे मुस्तफ़ीद भी हुए हैं। प्रोफेसर अलामा रमज़ान रज़ा सुल्तानी साहब, और इनके साथ मौजूद हैं, वो भी किसी तारुफ के मोहताज नहीं हैं। उनका नाम मुफ्ती मोहम्मद साहब, जो ऑल्सो एक बहुत अच्छे स्कॉलर हैं, मुफ्ती हैं, और इनसे भी हमारी कम्युनिटी मुस्तफ़ीद हुई है। मैं सबसे पहले अगर अपने दाएं तरफ से प्रोफेसर अलामा रमज़ान साहब से अगर शुरू करूं, तो रमज़ान साहब, आपने कम्युनिटी प्लाजा के हवाले से काफ़ी बातें सुनी होंगी और आपने इनके प्रोजेक्ट्स भी देखे हैं। आप क्या समझते हैं कि कम्युनिटी प्लाजा क्यों हमारे लिए ज़रूरी है, और आज जिस अपील के लिए आज कम्युनिटी प्लाजा के जो मुंतज़मीन हैं और इसके जो जितने भी लोग इसको मैनेज कर रहे हैं, पूरी मैनेजमेंट यहाँ पे आई है, ये हमारी कम्युनिटी के लिए क्यों ज़रूरी है, हमारे बच्चों के लिए क्यों ज़रूरी है, और बिलखुसूस हमारी जो मुस्लिम कम्युनिटी है इसके लिए क्यों ज़रूरी है। जी
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। जनाब मोहतरम मकाम ज़ुहैब सादिक साहब, माशाल्लाह, पहले तो जैसा कि आपने फरमाया, आप भी کمیونٹی میں آپ کا بڑا نام اور مقام ہے اور میڈیا کی دنیا میں بھی سیاسی طور پر سماجی طور پر بھی
یہ مائک ہاتھ پہ لے
ماشاءاللہ آپ ماشاءاللہ کافی آپ کا کام ہے اور آپ کا یہاں ہونا بھی بہت بڑی سپورٹ ہے یہ کمیونٹی پلازا کے لیے. لیکن الحمدللہ میں یہ جو راجہ زعفران صاحب ہیں جو اس کے فاؤنڈر ڈائریکٹر ہیں میرا خیال اوور 20 ایئر ہیں. میں اس فیملی کو جانتا ہوں, راجہ صاحب کو جانتا ہوں. الحمدللہ ہمیشہ جیسا کہ عالم راہ کے ایریے میں مختلف مساجد میں جو میں نے سروس دی ہیں 10 سے 15 سال, اس میں بھی میں نے ان کو پایا کہ یہ ہمیشہ نوجوانوں کی اصلاح کے لیے, کمیونٹی کی خدمات کے لیے سرگرم عمل رہتے تھے اور دینی محفل میں بھی ماشاءاللہ بھرپور حصہ لیتے تھے, کرواتے بھی تھے. خاص طور پر پھر کچھ سالوں سے جو نوجوانوں کو راہ راست لانے کے لیے خود یہ بھی, بلکہ میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ انہوں نے اپنے بیٹے راجہ ساحل زعفران کو بھی, جو ایک بہترین نعت خواں بھی ہیں لیکن پھر بھی انہوں نے ان کو ساتھ لگایا, تو ہزاروں نوجوان جو ڈرگ میں جا چکے تھے, جو کرمنل بن چکے تھے, تو ان کو یہ سیدھا راستہ انہوں نے دکھایا اور معاشرے کا اچھا شہری بنایا. تو الحمدللہ پھر اب جب انہوں نے کمیونٹی پلازا بوزلے گرین پر جب یہ شروعات کی, اس وقت بھی میں نے وزٹ کیا. ہمارے عالمی مبلغ اسلام سعودہ پیر سلطان فیاض الحسن سروری قادری, چیئرمین ہے سلطان بورڈ ٹرسٹ, پیر سلطان نیاز الحسن سروری قادری وہاں تشریف لے گئے اور وہاں میں نے دیکھا کہ جب انہوں نے وہاں اوپننگ کی, وہاں تقریباً برمنگھم کی کریم کمیونٹی میں نے وہاں دیکھی کہ جو انہوں نے وہاں کی سروسز کے لیے وہ ماشاءاللہ کمیونٹی پلازا بنایا ہے, تو وہاں موجود تھی. تو الحمدللہ اس حوالے سے میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ انہوں نے مزید اس کام کو, پبلک کی جو خدمت یہ کر رہے ہیں اور کمیونٹی کی جو خدمت یہ کر رہے ہیں, تو سب کو شامل کرنے کے لیے یہ آج کی اپیل رکھی ہوئی ہے. تو خاص طور پہ جیسے ابھی انہوں نے مینشن کیا کہ اس میں لوگ جیسے مختلف کاموں کے لیے آئیں گے, اپنے مسائل کے لیے کے حل کے لیے آئیں گے اور وہ مختلف سروسز یہ ان کو دیں گے, تو وہاں ظاہر بات ہے پریئر فیسیلیٹی کا ہونا بڑا ضروری ہے. خاص طور پر سردیوں میں جلدی نماز آ جاتی ہے, تو وہاں یہ چاہتے ہیں کہ اس کمیونٹی پلازا میں ایک حصہ پریئر فیسیلیٹی کے لیے ایک مسجد پارٹ اس کا بنا دیا جائے اور وہاں تاکہ نماز کی بھی سہولت ہو اور چھوٹے چھوٹے بھی اگر گروپ وہاں آئیں تو جیسا ہر جگہ آج کل یہ سہولت مہیا ہے, سروسز پہ سہولت میں, ہاسپٹلوں میں پریئر روم بنے ہوئے, تو یہ بھی وہاں چاہتے ہیں کہ ایک پریئر حصہ ہو. تو میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ اس کے لیے ہمیں بھرپور اس پوائنٹ آف ویو سے میں آپ جتنے ناظرین ہیں جو دیکھ رہے ہیں, جو مجھے میلاد مصطفیٰ میں دیکھتے ہیں, عالم راہ میں جو مختلف مساجد میں رہا ہوں 10-15 سال, اسٹریچ فورڈ میں رہا ہوں, تو ادھر ابھی باہو ٹرسٹ برمنگھم مرکز امبرسلے روڈ پر ہوں, تو میں یہ چاہوں گا کہ دیکھیے یہ ایک بہت بڑی نیکی ہوگی. ایسے ہی نیکی ہوگی کہ جیسے آپ دیگر مسجدیں جو بناتے ہیں تو اپنا حضور کے فرمان کے مطابق جنت کے میں گھر بناتے ہیں. اور حضور کی بڑی ایک مشہور حدیث ہے, حضرت معاذ بن جبل فرماتے ہیں کہ جو کوئی بندہ کسی ایک بندے کے لیے نماز پڑھنے کے لیے ایک مصلی کی جگہ اس کا ارینجمنٹ کرتا ہے, تو اس کے لیے اللہ تعالیٰ کی رحمت کے 70,000 فرشتے دعائے رحمت کرتے ہیں. جب تک وہ جگہ بن جائے گی اس پر وہ نماز پڑھے گا. اور فرمایا کہ جو کوئی لائٹ کا بندوبست کرے گا اس کے لیے بھی اللہ تعالیٰ کی رحمت کے 70,000 فرشتے اس کے لیے دعا رحمت کریں گے. تو میں سمجھتا ہوں کہتے انہوں نے کہا کہ صرف ایک مسلح ابھی تک اس کام کے لیے آیا ہے, پتہ نہیں وہ کتنے پیسے رکھے ہوئے ہیں, اگر مجھے بتا دیا جائے تو 200 پاؤنڈ ایک مسلح کے لیے ہے. تو آپ میں چاہوں گا کہ ہر گھر میں تقریباً 4-5 فیملی ممبر ایسے ہوتے ہیں جو کام کرتے ہیں. اگر ایک فیملی میں 5 ممبر ہے تو 5 مسلح دے کر اس میں ماشاءاللہ آ جائے, اور اس میں کتنے مسلح کا ٹارگٹ ہے یہ بھی بتا دیا جائے, تو پھر انشاءاللہ تعالیٰ تو میرے یہی پیغام ہے اس حوالے سے کہ اس کمیونٹی پلازا میں یہ بہت بڑی خدمت ہوگی کہ جو ضرورت مند وہاں نوجوان آئیں گے, بوڑھے آئیں گے, یا ہماری خواتین آئیں گی, تو ان کے لیے یا گروپ آئیں گے جو تو ان کے لیے وہاں پریئر فیسلٹی کے لیے ایک مسجد کا حصہ مخصوص ہو اور اس میں آپ کا بھی حصہ ہو کہ آپ کی طرف سے اور آپ کی فیملی کی طرف سے وہاں مسلح کی صورت میں ڈونیشن آج آپ فون کال کر کے ہمیں عطا فرمائیں.
بہت شکریہ. جی ناظرین، جیسے کہ آپ کو پروفیسر صاحب نے بڑی ڈیٹیل میں بتایا کہ ایک مسلح 200 پاؤنڈ میں آتا ہے اور 200 پاؤنڈ ڈونیشن سے ہمارے بچے جب اس ایکٹیویٹیز کا حصہ بنیں گے تو وہاں پہ پریئنگ ٹائم ان کے لیے ظاہر ہے وہ ضروری ہے، ان کے لیے ایک اچھا سی فیسلٹی روم، پریئنگ روم. تو اس کے لیے ہم آپ سے بھرپور اپیل کرتے ہیں کہ آپ اس پروجیکٹ کا حصہ بنیں اور ضرور اپنے جو ڈونیشنز ہیں وہ اس پروجیکٹ میں اسپیشلی یہ جو پریئنگ روم کے حوالے سے ابھی علامہ صاحب نے بتایا ہے اس میں آپ ڈونیٹ ضرور کریے گا. میں ابھی چلتا ہوں مفتی محمد آصف صاحب کے پاس. مفتی صاحب، جیسا کہ یہ جو کمیونٹی پلازا ہے اور یہ بہت بہترین کمیونٹی انٹرسٹ کمپنی ہے، اس کا کافی سارا کام ہے. سب سے بہترین کام جو میں نے ان کا دیکھا ہے وہ ہے ہمارے بچوں کو جو بیڈ ایکٹیویٹیز میں ملوث ہیں. ہماری جو اگر پریزن ریشو میں اگر دیکھیں تو ہماری کمیونٹی میں جو ریشو ہے وہ کافی ہائی ہے، 20 to 21% ہماری ایشین کمیونٹی میں ہے. تو یہ ہمارے بچے جو اس بیڈ ایکٹیویٹیز کا حصہ بنتے ہیں، یہ ان کو ایک مثبت ایکٹیویٹیز لانے کے لیے ایک بہترین پروجیکٹ ہے. اور اس کے علاوہ جو ہماری بہنیں فیمیل جو ہمارے کمیونٹی سے ہماری وہ ڈومیسٹک وائلنس کا بھی شکار ہیں. 11,000 ڈومیسٹک وائلنس کی شکار جو ہماری بہنیں اور مائیں جو ہوئی ہیں ان کو اس کمیونٹی انٹرسٹ کمپنی نے سرو کیا ہے اور ان کے لیے پناہ کی جگہ مہیا کی ہے. اور مجھے بھی کسی نے بتایا کہ 48,000 بچے جو ہیں، 48,000 از اے بگ نمبر. اور 48,000 بچے جو ہیں یہ تقریباً پچھلے کئی سالوں سے انہوں نے اسٹریٹ سے اٹھا کر ان کو ایجوکیشن کی طرف اور پھر امپلائمنٹ کی طرف راغب کیا ہے. تو آپ اس کے بارے میں آپ کا کیا خیال ہے؟ یہ
بسم اللہ الرحمن الرحیم. سب سے پہلے شکریہ جناب زہیب صادق صاحب آپ کا، اور مبارک دیتا ہوں جناب چیئرمین زعفران صاحب کو اور مسٹر تھامس کو کہ جنہوں نے اس بہترین کام کا ابتدا کی. اللہ تعالیٰ نے قرآن پاک میں فرمایا ہے وَذَكِّرْ فَإِنَّ الذِّكْرَىٰ تَنفَعُ الْمُؤْمِنِينَ کہ لوگوں کو یاد دلاؤ، ریمائنڈ دا پیپل، کیونکہ لوگوں کو یاد دلانا یہ فائدہ دیتا ہے. تو جب کوئی آدمی غلط راستے پہ چڑھ جائے اس کو اچھے راستے پر لے کر آنا، اس کو برے راستے سے نکالنا، یہ بہت بڑا صدقہ جاریہ ہے. اور اللہ تبارک و تعالیٰ کو ایسے لوگ بہت پسند ہیں. خود نبی کریم صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم نے ارشاد فرمایا خیر الناس من ينفع الناس، تم میں سے بہترین وہ لوگ ہیں جو دوسرے لوگوں کو فائدہ پہنچائیں. تو یہ جو ان کا پروجیکٹ ہے، اسپیشلی اس پروجیکٹ کی ایک خاص بات یہ ہے کہ یہ یونائٹڈ کنگڈم کی زمین پر ہے، یہ لوکل پروجیکٹ ہے. ایسا نہیں ہے کہ ہم کسی دور دراز علاقے میں یا کسی اور ملک کے لیے انہوں نے یہ فرم کی ہو اور وہاں کے لوگوں کے لیے کوشش کی ہو. یہاں آپ کے اپنے لوگوں کے لیے، اپنے بچوں کے لیے، اپنی یہاں کی بیٹیوں اور بہنوں کے لیے انہوں نے یہ پلان کیا ہے. تو یہاں سے لوکل کمیونٹی کو فائدہ ہوگا. اور پھر کوئی شک نہیں، آپ جب چاہیں اس جگہ کا وزٹ کر سکتے ہیں، وہاں پر دیکھ سکتے ہیں، وہاں جو فیسلٹیز ہیں ان کو آبزرو کر سکتے ہیں. تو اللہ تبارک و تعالیٰ کے پسندیدہ بندے ہوتے ہیں وہ لوگ جو برے لوگوں کو تاریکیوں سے نکال کر اچھے راستے پر لے کر آئیں، نور کی طرف لے کر آئیں. اور یہی پیغام نبی کریم علیہ الصلاۃ والسلام نے اپنی زندگی میں دیا. آپ کا نام ہادی ہے، یعنی ہدایت دینے والے. تو اس زمانے میں لوگ جو ہے وہ شراب میں، برے کاموں میں، گیملنگ میں، جوا میں، نہ جانے کن کن برے کاموں میں تھے. تو حضور علیہ الصلاۃ والسلام نے ان کو گندگی سے نکال کر ایک اچھا انسان بنایا، ایک قابل انسان بنایا، لوگوں کو پڑھنا لکھنا سکھایا، لوگوں کو حصول معاش کے ذریعے بتائے. جو بیکاری تھے ان کو سکھایا کہ بھیک مانگنے کے بجائے اللہ تبارک و تعالیٰ کی رزق کو خود محنت کر کے تلاش کرو. تو انہوں نے جو پروجیکٹ بنایا ہے یہ سب اس کے مطابق ہے اور اللہ تبارک و تعالیٰ کے رسول صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم کی تعلیمات کا حصہ ہے. خاص کر یہاں کے نوجوانوں کو، جیسا کہ آپ نے ذکر کیا کہ 48,000 تو اتنے سارے نوجوانوں کو انہوں نے نیکی کی طرف گامزن کیا. اور اسپیشلی وہ لوگ جو بری لت میں پڑ جاتے ہیں، آپ ان کی ماں بہنوں کو دیکھیں تو وہ دن رات بیچاری دعائیں کرتی رہتی ہیں کہ ہمارا بھائی سیدھے رستے پر آ جائے. وہ ماں صبح تہجد میں اٹھ کر دعا کرتی ہے کہ ہمارا بیٹا سیدھے رستے پر آ جائے. تو آج اگر آپ کسی ایک نوجوان کو بھی برے راستے سے نکال کر اس کو نیکی کی طرف لے آتے ہیں تو گویا صرف ایک فرد کو نہیں بلکہ آپ نے پورے خاندان کو ایک بہت بڑے دھچکے سے، ایک بہت بڑے ڈیمیج سے بچا لیا ہے. اور پورے خاندان دعائیں یقیناً اللہ تبارک و تعالیٰ کی رحمتیں بھی آپ پر ہوں گی اور دعائیں بھی آپ کے لیے ہوں گی. اور معاشرے میں کسی ایک فرد کو بھی اگر آپ نے اچھا بنا دیا تو پھر یہ ایسا ہی ہے کہ ایک روح کو جگا دیا. اور قرآن پاک کی ایک اور آیت ہے کہ وَمَنْ أَحْيَاهَا فَكَأَنَّمَا أَحْيَا النَّاسَ جَمِيعًا، کہ جو کسی ایک انسان کی زندگی بچائے وہ ایسا ہے جس نے پوری ہیومنٹی کی زندگی بچا لی. تو یہ ایسا ہی ہے کہ آپ اگر کسی ڈرگس سے کسی کو نکالتے ہیں، گندی زندگی سے نکالتے ہیں، تو گویا وہ جو زندگی کی اصل خوشبو کو، اصل روح کو کھو چکا تھا، اس میں سے آپ نے اس کو نکال کر ایک سچا رستہ دکھایا، سیدھے راستے پر لے کر آئے. آگے اس کی جتنی نسلیں ہوں گی وہ ساری کی ساری دعائیں یقیناً اس کمیونٹی کے لیے ہیں. یہاں کے جو بھی ڈائریکٹر ہیں، چیئرمین ہیں، جو بھی ایک ایک ممبر اس کمیونٹی کا اس میں حصہ لے رہا ہے، وہ سب کے سب یقیناً اللہ تعالیٰ کی بارگاہ میں عظیم ثواب کے اس دنیا میں بھی مستحق ہیں، آخرت کے اندر بھی مستحق ہیں. اگر آپ اس کمیونٹی کا حصہ بننا چاہتے ہیں، والنٹری طور پر کسی بھی طریقے سے اس کو فائدہ پہنچانا چاہتے ہیں، ضرور فائدہ پہنچائیں. آج ہم باہر جاتے ہیں تو پتہ نہیں لگتا، یعنی کہ ایک برانڈڈ ٹی شرٹ خریدنی ہے تو لوگ جو ہے کئی پاؤنڈ دے دیتے ہیں. ایک جوتا خریدنا ہے تو جناب 50 پاؤنڈ، 100 پاؤنڈ، 200 پاؤنڈ، ڈزنٹ میٹر فور دیم، جسٹ اونلی فار اسٹائل. تو اگر آپ یہاں پر آ کر اس کمیونٹی کو کچھ نہ کچھ اپنے مال کا حصہ دیں گے، اس میں ڈونیٹ کریں گے، اور وہ کسی بھی آدمی کی زندگی کو برائی سے بچانے کی، تاریکی سے نکالنے کا، ظلمت سے نکالنے کا ذریعہ بن جاتا ہے، تو یقین جانیے اس کی اصلاح ہونا یہ بہت بڑا اجر ہے. یہ آپ کے لیے اللہ تعالیٰ سے عظیم انعام ہے. تو اس میں پیچھے مت ہٹیے، کچھ نہ کچھ اپنے مال کا حصہ ایسے کاموں میں ضرور لگائیں، اور آپ دیکھیں گے کہ کسی کی زندگی کو ظلمت سے، تاریکی سے، برائی سے نکال لینے کا اجر کتنا ہوتا ہے. اور نبی کریم علیہ الصلوۃ والسلام کی دعائیں ہیں، کیونکہ حضور اپنی امت کے جتنے لوگ ہیں ان لوگوں کی جب کوئی آدمی نیک کرتا ہے تو اس سے ان خوش ہوتے ہیں. دنیا میں، دنیا کا کوئی بھی مذہب ہو، وہ نہیں چاہتا کہ نوجوان جو ہے وہ برائی کی طرف جائے، ڈرگس کی طرف جائے، گندگی کی طرف جائے. ہر کوئی چاہتا ہے کہ ہماری اولاد برائی سے بچی رہے، ہر کوئی چاہتا ہے کہ وہ نیکی کی طرف آئے، اچھے کاموں کی طرف آئے. تو اس پروجیکٹ کا بہت ہی بہترین جو ان کے ایمز ہیں، مختلف جو کچھ آپ ان کو لائیولیہوڈ ان کو جو ہے وہ کام کے قابل کر رہے ہیں، ڈرگس سے نکال کر امپلائمنٹ کی طرف لے کر جا رہے ہیں، یا ان کو ہیلتھ ڈفرینٹ سینٹر پرووائڈ کر کے ان کو ان کی ہیلتھ کو بہتر کر رہے ہیں. جیسے علامہ صاحب نے کہا کہ وہاں پر مسجد کا بھی اہتمام ہے. تو بہترین یہ جگہ ہے، اور اللہ تبارک و تعالیٰ یقیناً آپ کی مدد میں شامل حال ہو. رب العالمین بھی ایسے لوگوں کو پسند کرتا ہے، اور میری دعا ہے کہ اللہ تعالیٰ آپ کو اس دنیا میں بھی کامیاب کرے، آخرت میں بھی کامیاب کرے. آپ بھی ضرور اس کیمپین کا حصہ بنیں، اور چاہے وہ تھوڑا سا حصہ ہو، لیکن اگر وہ قیامت کے دن اس کا اجر ملے گا تو آپ حیران ہو جائیں گے کہ میں نے ایک زندگی بچا کر کتنا لوگوں کو فائدہ پہنچایا. تو نبی پاک علیہ الصلوۃ والسلام کی یہ حدیث پر عمل کریں، خیر الناس من ینفع الناس، کہ تم میں سے بہترین وہ ہے جو دوسروں کو فائدہ پہنچائے. تو کوشش کریں کہ اس کمیونٹی کو آپ سپورٹ کر کے جس طرح بھی اپنے دام میں، قدم میں، سخہ میں جس طریقے سے فائدہ پہنچا سکتے ہیں ہمت کریں، اور اس کو ضرور فائدہ پہنچائیں، اور جتنا ہو سکے اس میں تعاون کریں.
بہت شکریہ. اللہ کے ہاں آپ کے لیے اجر کی نوید ہے. یہ تھے ہمارے مفتی محمد آصف صاحب. انہوں نے بڑے بہترین انداز میں ہم سب کو بھی اس حوالے سے بتایا ہے کہ یہ جو کمیونٹی پروجیکٹس ہیں اس سے ہم اپنے بچوں کو برائیوں سے بچا رہے ہیں، اور جب ہم اپنے بچوں کو برائیوں سے بچا رہے ہیں اور انہیں کسی مثبت ایکٹیویٹیز کا حصہ बनाने की कोशिश में लगे हैं, तो ऑफ कोर्स अल्लाह के यहाँ आपके लिए इस मामले में बहुत बड़े अजर की नवीद है। अब हम चलते हैं हमारे सियासी और समाजी रहनुमा गज़नफ़र महमूद साहब की तरफ। ही इज़ ऑल्सो अ वेरी एक्टिविस्ट इन सोशल वर्क, पॉलिटिकल वर्क। आप इनको यहाँ तकबीर टीवी के कई प्रोग्राम्स में भी देखते हैं, और पाकिस्तान की जो चंद बड़ी पार्टीज़ हैं उनके हवाले से भी इनका काम काफ़ी ज़्यादा है। एक पार्टी को सपोर्ट भी करते हैं और उस पार्टी के लिए बड़ी दिन रात मेहनत करते हैं, एंड इज़ अ पॉलिटिकल वर्कर टू। सो उनकी तरफ आते हैं। गज़नफ़र भाई, व्हाट डू यू थिंक, आप का इस कम्युनिटी प्लाजा के हवाले से क्या ख्याल है?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, Shoaib. First of all, I'd like to thank Zaf Khan for inviting me, Thomas as well. It's a great honor for me to be here. Zaf, I know for so many years now, and it's been quite a time. And whenever I meet him, he's always talking about the youth. How can we support them? How can we get them out from the streets to work and to do all social work as well? But the thing is, with ZAF, and there are so many charities, I'm part of so many charities as well, but this charity is unique in its sense because this is in the heart of Birmingham. It's not mainly charities are for overseas, but this is a charity where you can, it's in Birmingham, it's in the heart of Birmingham, it's for your local community, and I think everyone watching us should and visit the venue as well. कोई भी charity जो है ना वो funds के बगैर चल नहीं सकती, तो you have to have funds for that, and charity is always, especially Muslims, are very grateful because of our religion. We support mainly more charities than any other religion. That is a fact. So I would urge everyone to support this community project. It's for your own community. It's all for all the youth, and it's a great event, a great place to be, and it have all the necessary all the equipment there for the youth to be part of that community plaza. So I'll urge everyone to support this. It's for the noble cause, and it's for all the youth and for the local community as well. Let me also say on this note, ZAF is not a normal charity, you know. His charity is totally different to what we've been helping in the past. So this is for your own benefit as well. So you should come out and support this generously. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Gazanfar Bhai. I highly appreciate your remarks on this. And Tom, he's a co-director to this organization. Tom, I think you've been speaking all day today, didn't you?
Yeah, it's been a long afternoon. Yeah, I mean, not to go over kind of old ground, but essentially it is a free service. We want to keep making sure everyone is fully aware of that. There is no payment needed from any young person or any person of age coming to the centre. So that's the first point to get out there. We are there's free facilities on site. There's pool, there's snooker, there's boxercise, there's darts, there's yoga, there's Pilates. The idea is come in, use the centre, watch a game of Premier League football, for example. It's all free of charge. And then when you're comfortable and you're ready to engage in some additional support, or you're ready to open up because you get used to the same faces being there all the time, we're there, we're open, and we're available. At that point then, we start the process of some level of support. It can be as simple as helping them with CVs and interview preparation, ready for interviews. It can be homework club. It can be A levels, or in some cases, support people with whether it be PGCEs or degree qualifications, depends on the subject. Mothers Club we have in the morning with a cafe there, so a mini creche. The homeless feed project is growing. That's one of the reasons we're fundraising. At the moment, the kitchen is not up to standard. At the moment, we can churn out a maximum of kind of 40 meals. In our plans to redevelop the kitchen, the idea is we'll have part of the kitchen for non-halal, part of the kitchen for halal. So the idea is the plaza is essentially a one-stop shop. Come to the plaza, take advantage of the facilities, they are free, and then once you're ready to engage and open up to some level of support, we're there to support. We've got an agreement with the NHS, we've got 2 registered counsellors that visit the plaza on a daily basis. So again, anything that you need, if we can't provide that level of support, that's fine, but we know who we can refer you to, whether it be legal advice, whether it be social services, whether it be healthcare. All the links are there at the plaza. Come and use us. We're a free service, we're always available.
We are free service for everybody. What a great approach to help out the community, help out our younger generation, our sisters in need. I think it's a beautiful, beautiful project that I think everybody should be engaging with. मैं अभी हमारे साथ join किया है हमारे political, he's a political leader, social leader. जहाँ charitable organizations की बात आती है तो हमारे भाई वहाँ पे मौजूद होते हैं. अगर political circle में हम अगर हमारे सही और मुस्बत लीडरशिप की जब ज़रूरत होती है तो हमारे भाई वहाँ पे मौजूद होते हैं. मेरी मुराद वाजिद बरकी साहब से है. वाजिद बरकी इज़ लाइक अ ब्रदर टू मी एंड आज वो भी इस कम्युनिटी प्लाज़ा को सपोर्ट करने के लिए हमारे साथ यहाँ पे मौजूद हैं. हम यहाँ पे 5-5 मिनट का मैसेज ले रहे हैं और उसके बाद हम आपके साथ गपशप भी करेंगे. तो आई विल जस्ट आस्क यू टू से फ्यू वर्ड्स. अगर 5 मिनट की आप कम्युनिटी प्लाज़ा के बारे में बात करें तो फिर उसके बाद हम गपशप शुरू करें.
नहमदुहु व नसल्ली अला रसूलिल करीम अम्मा बाद फ़ऊज़ु बिल्लाहि मिनश शैतानिर रजीम बिस्मिल्लाहिर रहमानिर रहीम. Well, today you asked me to come to this noble cause. I've been following and I've been part of this community plaza for the last few years. I've seen it built right from scratch when the building work started. I think Zafran, Tom and his team, they are doing absolutely amazing job. They impressed me so much that I've told them, look, anytime, 24 hours, you need me, I'm there for you. The reason being, the amount of work they carried out at that plaza helped so many youngsters, domestic violence victims, and list is endless. I honestly and truthfully, I salute them. I love to contribute with them, and I always do, and I will contribute today as well. I would tell all the viewers and listeners, you are giving these donations to an excellent, not just a good cause, an excellent cause. And I honestly and truthfully, I vouch for these people because I've seen them start from scratch and I could see the direction they're going to. So, I mean, okay, I'm a political man and I'm doing elections and all that, but that was before my elections, before my political ideology and whatnot. These guys are doing a wonderful job, an excellent work for the community. I sometimes say that this type of work should be done by the Birmingham City Council and the national government of UK. What these guys are doing on their own. It's amazing. They have a day job, both of them. They go to their day job, and I know how much struggle they had to set this up, and they put their own money in there to help victims of violence, victims of drugs, you know, all sorts, rehabilitate them, people coming out of prison. So I think, honestly, I would urge everybody that every penny, every pound you give for the community plaza in Bordsley Green, you are honestly doing an excellent job of it. Your money will be spent in the right place to a right needy person. So, inshallah, open your hearts and open your pockets and donate with these guys. I'm telling you, I would not say for any other charity because I don't know about them. I've seen these guys right from scratch. When they took over this place, it was basically a snooker hall. And I've seen them doing the building work and preparing the sitting rooms and function rooms. And honestly, it was a great effort and a very hard job. And they were financially very tied up. So now we need a support from the community. They've helped thousands of people. I must tell you, not hundreds, thousands of people they've helped. Whether there was a victim of domestic violence, whether there was a drug addiction, or whether they had any other issues within families and whatnot. Homelessness they've helped. I've seen them. People turned up there at night and they didn't have a place, but they managed to get somebody to provide them a accommodation for the night. So please open your pockets, open your hearts and minds and support this cause. Honestly, it's an excellent, brilliant cause they're doing, and I salute them again. Thank you.
Marki Saab, it's a beautiful message, and I salute you.
Thank you.
I think we have completed the first 5 minutes of everybody. We thank you for the support. I thank each and every one of you on behalf of Thomas himself and Brother Zafran, who is sitting right behind us and he is watching us all through. Zafran is a very, very I may put some my input in it. I know these brothers for a very long time. In fact, over 8-9 years, when they, as you said, when you mentioned, when they were very new to these community trust projects, and I watched them grow, and the way they helped and the way they were passionate about helping people, it's amazing. And when I heard about Community Plaza, and Brother Zaf approached me, I must say that I must come and help. I mean, if I can't help with my money, I mean, I helped as much as I could, but I could also give my time to this project, which I am giving now. And I can always share this message to everybody. So I urge each and every one of you, if you can support this noble cause via your money, via sharing this message to everyone, whether you can watch this live TV show, if you can just share it, and there might be somebody who may have been a victim and who may have availed their services, and today they are in a better condition, better place, and when they see Brother Tom and Community Plaza projects, they will come and they will say, yes, we know this, and they helped us in our hardship, and today we are supporting this project. So I again urge each and every one of you, in however way you can, please come forward and support this noble cause. May, before I come and fire some question to you, Tom, Afar Saab, Islamic point of view, खुद क्या बताएं, कैसा आप समझते हैं, माइक पकड़ें,
जी
इस्लामिक पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू आप क्या समझते हैं?
जी
हम सुने सवाल सुने, इस्लामिक पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से आप क्या समझते हैं? हम जो ज़्यादातर हमारी जो चैरिटीज़ होती हैं और डोनेशंस होती हैं वो जाती हैं पाकिस्तान की तरफ या मुस्लिम ममालिक की तरफ, वहाँ पे भी बड़ी सख्त ज़रूरत है, वहाँ पे भी यही मसाइल हैं. इस मुल्क में आप इतने अरसे से हैं, आप समझते हैं कि यहाँ पे भी हमारे मसाइल हैं, और ये जो डोनेशन है इनकी इस्लामिक पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से क्या स्टैंडिंग है, ये बताएं.
जी देखिए, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया ज़ोएब सादिक साहब, बहुत आपने ये उम्दा क्वेश्चन है और बहुत ज़रूरी है कि ये हमारे जो व्यूअर्स हैं, हमारे बहन भाई हैं, इससे आगाह हों. अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह जो हमारे बहन भाई तकबीर टीवी के ज़रिए या मसाजिद के ज़रिए या दीगर चैरिटी के ज़रिए पाकिस्तान में या दीगर ममालिक में खिदमत खल्क के जज्बे से जो इस्लाम ने खिदमत इंसानियत का दर्स दिया है, तो गरीबों की मदद करते हैं, तो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह यकीनन वो अजर व सवाब के मुस्तहिक हैं. बहुत अच्छा काम है, वहाँ भी ज़रूरतमंदों की ज़रूरतें वो पूरी कर रहे हैं. लेकिन यकीन फरमाए, मेरे जहन में यही بات آ رہی تھی جو آپ نے کویسچن کیا ہے کہ یہ ایک یونیک چیریٹی پروجیکٹ ہے کہ جس میں آپ ناظرین کو، آپ بہن بھائیوں کو یہاں جو ضرورت مند ہیں ان کی جو ضروریات ہے وہ پورا کرنے کے لیے ان کو زیادہ سے زیادہ جو مشکلات ان کو درپیش ہیں اور ان کو یہاں کے حالات کے مطابق ان کو یہ سہولتیں مہیا کرنے کے لیے یہ کمیونٹی پلازا آپ کو متوجہ کر رہا ہے، آپ بہن بھائیوں کو، کہ یہاں بھی یہ خدمت خلق، خدمت انسانیت جو اسلام میں اللہ تعالیٰ کے حقوق کے بعد حقوق العباد کی اہمیت پر بڑا زور دیا گیا ہے. غریبوں کی جو ہم مدد دوسرے ممالک میں کرتے ہیں تو اپنے ملک میں اپنا مطلب نیبر یہ سمجھ لیں کہ بھی جیسے ہمسائے کی مدد کرنا، جو اس کے حقوق بال کی زیادہ ہمیں حکم دیا گیا کہ ہم اس کا خیال رکھیں. میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ یہاں کے جو نوجوان ضرورت مند اور اسی طریقے سے باقی کمیونٹی کے لوگ جو پروجیکٹ کمیونٹی پلازا کا ابھی مسٹر تھامس نے بتایا اور جو ٹی وی اسکرین پہ چل بھی رہا ہے، تو یہ تو میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ یہ ایک گولڈن اپارچونٹی ہے ہمارے یہاں کے جو مخیر حضرات کے لیے اور ہر مسلم گھر کے لیے کہ وہ اس کو ایک یہ سمجھیں کہ ایک ان کے لیے آسان راستہ ہو گیا ہے کہ اب یہیں پر وہ اپنا مال خرچ کریں خدمت خلق اور خدمت انسانیت کے اس پروجیکٹ کمیونٹی پلازا میں، جس میں نوجوان بھی راہ راست پر اور پریکٹیکل کام انہوں نے پہلے کر کے دکھایا ہے.
اسلامک پوائنٹ آف ویو سے آپ کہتے ہیں کہ یہ اٹس رائٹ، یہ ایک اچھی جگہ ہے جس پہ ہم ہمارے ناظرین اگر ڈونیٹ کریں گے تو ان کی ڈونیشن ایک صحیح راستے پہ جائے گی. آپ ہمارے عالم بھی ہیں، امام بھی ہیں، تو آپ کی باتیں ویسے بھی ہم بڑے اچھے انداز سے اور اسلامک پوائنٹ آف ویو، جیسے میں نے کہا ہمارا نالج ہو سکتا ہے اسلامک پوائنٹ آف ویو سے اتنا بہتر نہ ہو، تو آپ سے بس یہی پوچھنا تھا کہ اسلامک پوائنٹ آف ویو سے کہ وی آر فائن، اگر ہم ڈونیٹ کریں گے تو اس کا اجر و ثواب ہمارے اللہ کے بارگاہ میں موجود ہے. بہت شکریہ. Coming to, before I come to Shehryar Kiani, he's a political worker. I have some questions for you, Tom. Fire away. I like that spirit. How's it going so far?
Good, thank you. I mean, I would just like to say I've just had a message off Mr. Yaqub. He's just donated £500.
£500
from Ahmed Yaqub from Maurice Andrews solicitors. So thank you very much, Mr. Yaqub. We really appreciate the support.
Ahmed Yaqub, who doesn't know his name, he has donated £500. Ahmed, come on, brother. I need another call from you in next 5 minutes and donate another masala from you. And I'm sure you can have, you have lots of friends who have deep pockets, my bro. So come forward with some good money, man. But anyways, Tom, this project, huge project. I really admire what you do.
Thank you.
Tell me what is in there for our youth. And you know, when I see this snooker hole, which looks amazing, I can see in the screen, it looks amazing. What's in there for us? What's in there for youth?
Essentially, it's a TARDIS. Once you arrive upstairs, we're essentially there, unfortunately, due to a lack of support services within the City Council.
Yeah.
So, obviously, over the last 10 years, funding per young person has dropped dramatically. Youth centres have closed, which was something that we all used, or I used when I was of that age. And as a result of that, mix that in with rising confirmations of mental health patients, mix that in with the influence of social media, of bullying, etc. Young people are in a climate where sometimes mainstream education may be too much for them. They could be living with a single parent family with high levels of deprivation. They could be living with domestic abuse. It could be that the oldest sibling is doing the pickups and drop-offs for the younger siblings. So there's multifaceted problem locally within, obviously, B8, B9, B10 and the wider wards, which is effectively linked to levels of deprivation. with that deprivation, one of the things that slides straight away is education. It's one of the things that seems to be put on the back burner because the other aspects of life become more important. Where's the next meal coming from? Is the clothes on the back of the children in the family? Is the home being supported? So education, for a lot of reasons, gets pushed to kind of the bottom of the pile. So the community plaza is there as a last will safety net to kind of scoop up these young people that could be experiencing any one of
I get that. I think you've been saying this all day today. There is basically you giving us a picture of what you guys are planned for. You gain the people back on the track. You can gain youngsters on the track. You're helping out people who are homeless. There's homelessness. Of course, there's a homelessness problem. Food bank, maybe is that in the project? Our nurses. I was helping out this. I was running this project to help out the food banks in the COVID days, and there is so many sisters who are nurses because of the lack of they're not meeting the wage criteria, so they have to run to the food banks to fulfill their needs. Yes, overall, for a youth, just imagine me or Burkis up here sitting. Me and him, we are still in our old, young days. I am 17 years old or 16. Burkis is slightly younger than me, who is probably 15. What is in there for us? What is me and Burkis? What do you offer for me and Burkis in your youth club?
The first thing is it's free of charge.
Free of charge.
Anyone can come anytime. We're a 24-hour, 7 days a week open facility. Come in, the first thing to do is just use the facility.
Okay, when you say, so I can come inside and start playing snooker, free of charge?
Free of charge. There's snooker, there's pool, there's tables.
Are they good tables?
There's one star table.
Oh, wow.
And 4 standard tables.
Okay.
So one table is obviously a much higher standard.
Cool.
Come and use the facilities. We run boxercise classes, circuit training, Pilates, yoga.
Oh, wow.
Come and have your choice of any of the activities. Alongside that, there's a couple of PlayStations set up. We do run, obviously, live Premier League football as well. So again, come and watch a game of football. The idea then is once you're in with us,
yes,
and you come consistently, week after week, you understand it's there, you see the same faces there, then we can start to delve deeper into what levels of support we may be able to offer that individual. And every individual will have different needs. But at that point then, we can start to offer some of the more invasive support services. So it could be they start talking to our mentors. It could be they start talking to our employment officer. They could start talking to the counsellors.
I am not interested. Me and Burkis are not interested talking to your mentor. We're just interested in playing. And I'm not able to hold a queue. But you offered me a snooker game. Is there anybody there to teach me how to play snooker?
We've got 2 individuals there who are both century makers.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
Yeah. So one is Zafran and one is Azza.
Okay.
They're both co-directors. So yes, we're there obviously to support and coach and effectively provide a safe space. So there's nothing wrong with us saying we want young people at any age to come and enjoy themselves.
Yes.
We are in a climate where funds are tight across the board.
Okay.
So as a free service, come in, spend your time there, and if you choose to engage in some of the support services, fantastic. If you don't need them and you just need a safe space that's warm and dry and there's activities, that's what we're there for.
Great. And when you say helping the female especially, and I'm sure there are some male, there are many cases that come forward, not just female, but there are also victims of domestic violence.
Mm-hmm.
We have male too. So what do you have to offer for them? What do you exactly provide?
In that specific scenario, obviously we are linked to Crime Stoppers.
Okay.
So we can complete a referral form, pass that detail on without names, contact numbers, IP addresses if you send it in an email. Effectively, we're a safe space to be able to put that message across. We will pass it on to the local police force, depending on which area that individual lives in, and that becomes an anonymous referral.
Cool.
So no one can then come back and say that was given by Community Plaza or that was given by whoever.
Yes.
At that point. It's completely anonymous, and then the police will pick that up from that point.
Cool. I picked another thing from you. Rehabilitation on those who came out of prison, maybe. So you facilitate them too.
We offer.
Is it safe for me to send my child where you have criminals who recently come out of the prison, and they are playing or affiliating or engaging with my child?
It's all on risk basis. So everything's completed by risk assessment. So if there was Joe Bloggs, an ex-offender who was referred to us from Her Majesty's, then we would risk assess that individual, risk assess their access to other people. So the beauty of the plaza is we've got multiple rooms and multiple spaces. So in terms of safeguarding, everyone must be signed in. All volunteers, etc., have to have a CRB form. So we will ensure the right levels of staffing are there to support not only your young person, your niece, your nephew, your son, your daughter, but also the individual that's been referred to us. In extreme cases, we have had some referrals where we've said we can't accommodate that within our centre, because we have to ensure everyone within that centre is safeguarded. First and foremost, we have to be a safe space. From that point forward, then we'll tailor the programme. So there has been a couple of occasions, but everything is done on risk analysis and safeguarding, so ensuring that that individual can be there. They won't be left alone for any means, so they'll always be staffed, whether that's in the main snooker, whether it's in one of the private rooms, whether it's in the education room or in the large banquet suite.
Cool. And the last question. If I come tomorrow, will you have a game of snooker with me?
I will, but Zafran's much better than me, so it depends how good you are.
Then I don't want to play him. If he's that good, I don't want to be sitting there taking the balls out and putting on the spot. No, I'm not going to do that, my friend.
Certainly.
But anyways, thank you so much. Coming back to, we have two more guests, guys. They are great political leaders. Locally, they're standing in elections. I'm going to come to Sherry Arkiani first, and we take 5 minutes of his message. Maybe you can break it down to 2 or 3 minutes. Tell us about what he thinks about the community plaza, और उसके बारे में हमें थोड़ी सी जानकारी, क्योंकि ये भी community plaza को support कर रहे हैं, और brother Zafran, a very famous personality in Birmingham, और उनके साथ हैं. उनकी इस प्रोजेक्ट को लेकर ये भी उसी तरह चल रहे हैं जिस तरह any other volunteer is engaged with this project.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम. ज़ैब साहब, बहुत शुक्रिया दावत देने का. हम कम्युनिटी प्लाजा के लिए एज अ वॉलंटियर काम कर रहे हैं, पिछले काफ़ी अरसे से काम कर रहे हैं. इसकी जो सबसे बड़ी रीज़न है वो ये है कि इनकी जो पॉलिसी है वो 100% डोनेशन, जो आप डोनेशन देते हैं वो 100% आपकी इन्वेस्ट होती है कम्युनिटी प्लाजा में. कोई ढकी छुपी चीज़ नहीं है, सब कुछ क्रिस्टल क्लियर है. और पिछले काफ़ी अरसे से हम ये चीज़ जो है ये नोट कर रहे हैं. हम अक्सर औकात वहाँ पे 2 घंटे 4 घंटे 6 घंटे स्पेंड करते हैं. 1-2 दिन वीक में जाते हैं, शाम को स्नूकर खेल लिया, सबसे मुलाकात हो गई. और जो काफ़ी प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं, लेकिन जो यूथ एम्पावरमेंट के हिसाब से जो प्रोजेक्ट है उनका, उसमें ये है, जो पॉजिटिव चीज़ ये है कि आजकल के दौर में जो टाइम चल रहा है, इस टाइम में बर्मिंघम के अंदर जो हमारी यूथ है ये बहुत से मसाइल का शिकार है, जिसमें जो नाइफ क्राइम है वो काफ़ी पीक पे है. और कम्युनिटी प्लाजा जो है वो नाइफ क्राइम को बड़ी सीरियसली लेते हैं. और हमने अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, हमसे मुराद कम्युनिटी प्लाजा ने हज़ारों नौजवानों को नाइफ क्राइम से उठा के कम्युनिटी प्लाजा में लाए, उनको कॉलेजेस में एनरोल किया, उनको बॉक्सिंग एकेडमीज़ में भेजा. डिपेंड्स ऑन देयर इंटरेस्ट. अगर वो कॉलेज में जाना चाहते हैं, अगर वो पढ़ना चाहते हैं, उनको कॉलेज में भेजा. अगर उनके स्किल्स फुटबॉल की तरफ हैं, उनको फुटबॉल की तरफ पुश किया. और कम्युनिटी प्लाजा की जो एक सबसे अच्छी चीज़ जो है वो ये है कि इट्स एज सून एज यू वॉक इन, इट्स अ पॉजिटिव एनर्जी. The reason why there's a positive energy in community plaza because it's surrounded by positive people. If you are surrounded by positive people in a room, in an area, in a ground, you will be getting those positive energies. और सब कुछ इस कम्युनिटी प्लाजा के अंदर आप किसी भी प्रोजेक्ट को आप डिस्कस कर लें, यूथ क्राइम प्रिवेंशन के हवाले से देख लें. इसके अलावा जो a lot of projects, आप you name it, जितने भी प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं इनके सब में क्रिस्टल क्लियर हैं. डोनेशन जितनी भी आती है तो हम अर्ज करते हैं अपने देखने वालों से और सुनने वालों से कि मैक्सिमम डोनेशन दें हमें कम्युनिटी प्लाज़ा में, क्योंकि इसकी रीज़न ये है कि ज़रूरत है। बहुत से यूथ सेंटर बर्मिंघम में जो हैं वो बंद हो गए हैं। बर्मिंघम सिटी काउंसिल उनको उस तरीके से फ़ंड नहीं कर रही जो उनकी फ़ंडिंग होनी चाहिए, तो उस चीज़ को बेहतर से बेहतर यूटिलाइज़ करने के लिए हमें मैक्सिमम फ़ंड चाहिए और मैक्सिमम फ़ंड जो मिलेंगे, और आप जब आप जो फ़ंड देने के बाद, डोनेशन देने के बाद, यू कैन वॉक इन टू कम्यूनिटी प्लाजा 24/7 और आप चेक कर सकते हैं, हमारे साथ बैठ सकते हैं और हम आपको दिखाएंगे कि आपके जो फंड्स हैं, जो डोनेशन है, वो हमने कहाँ पे यूटिलाइज़ किए और कहाँ पे स्पेंड किए।
बहुत शुक्रिया शहरियार कैनी साहब। जब आपने वो बात की तो मैं समझा कि अभी आप अपनी इलेक्शन की कैंपेन भी शुरू करने वाले हैं। मैं आपको बेशकी में मुबारकबाद देता हूँ, आप कैंडिडेट भी हैं इस अपकमिंग इलेक्शन में। मेरी अगले गेस्ट हैं आमिर शफीक साहब। आमिर शफीक साहब, just 5 minutes, maybe you can shoot into 3 or maybe 3.5 minutes. Say a few words because you also engaged with Community Plaza. इस कम्युनिटी इंटरेस्ट कंपनी के साथ आप भी जुड़े हैं और आज इसी की सपोर्ट में आज हम हमारे पास आए हैं, तो जस्ट फ्यू वर्ड्स एंड फिर हम आपसे गपशप भी शुरू करेंगे।
अस्सलाम वालेकुम, मेरा नाम आमिर शफीक है। Today we are here for fundraising for the Community Plaza. So this is not only the place where we can see our kids walk in and come out after crimes and just take the positive energy. ये जगह यहाँ पे बहुत से लोग ऐसे हैं जो मतलब जिनके पास जाने के लिए जगह नहीं है, जैसे हमारी बहुत सारे कम्युनिटी में डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस हो रहा है, ठीक है, वहाँ पे वो जो बच्चे हैं उनको जगह का पता नहीं है कि उनके लिए डायरेक्शन नहीं है कि उन्होंने किधर जाना है। हम हर रोज़ न्यूज़ में देखते हैं कि बच्चे यूथ क्राइम में जा रहे हैं, इसका शिकार हो रहे हैं, ठीक है। वो बच्चे यूथ क्राइम का शिकार इस वजह से हो रहे हैं बिकॉज़ वो उनके पास होप नहीं है। वो हमारे ही बच्चे हैं जो अपने रास्तों से भटक चुके हैं। तो ऐसी जगह हमारे मुआशरे में बहुत ज़रूरी है जहाँ पे हमारे बच्चों को कम अज़ कम ये पता हो कि अगर उन्होंने अपनी इस ज़िंदगी से जान छुड़ानी है, जो जिस तरह की ज़िंदगी वो गुजार रहे हैं इन द नाइफ क्राइम्स और बहुत सी और नेगेटिव जो वो एक्टिविटीज़ में जिनमें वो शामिल हैं, तो हमारे लिए ऐसी जगह का होना बहुत ज़रूरी है जहाँ पे मतलब वो आएँ, आके अपनी जो एनर्जीज़ हैं दे कैन यूटिलाइज इन अ वेरी पॉजिटिव वे। तो मैं तो हर बंदे से मतलब ये रिक्वेस्ट करना चाह रहा हूँ, आज एवरीवन प्लीज़ डोनेट फॉर दिस कम्युनिटी प्लाजा, वी नीड दिस। और यहाँ पे बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो इतनी गुर्बत में ज़िंदगी गुजार रहे हैं, ठीक है, उनको कुछ ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म चाहिए जहाँ पे मतलब वो आके अपने बच्चों के लिए कम से कम 1-2 वक्त का खाना तो वो मतलब ले सकते हैं। तो मैं सबसे रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ प्लीज़ ऐसी जगह ये जो कम्युनिटी प्लाजा, इसके अलावा भी जो भी ऐसी जगह होती हैं, हम सबको बढ़ चढ़ के इसमें हिस्सा लेना चाहिए। शुक्रिया भाई।
कम्युनिटी प्लाजा के जितने भी प्रोजेक्ट हैं इनमें हम सबको बढ़ चढ़ के हिस्सा लेना चाहिए। ये थे हमारे दोस्त, हमारे भाई आमिर शफीक साहब। इनका बड़ा खूबसूरत मैसेज है। बरकी साहब की तरफ आते हैं। साईं कैसे हैं? आपका बैकग्राउंड में काफ़ी, क्योंकि हम अच्छे दोस्त भी हैं, आप पाकिस्तान से पढ़े हैं, वहाँ से आपने तालीम हासिल की है, इस मुल्क में आए हैं, यहाँ पे आपने बिज़नेस पे तरजीह दी है और माशाल्लाह आप बहुत सक्सेसफुल बिजनेस मैन यहाँ पे, आपने बहुत अच्छा यहाँ पे एक एम्पायर खड़ा किया है। पाकिस्तान में इस तरह का कोई प्रोजेक्ट तो हमने नहीं देखा जिसमें कम्युनिटीज़ को इन्वॉल्व किया जाए। ये बेसिकली आप यू आर हेल्पिंग द गवर्नमेंट, जो गवर्नमेंट, जैसा कि आपने भी पहले कहा कि जो गवर्नमेंट्स के प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं, एंड गवर्नमेंट शुड बी डीलिंग विद द सोशल issues, and now we have brother like Zaf who are tackling these knife crime, these domestic violence issues, stuff like this. Of course, this is, the social security government हमें provide ये उसकी ज़िम्मेदारी होती है. लेकिन community interest companies like community plaza, जब इस तरह की communities आगे बढ़ती हैं, तो ये ना सिर्फ एक बेहतरीन माशरे पे इसका एक मुस्बत पहलू जागता है, मुस्बत इस पे असरात मुरतब होते हैं, बल्कि ये हमारे जो इनर सर्कल सिटीज़ हैं उनमें भी हमारे बच्चों और हमारी कम्युनिटीज़ पे इसका बहुत ज़्यादा फ़ायदा होता है. पर्सनली आप क्या समझते हैं कि जब हम इस तरह की प्रोजेक्ट्स पे इंगेज होंगे तो क्या हमें इसका भरपूर फ़ायदा होगा, और क्या इस तरह के जो सर्कल्स हैं क्या हमें ना सिर्फ बर्मिंघम से बल्कि सराउंडिंग सर्कल और सराउंडिंग सिटी में भी इस चीज़ को एज ए एग्जांपल लेकर हम इसको चला सकते हैं?
First and foremost, thank you very much, Zoib Sadiq Saab, my dear friend and my dear brother. It's an excellent topic we're talking about today. Whatever we're doing here and whatever we're getting in UK as a social security, it's a very limited funding. So the social security system, no doubt, is good, but it's a very limited fund where people just about make their both ends meet. Because of the inflation, the utility bills going up, local council tax going up, it's very difficult for an individual to get a social security benefit and make the both ends meet. So that's one of the issues. However, coming to the community plaza, like I said at the start of it, they are doing an absolutely marvelous and amazing job. They're not just helping youth, domestic violence victims, they also help drug addicts, people who lose their control. They get onto drugs for whatever reason. People who get convicted and they come out from the correction centers, Her Majesty's prison, and these guys take care of them. I mean, I've seen elderly turn up there. I've seen homeless people turn up who didn't have a place to sleep at night. So I think we really can't compare what these community plaza is doing and what's happening in Pakistan. Pakistan, I'm sorry, there are NGOs and there are various charities and organizations who are doing an excellent job. Like I have to mention Edie Saab's place where they had ambulances, sweet homes, and orphanage place and all sorts. So we must not underestimate Pakistan in that sense. There are various other organizations and charities and NGOs who are doing an absolutely amazing job in Pakistan. But talking about Birmingham, Community Plaza in Bordsley Green, I honestly think, to my heart, it's the most wonderful, most amazing work they're doing based in Bordsley Green. I mean, I've worked with various charities. As you know, in COVID, I did charity myself, self-funded basis. I was feeding hundreds of people every day during the COVID on daily basis. It's all on the record with Midland News and everywhere. But the work these guys are doing, I honestly, like I said, I would salute them because they started from scratch and they were struggling with the funding right from start. And they did a lot of work to bring that community plaza up to scratch and make it habitable for people to walk in and play and walk in and get their services they require. So I think Tom and Zafran and their entire team, they honestly absolutely amazing. And I keep urging to our listeners and the viewers, please dig down in your pockets. Every penny, every pound you give, it goes to a good cause, not a great cause. You know, when the youngsters and people who are domestic violence victims and people who are on drugs have just come out of prison. I mean, it's an endless list. the amount of work they do. I've only mentioned 4 or 5. I could go on all night, the amount of work they do. But honestly and truthfully, I vouch for these people and we must support them. I am one of their sponsors and I will continue to sponsor them as much as I can within my means. And I urge anyone and everyone else to please dig down in your pockets and contribute today. Thank you.
Socialize in various other ways. You take your family to holidays. I follow you on social media. Would you be going to Community Plaza for socializing? Get together, as Brother Kiani said.
Should I be truthful? I think I've
Go
already
there,
been about
enjoy
3
yourself,
occasions.
have a game of snooker, or maybe just watch a football, or just a socializing.
To be very truthful, they have various community meetings. I try my utmost to go and attend them meetings because I meet and greet very interesting people. They've done a few functions in Ramadan,
Besides professional meetings and etc.
Yeah.
I'm talking about you just in the evening you thought, what do I do? Let's just not go home and we've got another hour to spend. Let's just go to this Community Plaza and have a little socializing with Brother Thomas and have a game with maybe Zaf. He's a busy man. You can't always catch him and have a game with him. But maybe, if your interest is playing a snooker maybe, or play pool, or watch a football, or a PlayStation if you're interested in.
When I'm bored and I have nothing to do, honestly, my only place is to go there.
Really?
I do go there.
You never invite me.
Only last week we had a game of snooker there. Believe it or not even in the evening, in the daytime, we had nothing to do, so I said, let's go and have a game.
Okay.
So it's a beautiful place. You meet very interesting people there. And honestly, it's very welcoming. That's the best thing about it. You can go to certain places and you feel, what's somebody going to think of me? What somebody's going to say to me? How do I communicate with them?
Yes.
These guys are very easy to communicate with. And I would urge everybody. I tell everybody in Birmingham, wherever I go. I said, if you ever need anything, you need a bit of, you're bored out of your mind, come down there.
The reason why I keep mentioning this social activities because this program has been going for since 2 o'clock today. Is that right, Thomas? And all they've talked about overall what we're doing in the, what the aims are, what the objectives are. But I don't think anybody specifically talk about the, the activities are going to urge all the youngsters who are watching us today. So, I go to play snooker, once a week. I used to go once a week, but now with my busy schedule, I calm down a little. But I used to pay like £20, £30 per visit. So when I hear this, we have a star table in the academy, and that saves my 30 quid if I go. So saving myself a 30 quid, Tom. At this day and age when the fuel prices are quite high on a hike, and I'm quite struggling with my fuel. I put that £30 towards, maybe buy myself a nice pair of glasses, or put that money towards my kids maybe, or put some extra fuel in my car and go for a little cruise with Barkisab yourself.
Being a welfare organization, this Community Plaza, we've been talking about the services they provide to people who have issues.
Yes.
But shall I say something different? People who have no issues, like me, alhamdulillah. When you're bored and you've got nothing to do,
yes,
I advise you, I will ask you to just pay a visit to the Community Plaza.
And socialize with us.
And socialize there. Meet the wonderful people there. And
what
it's
specific
amazing.
days do you go so I can grab you?
I don't have a specific day, but we can always communicate on the phone, and we can go and have a game as well. But I go when I'm bored, like I said, and I'm not bored every day. So that's another thing. And when I have nothing to do, I always have something to do. But when I don't have anything to do,
dear viewers, that is, and I think it's a great approach. If you guys are bored, just come to Community Plaza. Have a watch, have a game of pool, have a game of snooker. You can come and even watch a football match if there is a match between Aston Villa and Tottenham tomorrow. So if you want to come and enjoy, come down.
I would give a little example here.
Oh, yes.
It was COVID time. I'm going to be only 1 minute I will take on that.
Of course.
It was a COVID time and I was doing a lot of charitable food for people who were locked up under curfew and whatnot. So I had a phone call and I did the daily food distribution that day, and they said there is a family in Erdington and they pretty tight and they haven't got the money. So they haven't got the food basically. So what I did, I went to the food place, I bought some food for them, and I thought they might be some drug addicts or homeless people or whatever. Yeah. So them days you don't knock on the door and stand there, you just knock on the door, put the food there and move back. A couple came out and they said, hello, how are you? And I stood behind quite away from them and I said, yeah, everything is good. How are you? They said, well, we had a job. Suddenly this COVID came and we lost a job. The benefit has a lot of time-consuming process to make a claim, and we were stuck for that, and we went to the local grocers. We didn't have the money. And they said, this gentleman has been on TV. We've got his telephone number. Ring him, and they'll help you. The interesting thing I'm going to bring out of this is, so I did that, and I said, look, when do you think you're going to get your benefit? They said, we don't know. I said, until you get your benefit, I'll continually provide you 2 meals a day. And I did. One day, suddenly I had a phone call, and they said, look, thank you very much. We got our benefits through, backdated and whatnot, so we won't be requiring your service, and a big thank you to yourself. But they kept in touch. One day I was looking at my charity account, and there was £20 in there. And it said Dorothy. I said, gosh, who's this Dorothy? I'm not giving food to no Dorothy. I've got the list there and everything. And suddenly a week later, the same couple rang me. They used to ring me every now and then to see how my work is going. They said, oh, how are you, Mr. Berkey, and how's things? And I said, well, yeah, as usual, I'm ticking over and whatnot. They said, oh, my grandmother in Liverpool, has she sent you any donations? I said, I'm sorry. Tell me her name. He goes, Dorothy. I said, oh, my God, yes, she sent me £20. Now, the reason I told this, I mean, there are people who were victims of domestic violence or were drug addicts or they had all sorts of issues, and they went there. I mean, even it's the thought that counts. If you pull out £10 today, because you had a service from this community plaza, when you give a £5, I'm telling you that would go far. That'll buy somebody a meal for the night. So I urge everybody, my whole reason for telling this story was, the fact was that you should contribute whatever you can. And I urge all the listeners to please dig down in your pockets and
Today,
bring out whatever you can. Thank you.
And if Ahmed Yaqub is watching us, look, I'm doing your campaign, buddy. I'm keep mentioning your name here. So I haven't received a message. I only received a message of 500. So any other viewers, if you're watching me on Facebook, I have shared on the Facebook. So if you guys, there is a number on the screen. So if you can be kind and call us today and make any pledge. I mean, you may not have the right away £200 in your pockets, but you can make a pledge today and say, you know, you want to donate £100, £200, £300, £500, and if you are feeling rich, maybe £1,000. But do make a pledge. Ask your friends. I mean, don't just put all the burden on yourself if you want to make £1,000 donation. Just make a pledge today, and then tomorrow, you know, make a little small group of your friends and ask them to contribute on this, because this is our project. This is, I mean, who is going to get benefit from this project? Us, our family, our youth, our friends, our brothers and sisters. So I urge you, there is a real work on the streets that needs your attention. So please dig down and pull some cash out. I'm going to come to Brother Fahim Kiani. Brother Fahim Kiani, यहाँ यूके में अगर मसला कश्मीर के हवाले से एक बहुत ही ज़बरदस्त और बड़ी जानदार आवाज़ अगर है तो वो फ़हीम कियानी साहब का नाम उसमें हमेशा से शामिल रहा है। जिस वक्त से ये इस नोबल कोज़ के साथ जुड़े हैं, ये तहरीक किसी एक फ़र्द वाहिद की नहीं थी, लेकिन फ़हीम कियानी ने अपनी पूरी ज़िंदगी इस काम के लिए वक्फ़ की है। और न सिर्फ तहरीक कश्मीर बल्कि अल खिदमत फाउंडेशन is one of the biggest charity in Pakistan. We have lots of schools. I've seen their work with my eyes. They have food banks, they have schools, educational institutes, water well projects, you name it, they're doing it. As I said, they have thousands and thousands of volunteers. Any city that you go to, they have thousands of volunteers in those big major cities. So it's one of the biggest charity. And Aghosh is uski jo Zeli branch hai, Aghosh, and he's also registered in UK. His brother Fahim Kiani is also a president, or I should say chairman of the organization called Aghosh Charity. तो इनका भी एक बड़ा तवील सिलसिला रहा है चैरिटेबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में, ख़ुद भी करते हैं, लोगों को भी अर्ज करते हैं, और कम्युनिटी प्लाज़ा के जो जैसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं उनकी सपोर्ट भी करते हैं. और आज हमारे साथ यहाँ पे फ़हीम कियानी साहब मौजूद हैं. हम उनसे एक शॉर्ट सा मैसेज लेते हैं और फिर इनसे गपशप का सिलसिला भी जारी रखेंगे. फ़हीम कियानी साहब.
बहुत शुक्रिया ज़ुहैब साहब. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आई वुड लाइक टू कमेंड Tom and Zaf. You are doing very commendable work, and the facility you are providing for the community is excellent. And that's as Barki Sahab said, and Zoe was saying, is cost of living is very high at the moment. So like Zoe said, whenever he goes, he spends £30, and for a person who is homeless, who doesn't have a job, drug addicted, all those people, so the facility you are providing, this is the future of Birmingham. So every businessman, those people who can afford, who can donate, they should come forward and donate. I can see on the screen you got a very good projects, sponsor and workshop, sponsor the clothes and kids, £60 for homeless, and feed the homeless £300 per day. And then I can see the kitchen for homeless, 50,000. You're planning to build a kitchen. We have a very good businessman here. They can donate £50,000 to build a kitchen for homeless. It's not a big amount for those people. There's millionaires here. For the common person who's got normal jobs, they are school teacher, and they're doing warehouse workers. They can donate £60, they got £100 after school club, after school sponsor, after school club. This is a very good project as well. So your donation starts from £60 up to the £50,000. So you're addressing every sector of the community as well. So, and those who can donate, they can donate. They come forward. They can donate £60. If even you can't donate £60, you can set up direct debit £5, £10. If you target 1,000 people who can donate £10 per month, so we can raise £10,000 a month easily. Barki Sahab, is not a big task, because this project is very close to our hearts. If you look at the Birmingham streets, we will find the people who are homeless, drug addicted, lots of issues, knife crime, antisocial behavior. So this project is very vital for the community. So community should support, and inshallah we have a very our youth leaders here, Shahryar Kiani and his colleague Ahmad Shafiq was here as well. And these young people should join Community Plaza and take this message to the wider community as well. So if we target 1,000 people, we can easily raise £10,000 a month. This is a very good. So जहाँ तक अज़ैब साहब कह रहे हैं कि उर्दू में एक मैसेज हो जाए कि मैं ये समझता हूँ कि जिस तरह बरकी साहब ने कहा कि जिस तरह हमने पाकिस्तान में हम प्रोजेक्ट करते हैं, दुनिया भर के अंदर हमारे जो लोकल इश्यूज़ हैं इसको भी देखें कि इससे हम डायरेक्ट अफेक्ट हो रहे हैं. तो आपके पास मेरे ज़ैब साहब का कोई ऐलान आया है, ऐलान करना चाहते हैं?
नहीं, अभी मेरे थोड़ा सा ब्रेक का टाइम है.
अच्छा ब्रेक
अभी हम ब्रेक में चलते हैं और उसके बाद हमारा एक और पैनल है जो हम इसी कम्युनिटी प्लाजा के साथ जुड़ा है और उस पे हम तफसीलन बात करेंगे. पर एक छोटी सी ब्रेक बाद हम यही अर्ज करेंगे कि आप हमारे साथ जुड़े रहिए. जस्ट अ शॉर्ट ब्रेक एंड विल बी राइट बैक. थैंक यू.
The moment everyone from those degrees, Smallheath, Alamrock, the so-called deprived areas. My name's Zaf. I'm a global UK ambassador and we're at Community Plaza today. This is the hub where at the moment everyone from Bosley Green, Smallheath, Alum Rock, the so-called deprived areas are coming to. They're using these facilities, and right now, especially with the crime rate, especially in these local areas, with the knife stabbings, drug activities, it's highlighted by the Crown Commissioner, the police. We're getting so many reports coming in, local residents, parents, they're reporting all these crimes.
The club is going through a state-of-the-art redevelopment to ensure there's community spaces, offices, private mentor rooms, as well as sports activities including snooker, darts, pool, multi-sports activity area, boxercise and many more. The Community Plaza has been set up in response to local crime rates, lack of opportunities for young people and a general increase in knife crime. Based in Bordsey Green, on the triangle between Bordsey Green, Smallheath and Alum Rock, three of the highest areas of deprivation, not just within Birmingham, but in England, with crime rates now reaching national levels. Community Plaza CIC set up as a non-for-profit organisation designed to engage with young people, combat social anxiety, knife crime, lack of motivation, lack of opportunity, and provide young people with an exit route with positive outcomes into employment, training and/or access to physical activities and sports programs.
This is the venue where it all started back in 2010 when my brother-in-law unfortunately was murdered. He was only 24 years old. Till now we don't know who's murdered him. We've had so many different TV channels, media come in, do the interviews. But unfortunately till now no one's come forward. But the work continues, and if it wasn't for his brutal murder, none of this would have carried on. So it's ongoing charity for him as well. But the main idea is we didn't want others to suffer, other families, other youths. Fair enough, we hear there's still stabbings going on, there's still youngsters being murdered. But through our journey, at least we know that we try to support as many youngsters as we can. So if we've got this at the heart of the city, we need the support of the community, these business leaders, the community leaders, the council, the police. We need everyone to come on board and support these kind of projects, because this is where our future lies for the youngsters. Our youths are our future, and we need to work in hand. The police need to work with the community need to work with the police, but also the council, the government itself. If we're complaining about the crime rate going up, crime rates going up day by day, we're seeing all these stats with these machete bands and all these zombie knives bands coming in. But like I said, we can't just talk about these issues. A few sessions here and there outside, it's not going to make a difference. We need to do this day in, day out. We need to keep these places 7 days a week available. But to do these sessions, we need funding. And funding resources are for these sessions to go on, for these classes, for tutors, for mentors. And we need support from all the community. My name's Zaf. I'm a global UK ambassador, and we're at Community Plaza today. This is the hub where at the moment everyone from Bosley Green, Smallheath, Alum Rock, the so-called deprived areas are coming to. They're using these facilities, and right now, especially with the crime rate, especially in these local areas, with the knife stabbings, drug activities, it's highlighted by the Crown Commissioner, the police. We're getting so many reports coming in, local residents, parents, they're reporting all these crimes.
The club is going through a state-of-the-art redevelopment to ensure there's community spaces, offices, private mentor rooms, as well as sports activities including snooker, darts, pool, multi-sports activity area, boxercise and many more. The Community Plaza has been set up in response to local crime rates, lack of opportunities for young people and a general increase in knife crime. Based in Bordsey Green, on the triangle between Bordsey Green, Smallheath and Alum Rock, three of the highest areas of deprivation, not just within Birmingham, but in England, with crime rates now reaching national levels. Community Plaza CIC set up as a non-for-profit organisation designed to engage with young people, combat social anxiety, knife crime, lack of motivation, lack of opportunity, and provide young people with an exit route with positive outcomes into employment, training, and/or access to physical activities and sports programs.
This is the venue where it all started back in 2010 when my brother-in-law unfortunately was.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। दोबारा कम्युनिटी प्लाज़ा की नशरियात के साथ हम आपके सामने हाज़िर हैं। हमारा न्यू पैनल यहाँ पे मौजूद है जिसमें कुछ यूथ दोस्तों ने हमें ज्वाइन किया है। इसमें सबसे पहले मैं अगर मेरे दोस्त और मेरे भाई के बेटे भी हैं और इज़ लाइक अ नेफ्यू टू मी, Sahir Zafran. He's a nasheed artist. I always follow him on social media and I urge everybody to follow him, and he's a brother has a very beautiful voice, mashallah. I must applaud. At a very young age, he was encouraged by maybe, we will ask him the question, who was, who put you in the track, with this, line, you're following. Then we also have brother Hassan Ali. He is a project manager to this youth organization called Encouraging You. Am I correct? And this brother is also doing a great job. And is that correct? Are you also a nasheed artist? No. But you're working with nasheed artists, mashallah. And we will take his experience too with, the community work that they are doing with youth and stuff. So yes, we will be speaking to you. And we also joined by brother Ismail. And I am just told that he is very, very famous nasheed artist. I haven't followed you as yet, but we'll see. And in fact, we can ask him to say a few nasheed in this program, if that's okay with the brother. And brother Zaf, the main man, the doula of this plaza, community plaza, and he's the main man, is a good friend of mine who has worked tirelessly since a very, very long time. And, he had a vision, he had a dream to encourage youth. And mashallah, they say the charity begins from home. And when I see his own kids, when I see Sahir, a very young kid, I saw him growing in front of me. And mashallah, he's become a very famous nasheed artist, and he's encouraged so many youth out there. So yes, brother Zafran had that vision and he implemented it from home. He encouraged his own son first, who is working on a very good platform, and of course, the community plaza. On the platform of a community plaza, this brother is doing and helping so many youth outside, gain so many people back from the streets into educational programs and homelessness and all the good things that you heard about this community plaza since 2 o'clock today. So let's start from Sahir. How are you today?
Alhamdulillah.
Do you want to give like 2 minutes message? And we'll start, everybody say something about, say good stuff about a community plaza, unless you want to say something bad. And then we'll take 2 minutes message from each and everyone, and then we'll take you from there.
I think you want to read Hamd to start. I'll do that. Praise Allah.
Well, the stage is all yours.
So I'll do questions. You can ask me a question.
Yes. Yes.
हाँ इस कदर याद किया, इस कदर याद किया तुझको ए मेरे मौला, अपना काबा तू दिखा मुझको ए मेरे मौला, अपना काबा तू दिखा मुझको ए मेरे मौला, रो के फरियाद करे दिल से बात बन जाए, तू भी ऐसा हो के बन जैसा तेरा रब चाहे, तेरी रह مجھ کو اے میرے مولا اپنا کعبہ تو دکھا مجھ کو اے میرے مولا شرم آتی ہے یہ نظریں ملاؤں کیسے اس قدر ہے گناہ میرے بتاؤں کیسے حال دل کا ہے پتہ حال دل کا ہے پتہ تجھ کو اے میرے مولا اپنا کعبہ تو دکھا مجھ کو اے میرے مولا پیار دنیا کا میرے دل میں نہ رہے زفرا تیرا ہی نام میں لو نکلے میری یہ جان ہر برائی سے بچا ہر برائی سے بچا مجھ کو اے میرے مولا اپنا کعبہ تو دکھا مجھ کو اے میرے مولا اپنا کعبہ تو دکھا مجھ کو اے میرے
voice, and I think beyond justice, if we don't ask you to say a few words, this way.
Should we recite Nasheed or do you want to hear some words? It's totally up to you.
Let's start from Nasheed.
Sallallahu alayka ya Rasool Allah وسلم علیک یا حبیب اللہ کملی والے محمد تو صدقے میں جاں کملی والے محمد تو صدقے میں جاں جن آ کے غریباں دیباں پھڑ لئی کملی والے محمد تو صدقے میں جاں کملی والے محمد تو صدقے میں جاں جن آ کے غریباں دیباں پھڑ لئی میری بخشش وسیلہ محمد دانا میری بخشش وسیلہ محمد دانا جن آ کے غریباں دیباں پھڑ لئی او دے باجو کوئی دنیا تے پیارا نہیں او دے باجو کوئی دنیا تے پیارا نہیں او دے ورگا کوئی جگ تے سہارا نہیں او دے ورگا کوئی جگ تے سہارا نہیں جنا ہندے محمد نہ ہوندا جہاں جنا ہندے محمد نہ ہوندا جہاں جن آ کے غریباں دیباں پھڑ لئی نال انگلی اشارے چن توڑیا نال انگلی اشارے چن توڑیا گیا سورج اگاول بچھا موڑیا کلمہ سونے محمد دا پڑھیا بوتاں کلمہ سونے محمد دا پڑھیا بوتاں جن آ کے غریباں دیباں پھڑ لئی کملی والے محمد تو صدقے میں جاں جن آ کے غریباں دیباں پھڑ لئی میری
बख्शिश वसीला मोहम्मद दना जिन आके गरीबा दिबा फर
Shall we just say two words, just two lines? हाले दिल collectively. हाले दिल किसको सुनाए. Come on, together. Just one, just one. Bismillah.
हाल दिल किसको सुनाए आपके होते हुए हाल दिल किसको सुनाए आपके होते हुए हाल दिल किसको सुनाए आपके होते हुए क्यों किसी के दर पे जाए क्यों किसी के दर पे जाए आपके
Jazakumullah khair, mashallah. So let's start from Community Plaza. Zaf bhai, mashallah, you have a great team. I can salute you. Seriously, mashallah, it's a great job that you're doing. Absolutely marvelous. What has encouraged you to come to this and do this? Seriously, on a, let's just have a man-to-man talk. Why? Why did you just leave everything? Your lifestyle, comfy lifestyle, you could just, after work, you could just put a cushion, watch a nice movie, and, have a good spending time with your family, missus. Why this? Why?
To be honest, this is a question I get asked everywhere.
Yeah.
Even you go to award functions or no matter who you meet. Even today I've been, I think, repeating these questions since 2 o'clock. So it comes like a brainwave all the time. I wouldn't have chose to do this career. I don't think many would, to be honest. Not to this extent. Until something personally happens to you, losing a brother-in-law who got murdered at the age of 24, which obviously no one expects that. We know people are going to die, people die with illnesses, but sudden deaths like this, unexpected, causes most damage to your family and probably the generations after that as well, because it's hard to overcome them. Losing a blind sister, again, young, very close to me, very dear to me, then seeing my mother struggle after that, having stroke back to back.
When you said blind sister,
yeah,
elaborate. What do you
so
mean?
she lost her eyesight from the age of 5, and after that she struggled. She had a brain tumor. She had 10 operations on her head, and it was hard. Even every day-to-day struggles of seeing my mom go through that. And when she did pass away, I was the one who actually gave her the news that she passed away, and that for me that was really hard. And my mom had a stroke after that, and like I say, back to back, and she was never the same after that. And that made me encourage, especially working in the community. So I was always a family man, even before that, working bread and butter, doing a security job in a college. And the same college, alhamdulillah, I'm there now, but I'm in charge of all the community affairs for the college now, on a different scale. Only because I went out and started working with the youths, getting them off the street, back into education, employment, met very good people, some such as Tom, who was here before. MashaAllah, gave a lot of his time to me.
Did you guys work together?
Tom at that time was director and head of sports.
Okay.
So he saw me as a security guard bringing all these youngsters from outside, bringing them to the AstroTurf, and he thought, how come he's using my Astro? Well, they had permission to use it, but to this extent, with there's so many kids coming in. And then he said, I'll offer my professional services to you because I'm an expert in this field. So he carried on. After that, it's like, I don't know if you've seen the Tom Hanks movie, Forrest Gump, when one day he just decided to walk. And next thing, the whole community was walking with him.
Yes.
So it's that kind of story where I used to go out park by park, and all of a sudden the council started following me, the local police started following me. Then the Prime Minister came.
For all the good stuff, right?
Yeah, for all the good stuff. And they said, this guy must be a nutcase because he's going early hours and he's looking, to change people.
Yes.
So alhamdulillah, the community work just grew, the numbers grew, the Prime Minister came in.
Because you are the main man. You have all the numbers. You know who is supporting you. At the moment, I see lots of support. I seen lots of politicians. They've come to this appeal today, and they have supported. who else you think was the great and best supporter to this, with this project that you are?
My family.
Your family?
Yeah.
They've been very supportive?
Yeah, my parents praise, obviously, is all the time. My mother-in-law, my father-in-law, and obviously my kids, but with that, my wife, I was absolutely nothing.
I was about to say,
I'm still
go
nothing.
home and tell your mom. She hasn't mentioned your name
No,
today.
No, I want you mention at the end because.
So your wife, she has been a great support.
Yeah, the pillar, to be honest. Without her, I'm nothing. Alhamdulillah. He was a brother who was actually murdered.
Oh, mashallah.
And she was on the call with him just before he actually got murdered. So mental state. And it was very, very hard. I've seen the way she went through depression after that. But alhamdulillah, that's probably, if you look at my story in every article of mine, I always mention your brother's name. So that alhamdulillah, the work carried out was because of him. And he's still the Sadqa Jariyah, because as soon as people mention my story with his Birmingham Live,
of course. Today, if you are encourage any youth and put him off, if he's selling drugs out there, if he's in a bad company, or maybe he's heading towards something really, really bad. And of course, this is how he starts, doesn't it? If your brother-in-law, may Allah be pleased with him, and may Allah give him the highest rank in Jannah. I call him Shaheed if he's been murdered, and any innocent person who has been murdered, he's been blessed as a rank of Shaheed. If he encouraged you, and today, if you are doing all the good work, and of course it's the Sadqa Jariyah for him.
Yeah, and that's the aim. So every child, youth, and even now the mental health patients we're working with the NHS 24/7, they refer them to us. MashaAllah, I see him in a lot of them. Because every time we help someone and they walk away with a smile, it's like, alhamdulillah, he must be Islam. Because I always tell them, Sheikh Nadi, mashallah, the Egyptian. So recently we done a project with them and was supporting the academy. So he got really happy, and mashallah, he's worldwide famous. So he said, what can I do for you? I said, do dua for my sister, for my brother-in-law, my mother who's passed away. I go, that's all. I don't want financial support from you. I'll support all your kids, but just mention them in your duas, because for them, that's what matters.
I'll come back to you on this. We'll start from brother Hassan Ali. Hassan Ali. That's what I said, didn't I? Hassan. Hassan. Brother Hassan, how are you today?
Do I use this?
Yes.
Alhamdulillah, yourself?
And where have you come from today?
All the way from Rochdale.
Rochdale, mashallah.
Yeah.
Do you not have any community projects over there that you come all the way here? Which brother has put a gun to your head and put you here?
No, alhamdulillah, I think the only reason we're here is today to show our support to Brother Zaf and the amazing work he does in the community.
Yes.
So I think that's why our main purpose.
So I was going to ask this to Brother Tom, who was here, but I'm going to ask you, Zaf. But then before I go to Zaf, you do lots of organizing youth programs.
Yeah.
What challenges do you face on a day-to-day basis? And in Rochdale, is the crime ratio is high over there?
Yeah, I mean, Rochdale is very deprived, and of course the crime rate's always going high. The biggest challenge is getting the youth in, dealing with the new generation. Of course, we're in a time where social media is at its peak, and trying to get them off the phones and get inside, join our youth clubs, join our employability sessions, etc. That's the most difficult part. But once you tackle that, then it's easy.
Cool. So this organization that you are engaged with, you call it encouraging youth?
Yeah.
So what do you encourage them with?
Encouraging youth. Encouraging young people to do better in life.
But mashallah, you're young yourself. What has encouraged you to do this?
Look, we grew up where it was very normal. You had a local youth club, you go play snooker, and that's about it. After that, no one would ask how we are. And in this day and age, this is what the new generation needs. They want people to look after them. So this is what we do as an organization.
30 seconds for Community Plaza.
For Community Plaza,
time is ticking.
they do some amazing work. And Brother Zaf, I hope Allah makes it even more successful. And I can see this going places and places, this Community Plaza. I mean, alhamdulillah, I've seen all your social media, all the work that's happening in there. There's not many organizations that can do what Zaf is doing.
Cool. So, do you play pool or snooker?
Pool.
None. Sahir, how are you today?
Oh yeah, sorry.
So you've seen your dad
Ji.
doing all the work. You've seen it from scratch. How was it from as a young child when you didn't get the full support, as you know, you didn't see your father most of the time, I guess, because he was working 12 hours a day as his normal day-to-day work, and then after that you didn't see father much, did you, on the young days?
See,
because he was very busy doing this project.
Dad was very busy.
You'd be surprised with the answer.
You're going to laugh at the answer now. Monday to Friday, Dad would come home 9:30. They would get dropped off home. I would stay awake so I could see Dad, and I'd get in trouble from Mom because I'm not sleeping. So their routine was come into my room, have a 1-minute conversation. I was just happy Dad's home. Then I'd go to sleep. By the time I wake up, they already left the house now. So you can imagine, the shift pattern. But Saturday and Sunday, as a kid now, Dad, how old was I this time?
5, 6, I think.
5, 6 years old. So Saturday and Sunday was supposed to be my day off, but it was also Dad's day off. Dad's engagement with me was, look, you can play your Xbox for 1 hour, but I'll take you to the park. But the catch to it is that we're going to go Gamgol Sharif, but you can play on my phone. Once I go read Quran, and I want to pray at least 3 namazes with Jamaat there. So in between then, I had this craving for jalebi. So the bribe was Dad had to take me jalebi and push me on the swings.
Okay.
And I'd agree that I'll sit in the masjid with you, and carry on. One time
For a piece of jalebi?
Just for a piece of jalebi.
Wow.
But when I was young, I thought it was blackmail. As I grew older, alhamdulillah, that's when I realized and I appreciated the fact that it wasn't blackmail, or it was just to encourage me that the masjid is a good place to be from a young age. And then
And you are happy where you are right now?
Alhamdulillah, I'm very happy. I'm very happy with how I am, the family I've been brought up in.
I know you can go hours and hours about Community Plaza. I know you can. I mean, you've built it with your hands, helping your dad. I know how, the much of the struggle that you went through, everything that has happened, it's all happened in front of you.
Gee.
So as I said, you can talk hours. But if you were to ask, say 30-second message to the community who are watching us today, and just a short message and something good about Community Plaza.
Right, Community Plaza, it's a place where you want our local community, you want the youths to not only accept the place, but actually experience the place itself, because it's something that will change the future. Our generation, we're going to have kids. I can't see them being anywhere the way how we are sat here today, because this mobile is a generation of phones. So, inshallah, people need to engage. They need to send their children there and not only support, but actually take part as well. So, inshallah.
So, inshallah, we will see this Community Plaza grow more.
Ji.
And more, obviously, with all the dedication. And I think all the support, Zaf, that you are gained from these brothers, from Rochdale, from Bradford, and we had lots of community come from, mainly engaged from Birmingham, from all the different backgrounds. Brother Ismail.
Yes.
How are you today?
Alhamdulillah.
MashaAllah, you have a beautiful voice. And you're a very good and smart and good looking, MashaAllah. May Allah be with you all the time and protect you from any nazar-e-bad. Why all the way from Bradford to Birmingham?
It's the same as Hassan.
Are you related to him?
We're not related, no.
I know there is always, relationship comes down here. Brother, I've got to support you. I've got to support you, man. You're my related. You're my sakka.
They've always supported us whenever we needed anything. There are always events. I think you must have seen me grow up as a child.
Yeah,
when I was
mashallah.
a lot younger, I used to always come to Birmingham and perform at events and mosques and stuff like that. And also when it came to our youth work, Brother Zaf was always there to support us with any questions we needed. And we all know how busy your schedule is. So we appreciate, and this is the least we can do to just come and
Yeah,
support
exactly.
the
Of course,
work.
of
And
course.
look, the work I do in terms of nasheeds, alhamdulillah, over the years I've managed to gain a little bit of a following, so I want to try and use that to help the youth as well, because we all know people personally who are suffering. We know people personally who have committed suicide because of mental health. So if we can do our part to try and help the youth, then that's all we can do.
And are you going to, are you part of the encouraging you as well?
I am, yes.
And are you going to encourage everybody to, support this cause?
No, definitely, inshallah. I feel like it's an amazing initiative.
Do you have a big, I know you're a great nasheed artist and you must have a great followership.
No,
I mean, lots of people following
Very
you.
big following.
So give us a good message, man. Tell them to donate this cause.
No,
If you think, I mean, we have a Mufti brother on today, and I asked them, I said, Maulana Hafiz Mufti Saab, what is your perspective on this? Do you think Islamically our donation will be accepted in obviously Allah's bargah?
No, of course.
Or whether we just donating and not thinking about the ajr azim
Definitely
that we can,
it's a form of charity for us,
Yeah,
because we give in charity to help people, but charity starts at home. If we have people in our own cities and in our own country who are struggling financially,
Yeah, this is helping our brothers and sisters also, as well as the wider community, and they are part of us. I mean, there is no different, there is no above or beneath anybody. 100%. Nobody is above or beneath anyone. We all are part of the same community. Yeah. So, what is your message to all your followers today, and how much are they going to donate? That's the question.
I would urge everyone to donate as much as they can, whatever they feel.
Get them to call in.
And yeah, of course, guys, if you are watching, please do call in, ask us any questions, any requests you might have. But I'd like to urge everyone to donate whatever it is that they can, because it is an amazing project. It's for the youth. We all have people out there who are struggling with their own difficulties, and all they sometimes need is someone to talk to. You will know this best. They just need someone to talk to. And I feel like at the community plaza, there'll always be an opportunity for people to speak to each other and just talk about how they feel, because look, there are so many suicides. Like, that's one of the big things I think Hassan forgot to mention, but in Rochdale it's very big. We know people personally who you'd never expect to be going through mental health issues, and then you randomly wake up one morning and you find out they committed suicide. But one conversation is all that it would have taken.
It does, yes.
So I feel like projects like this are the most important. It's the biggest form of charity we can give today in our hometown and in our home country. So, guys, donate whatever it is you can.
So Bradford.
Bradford, definitely.
That's where you're from.
Yeah.
So if I'm in Bradford next, where is the best food place you're going to take me?
I was waiting. There's loads. It depends.
Don't mention no names, man. We don't want to give them. Listen, we don't want to give them a freebies. Take me next time.
Dude, message me privately.
Shalimar chicken runners?
No advertisements.
Well, tell the brothers from Shalimar they need to donate £200 to this project.
Shalimar is watching, guys.
We have give them a good advertisement here.
No, inshallah, I'm sure they will.
We've got a caller here today. Let's hear from the caller. Assalamu alaikum.
वालेकुम सलाम। मैं इस्माइल से बात करना चाहती हूँ प्लीज।
किससे बात करना चाहती हैं?
इस्माइल से।
इस्माइल से। Is that your grandma? Oh, mashallah. So, Ismail bhai, the time is all yours with
now
you.
That my grandma's called grandma, you have to donate now. Is that
Of course.
Yeah.
What do I call her? Khala or Beji?
Whatever
you tell me.
Beji, yeah.
Beji, ਹੁਣ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬਾਣਾ ਨੇ ਸੁਣਾ ਪੁੱਤਰ ਇੱਥੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਆ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਅਸਾਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਕੰਮ ਤਾਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਆ ਮਾਸ਼ਾਅੱਲਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਅੱਛਾ ਹੁਣ ਇਹ ਦੱਸੋ ਕਿ ਪੈਸੇ ਕਿਤਨੇ ਡੋਨੇਟ ਕਰ ਸੋ
इंशाल्लाह 100 पाउंड में कल इस्माइल की देने में पता कौन सा करने ना काटा छाड़े पर
नहीं ਉਹ ਅਸਾਂ ਮੰਗੀ ਕਿਨਸਾ ਉਹ ਸੋ ਆਪਣੀ ਖਾਲੀ ਅਮਾਉਂਟ ਦੱਸੋ 1000 ਪਾਉਂਡ ਹੈ 500 ਹੈ
पाउंड में कल देना है
जी
100 पाउंड
100 पाउंड माशाल्लाह शुड वी से तकबीर माशाल्लाह बेजी बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया तुसां ना अल्लाह तुसां की जज़ाए खैर दे और बेजी मैं तुसां की एक गल दसां तुसां ना बच्चा सुना पोतरा या दोतरा माशाल्लाह असां इन्ने व्यूज़ सुने न मैं बहुत सारे यंगस्टर्स नाल इंगेज रहना आ लेकिन जिस तरीके नाल माशाल्लाह तुसां दी तरबियत असां की दिसनी पई है और अल्लाह पाक तुसां की इसना जज़ाए खैर दे ये जे बच्चे नसीबा वाले की मिलने और हमारी दुआ है अल्लाह पाक तुसां की सेहत कामला आजला अता फरमान और तुसां सारी ज़िंदगी खुश रहो और ये जे बच्चे जिन्होंने कार पुत्र होने वो मावां हमेशा खुश रहनियां जज़ाकल्लाह थैंक यू सो मच ब्रदर ज़ाफ
Thank you, mashallah, first of all.
Thank you for 100 pounds.
Yeah.
I think we need to give you more time. So more. Now you can ask your mom to come and forward, and you as well from Rochdale.
See, besides the donation, the main thing we were talking earlier, if we say we're going to build a mosque tomorrow, and even there's 20 mosques on the same road, everyone's going to go there with their £300,000.
Yes.
Much they'll raise it, and minimum time. But whenever we say community project, youth project, something for domestic violence, we crave for the thought that, well, we got nothing in the community. The minute the option is there for you, people
Yes.
still, unfortunately, people
That's
still
a good point.
They don't participate.
That's a very
I've
good point.
engaged with meetings with so many people with mental health and in the masjids, and they say the same thing, but there's nothing for us. We said, Tika, we've got this building for you, but with you. But whenever it comes time for it, I think I'm going to give it to the mosque around the corner. It's Ajr, we're going to put a brick there.
I mean, we've got in our minds,
in our
like,
mind
masjid banao,
has to be there.
No, that, I mean, ek zarurat
No, zarurat hai, but sometimes we have to think that if there's 30 mosques on the same road,
not many people who think that way. I mean, how can I? Okay, if my like, I'll give you an example. If my grandma, how can I encourage? What do I tell her? Asan ye program naya, because of the understanding level is not, so high. So I think maybe that is the reason. Maybe but then again, we now all the youngsters, they were born and bred here. They are becoming granddads, like my brother who's not very so older than me, and he's a granddad. I have grandsons, as my nephews have kids. So now I think the new generation, they are coming towards this.
But
it will take time. It will take time.
But like I said, until it doesn't happen to families.
I know.
Then we are, like I said, we are this young lad, 15-year-old, come up to me and he said he's got issues, but his 12-year-old brother, they chopped all his fingers off in Fox and Goose. That's the presentation.
I encourage all the business community to come forward on this. I think because the business community, they can understand this more.
Of course.
Because we have there's a forum, Alamrak Forum, for the business community, and I am part of that forum. And I see every other day there are there's a robbery, there is a theft, there is a breaking in, and of course, where is it all coming from? People don't have any money. People don't have money to survive. I mean, look, if somebody has to go and break in and get the money out from the shop or something, why is he doing it? Because he don't have any money.
Of course.
And if you're providing that facility, he doesn't have to do it.
Yeah.
So I've just got to make another announcement that we have another £100 donation we have received. Just the last question, because we don't have much time. I think we literally on a few minutes left now. This project that you have, crime ratio, has it gone down?
Alhamdulillah, where we are right now.
Because you have done it for a very long time.
Yeah, for a long time. And although certain areas, crime rate will not stop. And we always say that. Alhamdulillah, we try our best, but we ain't got a magic wand. We're going to change everyone.
Because you work with the police, don't you?
Yeah, I'm the chairman for the
Tom works with the police. I'm
the chairman.
There's a brother called Hanifullah, if I'm wrong. And there's a brother also who is a chief, is he chief of the police? Brother Hanif from... he's from local, I think. He's also connected to your...
No, we got all of them. Part of even Simon Foster, the crime commissioner, he's part of our institute. So we're working with them. But the crime rate, like I said, there's difference. And parents need to step up. And we keep on saying that. The parents need to step up as well. Kids are now, once they're certain age...
Do you ask them on a regular basis, look, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, and do they come and give you feedback that, thank you, Zaf, I think the crime rate has gone down?
Yeah, because we get the stats ourselves anyway.
Okay.
Whether it's the Westminster Police, whether it's the council or Crime Stoppers ourselves.
Okay.
We're the ones who take the calls.
All right. Okay.
So we get the reports. But like I said, at the moment, we are working closely with parents. We're telling them to step up the game as well, because they're still your responsibility. If your kid is only 12, I got a phone call that day from school that my son does not come home till 3 o'clock in the morning and he's only 12. Surely there's a problem at home.
Okay. You've heard, guys. So आपने सबने सुना है कि कम्युनिटी प्लाजा किस तरह हमारे यूथ में काम कर रहा है, हमारी कम्युनिटीज़ में काम कर रहा है, और बिलखसूस हमारी इनर सिटीज़ में जो क्राइम रेशो है उसको रिड्यूस करने के लिए ये हमारी जो टीम यहाँ पे बैठी है, जिसमें ब्रदर ज़ाफ हैं, उनके साथ अदर यूथ जो मुख्तलिफ ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं, एक्सपीरियंस गाइज, दे आर पार्ट ऑफ दिस एंड देयर आर पॉलिटिकल पर्सनालिटीज़ हु केम टुडे ऑन आवर शो एंड दे you know, they've donated with their money and they also encouraged each and everybody to come and be part of this. My last message to you is simply come and see what is the community plaza is all about. When you come and see like brother Zaf, like Tham, and all the other volunteers, then you will understand more what this is about. My wording, I might not have that sort of, a way to encourage you how good this project is. But what I would suggest, what I would humbly ask you is come and join Community Plaza at one of the academies here in Bosley Green, and you have the address on there. Just Google the name, Google the address, and come and visit us. Bring your kids and be part of this great cause. Thank you so much.
Crown Commissioner, the police, we're getting so many reports coming in, local residents, parents, they're reporting all these crimes.